East Blue, Kokoyashi Village. On the golden sands by the sea, a little girl with short orange hair was struggling to drag a black-haired boy about her own age along the beach. Step by step, she laboriously moved toward the shade beneath a tall coconut tree with lush, spreading branches on the beach. The two of them walked for quite a while before finally stopping in the cool shadow beneath the tree. "I'm so tired. Why did I even bother to save him?" she muttered. "But if I don't, he'll probably be dried up by the scorching noon sun. And if that happens, no Kigo and Belmir will definitely scold me." Nami wiped the sweat from her forehead as she whispered under her breath. "No Kigo, Belmir." The names sounded so familiar. Aren't those the names of Nami's family members in that pirate manga? In a daze, Ning Chuan slowly opened his eyes and took in the scene before him. The moment his eyes opened, he was greeted by an unexpectedly familiar face. "Isn't this the childhood version of Nami, my favorite character from One Piece? Am I seeing things? Why has little Nami suddenly appeared in front of me? Did that damn dump truck just smash my head to pieces?" The instant he saw little Nami, Ning Chuan was utterly stunned. Sitting beside him, Nami heard his somewhat outrageous words, and her small face instantly flushed bright red. Who are you?" she stammered. "I don't even know you, so how do you know my name? And you even said you like me." Nami had never experienced such an awkward situation before. She stood there dumbly, completely at a loss, her words tumbling out in incoherent fragments. "Huh, this hallucination feels pretty convincing. It even knows how to get embarrassed," Ning Chuan mused. "If I could stroke Nami's cute little head, that would be even better." Looking at Nami's cheeks flushed crimson, Ning Chuan chuckled and reached out, rubbing her head vigorously. Something feels off," he thought. "If this is a hallucination, how can it feel so real to the touch? Could my brain really have been smashed beyond repair?" Just as Ning Chuan was wondering why a hallucination could feel so vivid, little Nami's face, already red as an apple, puffed up in anger. She opened her mouth with a huff and bit down hard on Ning Chuan's hand. "TSS, that hurts," Ning Chuan yelped. He hurriedly yanked back his hand that she had sunk her teeth into and lowered his head to stare at the neat row of bite marks on his skin. He froze dumbfounded. This doesn't seem like any hallucination at all. And why has my hand become so small? While Ning Chuan sat there utterly bewildered, unable to make sense of what was happening, a neutral mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully transmigrating into the pirate world. You have received this world's gift, the 10,000-fold cultivation rebate system. Every aspect of the host's daily cultivation will receive a 10,000-fold return. As the host has transmigrated by accident, you are granted an additional reward. Your body has been rejuvenated by 10 years. As the system's voice faded, Ning Chuan, already dazed beyond measure, became even more stupefied. "What is going on? I've actually transmigrated. And I ended up in the pirate world I love the most. So everything just now wasn't an illusion, but actually real." With that thought, Ning Chuan immediately looked up. He looked at little Nami, whose face was still crimson, yet whose brows could not conceal the anger smoldering within. "What are you staring at?" she snapped. "Don't think I won't be mad at you just because you're handsome. If you dare say such weird things again and keep being rude to your lifesaver, tool bite you again." Nami put on an exaggeratedly furious look, raising her tiny fist as she threatened him. Looking at how adorable Nami was at that moment, so unlike any mere hallucination, Ning Chuan finally accepted that he had truly transmigrated into the world of One Piece. As for being sent here by a dump truck, Ning Chuan felt no resentment at all. On the contrary, he was genuinely delighted. He had not only escaped the exhausting beast of burden grind of his life on Blue Star, but also gained a system in the world of One Piece. Just imagining the days ahead filled him with unrestrained joy. The more he thought about the wonderful life awaiting him, the harder it was for Ning Chuan to suppress the grin on his face. Why did he suddenly become so happy? Watching Ning Chuan's inexplicable happiness, little Nami secretly studied him, utterly baffled. Before long, as if remembering something, she suddenly spoke up. "All right, I still don't know your name." Hearing this, Ning Chuan stood up, delighted, reached out his hand to her, and said with a smile, "My name is Ning Chuan. Please take care of me from now on." Later, in the orange orchard of Kokoyashi Village, little Nami led Ning Chuan to the house, standing at the very center of the grove, and gently knocked on the door. "Belmir is a really nice person," Nami whispered. "You have to talk to her properly. She'll give you a job helping pick oranges. The pay isn't much, but it'll be enough to fill your stomach." Just as Nami finished her explanation, the door creaked open from inside. Ning Chuan lifted his head to look. A young woman with winered hair, a slender figure, and a cigarette between her lips stepped out from within. The moment Belmir opened the door, she noticed Ning Chuan standing beside Nami. She searched her memories carefully and realized she had never seen this very handsome little boy in the village before. Has a new family moved into the village? She wondered. Judging from his looks and clothes, he should come from a well-off household. Exhaling a smoke ring toward the sky, Belmir thought to herself. "Belmir, his name is Ning Chuan. I just picked him up by the sea," Nami hurried to explain. His family ran into pirates out on the ocean. Those awful pirates sank their whole ship, and only he survived and drifted ashore. I want him to work in our orange orchard for now, just so he can at least have enough to eat. For some reason, though they had agreed Ning Chuan would explain himself, Nami ended up speaking on his behalf. So he's an orphan too. Poor child. Damn those pirates, Belmir muttered with a helpless sigh after hearing his story. Since Nami likes you so much, you can stay, she said at last. Ning Chuan, right. You're not allowed to slack off here. You have to come help in the orange orchard every day, Belmir added, reaching out to rub his head with a smile. Hearing Belmir agree to let him stay, Nami finally allowed a hint of a smile to surface on her face. But almost immediately a blush crept back onto her cheeks. She raised her little fists and complained to Belmir in mild protest. Who says I like him? You're so annoying, Belmir. I'm going to pick oranges. With that, the embarrassed Nami grabbed an orange basket and dashed off into the orchard. Watching her retreating shy figure, Ning Chuan couldn't help but let a faint smile tug at his lips. Such a peaceful, ordinary life doesn't seem bad at all, he thought with a smile. But as he laughed, a serious thought suddenly struck him. His smile fading, he looked solemnly at Belmir and asked Aunt Belmir, what year is it now in the sea circle calendar? Belmir did not think much of the question and answered directly, this year is sea circle calendar 1512. Why? Is there something wrong? The instant he heard it was already the year 1512, Ning Chuan's brows knit tightly together. Sea circle calendar 1512. Arlong and his crew should be coming to this island soon. But this time with me here, the tragedy won't be repeated. Arlong Kokoyashi village. If you dare come, I'll make dried shark out of you. Noticing the slight furrow between Ning Chuan's brows, Belmir realized this little fellow seemed unusually sensitive to years and dates. What is it? Is the sea circle calendar year 1512 somehow very important to you, little one? Belmir laughed as she reached out to ruffle Ning Chuan's hair. Then she picked up a wicker basket full of oranges from the ground and placed it in Ning Chuan's hands. Little Ning Chuan stopped dazing out. She called, "Hurry and pick oranges. You need to fill this basket before noon. Otherwise, there will be no drumstick for your lunch." After giving her instructions, Belmir waved at Ning Chuan, urging him to quickly catch up with Nami and start picking oranges. Ning Chuan had no intention of explaining to Belmir what was going to happen in the future. He simply picked up the orange basket and ran in the direction Nami had gone. Before long, he spotted little Nami in the distance, sprawled along the branches of an orange tree as she picked fruit. Beneath the tree stood a blue-haired little beauty 1 or 2 years older than Nami, hands on her hips, as she directed from below. "Nami, you just snuck out to play, so today you're punished. Pick an extra basket if you want a chicken drumstick." Nojiko's voice rang out below. Perched on the orange tree, Nami grumbled in protest. I did not sneak out to play," she complained. "I went out to save someone. If you don't believe me, look, the person I just saved is right there." Still picking oranges, Nami pointed toward where Ning Chuan stood. Following the direction of Nami's finger, Nojiko looked over. There, a handsome boy about the same age as Nami was walking toward them. He carried an orange basket in his hand as he approached the two of them. "You must be Nami's older sister, Nojiko, right? My name is Ning Chuan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me in the future." Smiling faintly, Ning Chuan extended his hand toward Nojiko. "Haha, how polite you are. From now on, just call me big sister, just like Nami does," Nojiko said with a broad smile, her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. Overjoyed, she clasped Ning Chuan's hand tightly. "Hey," came a shout from above. "Ning Chuan, what are you still standing around for? Hurry up here and help me pick oranges, or there'll be no drumstick for lunch." Watching Ning Chuan and Nojiko chatting idly below while she alone clung high up in the branches picking oranges, Nami felt a little disgruntled and complained down at them. Seeing Nami up in the tree, her expression tinged with displeasure, Ning Chuan chuckled and set his own basket down. Then he tugged the brimming basket Nami had painstakingly filled over to his side. Wearing a wicked grin, he called up to Nami in the tree, "Nami, this basket of oranges is mine now. I'll trouble you to pick another one for yourself. I'm about to begin my training." At his words, Nami, who had wanted Ning Chuan to join her in picking oranges up in the tree, froze for a moment, then burst out angrily. "So that's how it is. You come to the orange grove on your very first day, and already you're slacking off," she shouted. "You're going too far. Calling it training is just an excuse. You're so young. How could you possibly know anything about training? Even Belmir, who used to be a Marine, doesn't understand training like that." Standing on the tree, Nami planted one hand on her hip and pointed furiously at Ning Chuan with the other, shouting down in anger. Seeing Nami so flustered, Nojiko glanced at Ning Chuan with a face full of amusement, laughing inwardly. This little brat called Ning Chuan really does have some skill to make the mischievous imp of Kokoyashi village Nami this riled up, she thought. Haha, life from now on is going to be interesting. Once her amusement subsided, Nojiko found herself intrigued by this so-called training Ning Chuan had mentioned. She strolled over to stand before him, curiosity written all over her face. "Ning Chuan, is your dream to become a great pirate like Roger or a marine hero like Garp?" she asked. Otherwise, why would you start training so early? When Nojiko finished speaking, Ning Chuan smiled and shook his head. None of those, he replied softly. My reason for training is simple. To protect the people I wish to protect, nothing more. As for becoming some great pirate or a marine hero. He paused, then continued, I believe that as long as my strength is unmatched, any identity I desire will fall into my hands, even that of the exalted celestial dragons. When he finished, Ning Chuan looked at Nami and Nojiko with a broad smile. Yet the two naive young girls were already stunned speechless by his astonishing declaration, especially when he mentioned the celestial dragons. The instant the words left his mouth, Nojiko rushed to his side and clapped a hand over his lips. Shoo, she hissed. On this vast sea you can badmouth anyone you like, but you must never speak ill of the celestial dragons. If someone hears you, the consequences will be dire. Seeing the fear on Nojiko's face, Ning Chuan only shook his head with a faint smile. After all, when it came to beings like the celestial dragons, some things could not be avoided just because one wished to. I've already told you my goal, he said. Next, it's time for me to begin my training. The moment Ning Chuan said he was about to start, Nami and Nojiko immediately fixed their curious gazes on him. In their hearts, they were burning to know what Ning Chuan's so-called training would look like. Under the twin beams of their curiosity, Ning Chuan walked up to a massive boulder over 2 meters tall. He studied the stone before him and patted its surface with his palm. Thick and solid, it was an excellent object for cultivation. Ning Chuan sank his weight down, assuming a horse stance like those used in martial arts dramas. He extended his right fist and lightly tapped the stone, then drew it back to his waist, taking up a posture that said he could strike at any moment. Watching his movements, Nami and Nojiko exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they both saw the same hint of shock. Could his so-called training be smashing that boulder with his bare fists? They thought. That's terrifying. How could a human fist possibly shake a giant stone? What's more, Ning Chuan is still so young. If he strikes recklessly, his hand will definitely get hurt. At that moment, both sisters began to worry for him. Yet along with their concern came a faint thread of expectation. What if Ning Chuan really can move that boulder? Huh. As their thoughts raced, Ning Chuan suddenly let out a sharp shout, snapping them back to reality. Under their watchful eyes, his fist crashed heavily into the boulder. Ugh, it hurts, he gasped. His punch landed squarely on the rock. Yet the great stone did not budge in the slightest. Instead, it was Ning Chuan's fist that nearly fractured, a lance of pain stabbing through his hand from the unyielding rock. Phew, he exhaled. No wonder everyone in the pirate world is a monster. As an ordinary person, hitting a stone once is enough to almost cripple my hand. With strength like this, facing powerful pirates heat-in, I'd be nothing more than a free offering on their plate. Glancing at his already red and swollen fist, Ning Chuan shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, I'm a cheater, he murmured. System, I've just completed 1 punch of training. Start settling my gains. Congratulations to the host for completing 1 punch of cultivation. The 10,000-fold cultivation return system has been activated. Commencing cultivation settlement now. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the equivalent of 10,000 punches of cultivation. All of the host's physical attributes have been enhanced with no side effects. The musician and team leader of the alone pirate crew, the fishman Bichelou, immediately turned his gaze towards the direction pointed out by his subordinate upon hearing their words. This glance was not insignificant, as it startled him greatly. Not far ahead of their small team stood 3 young children, 1 boy and 2 girls. Had they been ordinary human children, Bichelou would not have been so shocked. However, it was evident that these 3 children were anything but ordinary, especially the small boy at the forefront, who was hoisting a giant bear that resembled a mountain of flesh. Bichelou could hardly believe it. Such a massive bear, merely imagining its ferocity, would likely be a challenge for any ordinary fisherman, let alone a child. What shocked him even more was how a human infant could possess such immense strength. To be able to effortlessly carry a bear many times larger than himself. That seemed quite illogical. Unlike his mindless fishman subordinates, Bichelou quickly noticed something unusual about Ning Chuan. He urgently grabbed a carp fishman beside him and commanded him. You quickly go notify Captain Xiaoba. There might be an unmanageable threat here, we need higher-ups to handle it. The carp fishman Bichelou glanced at the distant Ning Chuan trio, then looked back at his captain. He asked, somewhat confused, Captain Bichelou, it's just 3 kids, that shouldn't alarm the higher-ups, right? However, before he could finish his sentence, Bichelou's hammer struck his head. Have you ever seen a child who can lift such a massive bear? This is absolutely not normal. Hurry, call the higher-ups over, it'll hold them off for now. With that, Bichelou kicked the carp fishman in the rear, sending him flying far away. At that moment, the other 2 fishmen under Bichelou had already reached the front of Ning Chuan's trio. Looking down at them, their eyes glinted with a hint of cruelty. Little brats, do you want to survive? Adults cost 1,000 berries, while kids cost 5,000. For you 3, they'll give you a discount. Just 2,000 berries. If you can't even come up with 200 berries, then you might as well come into our bellies for a rest. Children your size are the best delicacies. As the two fishmen spoke, they licked their sharp teeth, their eyes filled with a greedy glint as they gazed at Ning Chuan's trio. Seeing the two ferocious fishmen, Nami and Nokigo instinctively took several steps back. Although they had never seen a fishman before, just by seeing the drool dripping from their mouths and hearing what they had just said, it was clear that these half-human, half-fish creatures were nothing good. Nami, Nokigo, do you like eating shark fins? If not, then let's have bear paws for lunch today. Ning Chuan's calm voice reached the ears of the frightened Nami sisters, allowing them to slowly regain their composure. With Ning Chuan around, their tense hearts relaxed a bit. Don't like shark fins? Then let's have bear paws today. Ning Chuan turned, giving Nami and Nokigo a slight smile, before lightly tossing the bear that resembled a mountain of flesh, stirring up a cloud of dust. You little brat, what do you mean by that? Since you're seeking death, I won't hold back. Captain alone said if we encounter resistance, just kill. With that, the two fishmen fixed their ferocious gazes on Ning Chuan, as if he had become their easily attainable meal. In the next moment, the two fishmen instantly attacked. Their fists as big as sandbags and claws as sharp as blades rushed toward Ning Chuan's heart. However, at that moment, Ning Chuan remained calm and spoke in his mind. System, begin the settlement. Settlement successful. Host has successfully received a 10,000-fold skill return. Almost in an instant, the full power of the punch Ning Chuan used to kill the giant bear was returned. Watching the two attacks coming at him, Ning Chuan smirked disdainfully. The force behind these attacks was even less fierce than that of the giant bear earlier. He raised his hand nonchalantly. In the astonished gaze of the two fishmen, he unleashed two successive punches. The next moment, something terrifying happened that shocked everyone. The two fishmen who had just shouted about wanting to eat Ning Chuan were brutally punched and exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, two clouds of bright red blood mist appeared before everyone's eyes. Team leader Bichelou stared in disbelief at this terrifying scene before him. Those were two living fishmen. Although they were mere foot soldiers, not of officer rank, yet fishmen, with an average physical strength 10 times that of humans, were just obliterated by a single punch from a child. How could this be possible? What kind of monster is this child? Bichelou felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He desperately wanted to turn and jump into the sea, as if only returning to the embrace of the ocean could calm his terrified heart. Facing Ning Chuan at this moment, Bichelou felt a terrifying sensation akin to when he faced his boss alone. No, this feeling was even more intense than when he faced alone. I am no match for him, while I cannot confront him directly. I've already sent someone to call for the officers. Brother Xiaoba should be able to deal with him, right? Bichelou was now frozen in fear, unable to dare attack Ning Chuan or move an inch. He feared that the moment he moved, that boy's fist would directly smash into him. He knew very well that he couldn't take that punch. Just when Bichelou was drenched in cold sweat, unsure of what to do, suddenly a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Bichelou, they are just 3 kids. Oh, what's there to handle that requires us to come? Brother alone is somewhat angry with you. At the moment Xiao Ba's voice rang in Bichelou's ears, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief in his heart. Captain Xiao Ba, you finally came. Captain, be careful. However, Bichelou's words had yet to finish. He saw a familiar octopus head fly right past him. Immediately after, Ning Chuan's voice, akin to the whispers of death, echoed in his ears. I think octopus balls are tastier than shark fins. But I wonder if octopus balls made with fishmen can be eaten. In an instant, Xiao Ba, who had just arrived, had not yet grasped what was unfolding, when his head was severed cleanly from his body. A torrent of blood erupted like a geyser, drenching Bisaro beside him. So this is Xiao Ba, the officer of Arlong's pirate crew. Seems rather weak. Ning Chuan watched as Xiao Ba, failing even to react to that single punch, was decapitated outright, and shook his head with a wry, disdainful smile. At that moment, Ning Chuan's voice rang in Bisaro's ears, no gentler than the whisper of death itself. Having just witnessed the brutal demise of Xiao Ba, the senior officer of his own pirate crew, Bisaro had already abandoned all thought of resistance. He knew with chilling certainty that even 10 of himself would stand no chance against Ning Chuan, a child capable of obliterating Xiao Ba in one strike. His strength would rank among the elite, even across the entire East Blue. Where are the other officers of Arlong's pirate crew? Why did only this one come? You. Go summon your Captain Arlong and every last fishman under his command. I'll await them aboard your ship. Today I shall feast on a full-course fish banquet. Ning Chuan reached out, snatched the garment draped over Bisaro's shoulders, and wiped the blood from his fist. Then he tossed it back without a glance. Squad leader Bisaro froze utterly, trembling uncontrollably, his legs locked in terror, as a faint yellow stain seeped from between them. He feared that if this child's mood soured even slightly, the next blow would land squarely upon his own skull. Be gone. Hearing those 2 words, Pissarro bolted toward the village center as though granted divine reprieve. The sheer pressure emanating from Ning Chuan was overwhelming. A crushing helplessness akin to standing before the legendary Marine Admiral Kazuru in his prime. May Captain Arlong prevail against this brat. After all, Arlong carries a bounty of 20 million berries. But if even Captain Arlong falls before him, if he's... Pissarro murmured silently, already plotting his escape route in his mind. Yet what he did not know was this. No matter what transpired, Ning Chuan would show no mercy to any fishman who dared set foot upon Cocoya Island today. Surrender would not spare them. After Pissarro fled, Ning Chuan whispered inwardly, "System. Initiate cultivation settlement." The moment those words left his lips, a resonant system voice echoed within his consciousness. Master has delivered 3 full power punches and sprinted 10 paces at peak exertion, successfully activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Commencing settlement of this cultivation session. Settlement complete. Awarded 30,000 full power punches, 100,000 full speed sprints. All physical attributes have been enhanced, without side effects. In an instant, the returned cultivation energy flooded into Ning Chuan. This time he distinctly felt his legs surge with newfound power. Should he sprint again, his speed would multiply several-fold. Yet the enhancement to his punching strength was far less pronounced than in previous sessions. Clearly, he had reached a bottleneck in fist-based cultivation. Still, Ning Chuan harbored no anxiety over this plateau. Not with the system granting 10,000-fold return. He held firm faith so long as he trained diligently, delivering enough punches. This bottleneck would shatter in due course. Ning Chuan, I'm worried about Belmir. Should we go home first? As Ning Chuan savored his ascended strength, Nami's voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. He turned, only to find her small face drained of color, far paler than before. Evidently, the ferocity of his earlier battle had deeply unsettled young Nami. Yet Ning Chuan felt a quiet pride. Though shaken to her core, Nami had not collapsed in fear, but instead, trembling yet resolute, voiced her wish to return and see Belmir. Nor was Nojiko faring much better. When confronted earlier by the 2 cannibalistic fishmen, she'd already recoiled in shock. Then Ning Chuan's swift annihilation of those 2, followed by his effortless subjugation of a pirate officer, had struck her tender heart with renewed force. Nonetheless, raised by a retired Marine, both girls swiftly steadied themselves from such trauma. For throughout their upbringing, Belmir had recounted more than once harrowing tales of naval encounters with pirates, instilling in them resilience beyond their years. Nami's right. We must return home at once. May Belmir hold on. May she endure until Ning Chuan arrives. Gazing upon the composed, thoughtful faces of Nojiko and Nami, Ning Chuan gently ruffled their hair and spoke softly. Don't worry, Belmir served in the Marines. She knows how to handle pirates. Hardly had his words faded when, from behind them, a familiar voice rang out, urgent, fierce. Ning Chuan, Nami, Nojiko, run now. I'll hold off the pirates. At that voice, so instantly recognizable, Ning Chuan whirled around, eyes locking onto its source. There stood Belmir, gripping the service pistol she'd carried home upon retiring from the Marines, aimed squarely at Arlong's advancing fishman pirate crew. Though Belmir could not fathom why the fishmen, who'd been collecting protection fees at her doorstep, had abruptly departed. She sensed grave danger the moment she heard from the fleeing fishman messenger that 3 children, 1 boy and 2 girls, had already slain one of their officers. Without hesitation, she seized her weapon and followed the pirates covertly to the village entrance. And when she laid eyes upon the trio described by the messenger, her breath caught in shock. Then without pause she resolved to sacrifice herself, so they might flee. For Belmir knew well the terrifying strength of Arlong, their leader. Even standing before him stirred in her a profound instinctive helplessness. Yet knowing Arlong's target was Ning Chuan and the girls, she stepped forward bravely, buying them precious seconds to escape. Annoying. Chew. Eliminate that woman who's been tailing us. Arlong didn't even deign to glance at Belmir, instead dispatching another officer to silence her. His gaze, however, locked instantly and unflinchingly upon Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan met the distant pirate captain's stare with a faint mocking smile. TSK. So this is Arlong, leader of the fishman pirate crew, wanted for 20 million berries. How pathetically weak you are, to have failed even in the grand line. Once proud members of the Sun pirate crew, have you truly fallen so low as to prey upon ordinary civilians? How did Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun pirates, end up bringing out such unambitious fellows like you? Hearing the continuous taunts from afar, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smirk. All the fishmen of the Arlong pirates had their faces downcast at this moment, their cold eyes fixed on Ning Chuan. Even that fishman officer Gio, who was approaching Belmir, turned his body at this moment, his eyes filled with a hint of killing intent directed at Ning Chuan. How dare you humans mention the name of Brother Tiger? If it weren't for your betrayal, how could Brother Tiger have died? Despicable humans, kill them all and eat them. Arlong, give the order to massacre the village. Before the massacre, I must personally kill this little brat. Watching the agitated fishmen standing there, Ning Chuan revealed a cold smile and mischievously beckoned them with his finger. Faced with Ning Chuan's continuous taunts, Arlong's face was dark enough to drip with water. He waved his hand, immediately silencing all the noise from his subordinates. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with blood-red fury. Damn brat, how dare you humans mention Brother Tiger? Next, I will personally tear you apart piece by piece, letting you feel the price of daring to provoke a fishman before you die. As Arlong's voice fell, he opened his mouth, revealing his razor-sharp fangs capable of biting through steel. As a shark fishman, this terrifying set of steel teeth was his strongest weapon. With these terrifying steel teeth, he had no idea how many enemies he had bitten apart, even in the Grand Line. Yet this time he was facing merely a human child. If it weren't for the fact that this brat had completely angered him, he wouldn't have to use his ultimate skill to take him down. Moi, are you getting anxious? Looking at Arlong, whose killing intent had erupted, Ning Chuan continued to provoke him as if nothing was wrong. At this moment, Ning Chuan had drawn all the hatred of the Arlong pirates onto himself. Only by doing this could Ning Chuan ensure that Nami and the others wouldn't be ambushed by these despicable fishmen while he fought. You are looking for death. The moment Arlong's words fell, he instantly flew out from his spot. Arlong's speed was incredibly fast. Even if not in his preferred ocean, his speed still surpassed the limits of most ordinary humans. However, Ning Chuan was no ordinary human. He was a cheat. The cultivation he had returned from his full-speed sprint of 100,000 steps had elevated his reaction speed to an extremely terrifying level. The speed that was nearly indistinguishable to most fishmen was merely a bit faster than an average person in Ning Chuan's eyes. Is this the extent of a pirate with a bounty of 20 million? This really isn't impressive. Hearing Ning Chuan's taunts, a furious Arlong accelerated even more. In the blink of an eye, he had charged right in front of Ning Chuan. He opened his mouth full of steel teeth and bit down fiercely at Ning Chuan's head. At this critical moment, Ning Chuan, who had been standing still, suddenly moved. He raised his right fist and coldly smiled at Arlong flying above him. With Arlong's terrified gaze fixed on him, he punched out fiercely. Ning Chuan's fist was aimed directly at Arlong's prideful steel teeth. Crack! A series of crisp sounds instantly echoed in the ears of everyone present. In the next moment, Arlong's terrifying steel teeth were smashed and scattered by Ning Chuan's punch. They plunged harshly in front of the fishmen pirates. However, this was not the end. After shattering Arlong's array of shark teeth, Ning Chuan's fist entered unhindered. It crashed straight through Arlong's mouth and burst out from the back of his head. Chunks of brain matter mixed with blood splattered everywhere. "Sigh so weak," Ning Chuan disdainfully remarked as he retracted his fist. Looking at the bloodstains on his hand, he frowned. He directly wiped his fist on Arlong's clothes before gently pushing his body. The already lifeless Arlong, with a gaping hole in his head, fell backward stiffly. A simple punch decided victory and death. At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded, especially the fishmen pirates of the Arlong pirates. They stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with terror, looking at everything before them. They couldn't understand how their boss had died. This was Arlong, one of the notorious officers of the Sun Pirates. How could he die the moment he set foot in the East Sea, which was said to be the weakest among the four seas? And he was killed by a mere child who hadn't even grown hair yet. This was impossible. Even if told, no one would believe it. Besides these fishmen pirates, Belmere, who had been standing by with her gun ready for a heroic sacrifice, was also stunned. What on earth is this kid? A fisherman pirate with such terrifying strength was actually killed by a single punch. I must be seeing things. Belmere rubbed her eyes vigorously. When she opened them again, she saw Arlong lying motionless on the ground, a gaping hole in his head devoid of life. She stood there in a daze. This kid's strength is probably even more terrifying than those special recruits in the Navy. Meanwhile, while Belmere was astonished, Nami and Nojiko were patting their chests in relief. Although the death of the fishmen had a significant impact on them, as long as Ning Chuan was safe, they felt reassured. At this moment, they no longer looked shocked like they did when they first saw a corpse. They had begun to slowly adapt. Naturally, Ning Chuan was very pleased with their current performance. In this vast sea, death occurred frequently. If they wanted to survive, well, they had to adapt to death in advance. Just when the entire scene was silent and no one made a sound, Ning Chuan leisurely took a few steps forward, looking at the group of fishmen pirates under Arlong's command, and said, "Arlong is dead, so it's your turn next. They'll give you a chance to commit suicide. If you wait for me to take action, you probably won't even have a complete corpse left." Standing alone before a group of fishmen pirates much taller than him, Ning Chuan spoke mercilessly. Meanwhile, the fishmen pirates who invaded the village. At this moment, when they looked at this human child who was so much smaller and weaker than them, their eyes were filled only with fear and unease. Some timid fellows were already so scared that they could barely hold their weapons. Brothers, don't be afraid. He's just one person while we have 70 or 80 brothers. One person can't possibly kill us, all right. Everyone pull yourselves together, grab your weapons, and take down this brat, massacre the village. Let's avenge our boss Arlong. At that moment, Arlong's subordinates Kruby and Gio, along with other small leaders, stood up. They began to rally the fishermen pirates, because they knew that this young man before them would definitely not let them off. He wouldn't even give them a chance to surrender. And now the only way to survive was to pick up their weapons and fight with all their might. Under the leadership of these small leaders, the remaining fishmen of the Arlong pirates picked up their weapons. They charged at Ning Chuan recklessly. However, what they didn't know was that they were about to face Ning Chuan, who had successfully consolidated his cultivation once again. 5 minutes later, countless fishmen corpses lay before Ning Chuan. Yet not a single injury could be found on Ning Chuan's body. He glanced at the annihilated Arlong pirates, then looked at Nami no Jiko and Belmir, who was holding her gun in confusion, and at the villagers who had been hiding in the shadows watching the entire battle. He waved at everyone with a smile and said, "The Arlong pirates have been completely wiped out. Now let's have a feast." The banquet lasted for an entire day. As the greatest contributor to the defense against the pirate invasion, Ning Chuan naturally became the hero of the entire Cocoa West village. Although he had only been in this village for less than a day, he helped the village fend off the terrifying fishermen pirates, preventing the village from suffering significant losses. This single achievement had already made Ning Chuan's name known throughout Cocoa West village. After the banquet ended, the villagers, following Ning Chuan's instructions, hung the fishermen pirates in the same manner as salted fish. This was to preserve them for a longer time, awaiting the Navy's arrival to collect them. It should be noted that just Arlong alone had a bounty of 20 million berries. His subordinates also had bounties of several million each. Altogether, that amounted to 30 million berries. It was quite a fortune. Ning Chuan would certainly not let this fortune slip away. After waiting for several days, he had no idea how many calls the Navy had made just to confirm the annihilation of the Arlong pirates. On the morning of the 5th day, a Navy warship resembling a mouse's head finally slowly sailed into the harbor of Cocoa West Village. Upon hearing the news of the Navy ship's arrival, all the villagers of Cocoa West Village gathered at the port to watch. The Navy ship was enormous, several times larger than the Arlong pirates' ship that was docked at the harbor. This warship was equipped with a large number of the most advanced cannons, far surpassing the configuration of the Arlong pirates' ship. Standing at the bow was Colonel Mouse. As the warship was about to dock, he caught sight of Arlong's pirate ship and was taken aback, quickly darting into the ship's cabin. However, after carefully observing for a long time and realizing there were no signs of fisherman activity aboard, he dared to emerge from the cabin. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he spoke, "Arlong is truly useless. When he plundered the previous villages, I thought he was someone of significance. But I didn't expect him to fall in this weakest Cocoa West village. If I have to clean up your mess." As the warship steadied and the gangplank successfully reached the shore, Colonel Mouse straightened his back and with over 10 of his loyal subordinates confidently stepped off the ship. Seeing the insignia on Colonel Mouse's shoulder, the bystanding Belmir couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. She tugged at Ning Chuan's arm and whispered in his ear, "Ning Chuan, this is a Navy colonel, a high-ranking official. You must not offend him. Otherwise your future in the Navy could be dire." Hearing Belmir's words, Ning Chuan rolled his eyes. "Auntie Belmir, I've never said I wanted to join the Navy." As soon as Ning Chuan said this, Belmir reached out a hand intending to give him a flick on the head. However, Ning Chuan reacted swiftly and easily dodged her sneak attack. "What are you talking about? With your talent, not joining the Navy to combat pirates, do you plan to become a pirate instead?" Listening to Belmir's scolding, Ning Chuan felt speechless. "But I never said I wanted to be a pirate." During their banter, Colonel Mouse had already approached the dried-out body of Arlong. Colonel Mouse circled around the sun-dried corpse of Arlong. When he saw the large transparent hole in Arlong's head, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. He was well aware of Arlong's strength. Even the ship's cannons couldn't break through his incredibly strong body. With his terrifying reaction speed, even if he was on land, his combat power would diminish away from the sea he was most familiar with. He shouldn't have been killed by a single punch in the weakest East Sea. Though Colonel Mouse could not believe that Arlong, a former officer of the Sun Pirates, would die in this Cocoa West village. However, the corpses of Arlong and his crew lay right before him, even made into dried fish. This undeniable fact forced Colonel Mouse to accept what he saw. Who could have done this? It certainly wasn't the villagers here. A hint of doubt arose in Colonel Mouse's heart. Could it have been a powerful passerby who found Arlong's crew displeasing and killed them? If that's the case, then Arlong's bounty and his valuable pirate ship. Wouldn't that all be mine? With this thought, a glint of greed appeared on Colonel Mouse's face. "You villagers did well. You eliminated the pirates. That's a great achievement. I will take these Val pirates' corpses back and help you apply for the bounty. Once the bounty arrives, I'll bring it to you. Colonel Mouse said earnestly while patting the village chief's shoulder. The frail village chief trembled at Colonel Mouse's powerful hand. Although he knew that once Colonel Mouse took the corpses away, this greedy man would pocket the bounty that Ning Chuan deserved. He did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. The village chief knew very well that if he angered Colonel Mouse, his methods would be darker than those of the pirates. Come on, move these vile pirate corpses onto the ship. We are preparing to set sail, and bring along Arlong's pirate ship too. Looking at the trembling village chief before him, the greed in Colonel Mouse's eyes intensified. Wait, the Navy's procedure isn't like this. The Navy here to collect bounties must bring sufficient bounty money. Colonel Mouse, what you are doing is against the rules. Just as Colonel Mouse was about to order his subordinates to move Arlong's crew's corpses, Belmere suddenly stepped forward at that moment and sternly reprimanded him. Who is this woman? What rules are you talking about? I haven't heard of any. Belmere's words greatly angered Colonel Mouse. How could someone dare to challenge him in this weak Cocoa West village? Reporting to Colonel Mouse, I am a retired Navy officer familiar with the Navy's workflow. If you insist on being so irregular, I will report you to my former superior. Hearing Belmere's words, Colonel Mouse was first taken aback. Then a hint of disdain crossed his eyes. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bag of coins worth 1,000,000 berries. He threw it directly into Belmere's hands. Take your money and shut your mouth. You all continue moving. After giving Belmere a fierce glare, he continued directing his subordinates to carry the bodies of Arlong and the other pirates. Belmere was momentarily stunned at this scene. Just as she was about to step forward to reason with Colonel Mouse, the impatient subordinates beside Colonel Mouse raised their guns and aimed them at Belmere and the villagers. Do as the colonel says. If you don't want to live well, send you all on your way. The people in the village stared at the Navy, who were supposed to protect them, suddenly aiming their guns at them. Everyone present was frozen in place, not daring to utter a word. At that moment, Ning Chuan patted Belmere's shoulder and spoke nonchalantly. Belmere, now you understand why I don't want to join the Navy, right? After saying this, Ning Chuan focused his gaze on Colonel Mouse, who stood behind the Navy, and coldly remarked, as expected of Colonel Mouse wanting to take everything for himself. However, if you dare to target me, have you thought about how you want to die? After hearing these words, Colonel Mouse and his confidants all showed a hint of anger on their faces. Who is saying these words? Come out! Colonel Mouse shouted angrily as he looked in the direction from which the voice came. Just when he had searched the surroundings several times without finding out who was speaking, one of his confidants suddenly patted his shoulder, pointing to Ning Chuan not far in front of them. Boss, it's this kid who said it. I saw it just now. Following the gaze of his subordinate, he saw a boy who looked to be only in his teens standing in front of them with a cold smile. Ha ha ha, am I robbing your money? Who do you think you are? Do you think you killed Along? To say that I'm robbing your money, that's just ridiculous. After saying this, Colonel Mouse and his confidants all burst into laughter. However, at that moment, the hundreds of villagers standing there did not find it funny at all. After all, they had just witnessed Ning Chuan effortlessly slaughter the Along pirate group. They already knew about Ning Chuan's terrifying strength. Moreover, Ning Chuan was not lying. Along was indeed killed by him. Feeling that the atmosphere around them was somewhat off, Colonel Mouse looked at Ning Chuan suspiciously. This kid doesn't seem to have any extraordinary qualities. With his thin arms and legs, he clearly doesn't look like someone who could take down Along. Thinking of this, Colonel Mouse felt somewhat relieved. Stop wasting time with these annoying guys. Hurry up and get everyone on the ship. We need to report back. If anyone dares to obstruct us again, shoot them on sight. After leaving this remark, Colonel Mouse walked straight towards the direction of Along's pirate ship. He wanted to board the ship and loot it thoroughly. Perhaps there were still treasures left by Along on this ship. However, before Colonel Mouse could walk 10 meters away, he heard a series of screams coming from behind him. Immediately after, a strong stench of blood wafted into Colonel Mouse's nostrils. Sensing the smell of blood, Colonel Mouse felt something was off. When he turned around, he was shocked to see Ning Chuan standing in front of him with blood on his hands and a cold smile. Behind him, his many years of cultivated confidence were all lying in pools of blood. Now you know who killed Along, right? But you might realize it a bit too late. Listening to Ning Chuan's chilling words, Colonel Mouse felt as if he was being stalked by a terrifying ancient beast. Scared, he stood there frozen, afraid to make any unnecessary moves. Two didn't recognize the mountain. It's all my fault, all my fault. The bounty, a total of 30 million, I'll give you half. No, I'll give it all to you. Even Along's pirate ship will be yours. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Spare my life. Feeling the terrifying, murderous intent emanating from Ning Chuan, at this moment Colonel Mouse was almost scared to death. However, it was too late for him to say these things now. Given his reputation, Ning Chuan certainly wouldn't believe his empty words. If he let him go this time, the next time he comes to Coco West Island, it would probably be with a few warships claiming to hunt down pirates and massacre villages. There should be quite a few Black Navy like you around. In the future, when sailing on the sea, they'll have to kill one whenever I see one. After saying this, Ning Chuan no longer hesitated. He extended a finger and directly stabbed it towards the carotid artery of Colonel Mouse's neck. Ning Chuan's finger was incredibly fast, almost instantly piercing through Colonel Mouse. In almost an instant, a large amount of blood began to spurt out from his neck. In less than a minute's time, this notorious Black Navy Colonel Mouse had lost all signs of life. He was dead beyond resurrection. After killing Colonel Mouse, Ning Chuan approached him and rummaged through his clothes. Before long, he pulled out several bags filled with valuable gold coins. The total value of the gold coins in these bags should be around 30 million berries, corresponding to the bounties of all members of the A-Long pirate group. This slippery guy actually brought all the bounties with him. It seems his plan was to buy his life with money when he encountered someone powerful that he couldn't deal with. But if he didn't meet someone like that, this large sum of money would be his to keep. But unfortunately, this time he met me. Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh, stuffing all these valuable coins into his pocket. Killing a Navy captain is a serious crime. I can't stay in Coco West Village any longer. I have to start sailing the world. But before I leave, I must persuade Nami and Nojiko to come with me. Nami's navigation skills and Nojiko's cooking are both excellent. Just as Ning Chuan was contemplating his next plans, Belmere suddenly rushed in front of him, placing her finger under Colonel Mouse's nose. Upon realizing that Colonel Mouse was dead, she couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, Ning Chuan, although this guy was not a good Navy, killing him could lead to trouble. You'll be wanted by the Navy next. It won't be long before the Navy comes to this island. Quickly leave while those guys on the ship haven't noticed. The farther you run, the better. Seeing Belmere's anxious expression, Ning Chuan smiled slightly, placing a hand on her shoulder and speaking seriously. Belmere, before I leave, I have a rather unreasonable request, and I hope you can agree. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Belmere was momentarily taken aback. Although she didn't know what Ning Chuan meant by unreasonable, she instinctively nodded. I want to take Nami and Nojiko with me to sail on the sea. It won't be long before we return to see you. Just as Belmere was about to refuse Ning Chuan's unreasonable request, two familiar voices suddenly came from behind her. Mommy, I want to sail with Ning Chuan. I want to draw the best sea chart in the world. Nami mustered her courage and stood beside Ning Chuan. Mom, I also want to sail with Ning Chuan. I can't rest easy if it's just the two of them going out to sea. Don't worry with me here, they definitely won't go hungry. Nojiko also stood behind Ning Chuan, gathering her courage to speak. You guys. Originally, Belmere would never agree to this. But upon hearing Nami and Nojiko call her mom for the first time in years, her heart softened. It had been so many years since they had called her that, aside from when they were little. Just that one word, mom, made Belmere's heart melt. She wiped away the tears that had unconsciously flowed from the corners of her eyes and grabbed Ning Chuan's collar, glaring at him fiercely. If my two daughters suffer any grievances with you, I will not let you off, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. After shouting this, she changed to a gentle expression, softly speaking to the three. Before I change my mind, you all should leave quickly. Those Navy guys have already disembarked. After bidding farewell to Belmere, Ning Chuan wrapped one arm around Nami's waist and the other around Nojiko's, then sprinted swiftly toward Arlong's pirate ship anchored at the harbor. Aboard the vessel, he raised the sails and turned the helm. With seamless practiced motions, Ning Chuan steered Arlong's pirate ship into a sharp turn, sailing boldly into the open sea right before the eyes of the entire marine fleet. Why is that pirate ship moving on its own? From a nearby marine warship, the lookout spotted the anomaly at once. Just as he relayed the report to the lieutenant left in command aboard his own ship, he noticed the second wave of Marines who had disembarked, frantically signaling with semaphore flags. Lieutenant Mouse and all his loyal officers have been eliminated. The boy who killed Lieutenant Mouse has taken 2 villagers hostage and fled aboard the pirate ship. The lookout translated the distant flag signals in stunned disbelief. Upon hearing the translation, the Marine lieutenant aboard stood frozen in shock. Moments later, he ordered his crew to sound the ship's steam whistle, launching an immediate pursuit of the audacious culprit who had dared slay Lieutenant Mouse and his entourage. Meanwhile, the lieutenant retrieved a distinctive din mushy shaped like a dog's head from the captain's cabin, and after long hesitation placed the call. Our report, Admiral Garp. Lieutenant Mouse was assassinated in Kokoyasi Village, East Blue. On the other end of the line, Admiral Garp, the legendary Marine hero, was sailing home to Windmill Village to visit his grandson. Upon hearing the news, his fury erupted like a volcano. Someone dared kill a Marine lieutenant in the East Blue. This brazen act is utterly unforgivable. The East Blue is the most peaceful of the 4 blues. Anyone who dares shatter that peace must be brought to justice. He hung up the call. Then Garp roared at the helmsman, "Turn us around. Full course for Kokoyashi village. I'll see for myself which reckless scoundrel dares such insolence." Meanwhile, far out at sea, Ning Chuan, already underway, frowned slightly as he watched Lieutenant Mouse's warship close in behind. Though none of the cannon fire struck their vessel, the incessant, thunderous blasts grated sharply on Ning Chuan's nerves. "Shall I sink that irritating warship, then?" He paused, and ultimately abandoned the idea. His naval combat prowess had not yet been restored through his cultivation reversion, though that restoration accelerated rapidly. A single misstep, such as being struck by a stray shell plunging from the sea, would render the risk wholly disproportionate. Beside him, Nami and Nojiko shook their heads vigorously upon hearing Ning Chuan's suggestion, not out of doubt in his strength, but from deep concern for his safety. "Ning Chuan, don't. If we fully unfurl the sails, our speed will surge again. We'll shake off these wretched Marines in no time." Nami stepped firmly before him, her expression earnest and resolute. Typically, pirate vessels, though smaller, possessed unmatched speed advantages over Marine ships. Marine warships rarely caught up. Watching Nami's tense, anxious face blocking his path, Ning Chuan smiled, gently ruffled her hair, and let go of his plan to dive in and sink the warship. If possible, he wished never to make Nami or Nojiko worry for him. As the pirate ship caught the wind and began accelerating smoothly, a faint trace of dissatisfaction flickered across Ning Chuan's face. Sail-powered vessels are simply too archaic. If only I could bring over Earth's engine technology. Wouldn't that amount to a dimensional transcendence in this world? At that thought, a spark ignited in his eyes. "I wonder, can my 10,000-fold reversion ability extend beyond cultivation? What if it applies to learning itself? If so, might I reconstruct Earth's most advanced technologies? Perhaps even aircraft carriers would lie within reach." Suddenly, Ning Chuan found himself yearning to visit Water 7, the pinnacle of shipbuilding in the One Piece world. As their pirate ship surged ahead, the pursuing Marine warship dwindled, then vanished entirely from sight. "Haha, Marine warships are so cumbersome. We shook them off effortlessly." Nami stood triumphantly at the bow, arms crossed, grinning. "Ning Chuan, where shall we head next?" Nojiko unrolled the navigational chart kept in the captain's cabin and studied it intently. At Nojiko's question, Ning Chuan paused, then named a place neither Nami nor Nojiko had ever heard of. "We're heading to the Bartai, the floating restaurant. I'm still inexperienced in combat. The Bartai may offer me training in martial technique. In past fights, I've realized my raw power is formidable, but I possess no formal combat skill. Against weaker foes it suffices, but against truly powerful adversaries I'd suffer grievously." Nami and Nojiko stared blankly. "Learn combat techniques at a restaurant. Shouldn't we be learning to cook instead?" "Ning Chuan, did you run a fever and burn your brain?" Nami stepped forward and pressed her palm to his forehead. Only after confirming he ran no fever did she exhale deeply in relief. Seeing her adorable, worried expression, Ning Chuan chuckled, gently tousled her hair, and explained. "Ah, I forgot to tell you. You likely don't know that the Barides' head chef bears a fearsome epithet, Redleg Zeph. He was once a pirate who sailed the Grand Line and retired successfully after years at sea. His kicking technique is legendary. Foes who faced him were often sent flying, blood spraying 3 feet high. Hence his moniker, Redleg." Hearing Ning Chuan recount Zeph's storied past, both Nami and Nojiko grew deeply intrigued by this crimson-footed chef. Nami took the chart from Nojiko's hand, scanned it, and pointed decisively to a coordinate. "This chart marks the Barides' exact location. Then let's set sail." Meanwhile, somewhere upon the vast East Blue Sea, Admiral Garp studied his own chart with meticulous attention. "This route passes directly by the Bartai. I'm famished, and the fleet needs supplies. Let's dock their first feast, well then resume our chase." His aide Bugard rolled his eyes and ventured cautiously, "Admiral Garp, shouldn't apprehending the fugitive take priority?" Garp burst into hearty laughter, clapping Bugard heartily on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha. Bugard, this killer of Lieutenant Mouse is merely a child. I trust he won't get far. And I have a hunch we'll cross paths with that boy sooner than expected. A mere 10-year-old who slew a lieutenant. That brat has piqued my interest immensely." A few days later, on a certain stretch of the sea in the East China Sea, the ship carrying Ning Chuan and his 2 companions had undergone a transformation. The Red Shark pirate flag had been taken down by them. They had replaced it with a flag depicting the 3 of them. The portraits were all hand-drawn by Nami. Next to their images, there were many empty spaces reserved for future crewmates. At this moment, on the ship carrying Ning Chuan and the others, Ning Chuan was striking a peculiar pose, seemingly practicing some sort of special fist technique. "Since I have nothing to do, I might as well practice a set of Koan fist." The time spent sailing on the sea was rather dull for Ning Chuan. To pass the time and enhance his strength, Ning Chuan began practicing Koan fist out of sheer boredom. "Chicken, you are too beautiful, dang dang." After a complete set of Koan fist, Ning Chuan felt completely refreshed. System initiates settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing a set of Kuin Fist, activating the 10,000 times return system for cultivation. Now starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. The host has successfully obtained the rewards for 10,000 sets of Kuin Fist cultivation. At the moment the rewards were credited, Ning Chuan felt that the strength of his Iron Mountain Lean had significantly improved. Sigh, without mastering the correct cultivation methods, relying solely on my own training really isn't enough. This is already the 5th set of Kuin Fist I've practiced, and I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation progress. I wonder when I can advance further with Kuin Fist. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Nami and Nojiko couldn't help but roll their eyes. Over the past few days watching Ning Chuan practice Kuin Fist, they both felt as if their eyes were poisoned and could hardly bear to look. However, to their surprise, that seemingly abstract Kuin Fist had indeed strengthened Ning Chuan's abilities quite a bit. For instance, the ship's mast was nearly broken from Ning Chuan's continuous practice of Iron Mountain Lean. Based on their observations, every time Ning Chuan finished practicing a set of Kuin Fist, the strength of his Iron Mountain Lean would increase significantly. The two sisters had also practiced Kuin Fist a few times alongside Ning Chuan. After this round of practice, they felt it was of no use at all. Yet Ning Chuan, this oddity, had managed to develop Iron Mountain Lean. This left the two sisters deeply curious about him. That should be the Bar Thai restaurant on the sea, right? Just as Ning Chuan was about to test the Iron Mountain Lean, he had settled after practicing. Nami, holding a telescope, suddenly pointed in excitement. Following the direction Nami pointed, Ning Chuan saw a giant ship with a fish head bow, its main body a deep blue, calmly floating on the surface of the sea. At the bow of this ship hung a prominent sign: Bar Thai restaurant. We finally made it. I wonder how powerful my kicking skills will become after learning the kicking techniques from Redleg Zeph and the enhancements from the 10,000 times return system. With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan and his companions sailed towards the restaurant. 10 minutes later, Ning Chuan jumped off the ship, carrying Nami and Nojiko, stepping onto the deck of the Bar Thai restaurant. As soon as he set foot on this ship, the trio was captivated by a mouth-watering aroma. What a delicious smell! It's even more fragrant than the food Nojiko makes. Nami couldn't help but drool at the aroma, revealing a gluttonous expression. Hearing Nami's comment, Nojiko was not angry at all. Instead, she shook her delicate nose and took a deep breath. This smell is indeed delightful. If possible, I would like to learn to cook here for a few days. When we are at sea in the future, I can make even better meals for you all. After saying that, Nojiko looked at Ning Chuan with eager eyes. Ning Chuan and Nami naturally expressed their full support for Nojiko's idea. After all, sailing on the sea could be quite boring. Without delicious food to accompany them, it would be utterly dull. Just as the three were about to push open the restaurant's door to indulge inside, suddenly a hearty, vibrant laughter reached their ears. Ha ha, as expected of the Bar Thai restaurant, the food is delicious. Zeph, give me another 100 portions of fried rice and 100 pieces of meat with bones. Hearing this voice, Nami and Nojiko couldn't help but smack their lips. This person can really eat. Eating 100 portions of fried rice and 100 pieces of meat with bones. I can only eat 2 portions at most. Me too. While Nami and Nojiko were chatting, Ning Chuan couldn't help but furrow his brows at this moment. Only a few people in the entire East China Sea can eat that much. Logically speaking, Luffy and Ace haven't set sail yet, and should still be in Windmill Village. So the one dining inside now couldn't possibly be Carp. With this thought combined with the somewhat aged, yet still hearty laughter they just heard, Ning Chuan's brows furrowed even tighter. Could I be so unfortunate? I just took down a Navy captain not long ago, and now I run into a Navy Vice Admiral. Just as Ning Chuan hesitated about whether to turn around and leave with Nami and Nojiko, suddenly the restaurant's door swung open from the inside. A young man with golden hair and round eyebrows, only a few years older than Ning Chuan, opened the restaurant's door and walked in front of the three, making a gesture of invitation. Seeing the newcomer, Ning Chuan was taken aback. Sanji. He still looks so young. Although Ning Chuan had long anticipated meeting one of Luffy's future right-hand men, the Black-Leg Sanji, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised upon encountering him. Honorable guests, please come in. Our establishment will serve you the most delicious food. However, there is one rule to note: no wasting. Seeing Sanji's serious expression, Ning Chuan nodded and led Nami and Nojiko into the restaurant. As expected, just as he had guessed. As soon as he entered the Bar Thai restaurant, Ning Chuan saw that the entire restaurant was filled with Navy soldiers. In the midst of these Navy soldiers sat an elderly man, nearly 3 meters tall, built like an ox with slightly gray hair. He wore a uniform displaying the rank of Navy Vice Admiral. Seeing the familiar figure of the old man, Ning Chuan couldn't help but sigh. What a stroke of bad luck it really is, that Carp guy. I hope the information about me hasn't been sent out yet. Otherwise, my journey hasn't even begun, and I might find myself spending some time in the underwater prison. As Ning Chuan stared at Carp, Carp, who had been wolfing down food, suddenly seemed to have sensed something and instantly turned around. His sharp eyes fixed on Ning Chuan, who had just entered through the restaurant's door. After merely glancing at Ning Chuan, Carp couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This kid is quite interesting." Sensing Carp's gaze upon him, Ning Chuan, with a calm expression, met Carp's eyes. After all, this was Carp from over 10 years ago at the peak of his strength and stamina. He was not on the same level as the Carp who would later venture into the dark circles alone over a decade later. If an ordinary person were to be targeted by him, the mere pressure would be enough to leave them gasping for breath. But Ning Chuan was different. With a system at his disposal, he was unfazed by the pressure from this powerhouse, still close to the pinnacle of strength in the pirate world. "An interesting little brat daring to look me in the eye. So can you withstand this move?" Carp said, biting fiercely into a piece of meat with bones. Then a black-red aura, invisible to the ordinary eye, surged towards Ning Chuan. This was Carp's Conqueror's Haki. He wanted to see what would happen. He was curious about how this audacious little brat would react when faced with his Conqueror's Haki. Although at this moment Ning Chuan could not yet perceive Carp's Conqueror's Haki. However, as a ferocious aura seemingly carrying the might to look down upon the world approached him, Ning Chuan immediately guessed that this aura was undoubtedly the legendary Conqueror's Haki. When it comes to Conqueror's Haki, the more timid you are, the more it will bully you. If you show even the slightest hint of fear in front of this Haki, then the next moment you would find yourself collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by its pressure. However, Ning Chuan would certainly not back down against mere Conqueror's Haki. Even if this Conqueror's Haki came from Carp, one of the top powerhouses, it would not faze him. The instant Carp's Conqueror's Haki surged toward Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan stood there with an utterly calm expression, enduring the fierce impact of the Conqueror's Haki. At the very moment the Haki struck him, he felt as if his spirit had been hit by a heavy blow, almost causing him to stumble and fall. However, his powerful will supported his body, forcing him to withstand this wave of attack. Yet Ning Chuan did not foolishly stand there passively enduring the Conqueror's Haki. The instant he felt the first mental shock, he directly spoke in his heart. "System begin settlement. Congratulations, host, for successfully enduring 1 second under the Conqueror's Haki, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now beginning cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining cultivation return equivalent to 10,000 seconds of endurance under the Conqueror's Haki. Host's mental strength has been enhanced without side effects." Almost in an instant, the 10,000-fold cultivation return had been credited. At this moment, Ning Chuan stood within the range of Carp's Conqueror's Haki impact. The mental pressure he felt from Carp's Haki had decreased by a third. Feeling the reduction in mental pressure, Ning Chuan could not help but smile slightly. This time, he persisted longer than before initiating the system to settle his cultivation. System continue settlement. Congratulations, host, for successfully enduring 3 seconds under the Conqueror's Haki, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now beginning cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining cultivation return equivalent to 30,000 seconds of endurance under the Conqueror's Haki. Host's mental strength has been enhanced without side effects. After the next 10,000-fold cultivation return was credited, Ning Chuan once again stood amidst Carp's Conqueror's Haki. Ning Chuan could clearly feel that the mental impact from Carp's Conqueror's Haki had diminished to a negligible level. He smiled faintly at Carp in the distance, then spoke somewhat dissatisfied. "Old man, your Conqueror's Haki is a bit weak. Why is there no strength at all? Have you not eaten enough?" Hearing Ning Chuan's taunts, Carp was initially taken aback. Then a smile crept onto his lips as he instantly increased the power of his Conqueror's Haki aimed at Ning Chuan. Sensing Carp's Haki intensifying once more, Ning Chuan's smile grew even broader. Just as he had guessed the moment those taunting words left his mouth, Carp would stubbornly continue to enhance the strength of his Conqueror's Haki. This way Ning Chuan could continue to settle his cultivation, continuously enhancing his resistance to Conqueror's Haki. System continue settlement. Congratulations, host. Until 5 minutes later, Carp had raised his Conqueror's Haki to the level of battling with the 4 emperors at sea. However, he was immensely shocked. The little brat standing at the entrance not only did not collapse under the constantly strengthening pressure of his Conqueror's Haki, but appeared to increasingly enjoy the mental impact of it. This scene almost left Carp in disbelief. This was just a child. How could he withstand the mental impact of his Conqueror's Haki, which he used against the 4 emperors? How could this be possible? Equally astonished were Carp's Vice Admiral Bogart and the owner of the Bartai restaurant Sepp. Though neither of them had mastered Conqueror's Haki, they could clearly feel the terrifying magnitude of the Haki that had just surged towards Ning Chuan. Even if they were to face this Conqueror's Haki heat-in, they probably couldn't manage it as effortlessly as Ning Chuan did. What is up with this kid? How can he withstand the full force of Carp's Conqueror's Haki? At this moment, beads of sweat had already formed on Bogart's forehead. Meanwhile, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. If Ning Chuan dared to do anything suspicious next, he would treat Ning Chuan as a top enemy. Just as Bogart was extremely nervous, Karp's large hand suddenly patted his shoulder, giving him a slight smile. Then he turned his head to look at Ning Chuan and the others, laughing heartily as he spoke. "You must be the little brat who took out Colonel Mouse, right?" Hearing Karp mention this matter, Bogart and the other Navy soldiers immediately shifted their gazes to Ning Chuan. They scrutinized Ning Chuan back and forth for a long time, unable to fathom how this seemingly unripe kid managed to take down Colonel Mouse and his associates. "It's me," Ning Chuan boldly admitted without any concealment. "Ha ha ha. Kid, do you know who I am?" After Ning Chuan boldly acknowledged being the one who took down Colonel Mouse, Karp laughed heartily and then asked Vice Admiral Karp. Looking at Ning Chuan, who calmly stated his name, Karp laughed once more. "Not bad, you have guts. Even knowing I am Karp, you can remain calm. You little brat, I like you." After saying this, Karp picked up the beer mug on the table, which was several liters, and drank it all in one gulp. "Bogart, add 3 more seats. Zep, give me 100 more portions of fried rice. I want to treat this kid well." After receiving the invitation from Karp, Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before striding over with Nami and Nokigo. At this moment, both Nami and Nokigo wore expressions filled with concern, especially after hearing Ning Chuan utter the name of the elderly man sitting there drinking. Their worries multiplied. After all, the man before them was the legendary naval hero Vice Admiral Karp, who had captured the pirate King Roger. He was a renowned naval officer from the East Sea. Over the years, they had heard many tales about this elder. It could be said that the current peace in the East Sea was largely due to his efforts, making it the region with the least pirate activity among the 4 seas. Almost all of this was thanks to the accomplishments of this elder. Any pirate targeted by him found it difficult to escape his pursuit, and now Ning Chuan was a fugitive who had killed a naval colonel. From the content of the conversation between the two, just now Nami and Nokigo understood that Vice Admiral Karp was already aware of Ning Chuan's act of killing Colonel Rat. Thus, they were naturally very concerned about Karp's invitation. They feared this might be the last meal they could share with Ning Chuan. On their way to Karp, Ning Chuan noticed the worry on both their faces. He reached out and patted Nami and Nokigo on the shoulders, then smiled and said, "With me around, there's no need to worry." Looking at the confident smile on Ning Chuan's face, for some reason the worries in Nami and Nokigo's hearts gradually eased. Observing the harmonious relationship among the 3, Bogart couldn't help but show a look of confusion from a distance. Wasn't it said that this kid took 2 little girls as hostages? But why do they seem so close with no signs of coercion? Could it be that the intelligence was incorrect? Thus Bogart watched as Ning Chuan sat down with Nami and Nokigo. "Kid, can you drink?" Karp asked with a smile while handing over a large mug of beer. Ning Chuan smiled at him, took the beer Karp offered, and downed it in one go. "Huh, this kid is good, so straightforward, just to my taste." Karp laughed, and then spoke to Bogart. "But Vice Admiral Karp, this kid has killed Colonel Rat." Bogart hesitated for a moment, but still reminded. However, he was interrupted mid-sentence by Karp's wave of his hand. Karp looked at Ning Chuan with great interest and said, "Kid, before we discuss your crimes in detail, I have a question for you. Are you interested in joining the Navy? If you join the Navy with your talent, I will personally train you. In less than 10 years, I'll ensure you sit in the position of Rear Admiral on par with me." Hearing Karp's words, Bogart and the naval officers behind him were all left dumbfounded. They looked at Karp in disbelief. As old subordinates of Karp, they had followed him for so many years. They had never seen this old man care for anyone like this before. He was even considering taking on a disciple, even Akiji, who had just been promoted to admiral. Back then, he had relied on getting close and persistently clinging to the ship to receive Karp's guidance in martial arts. Yet now Vice Admiral Karp was so proactively seeking to take someone as his disciple. This left them, his subordinates, feeling a bit disoriented. Listening to what Karp had just said to Bogart, Ning Chuan naturally understood his meaning. If he immediately agreed to Karp and became his disciple, then the matter of Colonel Rat would become an internal affair of the Navy. As the disciple of a naval hero, executing a corrupt official in the East Sea for the sake of naval discipline wouldn't be a big deal. In fact, it could even earn Karp some reputation for being a righteous figure. Thus, he had asked Ning Chuan in advance when Bogart mentioned Colonel Rat. Karp seems foolish and clueless on the surface, but in reality, he's very astute, far more than his grandson Luffy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held the position of Vice Admiral for so long, while fully controlling the Navy's secret unit sword. However, I didn't expect him to directly want to take me on as a disciple. Ning Chuan gazed into Karp's eyes, his mind racing as he seriously analyzed the current situation. At this moment, sitting beside him, Nami and Nokigo showed expressions of excitement upon hearing that Karp wanted to take Ning Chuan as his disciple. This was the renowned naval hero Karp, famous throughout the East Sea. If he could become his disciple, the things Ning Chuan had done before would surely be overlooked. Moreover, Ning Chuan could train alongside Carp, this world-class powerhouse. With his guidance, it wouldn't be long before Ning Chuan's strength would rapidly improve. Even just now, Carp had guaranteed that he could get Ning Chuan to the position of Rear Admiral within 10 years. Such conditions were naturally impossible for them to refuse. If possible, they both wanted to directly agree for Ning Chuan right now. However, moments later, Ning Chuan looked at Carp seriously and said, "Mr. Carp, your offer is very tempting. However, for me, it may not be the best choice. So I must decline." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's response, whether it was Bogart or the group of Navy behind him, or even Nami and her sister beside Ning Chuan, even the retired pirate Redfoot Zepp and his crew, who had been secretly listening to their conversation, were all left stunned, jaws dropped. He actually rejected Vice Admiral Carp. My heavens, is this kid crazy? This was a chance to soar to greatness, and he just let it slip away. This was an opportunity to become Vice Admiral Carp's disciple. How could he waste it like this? Fool, this kid must be a fool. If Vice Admiral Carp were willing to take me as a disciple, I would be overjoyed. After a brief moment of silence, everyone suddenly burst into a frenzy of complaints. In their eyes, Ning Chuan's mind must be problematic. How could he directly reject the idea of Vice Admiral Carp taking him as a disciple? Meanwhile, Nami and Nokigo looked extremely anxious. They wanted to persuade Ning Chuan to reconsider. However, before they could speak, Ning Chuan's outstretched hand interrupted their words. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's response, even Carp was momentarily taken aback. "You rejected?" Looking at the disbelief on Carp's face, Ning Chuan nodded seriously. "Why refuse? Could it be that your dream isn't that damned One Piece?" Mentioning the words left by Roger before his death, Carp's cheeks involuntarily twitched. That bastard Roger. Even on the brink of death, instead of calming the chaotic seas, he uttered those words that initiated the great pirate era. Even my two grandsons, along with this remarkably talented kid, have been brainwashed by Roger. Listening to Carp's complaints, Ning Chuan smiled and shook his head at him, saying, "Mr. Carp, I'm not interested in the ways of pirates at all. What I want is not much. I just want to protect the people around me." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, the others displayed no unusual reactions. However, Carp, who had just proposed to take Ning Chuan as his disciple, was instantly taken aback. "Protecting the people around you." Carp repeated Ning Chuan's words, then fell into deep contemplation. If it were me, could I actually do that? At that moment, Carp couldn't help but think of his little grandson, who was already dreaming of sailing out to become the Pirate King. Ace. Over the years, Carp had wanted to train Ace and Luffy to become competent Marines. Especially Ace. As the son of the Pirate King Roger, he was born carrying the sins of Roger. If he practiced diligently after joining the Navy, he could grow to the rank of captain. Even if his identity as Roger's son was exposed later, there would still be a chance for redemption. But now he insisted on becoming a pirate. If he were captured by the Navy, even Carp, the current Marine Admiral, wouldn't be able to save him. And then there was his son, the current leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. If one day his son were captured by the world government and sentenced to death, could he as a father protect his son? After a long while, Carp's face lost all traces of laughter. Instead, it was replaced by a face full of helplessness and deep fatigue. "Your dream seems a bit too grand." Ning Chuan smiled slightly confidently, responding, "I don't think it's grand at all." For some reason, Carp had an overwhelming feeling that this boy, who hadn't even fully matured, could see right through him. After another long silence, all the negative emotions on Carp's face disappeared. He raised his head and looked at Ning Chuan with a serious expression. "Since you refuse to be my disciple, do you know the crime you have committed and what punishment it deserves? Bogart, tell him the punishment." Upon hearing Carp's orders, Bogart stood up and blocked Ning Chuan's path. With his right hand resting on the sword at his waist, he spoke seriously. "Killing a high-ranking Marine will result in life imprisonment. Capturers can execute on the spot without need for approval." As he spoke, Bogart drew his sword from his waist and pressed it against Ning Chuan's neck. The sudden turn of events startled Nami and Noki, who were sitting beside Ning Chuan. Yet at that moment, Ning Chuan remained calm, sitting there with a tranquil expression as he lifted a glass of beer and drank it all in one gulp. "Admiral Carp, it was indeed my fault to have killed Captain Mouse. But if possible, how about we make a deal?" Seeing Ning Chuan, who was calm despite having a sword at his neck, Carp and his subordinate Bogart were both surprised by the boy's bravery. Even those notorious pirates with bounties in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions would likely not remain calm in such a life-threatening moment. Yet now a child had achieved it. "Oh, a deal. Interesting. Tell me, what kind of deal can offset your crime of killing a Marine colonel?" Ning Chuan stared into Carp's eyes. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly. "I wonder if the whereabouts of the Pirate King Roger's son could exchange for my life." As soon as this sentence left Ning Chuan's lips, a terrifying killing intent spread throughout the entire restaurant. Perhaps to prevent Ning Chuan from saying anything further, Bogart's sword inched closer to Ning Chuan's carotid artery. Do you know the whereabouts of Roger's son? At that moment, Carp's words were laced with intense killing intent. If he dared to say anything he shouldn't, Carp's fist would likely come crashing down on Ning Chuan's head in the next second. I think Admiral Carp need not ask others about this question, right? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's response, Carp was momentarily stunned, then furrowed his brow tightly. He certainly understood the implication behind Ning Chuan's words. What Carp found unbelievable was that he had personally orchestrated Ace's affairs. Only he and his trusted confidant Bogart knew about the entire process. No one else could possibly guess that Ace was the son of Roger. And Carp knew Bogart very well. He firmly believed that Bogart would never betray him and reveal this astonishing news. Even if, hypothetically speaking, he were to divulge this information, he would not possibly tell it to a child who hadn't even fully matured. Carp pondered for a long time. So long that Bogart, who was holding the knife, felt his hand starting to ache. After a long while, Carp finally spoke again. How did you know about this? Who else knows besides you? Although Carp appeared very calm at the moment, Ning Chuan knew that deep down, he must have been feeling flustered. However, Carp's expression successfully covered up the turmoil in his heart. That's naturally a secret. Generally speaking, unless it threatens one's life, who would divulge their secrets? Mr. Carp, don't you think so? Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Carp couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness. Killing Ning Chuan before determining who else knew the secret would indeed be an incredibly foolish act. Looking at Carp's hesitant expression, Ning Chuan felt the timing was right, so he directly gazed at Carp and said, Admiral Carp, you can take my words as a joke. Now let's formally discuss the details of this transaction. Seeing the serious expression on Ning Chuan's face, Carp understood that he was looking for a way to ease the tension from the previous matter. It seemed that Ning Chuan was not particularly interested in the secret of Ace. This kid is quite clever. Carp cursed inwardly, then once again perked up his ears, eager to hear the contents of the transaction Ning Chuan wanted to propose. The death of Captain Mouse was due to him attempting to steal my 30 million berries and a ship. How about this? In the coming year, it'll help you capture pirates worth over 3 billion berries. We can use the bounties of these pirates to offset Captain Mouse's death. What do you think? 100-fold profit your navy will gain. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Carp's face showed a hint of astonishment. In 1 year, capturing pirates whose total bounty exceeds 3 billion berries. That claim seems a bit too grand. Seeing Carp's incredulous expression, Ning Chuan chuckled and continued. Whether I'm boasting or not will naturally be revealed in a year. After a year, I will personally deliver these spoils to your marine headquarters in Myriad-Fold. Seeing the confident expression on Ning Chuan's face, Carp couldn't help but be moved. Those were pirates with a total bounty value of over 3 billion berries. Even if he personally took action, unless he targeted those absurdly high bounty individuals in the latter half of the Grand Line, it would be challenging to gather this 3 billion berries in bounties. Yet Ning Chuan was starting with 3 billion. It directly shocked even him, an old veteran who had been capturing pirates for decades. However, before he could ask Ning Chuan which pirates he intended to target, Ning Chuan's next words caused him to spit out the beer he had just taken a sip of. Of course, before fulfilling this wager, I have one request for Admiral Carp to assist me with. This matter is simple for you, but a bit difficult for me. That is, I would like to ask Admiral Carp to guide my training. At this point, Ning Chuan paused for a moment, somewhat embarrassed to continue. As for fighting, well, I'm still a newbie. Pooh. Kapu accidentally spat out his drink all over Bogart. Cough, cough. He coughed for a while, staring at Ning Chuan with disbelief in his eyes. You say you're a rookie in combat. How could that be? If you're a rookie, how did you manage to knock out Colonel Mouse and his loyal subordinates with a single punch? Looking at Kapu's incredulous expression, Ning Chuan said with a serious face, without a hint of embarrassment, I just have a harder fist and a bit more strength. As for cultivation and boxing techniques, I truly do not understand. Watching Ning Chuan's serious demeanor, there was no sign of deceit. Kapu couldn't help but question whether Ning Chuan really understood cultivation. Nonsense. If you don't know how to cultivate, how do you know about Conqueror's Haki? Forget about Conqueror's Haki. There aren't many on the entire sea who know Haki. Bogart wiped the wine off his face and incredulously asked. Looking at the incredulous expressions on their faces, Ning Chuan simply smiled without offering any explanation. After all, as someone familiar with pirate stories, he felt that these matters could not be easily explained. Your best choice is to not explain at all. You, a rookie in cultivation, dare to take people to sea. You really are reckless. Kapu stared at Ning Chuan for a long time, unable to see any signs of cultivation on him. Only at that moment did he begin to believe what Ning Chuan had just said. I don't think that's reckless. After all, I came to the Bartai this time to seek guidance from Mr. Zep on leg techniques. But unexpectedly, I encountered Vice Admiral Kapu here. Hearing Ning Chuan's somewhat helpless words, Kapu felt a bit speechless. Goodness, it seems that he and this kid have quite a fate together. After some contemplation, Kapu slowly spoke. I can give you some pointers. However, if you don't wish to become my disciple, then this will just be a one-time guidance. How much you can learn depends on your comprehension. Hearing this, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile wide. He had only asked tentatively. He didn't expect Kapu to actually agree. Originally, he had come to learn leg techniques. But unexpectedly, there was an additional surprise. It seems that this time he could also learn boxing techniques. I won't take up too much of Vice Admiral Kapu's time. An hour should be enough. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Kapu was quite surprised. An hour is enough. You seem quite confident in your talent. Since you say an hour, then let's do an hour. Just enough time to move around before continuing to eat. With that, Kapu stood up and walked onto the deck of the bar tai. Seeing Kapu walk out like that, Ning Chuan smiled slightly at Nami and Nojiko before hurriedly following. After all, this was the first person in the world of boxing personally teaching him. Ning Chuan was also getting a bit impatient. Once on the deck, Kapu stood there looking at Ning Chuan's slender arms and legs, extending a hand and saying, "Come hit me with a punch, let me see what level your punching speed and strength have reached." After reminding him to be careful, Ning Chuan gathered all his strength and punched towards Kapu's outstretched hand. At the beginning, Kapu looked at the punch coming from Ning Chuan with a hint of disdain. But as Ning Chuan's fist got closer, Kapu suddenly felt a wave of pressure on his palm. Wait, this kid's punch is problematic. Armament Haki. Just as Ning Chuan's fist was about to reach Kapu's palm, Kapu instinctively used Armament Haki to cover his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, Ning Chuan's small fist slammed hard against Kapu's thick and sturdy palm. In that moment of contact between fist and palm, a tremendous aura began to spread outward from the two of them, directly affecting the surrounding area. Those Navy sailors and a few diners who had come to watch were directly knocked to the ground by the force of the collision between the two. Meanwhile, Bogart, who was watching, stepped forward to shield Nami and Nojiko. He blocked this terrifying impact for the two children. This kid's punch is very strong. At that moment, Bogart looked at Ning Chuan with a more serious expression. If he hadn't taken Ning Chuan seriously before now, Ning Chuan's punch had made this longtime aide of Kapu start to take him seriously. Good, good, good. Now I finally understand how those guys could die at your hands. Such a powerful punch, there can't be a second person your age who can deliver it. Feeling the numbness in his palm, Kapu didn't hold back on his praise and said, "However, this punch of yours does lack any technique. What you have is only strength, speed, and that unwavering confidence when throwing a punch, believing you can break through anything. For someone practicing boxing, this kind of punching momentum you have is indeed very rare." At that moment, as Kapu looked at Ning Chuan, the fondness in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. This was the disciple of boxing he was looking for. Whether in age or talent, Ning Chuan met the requirements for him to find a disciple. Unfortunately, their paths were different, and they were destined not to become master and disciple. If you are willing to join the Navy and receive personal guidance from me for a period of time, you will surely surpass me in the realm of boxing. But unfortunately, I only have 1 hour to teach you. Let's get started. With that, Kapu directly assumed his boxing stance. He began to demonstrate the boxing techniques in slow motion. Ning Chuan naturally wouldn't let any opportunity slip by. When he saw Kapu starting to demonstrate the boxing techniques, Ning Chuan no longer hesitated, directly imitating him and practicing along. After Kapu finished demonstrating the entire set of boxing techniques, Ning Chuan also stopped. However, although Ning Chuan's body had stopped, his thoughts began to move at that moment. System begin calculating cultivation. The moment Ning Chuan spoke, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating a set of boxing techniques, activating the 10,000-fold return cultivation system. Starting to calculate cultivation now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the return of cultivation equivalent to 10,000 sets of boxing techniques. The host's physical attributes have been enhanced without side effects. These are the techniques of my boxing style. I will only demonstrate them once. How much you can learn depends on your comprehension. As the voice of the system echoed in Ning Chuan's mind, Cap looked on and reminded him. However, Ning Chuan did not respond directly, instead standing still for a moment, lost in thought. Seeing Ning Chuan suddenly frozen in place, Cap thought he had disrupted his rhythm with his words. Just as he was about to remind him that they only had an hour, he prepared to teach the next move. At that moment, Ning Chuan's voice rang out. "Admiral Cap, how do you think my boxing technique is, eh?" After speaking, Ning Chuan smiled slightly at him and without hesitation stood firm. He took a deep breath and began to execute the set of boxing techniques taught by Cap. As Ning Chuan threw a punch, in Cap's eyes his movements were fluid and powerful, as if each punch resonated with the surrounding environment. The wind from his punches, accompanied by the rolling waves and the howling sea breeze, made everything align perfectly with the surroundings. Cap watched, his eyes flashing with surprise. Each strike executed by Ning Chuan revealed an extraordinary maturity beyond his age. It was as if he had immersed himself in this boxing style for countless days and nights rather than just having learned it moments ago. Cap was left in astonishment. This? Cap murmured, his face displaying a look of disbelief for the first time. How can your boxing be so proficient? It's as if you have practiced it thousands of times. After completing this set of moves, Ning Chuan finished and stood still, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he looked at Cap. Perhaps I am just talented, he said. However, while practicing this set of boxing moves again, I gained new insights into it. Should I show you again, Admiral Cap? Upon hearing this, Cap couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. You gain new insights again. To be so proficient after the first round and now to have new insights after the second round. Are you joking? Listening to Cap's words, Ning Chuan could clearly sense the deep doubt in his eyes. However, he chose not to say much. Instead, he silently spoke to himself. System initiate settlement again. Congratulations, host has once again trained in boxing, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Settlement of cultivation begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the cultivation return for practicing 10,000 sets of boxing techniques. The host's physical attributes have been enhanced without any side effects. Listening to the familiar voice of the system ringing in his ears, Ning Chuan felt that he had gained new insights into the boxing techniques taught by Cap. He then ignored whether Cap was interested in watching him practice again. He began to practice the boxing techniques on his own. Ning Chuan once again immersed himself in the boxing style, as everything around him seemed to flow gently with his movements. This time he executed every move taught by Cap with remarkable proficiency. He elevated this boxing style to an entirely new level with an understanding that transcended the norm. With every punch thrown, it seemed to contain Ning Chuan's unique grasp of the essence of boxing. Cap stood by, his eyes glued to Ning Chuan's movements, utterly shaken. Meanwhile, Bogart, who had trained alongside Cap, watched the shadow of Ning Chuan's punches dance, his expression gradually becoming quite nuanced. The intricate aspects of the boxing techniques that he himself had never fully grasped during countless practical applications and training. At this moment were being unearthed one by Ning Chuan, reaching levels he had never even considered. Every punch from Ning Chuan seemed to make the boxing style even more seamless and powerful. How is this possible? Bogart exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes filled with shock. Next to him, Cap also widened his eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing the most incredible event in the world. Clap, clap. With a round of applause, Cap looked at Ning Chuan with a beaming smile. Not bad, very good. You truly are a rare talent when it comes to practicing boxing. To reach this level in such a short amount of time is far beyond Bogart, who, unable to master boxing, ran off to practice swordsmanship instead. Hearing Cap's words, Bogart couldn't help but show a hint of awkwardness on his face. Admiral Cap, let's not bring up these old stories anymore. Bogart complained, slightly dissatisfied. Ning Chuan slowly finished his movements, glanced at Cap, who was smiling broadly, and smiled slightly, as if everything was within his expectations. System settle again. Congratulations, host. My boxing techniques are simple, they are just some useful moves I have summarized from practical combat. But learning the boxing techniques doesn't mean your fists can be like mine. You'll need to continue to practice hard. As for how far you can cultivate, it all depends on your future efforts. At this point, a unique smile appeared on Cap's face as he continued, besides abandoned ships, I usually practice on mountains. Under my fists, I've no idea how many mountains have crumbled. Hearing Cap's words, Ning Chuan nodded silently. He knew that Cap was not lying. This old fellow had practiced on countless small mountains before his battle with Qing Jiao. After shattering several small mountains, he had once punched Qing Jiao's proud pointed head into a dent. Thank you, Admiral Cap, for the reminder. Next, I will try to practice boxing with the Red Earth continent. Upon hearing this, even Cap was momentarily stunned. First showing a look of astonishment, he then burst out laughing. You kid, you're amusing. If one day you really manage to shatter the Red Earth continent, I will come to acknowledge you as my master. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's eyes lit up. Having Admiral Cap acknowledge me as his master seems like quite a good idea. Cap looked at the spark of light in Ning Chuan's eyes, feeling quite surprised. Goodness, this kid actually wants me to acknowledge him as my master. What a reversal of fate. After a moment of silence, Cap cleared his throat twice and looked at Ning Chuan, then continued, since you have mastered the boxing techniques and subsequent cultivation, there's still some time left. Then I will teach you some common battle methods used in the latter half of the Grand Line. I originally thought I might not be able to teach you this far, but I didn't expect your learning speed to be quite fast. Upon hearing Cap's words, Ning Chuan's eyes lit up again. Is it Haki? Cap nodded and said seriously. Exactly, it is Haki. Since you know about Haki, the subsequent teaching should be much simpler. As for what I can teach you now, it's only the Armament Haki and Observation Haki. As for the strongest Conqueror's Haki and higher level uses of Haki, you'll have to rely on your own understanding. First, there is the Armament Haki. Armament Haki is the most fundamental form of Haki, displaying impressive capabilities in both defense and offense. Those without Devil Fruit abilities can also use Armament Haki to fight against those with Devil Fruit powers, especially prevalent in the latter half of the Grand Line. Ning Chuan merely nodded calmly at Karp's explanation. After all, this knowledge was already familiar to him. However, apart from Ning Chuan and Bogart, there were a few other capable Marines present. Others who were hearing about Haki for the first time were utterly astonished. What is Haki? This is the first time I've ever heard of it. It seems to be a power that can make one stronger. When Vice Admiral Karp demonstrates it later, I must learn it. This is something from the latter half of the Grand Line. If I can learn Haki as well, wouldn't that mean I could step into the realm of the powerful? Forget it, if you can't even handle basic martial arts, how do you expect to learn Haki? You won't learn anything. Hey, did you hear what Vice Admiral Karp just said? Haki seems to be able to counter those with Devil Fruit abilities. What? Counter Devil Fruit abilities? Aren't the powers of Devil Fruits invincible? Listening to the discussions around her, Nami and Nojiko both displayed a hint of excitement on their faces. Although they were a bit confused about what Haki and Devil Fruits truly were, they could tell from the astonished tones of the people around them that Haki seemed to be something extraordinary. And now Ning Chuan had the opportunity to learn this extraordinary thing from Vice Admiral Karp. This made both of them genuinely happy for Ning Chuan. Hey kid, are you ready? Karp set his arms crossed, grinning widely to reveal his pearly white teeth. Ning Chuan nodded. Although he appeared calm, there was a hint of excitement within him. After all, this was Haki. It was the foundation for becoming a powerhouse at sea. He initially thought that he would have to venture deep into the Grand Line to encounter Haki. Yet unexpectedly, he was about to experience it so soon after setting sail. Hey kid, before we begin training, let me help you feel what Haki is. Remember, this clearly Armament Haki circulates like this within the body. With that, Karp grabbed Ning Chuan's hand and pressed it against his own right arm. Immediately, he focused his mind. A layer of invisible, yet pulsating energy enveloped his entire right arm. To the ordinary people who hadn't mastered Haki, they saw nothing. However, as Ning Chuan pressed his palm against Karp's arm, he could distinctly sense the pulsating Haki flowing through Karp's right arm. System begin settlement. Naturally, Ning Chuan wouldn't miss this opportunity to experience Haki. As soon as he felt the Haki, he called out to the system in his mind to begin the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending 1 second of Armament Haki, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Settlement is now underway. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining insights equivalent to 10,000 seconds of Haki. The host's understanding of Haki has been successfully enhanced without side effects. In almost an instant, Ning Chuan's perception of Haki reached a new realm. However, he did not intend to stop his understanding and perception of Haki here. Watching Karp continue to channel his Armament Haki, Ning Chuan also utilized the insights returned by the system regarding Armament Haki. He continued to comprehend Karp's Armament Haki. This time, Ning Chuan's understanding of Haki was incomparably stronger than before. As he sensed the operation of Armament Haki once again, he could now clearly discern the route of its circulation, the amount of Haki, and how to control it precisely. In this state, he deliberately spent more time feeling it. After 10 seconds, he spoke in his heart. System settle again. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending 10 seconds of Armament Haki, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Settlement is now underway. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining insights equivalent to 100,000 seconds of Armament Haki. The host's understanding of Haki has been successfully enhanced without side effects. After this round of cultivation return, Ning Chuan's understanding of Armament Haki had reached an extremely detailed level. However, at that moment, Karp seemed to think that Ning Chuan had experienced enough. Suddenly, he withdrew the Armament Haki from his right hand and released his grip on Ning Chuan. Hey kid, how does it feel to encounter Armament Haki for the first time? Karp looked at Ning Chuan with an expectant expression. It seemed he wanted to hear Ning Chuan say something that would utterly overturn his worldview. However, what Karp did not expect was Ning Chuan's expression remained completely calm, not displaying the shock Karp had imagined upon encountering Haki. Haki is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, it seems a bit too easy. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, Bogart and the other Marines who understood how difficult it was to cultivate Haki were all left dumbfounded. Haki. Very simple. This kid has never even trained in Haki, yet he dares to say it's simple. Foolish kid, once he officially starts training in Haki, he will understand how ridiculous his words are. I trained for such a long time in Haki, and I could only cover a small part of my fist. I really want to see what this kid's training in Haki will look like. Listening to the discussions around him, Ning Chuan's face showed no signs of tension. Instead, he continued to look at everyone calmly. After all, for him, after such a long time of comprehension of Armament Haki, Although he had not officially begun to train in hockey in terms of understanding it, he had likely already surpassed the vast majority of those present. Carp stared at Ning Chuan for a long while observing his calm demeanor that did not suggest he was lying. For some reason, Carp suddenly felt that this kid Ning Chuan might not be lying. Instead, he truly believed that Armament Haki was not difficult for him. Just as Carp was about to ask Ning Chuan to share his insights on Armament Haki, Ning Chuan suddenly smiled and stretched out an arm. Following the flow of energy he had sensed on Carp's arm earlier, he directly attempted to channel his own Armament Haki. Seeing Ning Chuan suddenly perform such a move, Carp couldn't help but be taken aback. Is he going to show me his Armament Haki? How is that possible? In such a short time, how could he possibly have mastered Armament Haki? Just as Carp was having such thoughts, in the next moment, a scene that left Carp and the others who thought Ning Chuan underestimated Haki completely stunned unfolded. A faint energy began to flow along Ning Chuan's arm. Though this energy was extremely weak, like a candle flame in the wind that could extinguish at any moment, it was a familiar energy. It was the Armament Haki that they claimed was incredibly difficult to cultivate, impossible for anyone to master in such a short time. Witnessing this scene before him, the grin on Carp's face was suddenly replaced by shock. He exclaimed in an astonished tone, "I just let you feel Armament Haki, though I haven't even started teaching you yet. And you brat have already brought out Armament Haki. What kind of monster are you?" Hearing the astonished voice of Carp, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and humbly said, No, it's still Vice Admiral Carp's teachings that are the best." As soon as those words left Ning Chuan's mouth, Carp felt a slight burn on his face. Teachings. He had done nothing, merely allowing Ning Chuan to experience the Armament Haki. The fact that Ning Chuan could use the Armament Haki so quickly was entirely his own achievement, having little to do with Carp. Thus Carp naturally found it hard to handle such flattery from Ning Chuan. Ahem. Carp coughed twice, attempting to ease the awkwardness. "Your Armament Haki is practiced, but it is indeed a bit weak. You must train hard in the future." Hearing Carp's words, Ning Chuan was about to nod in response. However, some of the old soldiers on Carp's ship seemed somewhat unconvinced, so they took the opportunity to speak up. "Hey, look, that kid may have used the Armament Haki, but the strength and amount are really insufficient to take notice." "That's right, I remember when I just mastered Armament Haki and my strikes were much stronger. At this level, he probably couldn't even move a regular iron block. This kid has talent, but his Haki is indeed lacking. It is far too weak. What a shame for such good potential. If he cannot refine his Haki to perfection facing true masters, he will likely struggle to protect himself." Hearing the mocking voices of the surrounding sailors, Nami and Nojiko were very dissatisfied and spoke up towards them. "If you guys are no match for Ning Chuan at all. If you were strong, why aren't you naval generals? You're just a little sailor at your age." Exactly, Ning Chuan is way stronger than you all. You've just trained longer. I believe Ning Chuan will catch up to you very soon." Nojiko also stood beside Nami, raising her little fist in discontent. Hearing Nami and Nojiko scolding the sailors, a smile involuntarily appeared on Ning Chuan's face. He retracted the Armament Haki on his hand and walked in front of Nami and Nojiko. He reached out and ruffled their hair, leaning close to their ears and whispering, "Since you believe in me so much, let me give them a good slap in the face." After saying that, Ning Chuan silently thought in his heart, "System begin settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing Armament Haki for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Now starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return of 100,000 seconds for practicing Armament Haki. The host's Armament Haki has received an enhancement with no side effects." Hearing the voice in his mind, a smile broke out on Ning Chuan's face. The sailors who had just mocked him started laughing again upon hearing Ning Chuan's words. Clearly they did not take what he said seriously. "Haha, what an ignorant brat. Do you think Armament Haki is child's play? You want to compare with us seasoned veterans in such a short time?" One chubby sailor smacked his belly, laughing so hard he nearly fell over. "Exactly, we have endured countless days and nights of hard training just to barely wrap Armament Haki around our fists. Your rapid training might be quick, but strength is naturally impossible. At least several years of hard practice are required." Another one chimed in with a laugh. His words immediately drew laughter from the nearby navy. "Stop joking, little Ning Chuan. You should train for a few years before talking about slapping us in the face. Otherwise, your so-called Armament Haki will just make us laugh uncontrollably." "Haha, well said. If he could slap us in the face with such a short training period, wouldn't our years of experience be in vain?" Ning Chuan did not get angry at the laughter of the sailors around him. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted and his smile deepened. He slowly raised one hand, bringing it before everyone. In the next moment, a suppressed, yet powerful aura spread directly from his hand. At this moment, the level of the Armament Haki surrounding Ning Chuan's hand had far exceeded the previous level when he had just used it. As the sailors felt the haki in Ning Chuan's hand had become significantly stronger, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Although the armament haki wrapped around Ning Chuan's arm was still not abundant, it had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to before. Feeling the enormous improvement of Ning Chuan's armament haki, in such a short time some of the sailors who had just mocked him closed their mouths. Yet some still voiced their disbelief, saying, "Even if your armament haki has improved at this level, you are still not qualified to slap us in the face." Yes, that's right. This level is still too weak. If you have the ability, increase the strength of your armament haki before we acknowledge you. Right, if it's just this level of strength, we still won't be convinced. Looking at this group of stubborn sailors, Ning Chuan's mouth once again curled up. He continued to speak in his mind. System continue settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing armament haki for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Now starting cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return of 100,000 seconds for practicing armament haki. The host's armament haki has received an enhancement with no side effects. System continue settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing armament haki for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. System settle it again. Gradually, after one settlement after another, Ning Chuan's arm no longer had the faint black energy of a beginner. Instead, it was increasingly taking on a substantial dark ripple. The energy wrapped around his fists like the hardest obsidian, exuding a heart-pounding pressure. What was even more shocking was that the haki wrapping around Ning Chuan's arm gradually began to spread towards his body, until it enveloped his entire body before stopping. 10 minutes later, Ning Chuan ceased the settlement. At this moment, the terrifying aura from his armament haki surged wave after wave around him. The sailors who had already closed their mouths were now shocked, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. The sailors who had just been so stubborn, now each of them widened their eyes, their smiles frozen on their faces, filled with shock and disbelief. All their previous disdain and contempt evaporated in an instant. Ning Chuan's armament haki had reached a level that they could only look up to, forever unattainable. How is this possible? Is this the true armament haki? Compared to him, our haki seems like child's play. So strong. This armament haki is simply too powerful. Just standing beside him, I feel a wave of heart-pounding pressure. This kid's armament haki might even be able to rival Karpsima. Looking at the sailors filled with disbelief, Ning Chuan first turned back and smiled at Nami and Nojiko. Then he looked at them smiling as he asked, "How is my armament haki now? Have you ever seen such strong armament haki?" After Ning Chuan asked this question, the once arrogant Navy fell silent, no longer making any sounds. Their faces were now filled with embarrassment. It had only been 10 minutes since Ning Chuan began to master the armed color haki. In these 10 minutes, they watched in disbelief as Ning Chuan's armed color haki evolved from a mere flicker to a level they could only aspire to. Such a high cultivation talent and rapid progress made even these seasoned veterans feel a flush of heat on their faces. Their faces were slapped by Ning Chuan with a loud smack. Nami and Nojiko looked at the Navy soldiers who bowed their heads, afraid to look up. The two of them, with mischievous smiles, crossed their arms and looked down at the Navy soldiers, bursting into laughter. Haha, Ning Chuan is truly amazing. These despicable guys, now they don't dare to say a word. Their faces are all swollen. Just a moment ago they were saying Ning Chuan's haki was weak, but now it's you who are weak, old uncles. These poor Navy soldiers at this moment dared not retort, only allowing Nami and Nojiko to verbally whip them. After all, being slapped in the face by a child who hasn't even grown hair, yet made them feel as if their years had been lived in vain. Meanwhile, standing aside, Karp and Bogart, the two with the highest haki mastery, felt the overwhelming haki fluctuations radiating from Ning Chuan. Bogart found it hard to believe what he was witnessing. How could someone cultivate haki from nothing to this level in such a short time? Moreover, he had taken the armed color haki from almost nothing to surpassing his own level. Could his armed color haki be fake? Bogart looked at the swirling armed color haki around Ning Chuan, suddenly having an unrealistic thought. "Let me test your armed color." Bogart focused on Ning Chuan's armed color haki, feeling increasingly uneasy. He approached Ning Chuan directly, his hand enveloped in armed color haki, turning into a visible black aura. Then he punched Ning Chuan's arm. Sensing the incoming attack, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and met Bogart's fist heat. In the moment their fists collided, an overwhelming aura instantly spread outwards from the point of their clash. The group of Navy soldiers who had prepared to watch the spectacle were blown away by the force of their fists meeting, falling into the sea. Nami and Nojiko, protected by Ning Chuan, stood firm. However, the faces of the two little cuties were blown out of shape by the residual waves. The two exchanged blows over a dozen times, and Ning Chuan never fell behind. During their exchange, he seized every opportunity to counter. In his mind, he frantically called for the system to tally up his gains. As a large amount of cultivation began to return, Bogart found himself struggling more against Ning Chuan's attacks. This situation caused his face to change drastically. Ultimately, after exchanging over 20 blows with Ning Chuan, Bogart was sent flying by a punch. Had he not moved his feet and flown over the sea for dozens of meters to stabilize himself, he would have fallen into the ocean like those Navy soldiers. I lost. My armed color Haki is actually inferior to a little brat. Bogart looked at Ning Chuan, who stood firmly on the deck. He glanced down at the sea beneath him, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. His gaze towards Ning Chuan was filled with an unexpressed helplessness. Ning Chuan's talent was truly terrifying. He was even growing stronger while facing off against him. Such an incredible cultivation talent made Bogart feel utterly inferior. Vice Admiral Karp, I lost. Bogart stood on the sea and returned to Karp's side, speaking with a hint of resignation. It's not your fault. There's something strange about this kid. Karp patted Bogart's shoulder, offering comfort. At this moment, Karp's heart was also tumultuous, especially when he recalled that not long ago Ning Chuan had to consult him about basic fist techniques. Now in a clash of armed color Haki, his subordinate Bogart was already no match for Ning Chuan. Such a terrifying rate of improvement. Even after so many years of sailing on the sea, Karp had never seen anything like it. Mr. Karp, there are 40 minutes left. Shall we continue? Just as Karp was still shocked by Ning Chuan's astounding performance, Ning Chuan's voice rang out again in his ears. Still, 40 minutes. Karp looked incredulously at the clock hanging in the dining hall. Ning Chuan was right. They had agreed on an hour, and there were still 40 minutes remaining. Then let's continue. Karp looked at Ning Chuan as if he were a monster. After staring for a while, he finally spoke helplessly. Since you've already mastered the armed color Haki, let me teach you the observation Haki next. Just like before, you feel the observation Haki. 20 minutes later, Karp watched Bogart, who had once again fallen behind in the Haki competition against Ning Chuan. He shook his head helplessly, exclaiming, "What kind of monster is this kid?" This is the observation Haki. In just 20 minutes, he has gone from nothing to applying it so proficiently. Even Bogart is somewhat inferior to him in observation Haki. Even more terrifying is that this kid's observation Haki is still growing stronger. If he continues at this rate, in another minute Bogart is likely to be defeated. As soon as Karp finished speaking, there was a loud boom. Bogart was once again sent flying off the deck. However, this time was different from the last. He crashed through the railing of the Bartai restaurant. Sighed. It's such a pity that this kid isn't becoming a Navy. If only I had been a bit tougher earlier, at least to make him acknowledge his Navy identity. Karp felt quite regretful. He never expected that in this short 40 minutes Ning Chuan could cultivate both armed color Haki and observation Haki to the strongest level of ordinary mastery. Apart from the advanced armed color and observation Haki, which could still suppress him, everything else was no longer a threat. Just as Karp was pondering these matters, Ning Chuan approached him, once more beaming with enthusiasm. Vice Admiral Karp, there's still 20 minutes left. Shall we continue? Upon hearing this, Karp shot Ning Chuan a glare angrily, saying, Continue. You've almost made me bald in just 40 minutes, and you still want to continue. You little brat, you're really too much. An hour later, Karp looked at Ning Chuan, who had successfully utilized Armament Haki and briefly foresaw the future with observation Haki. He let out a weary sigh. This brat, the only Haki he hasn't used is Conqueror's Haki. Everything else I can do, he has already stripped me bare of. I've never seen such a monstrous kid. Hearing Karp's words, Nami and Nojiko naturally understood. Karp, the naval hero, was praising Ning Chuan's extraordinary talent. They genuinely felt happy for Ning Chuan upon hearing Karp's compliments. At the same time, a thought arose in their hearts to want to practice alongside Zhang Chun. After all, the three of them were about to embark on a journey across the seas. Ning Chuan still owed Karp a staggering 3 billion bounty. If possible, they also wanted to contribute to this bounty mission. Ning Chuan slowly withdrew his released Haki, beaming as he looked at Karp, and said, Vice Admiral Karp, is what you said earlier still valid? Karp, hearing this, looked down at Ning Chuan somewhat confused and asked, What do you mean by still valid? You said just now that if I could smash the Red Earth continent, you would become my disciple. As soon as he said this, a hint of regret appeared on Karp's face. I said bracket what I said before, not count. At this moment, Karp was clearly beginning to regret. If Ning Chuan truly continued to progress at such a terrifying speed, one day he might genuinely be able to smash the Red Earth continent with a single punch. Although Karp, who always kept his promises, looked forward to that scene. But thinking about this brat standing before him demanding to be his master after smashing the Red Earth continent made Karp feel uneasy. At that moment, he really wanted to punch his own old face. What was he joking about when he had nothing to do? The great naval hero Vice Admiral Karp cannot go back on his word. Just as Carp was about to disregard his dignity and say that his previous words did not count, Ning Chuan's voice chilled his heart. Oh no, this brat didn't show it before, but it seems he truly has a belly full of tricks. From the looks of it, he really intends to become my master. Within just a minute, Carp's expression changed repeatedly, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. This brat Ning Chuan was simply too much. Was he already planning to become his master when he said that? No way, I can't stay with this brat any longer. This little brat is full of schemes. Not only did he use the pirate bounty to clear his own name, but now he's also digging into my foundations. Could it be that he had this in mind all along? With this thought, Carp looked at Ning Chuan with a hint of caution in his eyes. Let's go, we must leave quickly. If I stay here any longer, who knows what this brat will scheme against me. It's a pity. If I had worked a bit harder back then, this exceptionally talented little brat might have really joined the Navy. But even if he doesn't join the Navy, as long as he doesn't go down the wrong path, being a bounty hunter would still be acceptable. Carp took another serious look at Ning Chuan. He then instructed Zepp and his subordinates to pack up the food he had ordered earlier without uttering a single word, and rushed onto his ship, ordering the helmsman to set sail immediately. Soon, with the sound of a whistle, a warship with a massive dog-headed bow began to swiftly depart from the Barades, sailing towards the vast depths of the sea. Watching Carp and his group suddenly leave, Ning Chuan couldn't help but sigh, gazing longingly at Bogart on the ship, and murmured, "What a pity. If they had stayed a little longer, I still wanted to learn a couple of sword techniques from Bogart." That old fox Carp actually guessed that I was taking advantage of him. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Zepp, who stood beside him, rolled his eyes. He stared at Ning Chuan for a while and thought helplessly, this brat is truly greedy. But fortunately, he doesn't know that my leg techniques are exceptionally remarkable. Otherwise, he might end up pestering me to learn my leg techniques. Just as Zepp felt quite relieved, Ning Chuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Mr. Zepp, I heard that your nickname back in the day was Red Leg Unbeatable in the East Sea. May I learn a few moves from you? After all, as the saying goes, if one practices boxing without practicing legs, they'll end up with a sheep's tail." As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, Zepp was stunned. Then a string of curses resounded in his heart. Where did this brat hear that I know leg techniques? And where does this strange saying about practicing boxing and not practicing legs come from? I have never heard of it before. Half a month later, Nojiko and Nami's cooking skills had significantly improved here. As for Ning Chuan, he had long since grown tired of staying here. He had mastered Zepp's leg techniques in less than 10 minutes. During the remaining time, he spent his days lounging on the deck in the sun fishing. Unfortunately, Ning Chuan's fishing skills were indeed lacking. It was common for him to catch nothing. However, Ning Chuan did not use his system to enhance his fishing skills. After all, to him, fishing was merely a leisure activity. If he relied on the system for relaxation, there would be nothing fun left during his time at sea. "Big brother Ning Chuan, are you leaving today? Is there any way?" Sanji looked at Ning Chuan, who was about to take Nami and Nojiko onto the ship, with envy. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ning Chuan interrupted him. "Sanji, my ship isn't suitable for you. Besides, your cooking skills and cultivation level are not up to par. If you practice for a bit longer, there will be a ship and companions suitable for you." Ning Chuan smiled at Sanji, directly rejecting his request to join the ship. He didn't want a perverted cook on his ship. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Sanji felt a bit dejected. However, he soon came to terms with it. After all, not everyone could possess such an exceptional talent for cultivation like Ning Chuan. Sanji stared at Ning Chuan and the others for a while, suddenly standing tall, regaining his confidence, and said to Ning Chuan, "Big brother Ning Chuan, you're right, I'm not ready to set sail yet. But I will practice diligently and improve my strength, and when the time comes, don't let me surpass you." Under the watchful eyes of Sanji and the staff of the Baratai restaurant, Ning Chuan and his companions hoisted the sails and set sail into the depths of the sea. After all, gathering a bounty of 3 billion wasn't something that could be done easily. The ship of Ning Chuan and his companions set sail once again. However, this time their identities were no longer those of fugitives, but rather pirate hunters on a mission. At this moment, having successfully mastered the advanced armed and observation Haki, Ning Chuan's cultivation had reached a level where he could effortlessly crush Navy officers of the middle rank. Even against a general, Ning Chuan felt confident he could hold his own, of course excluding the freak known as Carp. However, when it came to fighting against such high-level powerhouses, Ning Chuan firmly believed that with a system capable of infinitely calculating his cultivation, even such formidable opponents could not possibly be his match. With his power surging, he was already contemplating capturing a few notorious pirates on the Grand Line. Yet he was in no hurry to head there. He had a full year according to the agreement with Carp. Within that year, with his current strength, capturing 30 billion worth of pirates would naturally be a piece of cake. Thus, the speed of Ning Chuan's ship sailing across the sea was not fast at all. One could almost say it resembled a sightseeing boat. "Ah, this is so boring. Why don't we go fishing?" Nami, who had been dealt a face full of turtles in their card game, threw her cards down in frustration and complained. You're bored because you've been losing all the time. If you were as good as I am and won every hand, you wouldn't be bored. Ning Chuan, who was using observation haki to peek at the cards, had a clean face without a single turtle on it. He looked at Nami, who was complaining and somewhat dissatisfied, and grinned. Ning Chuan, you better confess, are you cheating? Noki Gao, whose face was also adorned with little turtles, looked at Ning Chuan's clean face with suspicion. He asked with doubt, Noki Gao, you can't slander me. I swear to the heavens I absolutely did not cheat or hide any cards. If I did, then I will be unable to catch any fish this week. Ning Chuan pointed at the sky with a serious expression, swearing. Seeing Ning Chuan's formal demeanor, Nami and Noki Gao slowly let go of their suspicions. However, upon further thought, it seemed that Ning Chuan was always out of luck. They had been sailing for 2 days without catching a single fish. Oh wait, you can't catch fish to begin with. You must be cheating. This is infuriating. I'm going to draw turtles on your face. Upon realizing that Ning Chuan was indeed a lucky guy, Nami immediately reacted, grabbing a brush to draw turtles on his face. Nami, you'll hold him down. You go and draw. After hearing Nami's analysis, Noki Gao also realized that she had been tricked by Ning Chuan. She pretended to be fierce and jumped onto Ning Chuan, starting to playfully wrestle with him. However, with his mastery of observation haki, Ning Chuan naturally would not be captured easily. The two sisters played around for quite some time, getting exhausted and sweaty, but never once managed to catch the slippery Ning Chuan. Damn it. If you have the ability, don't hide. Nami, exhausted, sat on the deck panting and said, if you have the ability to catch me, then I won't hide. Upon hearing this, Nami, who was already quite angry, became even more furious. Watch me launch a sneak attack. Haha, got you. Nami, come here. Just as Ning Chuan was conversing with Nami, Noki Gao jumped up 3 feet high and landed on Ning Chuan, wrapping her arms around his neck. However, at this moment, Ning Chuan did not slip away as he had before. Instead, he squinted his eyes and gazed towards the depths of the sea. There are 2 ships ahead engaged in battle. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Noki Gao and Nami, who had been clinging to him, couldn't help but roll their eyes. They wore expressions of disbelief. If you can't fool us. That's right, this bad guy must just want to slip away again. Just as they were about to continue drawing turtles on Ning Chuan's face with their brushes, Ning Chuan easily broke free from Noki Gao's grip once again. In a flash, he jumped to the bow of the ship and began looking seriously into the distance. Nami 2 o'clock to the east, full speed ahead. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's serious tone, the two who had just thought he was making excuses to avoid being painted with turtles immediately understood. Ning Chuan didn't seem to be joking, and indeed there were ships engaged in battle ahead. Should we go and join the fun? While controlling the ship, the two asked Ning Chuan. Let's go. Why not? We can't let pirates we encounter on the route slip away without capturing them. After all, our mission is worth a whopping 30 billion. 10 minutes later, Ning Chuan's small boat had arrived at the scene of the battle between the 2 ships. At this moment, both sides engaged in battle were flying pirate flags. Upon seeing the pirate flags on these 2 ships, Ning Chuan immediately understood that this was a fight between pirates. However, among these 2 pirate ships, one caught Ning Chuan's considerable interest. The pirate flag on that ship depicted a skull with a red nose. Seeing that round red nose, in an instant Ning Chuan already knew who the owner of this ship was. One of the future 4 emperors with the powerful warriors Myhawk and Crocodile under his command. The clown Buggy. I really didn't expect to encounter this guy so soon. Ning Chuan watched as Buggy stood at the bow of the ship, directing his men to fire cannons. A smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. Ning Chuan, do you know that guy with the red nose? Nami pointed at the clown Buggy with a look of disgust. Indeed, very ugly. I thought the captains on pirate ships were all as handsome as Ning Chuan. Noki Gao shook her head helplessly after staring at Buggy for a while. Meanwhile, aboard the 2 ships engaged in battle, Buggy suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him as he looked at the suddenly appearing ship. Oh no, could that be a Navy ship? In my years of sailing experience and sense of danger, there are very few things that can make me feel uneasy. Buggy glanced at Ning Chuan's ship. However, just that one glance caused him to freeze in place. On that ship are 3 kids. No way. A bunch of kids who haven't even grown hair, yet how could they possibly sail a ship out to sea? Just as Buggy was in a daze, Ning Chuan, standing at the bow of the ship, suddenly spoke with a smile. Hey, are you the future 4 Emperor Buggy the Clown? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's voice, Buggy was momentarily stunned. Then he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. 4 emperors, he said. I'm going to be one of the 4 emperors. This kid really has an eye for talent. Just as Buggy was overjoyed at Ning Chuan's words, a cannonball suddenly fell at his feet, catching him off guard. Boom. With a loud explosion, Buggy was blown apart. Nami and Noki Gao on the ship were so frightened that they immediately covered their mouths, nearly screaming. Ah, that red-nosed clown is so miserable, blown to smithereens. Indeed, it's quite strange. This guy is a devil fruit user, and his ability allows him to tear his body apart. So the explosion just now couldn't affect him. Before I saw him, I thought they were all terrifying. But Ning Chuan, this guy doesn't seem as formidable as he said. Nami and no Kigo chimed in, leaving Buggy, who was still recovering on the ground, feeling quite embarrassed. Having regained his composure, Buggy reassembled his body. He jumped to the bow of the ship, pointing angrily at Nami and no Kigo. You two brats, are you done making a fuss? If you can't talk properly, then learn from this kid. His body parts flew out as he got angry. This startled Nami and no Kigo. However, they quickly calmed down, discussing the scattered parts of Buggy. His body really does come apart. It's somewhat miraculous, but this fruit ability looks like the useless ones Ning Chuan mentioned. It should be just that it seems to have no combat power at all. Buggy. The more Nami and no Kigo talked, the darker Buggy's expression became. Cough cough, Nami no Kigo. As the saying goes, don't hit someone's face when you hit them, and don't expose their shortcomings when you scold them. You've exposed Buggy's past. How can he live on after this? After all, he is also a captain. Seeing Buggy's face dark as a pot's bottom, Ning Chuan mercilessly cooperated with Nami and no Kigo to attack him. Buggy, who had endured for so long, finally couldn't hold back. You three brats, if you don't see my power today, you really won't know how formidable Buggy the clown is. Don't cry and beg for mercy later. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped onto the deck's railing. He ignored the flying cannon fire around him. Looking at the position of Ning Chuan and the others, he directly unleashed the ability of his split fruit. Suddenly, his hands detached from his body and lunged at Nami and no Kigo, attempting to capture them in one go. After all, based on his observations, Nami and no Kigo, these two little girls, should be less agile than Ning Chuan. If he could catch them, Ning Chuan would surely obey. However, Ning Chuan, standing on the opposite ship, seemed to be well prepared. He observed Buggy's hands with a calm expression. With a swift step forward, he grabbed Nami and no Kigo's hands. Utilizing agile movements, he weaved between the arms that Buggy had split apart. He elegantly dodged each attack. Ning Chuan's movements were as swift as the wind, and each dodge was perfectly timed. Buggy felt as though he was always just a hair's breadth away from capturing them. Damn it! How can this kid be so slippery? Even with two people, he could easily evade my attacks. At that moment, Buggy's face twisted with rage. His attacks became increasingly frantic, yet he still couldn't catch any of the three figures, each time just missing by a hair. For some reason, Buggy increasingly felt like he was being toyed with by these three little brats. Captain, the brothers can barely hold on. While Ning Chuan was toying with Buggy, one of Buggy's subordinates suddenly rushed over, shouting loudly. However, when he looked at his captain's grim face, and at the three who were continuously dodging his captain's hands, the pirate suddenly froze, filled with shock. What keeps the captain from being able to move is just three little kids. This is a bit too absurd. The scene before him was beyond his imagination. He could never have imagined that these seemingly ordinary children could handle Buggy's full force attack with ease. After all, this is their Captain Buggy. He is a devil fruit user who only appears in legends. And judging by the captain's appearance, he had already pushed his ability to the limit. Yet he couldn't even touch these three kids. What in the world are these three kids? Could they be the legendary spirits? While this pirate was in a daze, a second pirate who came to report also witnessed the scene. He stood next to the first pirate, who reported, both looking equally dumbfounded. Damn it! What kind of trick are you playing? If you have the ability, stand still and don't move. Buggy roared, his split arms waving wildly in the air, but only managed to swipe uselessly through the air. He couldn't touch Ning Chuan and the others at all. Hey, Red Nose. Your subordinates are about to lose. Looking at the infuriated Buggy, Ning Chuan smiled and pointed towards the enemy ship. Ignoring Ning Chuan's words, Buggy yelled angrily. He shouted at the two pirates behind him. Bring the cannon over here. I want to use Buggy Bomb to blow them away. Hearing their captain's words, the two subordinates were startled. Captain, do we really have to use Buggy Bomb? There is only one Buggy Bomb left. It would be better to use it in the front line. Hearing his subordinate's words, Buggy turned around angrily, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it, don't you understand what I'm saying? Go bring the cannon over here. Those enemies are not worth fearing. I want to blow away these three brats first. Under Buggy's roar, the two subordinates who came to report exchanged helpless glances. Finally, they had no choice but to follow Buggy's orders and push over the cannon that was meant for the front line. Buggy stood at the bow, stepping on the cannon's muzzle, holding a red bomb roughly the size of his red nose. Looking at Ning Chuan and the others who had already stopped, he shouted angrily. You little brats. Now you three have to apologize to Captain Buggy, or I might just blow you and your ship to the sky. Faced with the threat of Buggy, Ning Chuan not only showed no signs of retreat, but instead the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. He was well aware of the power of Buggy's bombs. A small buggy bomb could easily blow away an entire street. In the movie, the enhanced buggy bombs can even cause significant damage to Barrett in his awakened fruit state. Knowing very well the formidable power of the buggy bomb, Ning Chuan seemed to harbor great interest in it. He wanted to test just how powerful the buggy bomb really was. Oh, the legendary buggy bomb. I would very much like to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Buggy jumped up in rage. At this moment, he could no longer contain himself, roaring in fury. Good, good, good. You little brat who doesn't know the heights of the heavens or depths of the earth, let me show you the power of your Uncle Buggy. Before he finished speaking, he showed no hesitation. He directly stuffed the buggy bomb into the cannon's barrel. Then he took out a match and lit the cannon's fuse. At that moment, the surrounding sea breeze and waves seemed to have stopped moving. As Buggy ignited the fuse, everyone on his pirate ship focused their gaze on the cannon, which contained terrifying destructive power. Boom! With a loud explosion, the buggy bomb tore through the air, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, heading straight for Ning Chuan. Bring it on! Ning Chuan's gaze was sharp as he faced the deadly attack rushing towards him. He chose not to evade but calmly extended his hand. Channeling his Armament Haki, it surged to its peak instantly. A layer of dark energy enveloped his hand, forming an indestructible shield. Come on, let me see what your buggy bomb is really capable of. Ning Chuan murmured softly, standing still and watching the terrifying buggy bomb approach. He extended his hand covered in Armament Haki and slapped hard at the incoming buggy bomb. At the moment, the buggy bomb collided with Ning Chuan's armament defense. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, and the deafening explosion echoed. The two ships were pushed back several meters by the terrifying explosive force. The overwhelming sea waves were lifted by this collision. Under the terrifying explosion of the buggy bomb, it burst into countless raindrops, scattering all over the battlefield. The black smoke after the explosion concealed Ning Chuan's figure. As the sea breeze stirred when the smoke gradually cleared, everyone was astonished to find Ning Chuan standing in the sky. After such a terrifying explosion, he seemed unscathed. What a... Buggy stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He could not believe that his proud ultimate move, the buggy bomb, had not inflicted any harm on Ning Chuan at all. Instead, that detestable brat was still grinning at him. I think your buggy bomb is rather lacking. It can at most be considered a mere tickle, barely qualifying as a scratch. Ning Chuan slowly descended from the air, landing at the bow of Buggy's pirate ship, looking down at all the pirates on board. Meanwhile, the other pirates engaged in battle were startled by the tremendous noise of the previous buggy bomb explosion. They even forgot that they were in a fight, all standing frozen in place, staring blankly at Ning Chuan, standing at the bow of Buggy's ship. They witnessed Ning Chuan, who remained unscathed and lively even under the terrifying power of the buggy bomb. The other pirates on Buggy's ship were all terrified, their eyes filled with disbelief. Especially the members of Buggy's pirate crew. They had seen the power of the buggy bomb more than once. But the one thing they had never seen was someone surviving at the epicenter of a buggy bomb explosion. This guy is a monster. Buggy's first mate Machi shouted in fear, his voice trembling with terror and awe. The captain's ultimate weapon was just blocked by him. Another Vice Captain Kabaji also stared wide-eyed in disbelief, as if witnessing something incredible. This is something beyond what a human can do. This time it seems the captain has messed with the wrong person. Oh no, if that kid can survive the captain's ultimate weapon, the buggy bomb, what chance do we have if he faces us? Should we just surrender? Looking at the still lively Ning Chuan and his demoralized crew, Buggy realized that he had probably offended someone he shouldn't have. Damn it, it's all Shank's fault. If it weren't for him scaring me back, then making me eat this useless chop fruit, I wouldn't be this weak, now reduced to being bullied by a kid. The more Buggy thought about it, the angrier he became. If Shanks dared to appear before him, now he would definitely jump up and give Shanks a beating. What should I do? Should I surrender or not? Just as Buggy hesitated about whether to lower his pride and surrender to Ning Chuan, the pirate ship that had been battling them suddenly launched a new round of attacks, while everyone was still in shock. Men, now's our chance, sink them all into the sea to feed the fish. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of cannon sounds, many members of Buggy's pirate crew were taken down by this wave of concentrated attacks. Huh, how dare you daze in the middle of a battle so stupid? Then he'll send you to your deaths. Men, keep attacking. Victory belongs to our wild dog pirates. Under the command of the bald captain of this pirate ship, a new wave of attacks began to bombard Buggy's pirate crew. However, this time, several cannonballs unexpectedly fell into the sea near Ning Chuan's small boat. Nami and Nojiko were so frightened that they hurriedly hid in the cabin, looking timidly at the distant pirate ship. Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan's smile instantly vanished. You dare to attack my ship? Then I shall consider this your declaration of war against me. The next moment, Ning Chuan vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, it was right behind the bald captain of the wild dog pirates. Wild dog pirates valued at only 2 million berries. Such a small amount of money isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. With that, before the head of the wild dog pirates could react, Ning Chuan's fist struck the captain's head. Instantly, red and white brain matter splattered onto every member of the wild dog pirates. Your captain is dead. Do you still wish to resist? I will give you 3 seconds. Anyone still holding a weapon after 3 seconds. Under the threat of death, the entire wild dog pirate crew showed no hesitation, discarding their weapons and kneeling on the ground to express their surrender to Ning Chuan. Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan nodded, temporarily abandoning the idea of sinking their pirate ship and letting them all feed the fish in the sea. At this moment, it wasn't just the wild dog pirate crew. Even members of the buggy pirate crew, upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, laid down their weapons and surrendered. Of course, this did not include Buggy. Captain, hurry up and surrender, or you really will die, said the first mate Machi, kneeling on the ground and speaking softly to Buggy. Captain Machi is right, you should kneel down and surrender. As long as we keep the Green Mountains, we don't have to worry about not having firewood. We must survive first so we can continue sailing. Another first mate, Kabaji, also urged from the side, as the pirates on Buggy's ship, who had not yet knelt in surrender, watched. Seeing their captain still refusing to kneel, they remained defiant and wanted to resist a little longer. However, they saw their 2 first mates kneeling down faster than the other. As they continued to persuade their captain Buggy to kneel, the last line of defense in their hearts was also breached. With weak knees, they fell to the ground, watching as all the crew members on their ship had already knelt in the direction of Ning Chuan. Buggy looked towards Ning Chuan, still reluctant in his heart. Damn it, why does the weakest EC have such a terrifying powerhouse? Is my great Captain Buggy's path to becoming the king of the sea really ending here? Buggy felt extremely unwilling, but due to the situation before him, he could only helplessly kneel in the direction of Ning Chuan. This is just a temporary concession. My great Captain Buggy cannot be defeated. Returning to Buggy's pirate ship, Ning Chuan looked at the many pirates kneeling on the ground. He also glanced at Buggy, whose red nose was filled with the expression of unwilling to admit defeat, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Just like the Buggy god in the comic. No matter what kind of setbacks he encounters, he will never lose his ambition. Otherwise, this fellow Buggy would not have become one of the new 4 emperors of the sea. Though he is merely a puppet emperor controlled by Hawkeye and Crocodile, at least in his lifetime, he has surpassed the vast majority of pirates. Recalling Buggy's life in the comic, Ning Chuan's smile grew wider. Buggy has great fortune. If possible, it's better not to kill him for now. However, since he dared to act against us, it wouldn't be right to just let him go. How should I deal with this fellow? Ning Chuan momentarily fell into deep thought. Ning Chuan, the combined bounty of the 2 pirate ship captains is 5 million berries. Adding the remaining small fry, the total bounty is approximately 7 million berries. We are getting closer to the 3 billion bounty promised with Vice Admiral Carp. Nami and Nojiko held the wanted posters they had found from the 2 pirate ships, combining them and reporting back to Ning Chuan. Wait, a bounty of 3 billion. I remember Buggy's bounty, when he later became one of the 4 emperors, was a full 3,890,000,000 berries. This guy has quite a bit of potential in terms of bounty. If that's the case, why not help him raise his bounty a bit, and then capture him to hand over to Carp? Thinking of this, Ning Chuan suddenly had a bright idea. He thought this plan seemed quite feasible. A bounty of 3 billion, using Buggy's name to kill a couple of celestial dragons, should be enough, right? I remember that celestial dragons seem to often visit the East Sea. The more Ning Chuan thought about it, the more feasible this matter seemed. Thus, he quickly walked to Buggy's side, looking at Buggy, whose face was filled with the words unwilling to admit defeat. Under Ning Chuan's gaze, Buggy suddenly felt a bit uneasy. It seemed that this seemingly harmless kid was contemplating something terrifying. I say, Red Nose, do you want to make a name for yourself and raise your bounty? Just enough to reach the level of the 4 emperors. Ning Chuan stared at Buggy for a while before finally smiling and speaking. A bounty at the level of the 4 emperors. Wait, what are you planning? After hearing Ning Chuan's words, a trace of unease immediately surged in Buggy's heart. He felt that this kid certainly had no good intentions. It's nothing much, just helping you raise your bounty and make a name for yourself. Why are you unwilling? As he said the words, unwilling, Ning Chuan's tone suddenly turned cold. The kneeling Buggy felt as if he was standing before a terrifying beast. At any moment, he could be torn apart. He knew that as long as he dared to say a word of refusal, this incredibly powerful little brat would throw him into an abyss of despair. I am willing. Buggy gritted his teeth and finally uttered the words of willingness. Good. With your potential, you will at least become one of the 4 emperors in the future. And this time I'm here to help you become a 4 emperor as soon as possible. Upon hearing that Ning Chuan was going to help him become a 4 emperor, Buggy was instantly stunned and then looked at Ning Chuan with a face full of suspicion. Help me become a 4 emperor? You little brat. Are you joking? Buggy looked at the kid in front of him who had not even grown a beard with intense distrust in his eyes. After all, this kid was still so young, yet he dared to boast about helping someone sit on the throne of the four emperors. As someone who returned from the Grand Line, Buggy naturally knew the terrifying strength of the 4C emperors in the latter half of the Grand Line. While this kid before him was strong, he was by no means a match for the four emperors. However, even if Buggy did not believe Ning Chuan's words, he did not outright deny them, because at this moment he was not Ning Chuan's opponent. He decided to endure for now and see what Ning Chuan truly wanted. Red knows if I were to kill 1 or 2 celestial dragons, the bounty should be around 3 billion berries, right? As soon as Ning Chuan said this, Buggy was immediately dumbfounded, staring at Ning Chuan in terror. Kill celestial dragons. This guy dares to think like that. It's a challenge to the authority of the world government. The most noble celestial dragons in the world, once killed, would be hunted down by the Navy for life. Looking at the smile on Ning Chuan's lips and the seriousness in his eyes, even Buggy, who had never flinched when facing Whitebeard's fleet, now felt a sense of fear. He had never imagined that Ning Chuan's so-called way to make a name for himself and increase his bounty to quickly become a 4 emperor was to eliminate 1 or 2 celestial dragons. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's seemingly casual suggestion to eliminate a couple of celestial dragons to increase the bounty, Buggy's face instantly turned pale, and his body involuntarily trembled, nearly on the verge of tears. Celestial dragons are beings that even the 4 emperors of the New World hesitate to offend lightly. Once they become enemies, it means enduring relentless pursuit from the entire world government and its navy. He would face not just the actions of a single admiral. In such a scenario, even several lives would not suffice for these fellows to toy with. No, are you insane? To eliminate 1 or 2 celestial dragons, not to mention increasing the bounty, we wouldn't even have a chance to survive. Buggy's voice trembled with a sob, fully aware of the severe consequences of such an action. I beg you, little big brother, sir. There's really no need to do this. I admit you are strong, far stronger than I imagined, but they are celestial dragons after all. Even if we have to increase the bounty, we can do it through other means, like finding Captain Roger's treasure or doing something else significant to enhance our fame and bounty. If all else fails, I can earn you 3 billion berries. How about that? Faced with Buggy's desperate pleas, Ning Chuan merely smiled slightly, gazing at Buggy, whose eyes reflected fear, and said slowly, So does this mean you are unwilling to agree to my proposal? In that case, you are of no use to me. Oh, let's send you and the captain of the wild dog pirates on your way. As Ning Chuan's words fell, a powerful aura of Armament Haki gathered in Ning Chuan's hand, pressing down directly on Buggy's head. Buggy felt the pressure of Ning Chuan's Armament Haki. Even if Buggy desired to use his split fruit ability to evade Ning Chuan's unyielding grip under the might of Ning Chuan's powerful Haki, he was shocked to discover that he could not use his abilities at that moment. Surprised, are you? Having been an intern on Roger's ship for so long, you should understand that Haki can restrain devil fruit powers, right? After Ning Chuan's reminder, Buggy finally recalled this fact. At this moment, Buggy knew he had completely fallen into Ning Chuan's grasp. Even his most adept ability, the split escape technique, was easily controlled by this terrifyingly strong kid before him. He realized that if he wanted to survive now, he had no choice left. The only path remaining was to follow the script that Ning Chuan had set for him. Faced with the dilemma of immediate death versus dying later, after a moment of hesitation, Buggy ultimately chose to live for now. After all, a sliver of hope still lingered in his heart. What if Ning Chuan isn't a match for those celestial dragons' underlings? With this last hopeful thought, Buggy eventually revealed a smile that was more tragic than tears and said, I agree to your terms. It's just about eliminating a celestial dragon after all. Then let me, Buggy, make a name for myself. After Buggy agreed, Ning Chuan released his grip on Buggy's head. This allowed Buggy to catch his breath. I remember a celestial dragon named Charlemagne recently visiting various countries in the East Sea. Then let's make him our target. At this point, Ning Chuan looked at Buggy with a mischievous grin and patted his shoulder. At that time, I'll capture him, and you can take action. I'll help you take pictures. After hearing that Ning Chuan had selected the target for this operation, the glimmer of hope that had formed in Buggy's heart instantly froze on his face. Wait, we're taking pictures too. Otherwise, our 4 emperors, Buggy must have a photo of his heroic slaying of the celestial dragon to be printed on the bounty notice. Don't you think so, Buggy? At this moment, Buggy was so frightened by Ning Chuan's madness that he could not utter a word. The look in Buggy's eyes when he gazed at Ning Chuan was filled with terror. He could hardly imagine why there existed such a terrifying figure in this world whose only thought was to eliminate the celestial dragons. Let's settle this matter. Next, your ship will accompany us as we prepare to capture a celestial dragon to increase your bounty. As he said this, Ning Chuan changed the subject. After staring at Buggy for a moment, he smiled and said, Besides that, I have another idea. Upon hearing that Ning Chuan had a new idea, Buggy's expression instantly turned grim. He feared that Ning Chuan would come up with something terrifying again. Buggy, come show me your split fruit ability. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Buggy was obviously taken aback. Show you my fruit ability? What does this guy want? Buggy was momentarily confused about Ning Chuan's intentions. However, despite not knowing what Ning Chuan wanted, he still followed Ning Chuan's instructions and utilized his fruit ability. He split his body into several pieces floating in midair. At that moment, Ning Chuan's large hand suddenly pressed down on his scattered body. In the next moment, a stream of energy surged into Buggy's body as he tried to sense the changes brought by using the fruit power. Ning Chuan's sudden move left Buggy frozen in place, not daring to move. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the split fruit ability for 1 second, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Now beginning cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 10,000-second cultivation return for experiencing the split fruit ability. As expected, my system ability works on devil fruits too. After hearing the voice from the system in his mind, a hint of excitement appeared on Ning Chuan's face. So this is how the split ability operates within the body. But my understanding is still not deep enough, though I need to comprehend it more thoroughly for a while. If I can deeply understand this fruit's abilities and use that understanding to make corresponding changes in my body, will I be able to transform my own body to use the split form? Upon thinking of this, Ning Chuan suddenly felt an urge to try it out. Although he knew this idea was a bit absurd, Ning Chuan was still determined to give it a try. What if it actually worked? If that were the case, wouldn't he be able to use any fruit ability without side effects just by relying on the system? With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan smiled and continued pressing his hand on Buggy. At the same time, he softly said in his mind, "System, continue the settlement." Half an hour later, Ning Chuan had gained a profound understanding of the ability of the split fruit. He began to slowly attempt to make his body, which had not consumed the fruit, split. He also tried to utilize the abilities of the split fruit. For the sake of caution, Ning Chuan chose to split his hair for the first time. After all, hair can grow back. Even if it doesn't, it wouldn't cause much harm to his body. But if he accidentally miscalculated with other parts of his body, that could lead to serious trouble. However, Ning Chuan would not directly split all his hair. If he couldn't bring it back, he would have to look for a fruit at sea that could regrow hair. During his first experiment, he first tried to split a few strands from a clump of hair. Split. As Ning Chuan focused his mind, an incredible scene unfolded. To his amazement, several strands of hair began to slowly detach from his scalp, floating in the air like the limbs that Buggy had previously split. In that moment, these strands of hair seemed to come alive. Under Ning Chuan's control, they gracefully circled around his head. Then they gently flew past Buggy, who was kneeling on the ground. In the midst of Buggy's shocked gaze, they silently returned to their original position. They seamlessly merged back into the dark mass of hair. Buggy stood by, dumbfounded. Even his signature red nose seemed to have turned even redder from shock. What on earth is happening? Did I just imagine that? How do I feel like this guy's hair seems to have the same ability as my split fruit? Buggy's voice was filled with disbelief. He stared intently at Ning Chuan as if he were looking at a monster. Nami and Nojiko also witnessed the spectacle. The two of them approached Ning Chuan with confusion. They leaned over his head and searched for a long time, but could not find those strands that had split and returned. Strange, did I just imagine that? I clearly saw hair flying out from the top of Ning Chuan's head. Nami scratched her head, incredulously speaking. It shouldn't be an illusion, I saw it too. However, I couldn't find those hairs. Nojiko's eyes widened as she looked at Ning Chuan with confusion. Seeing the astonished expressions of the others, Ning Chuan smiled gently. He knew this was just the beginning. The next part would leave them utterly speechless. System, continue the calculation. Congratulations, host, for successfully practicing the ability of the split fruit for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Calculating cultivation returns now. Calculation successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100,000 seconds of cultivation return from practicing the split fruit ability. The host can now use the ability of the split fruit. Upon hearing that the system said he could simply use the ability of the split fruit, Ning Chuan's face finally revealed a satisfied expression. After the previous training combined with the 10,000-fold cultivation return, Ning Chuan now had an unprecedented understanding of the ability of the split fruit. His mastery over his own ability allowed him precise control over the splitting of his body parts. He could even maintain a stable distribution of his domineering aura while in a separated state, ensuring that every split part of his body could be promptly covered with the aura. Ning Chuan closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to guide his body to perform the split. This was Ning Chuan's first time splitting his limbs. Unlike the previous process of splitting hair, splitting limbs required much more caution. Go out. With Ning Chuan's soft incantation, his body suddenly seemed to break through physical limits. His limbs and torso began to slowly separate from his body in a way incomprehensible to ordinary people without sustaining any harm. Similar to Buggy's activation of his fruit ability where his limbs split apart. However, unlike Buggy's instinctual use of the ability after consuming the fruit, Ning Chuan's process of splitting was far more organized. He could clearly perceive the position and state of each separated part. He could even feel his domineering aura dispersing across these split parts. At that moment, Ning Chuan's consciousness seemed to extend into every separated body part. This allowed him to control each part of his body freely, even in a separated state, enabling precise movement or reassembly. However, at this moment, Ning Chuan's range of manipulation over his split body was not very large. It was temporarily limited to about 50 meters around him. But Ning Chuan believed that with continuous 10,000-fold cultivation returns, he would easily break through this distance. Even reaching a control range of thousands of meters in the future would not be impossible. Watching the scene unfolding before him, the pirates kneeling around Nami and her sister, as well as Buggy who possessed the split fruit, were all left stunned and speechless. They watched in astonishment as Ning Chuan's limbs floated freely in the air, moving at will, and could reassemble in the blink of an eye. This terrifying ability forced all of them to shift their gaze to Buggy. After all, Buggy was the owner of the split fruit ability. Yet now Ning Chuan could also use Buggy's exclusive devil fruit power. How could this not shock the onlookers? No, it's impossible. Buggy's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He stared at Ning Chuan as if he were looking at a completely unfamiliar creature, fear evident in his gaze. How is this possible? The ability of the devil fruit is unique. Why can you use my devil fruit ability? He looked at Buggy, whose face was filled with disbelief. Ning Chuan smiled as he revealed another thing that filled Buggy with despair. Have you already been scared to the point of wetting yourself by seeing my split fruit ability? Then if I were to apply this split fruit ability to others next, wouldn't you directly be scared to death? Hearing Ning Chuan's teasing words, Buggy seemed to have heard the most terrifying thing in the world, unable to help but exclaim. Impossible, I don't believe it. The split fruit can only affect the user. How could it possibly influence others? I who have consumed the devil fruit can't do it. How could you possibly achieve it? Buggy's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. His signature red nose trembled from excessive excitement. Looking at Buggy's current state, Ning Chuan smiled and gently patted Buggy's shoulder with his split hand. Buggy, in this world, nothing is impossible for me. Since you don't believe it, then feel it seriously. After saying that, Ning Chuan directly opened his mouth and his mind. System start calculating cultivation. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the ability of the split fruit for 20 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a return of 200,000 seconds of cultivation from the split fruit ability. After receiving the return of the cultivation from the recently split body parts, Ning Chuan reassembled the separated parts of his body. He looked at Buggy in front of him and placed his hand directly on Buggy's body. The repeated returns of cultivation had given him a profound understanding of human limb splitting. He felt that he was now capable of applying his mastered split ability to others. Ning Chuan took a deep breath and smiled slightly at Buggy, who was pressed under his palm and dared not move. In the next moment, the air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone watching held their breath, focusing on Ning Chuan's actions, uncertain of what would happen next. Split. With a flicker of intent in Ning Chuan's mind, the ability of the split fruit directly transmitted through his hand pressed against Buggy, affecting Buggy's body. As the power of the split surged within Ning Chuan, a subtle yet powerful energy began to flow from his palm into Buggy's body. Suddenly, Buggy's body began to uncontrollably split apart. Unlike before, where he had consciously controlled the splitting of his own body, this time the separation was unexpected and beyond his control. The splitting came so suddenly that Buggy was taken aback. Terrified, he stood frozen in place, not daring to resist Ning Chuan's power. "Ah!" Buggy suddenly screamed. In the next moment, his body transformed into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. But soon he realized that he hadn't sustained any real harm. This unexpected splitting had merely startled him. At this moment, his facial expression amidst the flying fragments of his limbs appeared extraordinarily exaggerated. His eyes were wide open and his mouth gaped in shock. Clearly, he was greatly frightened by this sudden change. "Ning Chuan, what are you doing? Why is my body splitting apart on its own?" Buggy's voice came from various directions, sounding somewhat chaotic, but mostly filled with lingering fear. Looking at his own masterpiece, Ning Chuan's eyes revealed a glimmer of surprise and excitement. He never expected that he could actually use the ability of the split fruit on others. After all, such an ability had only existed in the speculations of his friends before he used it. Even Buggy, who had consumed the split fruit, couldn't achieve this. Yet now Ning Chuan had successfully utilized it. Since I can split a person, can I also apply this ability to other objects? For instance, ships, city walls, or even the abilities and haki attacks of enemies. Or perhaps everything in the world. The more Ning Chuan thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to find a place to test his newly mastered split ability. Seeing the terrified Buggy, he quickly withdrew his power. However, he did not reassemble Buggy, but left that task to him. Ning Chuan, brimming with excitement, made his way to the Wild Dog pirate's ship. He was prepared to thoroughly experiment with his new ability on this pirate ship. Watching Ning Chuan depart, Buggy stood in shock for a long time before controlling the fragments of his body to reassemble. Soon after, he stood there completely unharmed. Although his body was undamaged, his face appeared exceptionally pale. Clearly, he had not fully recovered from the shock he just experienced. What on earth is going on with this kid? Has he awakened the ability of my split fruit? He can actually split others apart. With a hint of doubt, and still shaken, Buggy observed Ning Chuan's actions. At this moment, Ning Chuan had already driven all the members of the Wild Dog Pirates onto Buggy's ship. Following that, he placed his hand on the bow of the Wild Dog Pirate's ship. Before activating this splitting ability, he reminded himself, "System settle the last cultivation of the split ability. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the ability of the split fruit for 1 minute, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a return of 10,000 minutes of cultivation from the split fruit ability." Hearing that the cultivation return from the system had arrived, Ning Chuan's mouth curled into a smile as he looked at the ship beneath him, eager to completely disassemble it. As Ning Chuan gently placed his hand on the deck of the pirate ship, the onlookers' hearts began to race. They had a general idea of what Ning Chuan was about to do. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air around them. All eyes were focused on his seemingly ordinary hand, which concealed terrifying power. In the moment when everyone held their breath in anticipation, an unprecedented splitting power began to emanate from Ning Chuan's palm, rapidly infusing every corner of the pirate ship. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded. The massive wooden structure of the ship slowly began to split apart right before everyone's eyes. It was not merely a simple break, but akin to how Buggy had split earlier. The ship was being divided into countless complete and tiny fragments. These fragments floated independently in the air, maintaining a delicate distance from each other. The onlookers were left dumbfounded at the sight before them. The pirate ship measured nearly 100 meters in length and several dozen meters in width. Yet such a large ship was effortlessly split into countless fragments by Ning Chuan. Such an ability is just too terrifying. Buggy was shocked to the point where his eyes nearly popped out. He realized that Ning Chuan not only successfully applied the ability of the split fruit to objects beyond himself, but also expanded it to such a grand scale. How did he master the split ability? It seems he has even reached the legendary awakening level of the split fruit. What is going on with this kid? How on earth did he achieve all of this? A few days later, Ning Chuan spent 100 berry to buy a newspaper from the seagull delivering it. As expected, the front page headline of the newspaper featured the celestial dragon Charlemagne, Saint, standing at the bow of his ship, mercilessly firing cannonballs at the vessels obstructing his path. Ning Chuan clearly remembered the ship that Luffy's brother Sabo sailed when he first set out to sea. It was the very ship that was sunk by this guy's cannon. It seems this guy really enjoys using ordinary people as targets. I wonder how many civilians have died at his hands. With this thought, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth. "Since you are a heinous scoundrel, let's use you as a target this time." After saying this, Ning Chuan casually tossed the newspaper to Buggy behind him. Buggy picked up the newspaper and instantly understood Ning Chuan's intentions. "This is the guy you want to take down. It's a pity that he came alone this time, otherwise you might have had the chance to kill too and really enjoy it." Hearing Ning Chuan casually speak such terrifying words made Buggy's face turn pale with fear. But he's a celestial dragon. Why does this kid have no sense of reverence whatsoever? His mind is filled with terrifying thoughts of wanting to kill a celestial dragon. Though Buggy was internally complaining, he didn't dare show any dissatisfaction on his face. After traveling with Ning Chuan for so long, he and his subordinates had witnessed Ning Chuan's terrifying strength firsthand, especially during the time they had spent together in the past few days. Buggy discovered that Ning Chuan's control over his disintegration ability was becoming increasingly terrifying. Just yesterday, he and his pirate crew witnessed Ning Chuan reaching into the sea, completely decomposing the seawater within 1,000 meters into tiny droplets. Even the fish, sea kings, and various animals and plants in the ocean did not escape Ning Chuan's disintegration ability. This alone was not the end. Ning Chuan could actually restore all the living beings after disassembling them back to their original state. What terrifying control it must take to achieve all this. Buggy could hardly dare to imagine. At this moment, he had completely resigned himself. He knew that if he ever entertained any thoughts of escape, Then in the next moment he and his pirate crew would be disassembled into countless pieces by Ning Chuan's terrifying disintegration ability, becoming nutrients for the sea. He believed that as long as he dared to run, Ning Chuan would definitely do it. After all, this guy dared to kill even celestial dragons at will. So what else in this world would he not dare to do? Probably nothing at all. The group had been sailing across the sea for quite some time. Fortunately, with Nami, the top-notch navigator, they managed to catch up to the celestial dragon's ship that was recklessly crashing through the sea at the fastest speed. From a distance, the celestial dragon's ship looked like a golden palace floating on the surface of the sea. The hull was completely gold-plated, adorned with various gemstones glittering under the sunlight, like a work of art made from wealth. The flag belonging to the celestial dragons was the ultimate symbol of power in the world. It made all ships that saw it instinctively keep their distance. On this ship, there were various styles of beautiful women handpicked by celestial dragon Charlemagne Saint from the EC and other places. They were singers, dancers, nurses, and all possible professions. But now all of them wore chains with bombs around their necks, becoming the slaves of the celestial dragon. From the moment they caught Charlemagne Saint's gaze, they could only become playthings for the celestial dragons. On either side of this luxurious giant ship, 2 world government warships provided escort. The 2 warships closely followed the main ship like 2 guardian deities. Should any accidents occur, they would charge towards enemy ships, without hesitation, ready to sacrifice everything for the celestial dragons. These 2 warships were equipped with the most advanced cannon systems in the world. They were always prepared to respond to any threats. A large number of world government CP organization members were stationed aboard. As senior agents of the world government, they were the last line of defense for the celestial dragons. Ning Chuan utilized his observation haki, easily perceiving everything on the 3 ships in the distance. Under his deep gaze, the information from the distant vessels unfolded before his mind, without any concealment. Using the world government CP organization as guards, what a grand display. However, to me, the CP organization isn't even an appetizer. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth, seemingly dismissive of the impending battle. Buggy, accelerate. Head toward the celestial dragon's ship, speed up. With his command, Buggy and his subordinates immediately sprang into action. Almost in an instant, the sails were fully unfurled. The ship's power was instantly maxed out. In the next moment, their ship surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging straight towards the celestial dragon's vessel, which symbolized the world's nobility. As their ship accelerated, the 2 escort ships instantly caught on to their intentions. A pirate dares to target the noble celestial dragon, truly seeking death. The 2 captains simultaneously snorted coldly. In the next moment, alarms suddenly blared on the 2 celestial dragon escort ships. The CP organization members on the deck quickly took their positions for battle. Both ships almost simultaneously completed their turns, their massive bodies creating spectacular waves on the surface of the sea. They rushed straight towards Ning Chuan's small ship. As the 2 vessels drew closer, the atmosphere on the sea became tense to the extreme. On the 2 celestial dragon escort ships, the most advanced cannons had already been adjusted to the best firing angles, preparing to unleash a barrage of fire upon Ning Chuan's ship as soon as they were close enough. Distance is sufficient fire. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannons that had long been aimed at Ning Chuan's ship now unleashed their fury. The dense barrage of cannonballs almost instantly covered the entire sea area. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, Ning Chuan remained calm, a cold smile playing on his lips. As if everything before him was within his expectations. He extended one hand, gazing at the countless cannonballs ahead. With a thought, his disintegration ability surged forth from his palm, rapidly spreading throughout the entire space before him. Those cannonballs, which originally carried destructive power. At the moment they made contact with this energy, they were sliced apart by countless invisible blades. One after another, they disintegrated into countless tiny fragments. Moments later, these fragments exploded in midair like fireworks, creating a series of thunderous booms. As the smoke and fire dissipated, Ning Chuan's small ship appeared around the 2 escort ships like a ghost, gazing at the pirate vessel that had traversed through the cannon fire, yet remained unscathed. The CP organization members on the escort ships were instantly dumbfounded. They could not believe how that small ship had made it through their dense barrage. Since you finished firing, now it's my turn. Disintegration. Ning Chuan's gaze was fixed on the 2 world government warships before him. In the past, in the eyes of everyone else, they represented power and authority. But to Ning Chuan, they were nothing but a bunch of worthless trash. Shattered. Without further ado, Ning Chuan unleashed his shattering ability once more. This time, however, he targeted the 2 massive warships and the members of the CP organization aboard. As Ning Chuan's thoughts focused, an invisible, yet powerful force capable of splitting everything suddenly emanated from his hands. This force rapidly enveloped the 2 colossal vessels. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze and time itself became excruciatingly slow. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded. The two warships, heralded as the most solid and advanced in the world government, seemed to be sliced apart by countless invisible blades. The metal armor and hull of the ship, along with the CP members who had no time to escape, were silently and precisely disassembled into countless uniform small pieces. These fragments floated in the air as if enchanted. Then they helplessly fell into the sea, creating enormous splashes. In this instant, the entire sea was left in silence, and everyone was stunned by this shocking spectacle. The two massive ships were thus effortlessly dismantled by Ning Chuan's shattering ability. Their wreckage scattered across the sea's surface, slowly sinking into the depths. Damn, it's a devil fruit user. Faced with this sudden disaster, some of the stronger CP members showcased their trained adaptability. Feeling the impending crisis, they instinctively fled from the warships that were about to be shattered. They avoided the fate of being buried in the sea like the others. After successfully escaping, they all leaped into the air. These elites from the CP organization quickly analyzed the current situation. Finally, they all locked their eyes on Ning Chuan not far away. They had identified the source of all this chaos: Ning Chuan, the one with the terrifying devil fruit ability. What kind of devil fruit is that guy using? I don't know, but his strength is terrifying. Another member clenched his fists, a hint of determination flickering in his eyes. To be able to so easily dismantle the world government's top warships, this ability is hard to deal with. No matter what, we must take him down, even at the cost of our lives. We must protect the celestial dragons. Let's go eliminate that devil fruit user. After confirming that Ning Chuan was the central figure of this astonishing event, they exchanged glances and without any unnecessary words quickly devised their strategy. They prepared to sink the pirate ship that Ning Chuan was on. After all, a devil fruit user is extremely afraid of the sea. As long as they can render this guy unable to stand, he will eventually be defeated. Having formulated this plan, the remaining CP organization members collectively took to the air. In an instant, they rushed above Ning Chuan and the others. Storm kick. They did not hesitate and unleashed their strongest storm kicks. Waves of terrifying slashes akin to sword energy struck towards Ning Chuan's small boat. Faced with the dozens of storm kicks unleashed with all their might by the CP members, each slash carried a shriek that seemed capable of tearing the air apart. The power of these storm kicks was so great that even an old pirate like Buggy felt unprecedented pressure. The pirates beside him were even more panicked. They were in a state of panic, some screaming for cover, while others instinctively jumped into the sea, hoping to evade this relentless wave of terrifying slashes. However, Nami and Nojiko appeared extraordinarily calm amidst the chaos. They exchanged glances, making no unnecessary movements, and moved in perfect unison behind Ning Chuan. They knew that this spot was the safest. Don't be afraid, stand behind me, and don't move. Ning Chuan's calm, confident voice dispelled the last trace of unease in their hearts. At that moment, his figure seemed exceptionally tall, capable of blocking all dangers for the Nami sisters. Just as those terrifying slashes were about to reach them, Ning Chuan revealed a cold smile. System cultivation calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the shattering ability in battle for 1 minute, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Calculating the cultivation now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 10,000 minutes of battle experience return for the shattering ability. The host's shattering ability has been significantly enhanced. After successfully obtaining the newly returned shattering ability from the system, Ning Chuan, who originally planned to use armed color haki to knock away these slashes, suddenly had a new idea. This time, let's try to shatter these slashes. With that thought, Ning Chuan once again extended his hand. The shattering ability once again emanated from his palm in that instant. However, this time, he was not splitting tangible objects. Instead, he targeted slashes made of air. The moment Ning Chuan's ability touched these slashes, those slashes, just like the warships before, were instantly shattered into countless tiny pieces by Ning Chuan. They exploded in midair. No, this is impossible. This is a slash made of air. It has no physical form, but why was it shattered just like the warships? Could it be that this person is a powerful user whose devil fruit has awakened? Impossible, he looks so young. How could he have already awakened a devil fruit? While the surviving members of the CP organization were still in shock, Ning Chuan's figure instantly vanished from the ship. When his figure reappeared, his haki-imbued fist crashed down on a member of the CP organization. Ning Chuan's fist was immensely powerful, blasting the CP member apart with overwhelming force, creating a mist of blood in midair. All defense. Iron block. After witnessing their comrade being instantaneously defeated by Ning Chuan, the other surviving CP members wasted no time and immediately used their strongest defenses. Iron block. Boom. Iron block. Boom. However, no matter how strong the iron block defense was, Under Ning Chuan's powerful fist, it crumbled like paper. There was simply no resistance as Ning Chuan blasted them into blood mist with every punch. 1 minute later, Ning Chuan returned to his ship. The 2 Celestial Dragon warships along with all the CP organization members aboard. Not a single one survived. Now only the Celestial Dragon ship remained in this nearby sea. Looking at the luxurious Celestial Dragon ship before him, Ning Chuan addressed everyone on his ship. Let's go up and take a look. Experience the luxury of the world's aristocrats. Upon stepping aboard the luxurious ship of the Celestial Dragon, Ning Chuan and his companions felt as if they had entered another world. The opulence of this vessel far surpassed the rumors that floated across the sea. The ship was adorned with various resplendent decorations and filled with exquisite artworks. The rare treasures collected from all corners of the world boasted the owner's immense power. Nami and Nojiko, 2 little friends, were filled with curiosity about everything around them. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed upon the magnificent decorations. They looked around, exploring every corner. For them, everything on the ship was so novel. Ning Chuan, can we take these exquisite murals and decorations with us? Seeing the stars in Nami's eyes, Ning Chuan smiled and replied, you can take whatever you want, but if it's too big, it might not fit on the ship. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's approval, both Nami and Nojiko displayed excitement. As they admired each beautiful decoration, they lingered for a long time. They occasionally whispered to each other, flipping through this item and that, seemingly deciding which one they could take with them. In contrast, Buggy and his subordinates were mostly captivated by the beautiful women aboard and the mountain of treasures. They occasionally gasped in awe, with some already calculating how to snatch these treasures for themselves. From a distance, the Celestial Dragon Charles Saint watched the pirates daring to board his ship, his eyes ablaze with fury. At this moment, he was tightly surrounded by a group of guards dressed in black suits. These guards were well-trained, clearly the elite of the elite. As soon as Ning Chuan and the others boarded the ship, they swiftly formed a wall in front of Charles Saint. They vigilantly watched Ning Chuan's group, their hands subtly moving towards their weapons. Should Ning Chuan and his companions dare to make any dangerous moves, they would not hesitate to draw their guns and shoot. Lowly commoners. The possessions of the world nobles are not something you lowly commoners can touch. Kneel down and await your death. The furious roar of the Celestial Dragon Charles Saint instantly shattered the tranquility aboard the ship. His disdainful words of lowly commoners drew the attention of everyone present. Some pirates felt their legs weaken at the insult. After all, this was a celestial dragon, a being they couldn't even bear to look at directly. In the face of their wrath, it was natural for them to feel a tinge of fear. However, a small portion of the pirates burned with anger. Clearly, they had boarded the Celestial Dragon's ship, and the Celestial Dragon was about to become their trophy. Yet despite this, the Celestial Dragon still dared to act arrogantly, cursing them as lowly commoners and demanding they kneel and await death. What a lofty attitude. This naturally ignited their fury. However, when they thought about what they were about to do with Captain Buggy, which involved severing heads, they all calmed down, looking coldly at the already enraged Charles Saint. Lowly commoners. Filthy pirates. Die. As Charles Saint saw that none of the newcomers heeded his command, his rage finally became uncontrollable. He raised the golden spear in his hand, without hesitation aiming it at Ning Chuan and pulling the trigger. Bang! A specially made extremely powerful bullet swiftly cut through the air, aimed at Ning Chuan. However, Ning Chuan's reaction was unimaginable. His entire body was enveloped in the color of Armament Haki, covering his arm. The bullet, infused with the rage of the Celestial Dragon, was caught in Ning Chuan's hand the moment it was fired. Immediately, he shattered the bullet into numerous fragments. He then hurled the fragments back. The bullet shards rapidly flew through the crowd, each one accurately hitting the heads of the guards in black suits surrounding the Celestial Dragon. These well-trained guards had no time to mount an effective defense before being taken down by this sudden attack, one after another, blood and gore splattering throughout the scene. Dare to attack the loyal guards of the Celestial Dragon. You are declaring war on the world government. Upon seeing all his guards fall, Charles Saint felt no fear. Instead, the fury on his face intensified. Declaring war on the world government. It matters not. My purpose was always just this. Upon hearing that Ning Chuan had specifically come to kill him, Charles Saint was momentarily stunned, just as he thought he had misheard and wanted Ning Chuan to repeat himself. Ning Chuan's massive palm shattered the square glass dome atop his head and struck him hard in the face. Just this one blow shattered an unknown number of his teeth. You dare to attack the great Celestial Dragon. Soon the entire sea will be rid of you. Smack. Before he could finish his words, Ning Chuan's palm once again landed on his face, sending all the remaining teeth flying out. What time is it? And yet you still boast so much. The world government is so powerful, why don't they come and take me down? After saying this, Ning Chuan kicked Charlemagne Saint in the abdomen, sending him flying dozens of meters away. He crashed hard against the railing. A huge mouthful of blood spewed forth. Witnessing Ning Chuan's violent act against the celestial dragon, everyone present was left dumbfounded, engulfed in disbelief. The celestial dragons, the ruling class of this world, have always been regarded as the most noble beings. Yet now they had lost their former dignity before a young man being recklessly beaten down. In almost an instant, fear and terror spread rapidly through the crowd. He really attacked a celestial dragon. Is he really courting death? A pirate crew member muttered in disbelief, his face pale and eyes filled with terror. Captain Buggy, what should we do now? He really broke through the guard's defense and violently attacked the celestial dragon. Another subordinate whispered, his voice laced with obvious panic. They all knew how severe the consequences of angering a celestial dragon could be. Yet Ning Chuan's tremendous power made them hesitate to act recklessly. At this moment, Buggy was filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, he knew how terrifying the celestial dragon's revenge would be, and at this moment fleeing seemed like the most rational choice. Yet the strength Ning Chuan displayed made him unwilling to consider escaping. He realized that if he left the ship, now he would likely end up like the others, reduced to pieces and fed to the fish in the sea. After a moment of turmoil, Buggy's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He had made a decision in his heart. Everyone calmed down. Buggy lowered his voice, trying to conceal his fear and not let it infect his subordinates. Now is not the time to flee. We have already boarded the celestial dragon's ship. Even if we try to escape now, we will surely be seen as the #1 wanted criminals by the world government. Once caught, we will surely be executed. Since that is the case, let us perform a shocking feat that will astound the world. After all, we have nowhere to retreat. Whether we live or die, we might as well die like heroes. Under Buggy's passionate speech, his pirate crew surprisingly seemed to be brainwashed, looking at the fallen Charlemagne Saint with a hint of madness in their eyes. Pleased with the pirate's reaction, Ning Chuan felt it was time. He turned to Buggy with a smile and said, "Buggy, bring your men over. Next, you will be the first brave warriors to dare to strike against the celestial dragons and the world government." Ning Chuan glanced at the still-dazed Buggy and the others. He extended a foot swiftly and cleanly, kicking the celestial dragon like a ragdoll towards Buggy. This action once again made everyone present gasp in shock. As the celestial dragon landed before him, cold sweat broke out on Buggy's face. Although he knew that he would have to undertake a shocking act under Ning Chuan's coercion, he still had not recovered from the tense state. At this moment, the injured celestial dragon Charlemagne Saint was still trying to maintain his dignity. He glared fiercely at those around him, continuously cursing. The proud identity of the celestial dragon made him absolutely unwilling to bow his head to Ning Chuan and the others, for in his heart these commoners would never dare to kill him. "You lowly pirates, do you know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me? The world government will not let you go." Charlemagne Saint's words were filled with threats. However, the tremor in his tone revealed the fear he felt at that moment. Tisk. Indeed, after being in a high position for so long, one forgets that he is but a worthless being. Ning Chuan looked at Charlemagne Saint and sneered. Then he placed his hand on the ship's deck. With a thought, he activated his power. In the next moment, the wooden planks of the entire deck were split into tiny fragments by Ning Chuan. Under his control, these minuscule pieces quickly reassembled. They formed a gallows several dozen meters high. Watching the gallows materialize before him, both Buggy and the crew of pirates understood Ning Chuan's plan. He actually intended to execute this celestial dragon on the gallows. To kill him directly and to execute him on the gallows were entirely different matters. "Buggy, take this guy up. I'll help you take pictures. They will definitely showcase your most heroic poses." Ning Chuan had a smirk on his face. Seeing that Buggy and his subordinates were already terrified, he urged them on. Gulp. Buggy swallowed hard, forcing his overly excited brain to calm down. Looking at his subordinates behind him who had been moved by his recent speech, he steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and directly grabbed Charlemagne Saint by the collar, pulling him up to the gallows. Buggy's subordinates watched this scene and all shouted excitedly, "Captain Buggy! Sir Buggy, you are the first brave warrior to dare kill a celestial dragon. Do it. To witness Sir Buggy slay a celestial dragon, even if I die afterwards, I will have no regrets in following Sir Buggy. Sir Buggy is truly amazing. Let's overthrow the world government together." As Buggy and his pirate crew pressed Charlemagne Saint onto the gallows, Charlemagne Saint's eyes finally revealed unmistakable terror. At that moment, he finally realized the gravity of the situation. It turned out that these pirates were not just bluffing, they were serious. They truly wanted to kill him and challenge the world government. At this moment, Charlemagne Saint's body started to tremble slightly. His previous arrogance and hubris were instantly replaced by fear. In fact, due to extreme panic, he urinated himself. The light yellow liquid dripped from his clothes onto the gallows below. "Huh. The celestial dragon is scared to the point of wetting himself. It seems that celestial dragons are just like us common folks. They too can feel fear at death's door. Ha, the celestial dragon was scared to the point of wetting himself by me. My life is complete. Listening to the mocking laughter of the pirates below, Charles Saint was almost plunged into complete despair. He frantically shook his body, trying to break free from the wooden planks that pinned him down. At the same time, he shouted at the pirates below, "No, don't kill me. Someone save me. Oh, I can give you anything you want. Treasure's power. Whatever you desire, I can give it to you. I beg you, don't kill me. Please don't kill me." At this moment, Charles Saint finally let go of his usual arrogance. He began to beg the commoners in his eyes. His voice was filled with trembling and desperation. Facing the celestial dragon's plea, Ning Chuan's gaze was deep, and he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, smiling at Bucky as a reminder. "Time is running out. Let's get started. If you delay any longer, you won't have time to escape." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's reminder, Bucky suddenly shivered. He knew Ning Chuan was right. It had already been 10 minutes since they attacked the celestial dragon's fleet. The Navy and the world government must have received the news. If they didn't hurry, they might not even have time to escape. Whether attacking or killing a celestial dragon, it's a death sentence. If that's the case, then why not? Bucky steeled himself, stepping on Charles Saint's head, straightening his back and addressing the pirates below. "Everyone, from today onwards, the Bucky pirates will accomplish the only great feat in the world. Our bounty will surpass that of the 4 emperors, and our name will echo throughout the seas." Swish! As soon as Bucky finished speaking, he swung the sword in his hand swiftly. He aimed it at Charles Saint's head and brought it down. Crack! Crack! Ning Chuan captured the most critical moment, taking several snapshots. He recorded the instant Bucky's sword severed the celestial dragon's head. Did I really kill a celestial dragon? Bucky stared blankly at the flying head. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate. Ning Chuan's voice, like a devil's whisper, echoed in his ear. "Bucky, this is the photo of you killing the celestial dragon. Take a few and I'll help you contact the News King Morgans to promote the grand achievement you've accomplished." With that, Ning Chuan grinned and tossed the photos into Bucky's hands. Then he embraced Nami and Nojiko, directly jumping back onto their small boat. "Bucky, I suggest you escape quickly. In at most 20 minutes, the Navy's main force will probably arrive." Meanwhile, at the Navy base Marineford, in Admiral Sengoku's office, the special phone line to the world government suddenly rang. "This is the Navy headquarters." As Sengoku picked up the phone, he heard the annoying voice of the Gorosei. "Charles Saint was killed in the safest East Blue of your Navy." In that instant, upon hearing the news, Sengoku's pupils dilated several times, and he froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Muttering in disbelief, he said, "Charles Saint, my God, a celestial dragon. The celestial dragon is dead. Is this world finally going to change?" He hung up the phone. Sengoku sat behind the large office desk, his brows furrowed. The recently concluded call left his face as dark as a coal ball. East Blue, why is it always East Blue? As if the pirate king Roger wasn't enough, now there's the rebel leader Monkey D. Dragon. Recently, there's a rising star named Shanks who also seems to have come from East Blue and is about to become one of the 4 emperors in the new world. This is too much. How is it that another pirate crew bold enough to kill a celestial dragon has emerged now? Sengoku's eyes were filled with helplessness. He simply couldn't understand why there weren't many petty pirates in the entire East Blue. Yet those who specialized in major incidents seemed to emerge endlessly. East Blue, after successfully executing Roger here, has long been regarded by the Navy and the world government as a symbol of peace at sea. But now, Sengoku pondered for a long time, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, producing a dull sound. After a moment, Sengoku looked at his small secretary and spoke earnestly. "Summon the 3 admirals back for an emergency meeting. Also that old bastard Carp, don't let him roam outside, bring him back too." Upon receiving the order, the small secretary promptly went to notify the current 3 admirals and the Navy hero Carp, as per Sengoku's command. This time it involved the world noble celestial dragons. This was more troublesome than ever. Soon Admirals Akainu Akiji and Kazuru rushed to the conference room at top speed. They looked at Sengoku, who sat there with a grim expression as if he could almost drip water. The 3 exchanged glances and guessed that something catastrophic must have happened. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room had reached a frozen state. They watched Sengoku, who sat there in silence, quietly organizing materials. Admirals Akainu Akiji and Kazuru exchanged glances. Indeed, they were not mistaken. From Sengoku's stern expression, it was easy to sense the severity of the situation. Looking at the 3 admirals who had already arrived, Sengoku fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. "A celestial dragon was murdered in East Blue, and the culprit is a pirate." As Sengoku slowly revealed the news of the celestial dragon's murder in East Blue, the 3 admirals were all taken aback. "What? A celestial dragon was killed, and it was in East Blue?" These pirates deserve the death penalty. Akainu was the first to react, his brow furrowed. His eyes burned with rage. He could never tolerate such pirates daring to challenge the authority of the world government. Akiji, however, wore a contemplative expression. A complex light flickered in his pupils, revealing uncertainty about his stance on the matter. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. This news should be sealed quickly. If it spreads, it may cause unpredictable troubles. Although Kizaru maintained a casual demeanor, a hint of seriousness was visible in his eyes. It seems I need to set off soon. Hearing Kizaru's words, Sengoku nodded and said, That is precisely what I mean. You are the fastest. Head to East Blue immediately to see what happened. Once you arrive in East Blue, bring back all those audacious scoundrels, preferably alive. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, suddenly a Navy officer responsible for intelligence rushed into the conference room. Ignoring Sengoku's displeased expression, he placed the situation report directly on his desk. Sengoku took the intelligence report, quickly skimmed through it, and his expression suddenly grew even darker. He clenched the report tightly, cursing. Morgan, that bastard. He never reports good news, yet he directly reports this news that will incite chaos in the world. Akainu looked at the newspaper Sengoku slammed onto the table. He picked it up and glanced at it. After just a moment, his expression also turned as grim as Sengoku's. They actually dared to execute a celestial dragon. These pirates have truly become audacious beyond measure. Hearing Akainu's words, Akiji and Kizaru were all taken aback. They hurriedly took the newspaper from Akainu's hands, clearly seeing the headline, featuring a pirate with a red nose holding a long knife above the severed head of a celestial dragon. Moreover, the title of this news was even more explosive. Execution of a Celestial Dragon. Red-Nosed Buggy is set to usher in a new era for the world. These pirates are indeed insane. It seems that in the coming period, if we do not capture this audacious fellow, we won't have any time to rest. Listening to the conversation of his three admirals, Sengoku slammed the table and looked at Akainu and the others seriously. The pirates who executed a celestial dragon must not be left alive. The news has already spread, and soon the whole world will focus on us, the Navy. Akiji, Akainu, let's head to East Blue together and ensure we capture all these scoundrels. Kizaru, you stay at headquarters. If anything happens while we are gone, we will rely on you to support everywhere. Under the intentional guidance of News King Morgan, the news of the celestial dragon Charlemagne being executed by the red-nosed pirate spread like wildfire across the world. Revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon looked at the newspaper he had just received, his gaze deep and contemplative. After a long while, he turned to the cross-dressing King Ivankov beside him and said seriously, A celestial dragon was actually executed by a small pirate named Buggy. I never expected my hometown East Blue to become the eye of the storm for change this time. It seems that the revolutionary opportunity we have waited for so long has finally arrived. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, the red-haired Shanks, who was holding a wine glass at a banquet, wore a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, Buggy. I never expected you to go this far. Executing a celestial dragon, and even taking photos to commemorate it. Now I find you a bit unfamiliar. Shanks spoke with a playful tone, though a hint of worry also flickered in his eyes. It seems this world is about to get chaotic, but there is still no news of Joy Boy as mentioned by Captain Roger. Meanwhile, in the palace of Wano, Kaido threw away the newspaper in his hand with a cold chuckle. Interesting. I never expected the celestial dragons would start bleeding. It seems that this world is finally approaching true chaos. That's fine. This world has been quite boring. If it gets chaotic, it might bring some excitement to this dull world. Kaido's tone was filled with a craving for chaos. The more chaotic the world became, the more opportunities there would be for an ambitious person like him to rise. On Sphinx Island, Whitebeard, upon learning that a small guy named Buggy had executed a celestial dragon, revealed a hint of surprise on his old face. Buggy, isn't he the red-nosed kid from Roger's crew? I never expected this guy to dare to go this far. Roger, the kids you brought out are all so bold. If a celestial dragon has been executed, does that mean the Joy Boy you have been waiting for is also about to appear? On Cake Island, Big Mom, one of the four emperors, upon hearing the news of the celestial dragon's execution, laughed so loudly that the mountain of desserts around her fell down one after another. Huh. I can't believe the celestial dragons would have this day. This red-nosed kid has some guts. Should I send someone to East Blue to capture this kid as my husband? I lean like bold men. At this moment, the leaders of various major factions around the world all saw the execution of the celestial dragon in the newspapers. Everyone already knew. This world was likely about to turn upside down. Impressive, truly worthy of the title News King Morgan. His newspaper's speed of publication is astonishing. Ning Chuan gazed at the report in his hands detailing the execution of the celestial dragon Charmako, Saint by Buggy, and the Navy's immediate deployment to the East Blue. A faint satisfied smile flickered across his face. From now on, the entire East Blue will surely become the world's focal point. The thought of clashing with formidable warriors already stirs my blood. Poor Buggy, though. He'll likely have a very rough time ahead. Ning Chuan set the newspaper aside. He took a long, deep sip of his iced lemon tea, then turned toward the two sisters, massaging his shoulders and legs, smiling warmly. Nami no Jiko, press harder. If you can't even muster enough strength for a proper massage, you're still far from ready to begin cultivation. Oomph. At Ning Chuan's words, both Nami and no Jiko pouted and strained with all their might, literally summoning every ounce of strength they possessed. Ugh, how infuriating. You're barely older than me. How on earth did you grow so strong? Your muscles are like iron, impossible to knead. Nami's cheeks flushed crimson with exertion, while Ning Chuan, who bore her fierce kneading, merely wore a quiet, approving smile. Excellent. Just that amount of pressure. Keep it up. Sustain this for a while, build your strength, and only then will you be ready to begin cultivation. Nojiko, a little more force would make it perfect. The two sisters kneaded and pounded him for an extended stretch, until utterly spent they collapsed onto the floor and drained the rest of Ning Chuan's iced lemon tea in eager shared sips. Phew, how utterly outrageous. I've never heard of anyone preparing for cultivation by giving shoulder massages and leg rubs first. You deceitful Ning Chuan, are you lying to us? Nami planted her hands on her hips, glaring at him indignantly. She's right. Admiral Garp never made you knead his shoulders or rub his legs when he trained you, did he? If you don't tell us the truth, we'll bite you. Even gentle, obedient Nojiko narrowed her eyes, fiercely fixing Ning Chuan with a stern, unblinking stare. Watching the two sisters' endearing expressions, Ning Chuan simply smiled faintly and deftly changed the subject. With a graceful gesture, he pointed toward a massive vessel gliding across the distant horizon, diverting their attention. Look, that ship approaching is likely the military fleet dispatched by the Kingdom of Alabasta, sailing from the Grand Line. Instantly, Nami and Nojiko's focus shifted, drawn irresistibly to the distant vessel. Gazing at the great ship as it sailed past, they murmured in wonder, Alabasta. Is that the desert kingdom you told us about? Why have they sent reinforcements to the East Blue too? Nami watched the warship hasten by and asked aloud, that makes 10 foreign vessels we've seen in the East Blue so far, doesn't it? So the execution of the celestial dragon truly sent shockwaves across the world. Nojiko pulled out her small notebook and began counting earnestly. She realized they'd already encountered numerous foreign ships over the past 2 days. As the sisters discussed the unfolding geopolitical tension, Ning Chuan casually unfurled the latest edition of the newspaper, tapping the bold headline on the front page with a knowing smile. It's not just world government member nations scrambling. Look here. This execution has even lured Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the man who hasn't left his den in 1,000 years, straight to the East Blue. With a fleet admiral and 2 admirals on the move, Buggy's survival game just grew exponentially more perilous. Seeing Ning Chuan's unruffled demeanor, Nojiko couldn't help but voice her concern. Ning Chuan, do you think the Navy might suspect our involvement in this incident? Noticing her anxiety, Ning Chuan gently ruffled her hair in reassurance. Rest easy, it was all Buggy's doing. The photographs are already published and broadcast worldwide. He's utterly exposed with no escape possible. Once his bounty is announced, we'll simply capture him and hand him over to Admiral Garp, settling my debt with him once and for all. Hearing Ning Chuan's meticulous plan, Nami shook her head playfully and declared with mock seriousness, Ning Chuan, you really are devious. But, well, Buggy did try to target us first, so landing in your hands is simply his misfortune. So what's our next move? Shall we follow these great nations' warships and go watch the spectacle unfold? Seeing the spark of excitement in Nami's eyes, Ning Chuan chuckled and gently shook his head. No rush, let the bullets fly a while longer. After all, protagonists always make their grand entrance at the most decisive moment. I suspect this won't just draw world government officials. Pirate factions hostile to them will also refuse to miss such a historic spectacle. So now isn't the ideal time to join the fray? At this, Ning Chuan shifted tone, turning to them with a warm, inviting smile. There's somewhere I'd like to visit. Shall we go together? At his words, Nami and Nojiko instinctively lifted their heads, eyes wide with curiosity, awaiting his revelation. Frostmoon Village, nestled deep within the East Blue. Not only does it teach swordsmanship, but also the ancient art of sword forging. I'll craft each of you a supreme-grade great sword. The moment Ning Chuan finished speaking, stars shimmered brightly in Nami's and Nojiko's eyes. A supreme-grade great sword? But can such a blade truly be forged so easily? Both had heard Ning Chuan explain the world's weapon-tier hierarchy before, and fully understood how monumentally difficult it was to forge a supreme-grade great sword. Yet seeing Ning Chuan's unwavering confidence, they quietly suppressed their doubts. After all this time together, they knew one immutable truth: Ning Chuan was not someone to be judged by ordinary standards. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could actually forge them each a supreme-grade great sword. Leveraging his favor with Morgan, the very man to whom he'd supplied the photograph of Buggy beheading the celestial dragon, Ning Chuan successfully obtained Frost Moon Village's precise coordinates. It was an exceedingly remote location. Ever since the Frost Moon clan departed Wano country, they'd lived in seclusion within this obscure village unknown to nearly all outsiders. Yet even this hidden enclave had been pinpointed by Morgan's vast fleet of news-carrying seagulls. Morgan proves remarkably reliable. Next time I orchestrate another world-shaking scoop, I'll certainly call on him again. When their small vessel finally docked at Frost Moon Village's harbor, Ning Chuan leapt ashore with the two sisters cradled affectionately in his arms. After prolonged sea travel, the simple sensation of solid ground beneath one's feet felt profoundly grounding. Just as the trio prepared to step inland, Ning Chuan caught sight of a green-haired youth, about their own age, straining through push-ups on the beach, weighted down by a colossal sandbag. Beside him stood 3 wooden swords planted upright in the sand like solemn sentinels. The instant Ning Chuan laid eyes upon the youth's arduous training, a subtle knowing curve tugged at the corner of his lips, and he couldn't resist speaking aloud. What an extraordinary coincidence, to meet young Zoro the very moment we disembark. Nami and Nojiko stood on the beach, their faces serious as they watched Zoro, who was sweating profusely not far away. He was carrying a weight several times heavier than his own body, diligently training to enhance his strength. After countless push-ups, he finally threw off the enormous sandbag from his back. Without hesitation, he picked up 3 wooden swords that were propped up beside him. He continued practicing his unique 3-sword style. With every swing of his sword, his muscles tensed intensely. At that moment, his dedication and focus moved both Nami and Nojiko. This guy with hair like seaweed is training so earnestly. If only we could train as diligently as he does, wouldn't we make significant progress quickly? Nami and Nojiko couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing their words, Ning Chuan reached out and gently tapped each of their heads. If you could put in half the effort he does during training, I would save a lot of energy. Come on, let's not disturb others' training. Let's go check out the village. With that, Ning Chuan stepped towards the entrance of Frost Moon Village. Nami and Nojiko glanced at Zoro, who was diligently training, and then looked up at Ning Chuan's back. A strange expression appeared on their faces. In their impression, Ning Chuan's daily training seemed incredibly easy. He was completely different from the green-haired boy in front of them. They had never seen Ning Chuan sweat during training. For some reason, it seemed that Ning Chuan could always train in a relatively relaxed manner. For instance, the set of Kuin boxing he developed. Nami and her sister had secretly practiced it countless times. Yet they felt no improvement whatsoever. At most, their waists became a bit more flexible and their shoulders were stronger when bumping into things. But it was completely different from Ning Chuan, who showed significant improvement after every training session. In their memory, Ning Chuan always appeared to handle whatever he practiced with ease. It was as if the enhancement of strength and skill was a natural process for him. Compared to the hard-working boy in front of them, Ning Chuan's training process seemed far too easy. How on earth does Ning Chuan do it? At that moment, both Nami and Nojiko felt a twinge of curiosity. However, they knew well that this could be Ning Chuan's unique ability, something others would never learn. If they wanted to become stronger, they would probably have to walk the hard training path that this boy was taking. No matter how difficult the upcoming training is, I will continue to get stronger. Even if I can't help Ning Chuan in battle, at the very least, I cannot become a burden to him. At this moment, both Nami and Nojiko were filled with that thought. They had made up their minds it was time for them to start training seriously. Ning Chuan walked into Frost Moon Village. Soon he learned from the villagers about the location of Gung Shiro's one-heart swordsmanship dojo. Upon entering the dojo, the wooden floor beneath his feet emitted a slight creaking sound. The air was filled with the scent of wood shavings and sword oil used for maintaining wooden swords. It seemed that this swordsmanship dojo had been established for a long time. In front of Ning Chuan stood Gung Shiro, bespectacled and refined. He was patiently guiding a group of young children in practicing swordsmanship. Though their swordplay was somewhat clumsy, each child was intensely focused and serious in their actions. Among the many children, one girl stood out remarkably. Her swordsmanship was smooth and powerful. Each swing was executed perfectly. Looking at her determined expression, it seemed that every swing contained a resolution beyond her years. Seeing this strong girl, Ning Chuan immediately recognized her identity. This exceptionally skilled girl was none other than Gung Shiro's daughter, Conqueror. When Ning Chuan and the others stepped into the dojo, Gung Shiro noticed them. He turned his head, politely nodding to Ning Chuan, signaling them to wait a moment. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded in response. He stood quietly to the side with Nami and Nojiko, observing the children's training. However, when Ning Chuan looked at Conqueror, his gaze lingered on her for a while. He could tell that her current swordsmanship skills were indeed far superior to those of Zoro. If it weren't for that accursed supreme grand staircase, the East Sea might have produced a female swordsman comparable to the future Zoro. After a training session ended, Gengshiro allowed the children to have some free time. He squinted his eyes and walked towards Ning Chuan and the others. Welcome to the One Heart Swordsmanship Dojo. I am Gengshiro, the dojo master. Which children are you three? Why haven't I seen you in the village before? Gengshiro's voice was calm, carrying a hint of the steadiness unique to swordsmen. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and answered politely. Hello, Master Gengshiro. I am Ning Chuan, an enthusiast of swordsmanship. We come from Cocoa West Village in the East Sea, hoping to learn some knowledge about swordsmanship and sword forging here. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Gengshiro was taken aback. He didn't expect someone to come all the way from such a distant place to learn sword skills, especially 3 young children. Just 3 children dared to sail so far across the sea to find him. That courage was truly admirable. However, that was not what surprised him the most. What surprised Gengshiro even more was that the leading boy not only knew he practiced swordsmanship, but also that he forged swords. You must know that in the entire East Sea there aren't many who are aware of this. Gengshiro's surprise flashed across his face. He took a few steps closer, scrutinizing Ning Chuan, staring at him for quite some time before finally speaking. Little guy, you seem to be well informed. Indeed, our Frostmoon family not only studies swordsmanship, but also has some research in sword forging. However, little guy, while swordsmanship is easy to learn and teach, sword forging depends on talent. I can't guarantee I can teach you. Ning Chuan smiled, slightly sincerity evident in his eyes. Mr. Gengshiro, please feel free to teach. I have some confidence in my talent. Seeing the confidence on Ning Chuan's face, Gengshiro couldn't help but grow more curious about him. Unlike the other kids he usually interacted with, none had ever been this confident. An interesting kid. Gengshiro evaluated him in his heart. Since you've come all the way to our little dojo, why don't you stay here for a while? Let's start with the basics of swordsmanship. Once your sword skills are good enough, you can start learning sword forging. After all, how could someone who can't even wield a sword properly forge a good sword? Hearing that Gengshiro had agreed for the 3 of them to stay here, Ning Chuan's face showed a smile. He then casually reached into his pocket and pulled out a money pouch filled with gold coins. Without any hesitation, he directly tossed the heavy pouch into Gengshiro's hands. Consider this our tuition, and it also includes the materials for learning sword forging. Gengshiro took the money pouch from Ning Chuan, a strange expression appearing on his face. He could sense that the pouch didn't seem to contain berries. Curious, he opened the pouch to take a look. Inside were large gold coins gleaming with an enticing golden light, almost blinding Gengshiro, who usually kept his eyes squinted. These gold coins. The total must be over 10 million berries. These 3 kids are truly outrageous. So much money, is this just tuition? Where did these little tycoons come from? Are they here to support my dojo? Gengshiro stared at the bag of money in his hand, completely stunned in place. For a moment he felt a bit at a loss. Beside him, Guyana looked at her father, who had suddenly frozen. Curiosity piqued, she stepped forward to take a look. When she saw the large gold coins in the bag, she was just as stunned as Gengshiro. Money, so much money. After a long while, the father and daughter finally snapped back to reality. Their gazes towards Ning Chuan and the others were filled with much more curiosity than before. Since you have accepted the money, we can begin. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, he walked over to the place where the wooden swords were kept and casually drew a wooden sword. Nami and Nokigo followed suit, each picking up a wooden sword. They looked at Ning Chuan and the others, ready to join the training at their sword dojo. Gengshiro shook his head, helplessly putting away the large gold coins that Ning Chuan had thrown at him. He took out a wooden knife and approached Ning Chuan and the others. First, let me teach you some basics to see what your talent in swordsmanship is like. With that, Gengshiro slowly drew the wooden sword from his waist, his movements steady and elegant. He looked at Ning Chuan and the others and directly demonstrated a set of seemingly simple, yet profound basic sword movements that contained the essence of his years of swordsmanship. Every posture and swing of the sword reflected his unique understanding of the art. Gengshiro planned to teach Ning Chuan and the others a basic set of sword movements. He would then have them demonstrate it for him to assess their talent in swordsmanship, allowing him to tailor his teaching according to their different abilities. However, he did not expect that during his demonstration Ning Chuan had already begun to practice along with him. By the time he finished his demonstration, Ning Chuan lowered the sword in his hand. Meanwhile, Nami and Nokigo, who were supposed to practice alongside Ning Chuan, were left completely bewildered. They could only remember a few scattered movements, and many details were completely lost on them. Ning Chuan, you actually followed me in practicing just now? Gengshiro asked, somewhat incredulous. Ning Chuan did not respond, merely nodding silently. At the same time he spoke in his heart, system begin the cultivation settlement. Congratulations, host successfully practiced a set of sword techniques, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Settlement begins now. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining the cultivation return for 1,000 sets of sword techniques. Host's understanding of Gung Silang's sword techniques has greatly improved. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. Having already received the cultivation return, he was now able to execute the set of sword techniques he had just practiced with great completeness and skill. Seeing Ning Chuan nod, Gung Silang's eyes, which had been squinted, suddenly widened, and he appeared extraordinarily excited. He stared at Ning Chuan for a while before finally, unable to contain himself, saying, Can you demonstrate that set of sword techniques for me again? Hearing Gung Silang's excited voice, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and directly replied, Sure. I was originally planning to practice it again to familiarize myself. Mr. Gung Silang, please help me check what areas I still need to improve. With that, Ning Chuan picked up the wooden sword once more. He focused his mind, and without Gung Silang leading, began practicing the set of sword techniques Gung Silang had just demonstrated. However, this time, everyone was astonished. Ning Chuan's movements while swinging the sword were almost identical to Gung Silang's demonstration just now. His swordsmanship was fluid and precise, showing no signs of awkwardness. It was as if he had already mastered this set of sword techniques, every movement seeming to have been practiced thousands of times. Gung Silang and Gu Yaina watched intently from the side. Their expressions shifted from initial curiosity to incredulous astonishment, especially when they saw that Ning Chuan had even grasped all the subtle details of the sword techniques. Gung Silang couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, A genius. This kid is simply a rare talent in the path of swordsmanship. Although my set of sword techniques isn't that difficult, it's impossible for an ordinary person to master it to such an exaggerated level just by glancing at it. But he managed to practice it just once and achieved a level of proficiency akin to having trained for thousands of times. This kid's talent is truly astonishing. Completing the final stance, Ning Chuan stood firmly, returning the wooden sword to his waist, looking at Gung Silang with a bright smile. Mr. Gung Silang, how did I do with this set of sword techniques? Hearing Ning Chuan's voice, Gung Silang finally snapped back from his shock. He took a deep breath, his expression gradually returning to its usual warmth, but at that moment his eyes sparkled with even brighter light. Ning Chuan, you actually grasped this set of sword techniques in just one go. You possess a talent in swordsmanship that surpasses ordinary imagination. If you are willing to work hard on the path of swordsmanship from now on, then, within 20 years, no 10 years, you will undoubtedly become a great swordsman in Shanghai. Gung Silang did not hesitate to shower Ning Chuan with praise, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Beside them, Gu Yaina, upon hearing her father's words, clutched her wooden sword tightly, staring at Ning Chuan in shock. She had grown up in the dojo for so long, but it was the first time she heard her father praise someone so highly. Nami and Nokigo, upon hearing Gung Silang praise Ning Chuan so much, wore beaming smiles, especially when they heard Gung Silang say that Ning Chuan could become a great swordsman in the future. The stories they had heard about great swordsmen since childhood instantly flashed before their eyes. Great swordsmen are really cool. I can't wait to see what Ning Chuan looks like when he becomes a great swordsman. Ning Chuan did not take Gung Silang's evaluation to heart. He actually didn't need to be told, as he was well aware. Becoming a great swordsman was merely a matter of time for him. But the 10 years Gung Silang mentioned still felt too long. Mr. Gung Silang, I think 10 years is still too long to become a great swordsman. 10 years is too long. Ooh, I want to seize the day. Next, please start teaching me the real combat sword techniques. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, Gung Silang had yet to respond. Suddenly, Gu Yaina, who had been staring at Ning Chuan, stood in front of him, furious for some reason. 10 years too long. What do you think great swordsmen and swordsmanship are? I admit your talent in swordsmanship is strong, even far beyond mine, reaching a level I find hard to approach. But swordsmanship is not as simple as you think. Don't think that just because you practiced one set of sword techniques, you can act all high and mighty, you little brat. Seeing Gu Yaina become furious because of his comments on swordsmanship, Ning Chuan said nothing more, merely smiled at her and said, Miss Gu Yaina, it seems you know quite a bit about swordsmanship and great swordsmen. How about you pick up your sword and teach me what swordsmanship and great swordsmen are? I was just about to suggest that. If you lose, you must never again underestimate the way of the sword, or true sword masters. Kuina raised her wooden sword and pointed it solemnly at Ning Chuan. And if I lose? Here's my proposal. Should you lose, you'll train under me. Wherever I go, you follow. How does that sound? Ning Chuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Furusawa instinctively turned his gaze toward him. What does this brat mean? Could he possibly be trying to spirit away my beloved daughter? At that thought, he glanced sideways at Nami and Nojiko, who stood quietly beside Ning Chuan. Then, as if struck by sudden revelation, Furusawa tensed inwardly. Could it be? These two girls were also lured aboard by this wily boy. Now he's turning his charms on Kuina too. No, absolutely not. I won't let Kuina fall for his tricks. Yet before Furusawa could intervene, Kuina stepped forward first and spoke with unwavering seriousness. Agreed. I've trained in swordsmanship for years. I will not lose to a novice like you. Hearing his daughter's words, Furusawa's heart sank like stone. Still, he quickly steadied himself, clinging to a sliver of hope. He's only just begun training. He surely can't match Kuina. Surely. Can he? No. Surely. What surely? This impudent boy shall not steal away my precious daughter. Not unless his swordsmanship first passes my test. At that very thought, Furusawa clenched his wooden sword, his aura flaring fiercely as his eyes locked onto Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan felt the surge of killing intent instantly. No need to look, he knew full well its source. After all, courting someone's daughter right beneath her father's nose was rather brazen. Kuina, stand aside. Let me handle this. Just as Ning Chuan reached for his wooden blade to settle matters, swordward, a firm voice rang out from the dojo's entrance. Ning Chuan and Kuina both turned, and there stood young Zoro at the threshold, 3 swords strapped firmly across his back, his expression resolute. Seeing Zoro step forward to challenge him in Kuina's stead, Ning Chuan couldn't suppress a faint smile. Zoro, this is my duel. It has nothing to do with you. You will not interfere. Yet the stubborn boy refused to heed Kuina's command. In an instant, his 3 wooden swords whirled through the air with thunderous force. Zoro strode forward, brandishing all 3 blades, charging headlong at Ning Chuan with unrelenting ferocity. 3-sword style. As Zoro closed in, Ning Chuan remained motionless, a quiet smile playing upon his lips as he silently thought. System, calculate the cultivation gains from my recent sword practice. Congratulations, cultivator. You have successfully mastered a complete sword art, thereby activating the 10,000-fold return cultivation system. Cultivation assessment now commencing. Assessment complete. You have received the cultivation essence equivalent to mastering 10,000 sword arts. Your mastery of Furusawa's sword techniques has advanced dramatically. Feeling the torrent of return sword cultivation energy flood his being, Ning Chuan's comprehension of the sword Tao surged to a new profound level. Watching Zoro hurtle toward him, Ning Chuan deliberately refrained from drawing upon any power beyond pure sword technique. After all, for one who already commanded armament and observation haki, deploying either would be little more than bullying a child. Moreover, his swordsmanship had already undergone 2 rounds of the system's 10,000-fold cultivation return. He held absolute confidence with his current sword cultivation alone, he could effortlessly overwhelm Zoro. As Zoro's 3 blades neared, Ning Chuan casually extended his wooden sword, not with force, but with perfect timing, and flicked his wrist. His blade shot forth like lightning, striking the precise convergence point of all 3. A crisp ting echoed sharply. Zoro's 3 swords flew from his grasp, scattering across the floor. Ning Chuan's blade then swept downward in seamless continuity, its tip resting lightly against Zoro's throat. His movement flowed with such flawless grace, as though rehearsed 1,000 times within his mind. His swordsmanship has grown stronger again. Furusawa watched Ning Chuan strike, and inwardly recoiled in astonishment. With his own profound mastery, he clearly perceived in this fleeting span Ning Chuan's sword art had leapt forward yet again. Why can't I even see his blade? Kuina stood utterly stunned. She had watched the entire exchange, every instant, without blinking. She knew Zoro's style intimately. Though his techniques lacked refinement, she understood fully for any fledgling swordsman they were no trivial feat to counter. Yet when Ning Chuan moved, Kuina saw upon his face the same serene composure her father wore when guiding her through drills, the calm of absolute mastery. She recognized it instantly, a crushing superiority in the realm of the sword Tao. And Ning Chuan, a beginner mere days ago, had achieved that level of dominance over Zoro. How could she not be shaken to her core? I yield. Zoro lowered his head, gazing helplessly at the blade pressed to his neck. Your swordsmanship shows great promise. Follow your path faithfully, and the title of Swordmaster will surely be yours. Hearing praise from Ning Chuan, Zoro's face lit with rare, unguarded excitement. Yet Ning Chuan's next words plunged him back into dejection. Becoming a 3-sword style master poses no obstacle, but the strongest sword master in the world. That title belongs, unquestionably, to me, Ning Chuan. A long silence followed. Then Zoro fixed Ning Chuan with a steady, searching gaze. I will defeat you. Even if I one day become the strongest sword master upon the Grand Line, I will seek you out again. For my dream is to stand as the world's strongest sword master. After speaking those words, Zoro swiftly retrieved his scattered wooden swords and turned to resume his relentless training. But before departing, he paused, looked at Kuina for a long moment, then said quietly, Quina, you cannot best him. His current level of sword mastery lies far beyond my reach. Watching Zoro stride away, Quina tightened her grip upon her wooden sword. She who vowed to become the world's strongest female sword master would never surrender without even drawing her blade. Shua. With resolve blazing in her eyes, Quina drew her wooden sword in one swift motion. Draw your blade. I know I may not prevail, but you must understand the way of the sword is no simple thing. Watching his beloved daughter raise her sword once more toward Ning Chuan, Furusawa yearned to intervene, to urge her to calm herself. He wished to shield her from falling into this reckless boy's snare. For a master of swordsmanship like himself knew full well Ning Chuan's present skill was such that 10 kunas would fall before him in an instant. Kuna, let's just calm down for a moment. Father, do not try to stop me. Today I must show him the depth of my sword Dao. Realizing persuasion was futile, Furusawa sighed deeply and turned toward Ning Chuan, his eyes sharpening with unmistakable warning. It was a silent threat. Boy, if you dare cross the line, I'll make you regret it, thoroughly. Ning Chuan, however, paid the warning no mind. He offered Furusawa a gentle, knowing smile, then shifted his gaze to Kana, as if deliberately provoking the elder master, and said earnestly, Our wager earlier, it still stands correct. It stands. How could it not? Are you doubting my resolve? Ning Chuan glanced helplessly at Furusawa, spreading his hands in mock exasperation, as if saying, Old master, look, it's your daughter who insists on following me, not the other way around. At Ning Chuan's audacious grin, Furusawa nearly fainted from sheer indignation. It took him a long moment to recover. Then he ground his teeth, seething inwardly. Fine, fine, fine. So you wish to learn true sword mastery from me? Then prepare yourself. I shall show you what it truly means to be a sword master. Or I am not Frostmoon Furusawa. Ning Chuan, draw your sword. Guyaina stood firm, gripping her wooden sword, her gaze unwavering and resolute as she stepped forward into a battle stance. Watching Guyaina settle into her poised stance, Ning Chuan offered a faint, knowing smile, then lifted his own wooden sword ready to meet her challenge. Yet before engaging Guyaina, he silently addressed the system within his mind. System, settle the account. Congratulations, host. Ever since his brief sparring match with Zoro, Ning Chuan's comprehension of swordsmanship had deepened significantly through the system's assessment. This newfound mastery allowed him to face Guyaina's impending assault with effortless composure. As he tightened his grip on the wooden blade, Guyaina hesitated no longer, launching her assault at once. Her swordplay was swift and precise, each strike aimed unerringly at Ning Chuan's weakest openings. Her intent was absolute, to overwhelm and shatter him completely. Such precision was her greatest strength, yet Ning Chuan's reflexes proved far sharper than she had imagined. Again and again he responded, just a breath after her initiation, deflecting, evading, and neutralizing every attack with serene, unhurried grace. In his hands the wooden sword seemed alive, each movement calibrated to perfection, neither harming nor yielding, yet commanding the flow of battle with quiet authority. Watching Ning Chuan move with such calm mastery, as if playfully toying with Guyaina, Kinjiro's eyes widened in astonishment. The boy's progress was nothing short of staggering, defying even his most seasoned expectations. He could sense it clearly. In an astonishingly short span, Ning Chuan had refined his swordsmanship to a remarkable degree. Could he truly be a natural-born swordsman? Why does every time I witness him draw his blade feel like watching a master who has surpassed himself yet again? Kinjiro reflected upon every encounter with Ning Chuan since their first meeting. A sigh escaped him. Ning Chuan's talent and insight in swordsmanship are exceedingly rare in this world. His growth in so little time eclipses that of nearly all others. Yet even as he marveled, a quiet, protective thought flickered in his mind. Still, no matter how extraordinary your sword path may be, you shall not steal away my daughter. The duel between Guyaina and Ning Chuan stretched on for some time, until Guyaina gradually sensed his restraint, realizing he had not yet drawn upon his full strength. Frustration flared within her, unsettling her focus. Her form wavered. Even the arc of her swings began to falter. Ning Chuan shook his head, faintly exasperated. In one fluid motion, his wooden sword darted forward, not with force, but with flawless timing and precision. Guyaina's weapon flew from her grasp, soaring over 10 meters before embedding itself deep into the dojo's wooden floorboards with a sharp, resonant thud. Staring numbly at her empty right hand, then turning to watch Ning Chuan calmly sheathing his sword, Guyaina felt the weight of defeat settle upon her shoulders. She sighed, voice drained yet resolute. I yield. From now on, wherever you go, I follow, until I have defeated you utterly. Fists clenched, her tone brimmed with defiant determination. Hearing those words from his beloved daughter, Kinjiro's expression darkened instantly. His right hand instinctively tightened around the wooden sword at his waist. Were it not for Guyaina's presence, and the dignity expected of a father, he might already have drawn steel. Ning Chuan of course noticed Kinjairo's stormy glare, but with practiced nonchalance he chose to ignore it entirely. Striding over to Guyaina, he grinned warmly and ruffled her hair affectionately. "Since you'll be joining us, let me introduce the crew. This is Nami. You two are about the same age. And this is Nojiko. You'll call her Onizen. Our ship is docked at the harbor. Plenty of cabins, each with its own private bath. There's no shortage of good food aboard, and Nojiko is an exceptional cook. Just tell her what you'd like. As for compensation, 10,000 belly per month, paid regularly. When we dock, buy whatever you wish. The expenses are covered. Just inform Nami, and she'll handle the reimbursement. So rest assured, you'll want for nothing aboard our vessel." Hearing Ning Chuan's enthusiastic welcome, Guyaina found herself quietly captivated by the prospect of life at sea. At that moment, Nami and Nojiko stepped forward, gathering beside Guyaina to recount their past adventures across the open ocean with Ning Chuan. "That boy is insufferable," Kinjairo muttered under his breath. "He hasn't even set sail yet, and already he's reeling my precious Guyaina in with tales of the wide world. No, I cannot allow this." Watching Ning Chuan, Kinjairo felt the unmistakable pang of a middle-aged father confronting a reckless youth who dared flirt with his daughter's heart. Ahem, ahem. He cleared his throat sharply. "You children, just who said Guyaina was sailing anywhere? As her father, I've given no such consent." Kinjairo stepped forward just as their conversation reached its peak, his voice stern and authoritative. Guyaina replied without hesitation, "Father, you taught me that the Frost Moon family honors every vow made. I lost the match to Ning Chuan. I must uphold my word." Hearing her defiance, Kinjairo felt a sudden wave of dizziness. His own teachings turned against him. Yet he could offer no rebuttal, for it was true the Frost Moon family had never broken a promise. It was law, etched into their very bloodline. "I didn't mean that," he stammered, grasping for another angle. "What I meant was, well." Then seizing upon inspiration, "You may sail with Ning Chuan, if, but only if, I deem your collective strength sufficient for the open sea. The ocean is perilous beyond measure. Unless, and only unless, you foreprove yourselves truly capable of navigating its dangers, I will not permit your departure." Kinjairo's mind raced, until at last he landed upon what he considered a sound, reasonable condition to delay the inevitable. It would not hold forever. Once their strength matured, they would sail, but at least it bought him time. At least it kept Guyaina from being swept away by that smirking young rogue. Yet just then Ning Chuan's voice cut cleanly through his thoughts, calm, clear, and utterly unruffled. "Master Kinjairo, may I ask what precisely constitutes sufficient strength to earn your blessing for the voyage?" A sly, triumphant smile tugged at Kinjairo's lips, as if he had anticipated this very question all along. "Of course there is a standard," he declared, voice ringing with theatrical certainty. "Become a sword hero and defeat me. If the four of you united in strength can overcome me, then I shall place no further obstacle in your path. The ocean, and all its wonders, shall be yours to claim." Guyaina furrowed her brows at her father Gung Silang's words, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. She knew that her father was merely stalling for time. Having practiced swordsmanship alongside her father for such a long time, she was well aware of Gung Silang's high mastery in sword arts, even if his name had never been known across the seas. Yet Guyaina understood that her father's skill in the way of the sword was at least at the level of a sword master. To defeat him, even a genius like Ning Chuan would need several years of hard work. "Father, this isn't fair. You've trained for so long, it's likely that within a few years we won't be your match at all. Moreover, Ning Chuan and the others come from Kikoyo West Village. If they can sail the seas for so long, why can't I? Is the daughter of the Frost Moon family inferior to others?" Hearing his daughter Guyaina's words, Gung Silang felt his teeth grind in frustration. "Goodness, we haven't even set sail yet, and you're already defending that brat Ning Chuan." He sighed. Once a daughter grows up, her elbows start to turn outward. "I don't understand what's so great about that brat. Is it just that he looks a bit handsome? I should have never let you agree to that ridiculous bet with him." Gung Silang regretted not stopping Guyaina from making that bet. However, because of this, he stubbornly refused to relent on the issue of going to sea. Watching Guyaina argue with her father, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. He reached out to gently press his hand on Guyaina's shoulder and spoke to comfort her. "Guyaina, mister, Gung Silang is right. The sea is fraught with dangers. We must possess certain strength to survive." After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Gung Silang slightly nodded his dissatisfaction towards Ning Chuan, easing a bit. "This kid, though a bit irritating, does show some good sense when it comes to major issues. Since he's starting to show humility, I might as well teach him swordsmanship for a few more years, so when they do set sail, I won't have to worry too much about their safety." Just as Gung Silang was contemplating the next arrangements, Ning Chuan's voice rang out again. "But," the moment he uttered "but," Gung Silang's guard was immediately raised. "What is this brat trying to say? Why does this twist feel a bit alarming? Just when Gung Siling couldn't guess what Ning Chuan was about to say. Ning Chuan's words, however, made him quite angry. But although the sea is dangerous with me here, I can ensure your safety. For me, your father's approval isn't difficult. Looking at Ning Chuan confidently patting his chest in assurance, Gung Siling felt a strong impulse to draw his sword and give Ning Chuan a good thrashing. This brat, after all that build-up, just to say this. All right. Since you're so confident, let me temper that brashness of yours. Without hesitation, Gung Siling drew out the wooden sword hidden in his arms and pointed it at Ning Chuan. You brat, I can't take it anymore. Come, let me show you just how much you still need to improve before you can set sail. Watching Gung Siling finally ready to strike, Ning Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Pushing Gung Siling to the point of drawing his sword had achieved Ning Chuan's goal. After all, to learn true swordsmanship faster following Gung Siling's pace wouldn't work. Then please, Mr. Gung Siling, teach me. With that, Ning Chuan gently patted Guyaina's shoulder, signaling her and Nami along with Nojiko to step aside first. Then Ning Chuan skillfully drew the wooden sword from his waist, ready to respond to Gung Siling's moves. You brat, don't blame me for bullying you. Though you have great talent, you're a bit too arrogant. I must temper your sharpness. With a single strike, I'll defeat you. To teach Ning Chuan a lesson, Gung Siling prepared to unleash his most powerful move learned over the years in swordsmanship. He intended to completely defeat Ning Chuan with this strike, hoping to calm his restless heart so he could properly practice swordsmanship with him for a few years. Looking at the serious Gung Siling, Ning Chuan stood quietly opposite Gung Siling, his expression completely calm, showing no signs of nervousness at the prospect of facing a sword master. However, this time, he didn't act recklessly but concentrated fully on the task at hand. He even maximized his observation haki. He wanted to observe every detail of Gung Siling's sword draw process, making it easier for him to understand and practice his sword techniques later. Ning Chuan, be careful. Gung Siling took a deep breath, and in the next moment the wooden sword in his hand seemed to merge with his will, enveloping him in a special sword intent. He did not use his own haki, but aimed to rely solely on swordsmanship to make Ning Chuan submit. Just as his sword intent was almost condensed, Gung Siling finally moved. In a flash, his figure darted, and the wooden sword in his hand transformed into countless sword shadows charging straight at Ning Chuan. This strike contained the essence of Gung Siling's decades of swordsmanship. With speed, power, and skill reaching an unbelievable level, Ning Chuan, who had secretly activated his observation haki. Faced with this sudden strike, he showed no signs of panic. Though Gung Siling's sword was fast, even faster than his eyes under Ning Chuan's top-tier observation haki, he could still see the trajectory of Gung Siling's sword. Gung Siling truly is a sword master. Without using haki, he can unleash such a powerful sword technique just through swordsmanship. If I hadn't activated my observation haki, I truly wouldn't have been able to block it. Ning Chuan couldn't help but praise inwardly. However, after the praise, as he saw the wooden sword coming at him, Ning Chuan finally made his move. He fixed his gaze on the trajectory of the wooden sword, and after several judgments about its landing point, Ning Chuan stabbed in one direction several dozen times. Clang, clang, clang. With a series of crisp sword clashes, the two wooden swords continuously clashed in the air. Every strike from Gung Siling was successfully intercepted by Ning Chuan. This brat. How is this possible? Gung Siling watched in shock as Ning Chuan neutralized his sword techniques one by one, his astonishment growing stronger. He understood that to surpass this young man before him relying solely on sword techniques without using haki likely wouldn't suffice. He turned to look at Guyaina, who was nervously watching from the side. A thought quietly rose in his heart. No, I must defeat this brat. Even if I have to use Armament Haki to bully him, I must let him lose at least once. With that thought, Gung Siling no longer hesitated and directly wrapped his Armament Haki around the wooden sword, preparing to deliver a final blow to Ning Chuan. However, Ning Chuan, who had activated his top-tier observation haki, immediately sensed Gung Siling's intentions. Without hesitation, his entire aura surged. A surge of Armament Haki comparable to Gung Siling's erupted from within him, swiftly wrapping around the wooden sword in his hand. Boom! The two powerful Armament Haki clashed through the wooden swords in midair, creating a fierce collision. The clash of wooden swords at that moment was no longer merely a contest of skill, but a direct confrontation of Armament Haki. As the two's final strikes collided, the released haki waves destroyed more than half of the dojo. This was still the result of both sides holding back. Otherwise, if both had unleashed their strongest Armament Haki, this dojo would have likely been reduced to ruins. The disciples watching nearby would probably be buried under the debris. After the clash, Gung Siling lowered his head, looking at the distance. He had been pushed back by over 10 meters. He then raised his head to see Ning Chuan standing still. After a moment of silence, he spoke with an astonished tone. You brat, you can even use Armament Haki. After asking that question, Gung Siling immediately regretted it. This is bad. Not only did I fail to defeat this kid with my swordsmanship, but my ambush using Armament Haki also failed. Now I've really embarrassed myself. Just as Gung Siling was worried that Ning Chuan would expose his little tricks, making him look foolish in front of Gu Yaina. Ning Chuan, however, didn't mind and smiled earnestly, saying, "Apologies, Mr. Gung Siling. I actually cheated a bit to be able to block your sword technique just now." Hearing Ning Chuan admit to cheating, Gung Siling's face turned red. He had just used Armament Haki to cheat as well. But even with cheating, he had never been able to match Ning Chuan in terms of Armament Haki. Therefore, he felt quite awkward discussing the matter of cheating. Ning Chuan naturally noticed the embarrassment on Gung Siling's face. However, he did not point it out and continued to speak. "During the battle just now, I secretly used observation Haki to predict the landing point of your sword. Otherwise, I would have already lost." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's humility, Gung Siling found it hard to pursue the matter further. However, he was now very curious about Ning Chuan, especially when Ning Chuan mentioned that he had secretly used observation Haki. At such a young age, not only is his Armament Haki on par with mine, but his observation Haki is also impressive. This kid actually has hidden talents. It is truly unexpected. At this moment, when Gung Siling looked at Ning Chuan, his eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't fathom who in the vast ocean had the ability to nurture someone as young as Ning Chuan to become so formidable. "I didn't expect you, kid, to hide such strength. Today has truly opened my eyes. However, since you have this kind of strength, why do you still come to my sword dojo?" Gung Siling put away his wooden sword, staring intently at Ning Chuan, his tone slightly unfriendly. Ning Chuan, however, smiled slightly and did not take offense at Gung Siling's tone. "Mr. Gung Siling, it is true that I have concealed my strength. But did you not ask me about it? Besides, I came here to learn swordsmanship and sword forging, which seems unrelated to my other abilities, right?" Listening to Ning Chuan's arguments, Gung Siling found himself momentarily at a loss. Ning Chuan's reasoning was quite sound. After all, who would expect a child as young as Ning Chuan to have mastered 2 Haki forms? Gung Siling found himself momentarily speechless, choked by Ning Chuan's retorts. Watching Gung Siling struggle to respond, Ning Chuan continued to provoke him, saying, "Mr. Gung Siling, I wonder if my strength is enough to qualify me to take Gu Yaina out to sea." Hearing Ning Chuan bring up the topic again, Gung Siling's expression darkened further. He pondered for a moment and continued to argue. "Your strength is indeed sufficient. But my Gu Yaina is learning swordsmanship. You are not proficient in swordsmanship, so what can she learn from you?" Hearing her father making excuses, Gu Yaina puffed her cheeks in anger and complained to Gung Siling. "Dad, why do you keep going back on your word?" Looking at her angry daughter, Gung Siling felt a pang of guilt. Yet for the sake of her future, he gritted his teeth and chose to ignore Gu Yaina's words. Ning Chuan observed this scene and couldn't help but smirk. "Since Mr. Gung Siling believes my swordsmanship is lacking and cannot teach Gu Yaina, then could you give me a period of time to practice swordsmanship? If my swordsmanship can meet your standards, then please respect Gu Yaina's wishes. How does that sound?" Seeing the confident expression on Ning Chuan's face, Gung Siling pondered for a moment, as if recalling something, and suddenly smiled slyly. "A period of time. How about giving you 1 day? With the swordsmanship I just demonstrated, if you can grasp all the essence and use it perfectly, I will agree to let Gu Yaina accompany you out to sea. Otherwise, there is no discussion. Are you bold enough to take the bet?" Gung Siling's confidence in the swordsmanship he had just displayed was what allowed him to make such a statement. The swordsmanship he had just used encapsulated his lifelong understanding of swordsmanship. If Ning Chuan could master it perfectly, he would certainly enter the ranks of sword masters. As for whether he could further progress and become a grand sword master, that would purely depend on his application of Haki and understanding of the sword path. The latter 2 aspects cannot be taught, they must be mastered independently. But swordsmanship is different. It does not require Haki to support it. It relies on personal understanding and application of the sword. As long as Ning Chuan can master the sword technique he just demonstrated, it would mean he has successfully imparted the essence of his lifelong learning to Ning Chuan. In that case, even if he takes Gu Yaina out to sea, he can guide her in her swordsmanship training, ensuring that her talent in swordsmanship is not wasted. This is the reason Gung Siling proposed this condition. 1 day? I think that's a bit too long, or it shouldn't take that long. For Ning Chuan, 1 day is indeed a bit long. Whether it is long or not will be known once you practice. I won't remind you of anything during this day. It all depends on yourself. After saying that, Gung Siling turned and left, braving Gu Yaina's accusing eyes as he quickly exited the dojo. "My dear daughter, don't blame your father for being harsh. I'm doing this for your own good." Ning Chuan, after observing this, thought, "Isn't 1 day a bit short? What if I go plead with Dad again? Or maybe call my grandfather out from the blacksmith shop to deal with my deceitful old man?" Hearing Gu Yaina's words, Ning Chuan shook his head. Guyana one day is enough for me. Perhaps it won't even take that long. Ning Chuan reached out to ruffle Guyana's hair, looking at the adorable girl whose cheeks were as red as a ripe apple, and smiled. How about this? Let Nami and Nojiko take you to the ship for a tour. I will contemplate on my own for a while. After Nami and Nojiko took Guyana away, Ning Chuan couldn't help but reveal a mischievous smile. Gung Siling, you can make things difficult for others, but you are underestimating me. You probably don't know that above genius there is another realm, and that is the Overlord realm. Guyana, I am definitely taking her away. Having come to the pirate world with great difficulty, I don't want to see this talented and kind-hearted girl like in the original story meet her end by falling down the stairs. System, let's begin calculating the sword techniques I just observed. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing Gung Siling's swordsmanship for 3 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return equivalent to 30,000 seconds of swordsmanship observation. After the system successfully returned the cultivation, Ning Chuan's memory of Gung Siling's sword technique became profound. He raised the sword in his hand and began to practice the swordsmanship based on the impressions left in his mind. Gung Siling hid at the door of the training room, his gaze tightly fixed on Ning Chuan. A day passed. He could not believe that in such a short time Ning Chuan could successfully learn the swordsmanship he had studied for many years. Under Gung Siling's watchful eye, Ning Chuan's hand holding the wooden sword began to move slowly. At first his swordsmanship was somewhat stiff, every movement was precise, yet it seemed to lack a unique artistic conception. Seeing this scene, Gung Siling, who was hiding and watching from a distance, couldn't help but feel relieved. This kid's swordsmanship is merely superficial. He cannot comprehend the essence of the sword's artistic conception. It seems that without 10 or 8 years of practice he won't be able to achieve it. However, to be able to reach this level after just one exposure is quite remarkable. Gung Siling silently evaluated Ning Chuan while watching him practice the sword. Naturally, Ning Chuan, through his observation haki, had already sensed Gung Siling's spying. He saw the insidious smile on Gung Siling's face. However, Ning Chuan did not directly expose his intentions, merely curling the corner of his mouth slightly. After finishing this round of swordsmanship, Ning Chuan stood there and softly said in his mind, "System begins settling the cultivation." Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing Gung Siling's swordsmanship once activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return equivalent to 10,000 times of practicing Gung Siling's swordsmanship. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, feeling the cultivation returned, Ning Chuan's smile widened even more. Gung Siling, don't be scared this time when I practice swordsmanship again. Ning Chuan drew out his wooden sword once more. Still following the swordsmanship he had just practiced, he began to train again. Watching Ning Chuan start practicing swordsmanship again, Gung Siling, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but laugh. Ning Chuan, although your talent is good, it is impossible. Before Gung Siling could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly contracted, as if witnessing an unbelievable scene. He was so shocked that he couldn't finish his words. Ning Chuan's initial stance in this round of sword training actually contained a hint of sword intent. Although it was just a hint, it was indeed the sword intent that Gung Siling had always demanded in swordsmanship. At this moment, Ning Chuan's swordsmanship suddenly became agile. With every swing of his sword, a trace of sword intent was concealed within. Though few in number, the sword intent never interrupted. Gung Siling could tell that Ning Chuan's swordsmanship was no longer merely a technical imitation. Unlike before, it now possessed a semblance of true essence. Now his sword truly embodied a hint of divine-like artistic conception. Ning Chuan, you little brat, how could you? Gung Siling's voice trembled slightly. He simply couldn't fathom how Ning Chuan could grasp that hint of sword intent in such a short time. Gung Siling had taken over a decade to touch upon that fragment of sword intent from his own practice. Yet Ning Chuan managed to grasp that hint of sword intent in less than 10 minutes. No, to be precise, it was only after practicing it twice. After watching it once and practicing it once, Ning Chuan quickly completed this set of swordsmanship again. After sheathing his sword, he secretly glanced at Gung Siling, who was hiding. Seeing his shocked expression, Ning Chuan couldn't help but reveal a mischievous smile. If you're already shocked at this stage, then don't faint from what's to come. System continue settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing Gung Siling's swordsmanship once activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. System continue settlement. Congratulations to the host. System continue settlement. 20 minutes later, Gung Siling watched as every sword strike from Ning Chuan contained sword intent that was comparable to his own, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Only 20 minutes have passed. He actually comprehended and internalized the essence of the swordsmanship I summarized over my entire life and could use it directly. And every strike contains an incredible sword intent. How is this possible? Is the world going mad, or am I going mad? Gung Siling couldn't believe what he was witnessing. If he hadn't slapped himself several times and pinched his thigh until it turned numb, he would have thought he was dreaming. Whoosh! The sound of a wooden sword slicing through the air rang out. Ning Chuan performed a beautiful flourish with the sword and successfully sheathed it at his waist. He turned his head and looked toward where Gung Siling was smiling. Mr. Gung Siling, what do you think of the swordsmanship I just performed? Hearing Ning Chuan call out to him, Gung Siling finally snapped back to reality from his shock. Damn it! So this kid knew all along that I was spying on him. No, this brat must have deliberately let me see he wants to see me make a fool of myself. Realizing Ning Chuan's true intention, Gung Siling's blood pressure rose. If it weren't for his years of sword training keeping him fit, he might have fallen to the ground from anger. Gung Siling glared at Ning Chuan for a while, but in the end he could only let out a helpless sigh and said, "All right, I'll admit you're impressive. You little brat, you've passed. In terms of swordsmanship, I can no longer teach you anything. From now on you can rely on the swordsmanship you just practiced and the sword intent you comprehended to walk your own path as a sword master." As he said this, Gung Siling suddenly became serious. He stared intently into Ning Chuan's eyes and spoke with a very serious expression. "I know you want to take Guyaina out to sea next, but you must promise me one thing: do not let Guyaina practice according to your misguided rhythm. Though she is a rough diamond, your way of cultivation relies too much on talent and is not suitable for the path she should take. If you dare to lead her astray, even if I can't defeat you later, I'll find a way to beat you up." Watching Gung Siling's serious expression, Ning Chuan nodded earnestly. "Mr. Gung Siling, you can rest assured. I will not interfere with her cultivation until she comprehends sword intent and begins her own journey as a sword master." Looking at Ning Chuan's serious demeanor, Gung Siling could tell that Ning Chuan was not joking and was answering his question very seriously. This attitude of Ning Chuan made him feel a bit more at ease. However, he had not relaxed for long when Ning Chuan's somewhat annoying voice rang out again. "Mr. Gung Siling, since I have completed the swordsmanship, then next, let us begin learning sword forging." Looking at the mischievous smile on Ning Chuan's face, Gung Siling was so angry that he nearly fell to the ground. "You little rascal, can't you just take a break? Just finish learning my swordsmanship, and now you want to start learning my family's sword forging technique. Even if you're trying to take advantage, give the sheep some time to grow its wool." "What do you mean by that? Are you so eager to take away my family's precious gem?" Seeing Gung Siling furious, Ning Chuan could only shake his head in resignation, feeling somewhat disappointed. "It seems I won't learn the sword forging technique today. I don't know when Gung Siling will calm down. I just hope it will be soon. Otherwise I might miss the excitement in the East Sea." Just as Ning Chuan was about to end today's training and take a good rest, he planned to wait until Gung Siling's anger subsided before bringing up the sword forging technique. However, just as he was saying goodbye to Gung Siling and preparing to leave the dojo, Gung Siling's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Tomorrow at 4 a.m., the old man will open the furnace in the back mountain to forge a batch of swords. If you're interested, you can come and take a look." At the port of Frostmoon Village, Guyaina had already arrived at Ning Chuan's small boat. Understanding, Nami had already taken out her paintbrush and began adding Guyaina's portrait to the flag hanging on the boat. "Done. From now on there will be 4 of us on this boat." Looking at the painted portrait of Guyaina, Nami crossed her arms and looked very happy. Guyaina looked at her large portrait on the flag and couldn't help but smile. However, as she smiled, she began to worry about Ning Chuan. She feared that he wouldn't be able to pass her father's test. After all, her detestable father had only given Ning Chuan 1 day to train. 1 day is definitely not enough for a swordsman's training. Noki seemed to sense Guyaina's concerns. She reached out and rubbed Guyaina's head, smiling as she comforted her. "Don't worry. What is difficult for ordinary people isn't that hard for Ning Chuan. His training speed has even astonished Vice Admiral Karp, the hero of the Navy." After Noki finished speaking, Guyaina displayed a look of considerable shock. "Vice Admiral Karp? Is he the hero of the Navy who captured the pirate King Roger? In the East, see mentioning Vice Admiral Karp's name. Almost no one does not admire him. Of course, except for pirates. You all seem to be having a good chat." Ning Chuan's figure flashed and landed directly on the deck of the small boat. Seeing Ning Chuan return to the boat so quickly, both Nami and Noki displayed a hint of happiness. Knowing Ning Chuan's character, they understood. Ning Chuan's swift return to the boat indicated that he had completed Gung Siling's requirements. However, Guyaina frowned slightly at the sight of Ning Chuan suddenly appearing. "Ning Chuan, have you successfully mastered my father's swordsmanship?" Guyaina asked, her tone laced with disbelief. Seeing Guyaina's face filled with concern, Ning Chuan smiled as he pulled out the wooden sword he had brought from the dojo, pointing the tip towards the sea and chuckling softly. Whether I succeeded or not we can find out by trying. With that, Ning Chuan's lips curled up slightly. He summoned all the armed color haki within him, covering it over the wooden sword in his hand. He took a deep breath and the aura around him suddenly surged to its peak. The powerful aura instantly overwhelmed Nami, Noki, and Guyaina. They were all stunned in place, their eyes wide open as they focused on Ning Chuan's next action. His aura had reached its utmost limit. Ning Chuan then held nothing back, aiming at the vast sea ahead and forcefully slashed down with his sword. As the sword light flashed, the sound of the sword cutting through the air was sharp and piercing. In that moment, it seemed as if even the passage of time had slowed significantly. Amidst the astonished gazes of the three, the once turbulent sea in front of the small boat was unexpectedly split in two by Ning Chuan's strike. The water on both sides was as if cut by an invisible blade, revealing a direct path to the seabed. This phenomenon lasted for 5 minutes. Only after the sword intent Ning Chuan unleashed dissipated did the split sea slowly begin to heal. Bang! Just as the three girls were stunned into silence by Ning Chuan's sword, unable to utter a word. A crisp explosion sound reached their ears. When they turned to look, they saw the wooden sword that had just cut through the sea. At that moment, it had already shattered into a pile of wood chips. What a pity this sword simply couldn't withstand the power of my haki. If only I had an unparalleled great blade, this move's power would at least multiply several times. Ning Chuan sighed, helplessly scattering the wood chips in his hand. However, at that moment, there was no regret on Ning Chuan's face, because he knew that he should be able to wield an unparalleled great blade tomorrow. Time passed quickly. The next morning, while Nami and Noki were still in a deep sleep, Ning Chuan arrived at the back mountain of the island at the agreed time to check out the Frost Moon family's sword forging place. The one overseeing the family's sword forging affairs was Gung Silang's father, Gung Sanlang. Gung Sanlang was a master swordsmith who had crafted 2 famous swords. Moreover, both were of the great blade level, and there were only 21 such famous swords in the world. One was the Wado Ikamanji, which Zoro carried in the original plot. The other was Inma, which was later wielded by Zoro in Wano country. Both of these highly renowned great blades were forged by Gung Sanlang. This shows how powerful he is in sword forging techniques. However, unfortunately, ever since Gung Sanlang led his family away from Wano and successfully hid in the East Sea, aside from the Wado Ikamanji, he has not been able to forge another great blade-level famous sword. As Ning Chuan's footsteps steadily approached a dilapidated small house deep in the mountain, an old man with white hair and beard puffing a pipe walked out of the house. After carefully examining Ning Chuan from head to toe, he finally spoke. Your sword intent is contained and not scattered. If you don't seriously feel it, it would be hard to notice that you're actually a sword master. Not bad, interesting. You must be Ning Chuan whom Gung Silang mentioned yesterday. Hearing the old man mention his name, Ning Chuan nodded seriously. Hello, Gung Sanlang. I am here to learn sword forging from you. I want to forge several unparalleled great blades. As soon as Ning Chuan's words fell, Gung Sanlang couldn't help but laugh. Huh, you little rascal, just as Gung Silang said, you're quite arrogant. Oh, I like that. There are only 12 unparalleled great blades left in the entire world, and you want to forge several. Young man, you are quite greedy. After hearing Gung Sanlang's evaluation of his greed, Ning Chuan just smiled faintly and said nothing more. After all, with the 10,000-fold cultivation return system he possessed, it was something ordinary people couldn't understand. Indeed, you're quite confident. Otherwise, you wouldn't have reached the realm of sword master in such a short time. With your talent in swordsmanship, you will definitely be able to forge swords. At this point, Gung Sanlang suddenly looked at Ning Chuan with a mischievous smile and said, however, my Frost Moon family's sword forging technique is a family secret and is generally not passed on to outsiders. So, when will you marry Guyaina? Off. Ning Chuan was indeed startled by Gung Sanlang's words. How could there still be someone eager to offer their precious granddaughter as a wife? However, this proposal was not without merit. Yet for Ning Chuan, it was still too early. If this had been a few years later, he might have readily agreed. I say, old man, it's already the age of great navigation. Why are you still playing with those old tricks? How about this? You teach me sword forging, and it'll help you create an unparalleled mighty blade. If you can't forge it, it'll just stay here for the rest of my life, helping you out. How does that sound? Ning Chuan could naturally tell that Gung Sanlang was joking with him, so he replied half-jokingly. Huh, you really think too highly of yourself, do you? I told you to marry Guyaina. That already means I've loosened the conditions for you. Why do you insist on making things harder for yourself? Gung Silang glanced at Ning Chuan with disdain. You keep talking about forging an unparalleled mighty blade. Do you really think you can just create one whenever you want? I've spent my entire life in this profession, and I've only forged 2 mighty blades. You, a mere novice who hasn't even entered the field, yet dare to dream of forging an unparalleled mighty blade. Good, good, good. Since you dare to propose a condition, then you might as well stay here. I need an assistant anyway. You can help me for the rest of your life." With that, Gung Sanlang waved his sleeve and with his pipe in his mouth, turned to head towards his sword forging place. Seeing Gung Sanlang looking somewhat angry, Ning Chuan smiled faintly and quickly followed. Gung Sanlang's sword forging place was within a nearby small volcano. It seemed he had hollowed out the entire mountain, only stopping when he reached the magma below. He used the geothermal heat here combined with a specially designed furnace for sword forging. Upon entering this small volcano, Ning Chuan felt a wave of heat rush toward him. "Hey brat, help me bring over those sword blanks." As soon as Ning Chuan stepped into the small volcano, Gung Sanlang's voice rang in his ears. "Goodness, this old man really isn't polite. He really thinks I'm just a gopher. It seems this old fellow truly doesn't believe I can forge an unparalleled mighty blade." Ning Chuan wasn't angry, he only smiled slightly. He was already starting to look forward to the shocked expression on Gung Sanlang's face when he really forged an unparalleled mighty blade. Ning Chuan counted the sword blanks piled at the entrance. There were exactly 20 of them. His gaze swept over the rows of sword blanks stacked together. He noticed that each sword blank emitted a faint metallic sheen. He reached out a hand and lightly flicked one of the blanks. Buzz, a crisp humming sound instantly resonated far and wide. "Good blank." Ning Chuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he looked at these unrefined sword blanks that were impressive enough in quality. No wonder he's a swordsmith who can forge 2 mighty blades. He really spares no expense in selecting sword blanks. Each of these sword blanks had been rigorously selected by Gung Sanlang. Even Ning Chuan, who had not yet started learning sword forging, could easily identify their remarkable quality. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's appraisal of these sword blanks, Gung Sanlang's old face rarely broke into a proud smile as he approached Ning Chuan and said, "You have some eye for quality. These sword blanks, just the base material alone, have already met the standards for mighty blades, far surpassing those common iron on the market. To gather these materials, I spent a full 3 years. If the refining process goes smoothly, these sword blanks will undoubtedly transform, becoming true fine mighty blades, and may even have the potential to advance to unparalleled mighty blades." Gung Sanlang casually picked up one of the sword blanks, gently rubbing it in his hands. It was clear that he cherished these blanks immensely. According to the classification of sword-type weapons in the pirate world, there are 5 levels from low to high: common, iron mighty blades, fine mighty blades, unparalleled mighty blades. To qualify as a famous blade, it only needs to reach the level of fine mighty blade. However, these sword blanks from Gung Sanlang have already achieved the quality of mighty blades. This shows how precious these materials are. A total of 20 sword blanks. If luck is on our side, we should be able to produce 1 or 2 fine mighty blades. If we are even luckier, we should be able to produce a treasure blade close to the level of a mighty blade. Listening to Gung Sanlang talk about the probability of these sword blanks becoming famous blades, Ning Chuan couldn't help but frown and opened his mouth. "Old man, your sword forging skills seem to be lacking. With such good sword blanks, how can you not produce even a single mighty blade? Aren't you wasting resources?" Gung Sanlang. "Get lost. You little brat, do you really think mighty blades can just be picked up on the roadside? Right now, there are only 21 blades in the entire world that can be considered mighty blades. For every additional mighty blade, sword masters across the sea go collectively mad. If I could forge a mighty blade for every 20 sword blanks, even if I could never forge an unparalleled mighty blade in my lifetime, I would still be considered a legendary swordsmith." After scolding Ning Chuan, Gung Sanlang felt his anger subside significantly. However, seeing Ning Chuan still exuding confidence after being scolded, his anger flared up again. "You little brat still seem unconvinced. Come follow me, I'm going to start forging blades now. Each blade will take at least 3 days to forge. With 20 blades, you'll be watching for 60 days. After 60 days, you must forge me a fine mighty blade. If you can't forge it, you can either get lost immediately or marry Guyana right away, staying here as the heir of the Shuangyue family." With that, Gung Sanlang angrily picked up a sword blank and stormed into the sword forging room. Watching Gung Sanlang leave, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. "Hey, this old man really has a temper. 60 days. That's such a long time. I might miss the great show in the East Sea. I don't have time to stay here for that long." Ning Chuan shook his head with a smile. He casually picked a common iron quality sword blank from a distant rack. With confident strides, he walked into Gung Sanlang's sword forging room. 3 days should be enough for me to become a master swordsmith, right? At the moment when Ning Chuan stepped into the forging room with a common iron-grade sword embryo, Gung Sanlang's lips curled into a smile, thinking to himself, "At least you have some self-awareness, not wasting the fine sword embryo I painstakingly saved up. A common iron-grade sword embryo, I want to see what level of sword you can forge." The intense mingling of iron and fire filled the air. Ning Chuan, holding the sword embryo, arrived at another forging table beside Gung Sanlang. Standing on the workbench made of special materials, he gazed down at the bubbling magma below. Ning Chuan couldn't help but marvel internally. Gung Sanlang is indeed a master blacksmith, able to so skillfully harness the power of nature to forge swords. Boom. Just as Ning Chuan was admiring how Gung Sanlang had found such a great place to practice sword forging, a sudden dull sound drew his attention. Watch closely, Ning Chuan. Gung Sanlang's voice was steady and powerful as his heavy hammer accurately struck the sword embryo on the workbench. With every strike, a shower of sparks erupted. Forging is the soul of sword-making. A good knife must undergo countless strikes from the tip to the edge, and then to the body, from thick to thin, from soft to hard. Every part of a knife must be struck with just the right force, not too much, not too little, not too heavy, not too light. Only then can a good knife be forged. Ning Chuan gazed at Gung Sanlang's intensely focused face, silently nodding in agreement, committing his words to memory. Seeing the serious look on Ning Chuan's face, Gung Sanlang continued, mastering this subtle balance, applying the most suitable force to each part of the sword, will take at least several years, even decades. However, for those skilled in swordsmanship and knowledgeable about swords, this time may be significantly reduced. With a hint of a smile, Gung Sanlang shifted the topic. Thus, for a sword master learning sword forging, it is much easier than for mere blacksmiths. You at such a young age have already become a sword master. It is precisely because of your talent in the way of the sword that I am willing to teach you forging. Now I am about to begin the forging. You better not blink. Otherwise, if you miss this round, I won't give you a slow-motion demonstration later. With that, Gung Sanlang directly picked up a hammer, covered it with armed color domineering, and plunged the sword embryo deeply into the magma. Once it turned a bright red, he raised the hammer and began to forge. This part must be struck thick. Here, strike lightly. The speed and force in this area must be even. Although Gung Sanlang was supposed to give Ning Chuan a slow-motion demonstration, in reality his speed was not slow at all, and sparks were flying from the hammer in his hand. However, under Ning Chuan's top-tier observation haki, he carefully watched Gung Sanlang's forging process from all angles. After 3 hours, Gung Sanlang finally stopped his first round of forging. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan had not blinked once, observing the entire process. As Gung Sanlang picked up the hammer and began the second round of hammering, Ning Chuan directly spoke in his heart. System begin settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully watching Gung Sanlang's sword forging technique for 3 hours, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Starting cultivation settlement now. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 30,000 hours of cultivation return for watching Gung Sanlang's sword forging technique. The host's understanding of Gung Sanlang's sword forging technique has greatly improved. Feeling the cultivation returned by the system, Ning Chuan's mind had already gained a clear understanding of Gung Sanlang's sword forging technique, including the entire forging process. The required striking force for each part and the mastery of heat had become remarkably clear. As Gung Sanlang began the second round of forging, he accelerated his speed. Kid, how much did you remember from my previous demonstration? While seriously hammering the sword embryo, Gung Sanlang took a moment to ask Ning Chuan about his progress. I've roughly remembered everything. Upon hearing this, Gung Sanlang, wielding the hammer, suddenly paused. He lost his rhythm momentarily, leaving an imperfect mark on the sword embryo. This caused Gung Sanlang to feel pain for quite a while. Once he slowly regained his forging rhythm, he spoke with disbelief. What are you talking about? What do you mean you remembered everything? How is that possible? With so many procedures, it's impossible to remember everything without thousands of views and strikes. Seeing Gung Sanlang's shocked expression, Ning Chuan chuckled and replied, remembering is remembering. Why would I lie to you? There's no benefit in that. After answering Gung Sanlang's question, Ning Chuan stared at him for a moment before asking a doubt he had during the observation of Gung Sanlang's forging. I said, old man, forging the sword embryo requires controlling your force right. Hearing this, Gung Sanlang nodded. Though he didn't understand what Ning Chuan wanted to ask, he had a premonition that this kid's question might not be easy to answer. Then why do you have to use a hammer to strike when forging a sword? I think directly covering my hand with armed color domineering and using my fist to strike the sword embryo would allow for more precise control of the force right. Besides, I could precisely control the temperature of the blade, greatly increasing the success rate. After hearing Ning Chuan's doubts, Gung Sanlang's face darkened. When he looked at Ning Chuan again, he exhibited a look of disbelief, slightly sympathetic as he began to speak. Are you missing a screw, kid? Think about it. Where did the sword embryo go through the fire before being struck? That was magma. It's magma. Even if it's not magma, ordinary forges reach thousands of degrees. Can your armed color domineering withstand such temperatures for hours of striking? Wouldn't it burn you to death, you little brat? Gung Sanlang scolded Ning Chuan for quite a while before finally stopping. He looked at the irregular marks left on the sword embryo from scolding Ning Chuan, feeling distressed. Now he was a bit confused about how this kid's mind worked. Why was he always thinking of such bizarre things? Using your hand instead of a hammer to forge a sword embryo, how? What the hell are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Just as Gung Sanlang was still angrily scolding Ning Chuan in his mind, he turned his head and witnessed a scene that nearly made him wet himself. Ning Chuan, this hot-headed youth, had actually pushed aside the workbench. He took the sword embryo from the table and plunged it into the scalding magma. Immediately afterward, he clenched his fist with his hand covered in powerful armed color domineering. He began to strike the sword embryo in the boiling magma below the workbench. Congratulations to the host for successfully using domineering aura to withstand magma for 1 second, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return for withstanding magma for 10,000 seconds. The host's resistance to magma has been partially enhanced. After the first settlement of cultivation return, Ning Chuan could clearly feel that the burning sensation from the magma had significantly decreased. The intense burning sensation he had when he first plunged his hand into the magma was gone. However, Ning Chuan was still not satisfied, even though he had gained some resistance to the magma. But in this state, he still couldn't hold out for long in the magma. So Ning Chuan continued in his heart system, continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully using domineering aura to withstand magma for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return for withstanding magma for 100,000 seconds. The host's resistance to magma has significantly increased. No, continue the settlement. Congratulations to the host. Continue the settlement. With each settlement comes a return of cultivation. 10 minutes later, Ning Chuan's hand, covered in armed color domineering aura, was able to completely withstand the invasion of the magma. His hand felt nearly the same in the magma as it would in ordinary warm water. Gung Sanlang watched this scene in disbelief, from his initial shock to later numbness. Now he stared at Ning Chuan's fist covered in armed color domineering aura, continuously striking the sword blank, made of ordinary iron in the magma. Gung Sanlang felt like he was going crazy. What on earth is this little brat doing? He really dares to place his hand in the magma and forge the sword blank. It's been 10 minutes. He has been forging in the magma for 10 minutes. Is he even human? Gung Sanlang found it hard to understand. He knew Ning Chuan's domineering aura was strong, but he never imagined it could be this strong. This is magma. The terrifying magma that can melt steel. No matter how strong a human body is, how can it withstand magma? What Ning Chuan was doing now completely overturned Gung Sanlang's worldview. Clang, clang. The sound of Ning Chuan hammering iron in the magma echoed. Gung Sanlang swallowed hard. He pinched his thigh hard a few times. It wasn't until a sharp pain shot through him that he finally believed what he was seeing was real. By continuously placing the sword blank in the magma and hammering it to shape, this method can accelerate the sword blank's forming process. This kid actually thought of this. It's truly rare. But why has his forging technique suddenly become better and better? Could he really be a genius? Watching Ning Chuan continuously forging the sword blank, Gung Sanlang unexpectedly discovered that Ning Chuan's strength and technique during forging were already much better than at the beginning. At this moment, unbeknownst to Gung Sanlang, every time Ning Chuan hammered a section of the sword blank, he silently chanted in his heart, "System, start the settlement for forging technique." Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the sword blank for 5 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a cultivation return for forging the sword blank for 50,000 seconds. The host's forging technique has been greatly enhanced, as Ning Chuan's speed in forging the sword blank increased. Gradually, to Gung Sanlang's eyes, Ning Chuan became a series of afterimages. Watching Ning Chuan's speed in forging, Gung Sanlang was left dumbfounded. What on earth is this kid? His forging speed is already faster than when I was at my peak. Not only is it fast, but he also controls the strength and position of his strikes with incredible precision. At this rate, he could probably forge a sword in less than an hour. This is too terrifying. Just as Gung Sanlang was shocked in his heart, he saw Ning Chuan pick up the sword blank that had turned red from the magma. He directly pressed it into the prepared cooling water. Sizzle! With the sound of water and fire blending. Scalding white steam instantly filled the entire forging room. When the surrounding white smoke finally dissipated, Ning Chuan's first masterpiece as a blacksmith finally revealed its true form. Ning Chuan picked up the sword he had forged for the first time and ran his hand over it. He then revealed a rather satisfied smile. Seeing Gung Sanlang beside him staring at the long sword in his hand with great curiosity, Ning Chuan smiled and handed the sword over. Old man, I think this sword should meet your requirements, right? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Gung Sanlang was momentarily stunned. Meet my requirements. Could it be that this kid successfully forged a fine sword on his first try? How can that be? Gung Sanlang could hardly believe Ning Chuan's words. So he snatched the long sword from Ning Chuan's hand and began to inspect it. The long sword appeared simple and unadorned with smooth and minimalist lines. The sword body continually emitted wisps of mysterious light, and the blade revealed a hint of chill. Gung Sanlang gazed at it with utmost seriousness. Initially, he thought it was merely an ordinary fine sword. After all, for a novice to forge a fine sword already surpassed most blacksmiths. However, once he held the sword in his hand, as his fingers lightly touched the sword body, he felt an extraordinary and special texture coming through his fingertips. Gung Sanlang was immediately stunned, because he had encountered this texture many times throughout his entire forging career. This is a texture that only a famous sword would possess. A sword below the level of a famous sword could never exhibit such texture. Realizing this, Gung Sanlang's heart stirred. He knew this sword had clearly surpassed the category of fine swords, reaching the level of an exceptional fine sword. Using ordinary iron to forge an exceptional fine sword, and he succeeded on his first try. This kid's talent in sword forging is truly terrifying. After his admiration, Gung Sanlang shook his head and sighed. Speaking of which, it's embarrassing, an old man struggling to forge a fine sword with fine sword level material, while this kid not only uses ordinary iron, but also succeeded on his first try. Sigh, I really am getting old. Just as Gung Sanlang lamented his age, he unconsciously gripped the long sword and swung it forward. The target was the test stone placed not far from the forging stand. As the sword edge passed, it sliced through like a knife, through tofu, feeling no resistance at all. Just as Gung Sanlang felt a hint of doubt about the sensation, while slicing through the test stone, he heard a crisp crack sound. The massive test stone, covered in countless cuts, was directly split in two. It made a deafening noise as it began to slide down. The surface of the massive test stone was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut by the finest tools. Broken. The test stone was cut in half. Gung Sanlang's gaze flashed with disbelief and shock. At that moment, he could clearly feel that the long sword in his hand had suddenly become much heavier. Gung Sanlang's voice trembled slightly, unable to believe his own judgment as he exclaimed this. This is actually a great fine sword. A great fine sword forged from an ordinary iron blank. What nonsense. Looking at the trial blade stone that he had sliced in half with a single strike. Then he glanced at the renowned knife of the great knife level in his hand, and Gung Sanlang was utterly dumbfounded. He had spent his entire life, nearly a lifetime, forging blades, and had barely managed to create two renowned knives of the great knife level. Yet Ning Chuan crafted a great knife on his very first attempt at sword forging. The material used was even just a common iron-grade blade embryo. Looking at the great knife in his hand made Gung Sanlang feel as if all his decades of life had been wasted like a dog. Wait, you forged a great knife on your very first attempt? You little rascal, did you just transform from a complete novice to a grand master of sword forging? After a long silence, Gung Sanlang looked at Ning Chuan as if he were an alien. It's just average, I usually learn things quite quickly. Seeing Ning Chuan's smug expression, Gung Sanlang wanted to scold him, but couldn't find a reason. After all, this kid was now a grand master in sword forging, just like himself. Moreover, he felt old. Over the years, he sensed that he had reached a stage where he could no longer advance. Ning Chuan, however, was still young with boundless potential ahead. Perhaps in the future, he would truly be able to forge a supreme great knife and successfully ascend to the legendary swordsmith level. At that time, he couldn't even think about scolding him. He might even have to serve him tea and ask him to share his sword forging experiences, although this sounded a bit contrary to the natural order. But the path of a swordsmith is actually much like the path of swordsmanship, valuing the achievements of the capable. After all, from hundreds of years ago to the present, there have been very few legendary swordsmiths. Whenever a legendary swordsmith emerges, it is bound to create a sensation in an era. Ning Chuan smiled and took the first knife he forged from Gung Sanlang's hand, speaking cheerfully. Old man, I've heard a saying before. That is, an ordinary great knife, if nurtured for a long time with overwhelming might and continuously tempered through battle, could potentially transform into a supreme great knife. Hearing Ning Chuan mention this, Gung Sanlang hesitated for a moment and nodded. What you said is correct. Ordinary great knives are qualified to undergo transformation under the long-term nurturing of overwhelming might. But among so many great knives, how many can truly transform into a supreme great knife? Perhaps only the strongest swordsmen at sea, nurturing a blade with their overwhelming might day after day, could possibly cause such a transformation. At this point, Gung Sanlang paused briefly before sneering, but think about it, if those great swordsmen were nurturing a supreme great knife with their might. What kind of terrifying blade would that ultimately become? In the legends of swordsmiths, there exists a blade that can transcend even the supreme great knife. These blades follow great swordsmen in their battles at sea, constantly being nourished by their overwhelming might and the blood of powerful foes, slowly gaining sentience. Such a sentient supreme great knife is the strongest of swords and the ultimate dream of every swordsmith. Gung Sanlang's eyes rarely sparkled with a hint of excitement as he spoke. Ning Chuan could see that when talking about the ultimate dream of swordsmiths, this old man, who had already been buried for half a lifetime, was also getting fired up. You old man, just give it a rest. If you can't even create a supreme great knife, don't think about the ultimate dream of swordsmiths. Hearing Ning Chuan's mocking words, Gung Sanlang couldn't help but snort coldly. After a long while of looking at Ning Chuan, he suddenly grinned. Although I may not achieve the ultimate dream in my lifetime, my disciple can. Right, isn't that so, little Ning Chuan? Gung Sanlang's sudden high-pitched tone almost made Ning Chuan feel nauseated. Stinky old man who says I'm your disciple. Don't call me that randomly. If you keep calling like that, the generation order will get messed up. Moreover, who was it that just told me to get lost? Looking at Gung Sanlang, who had suddenly gone mad, Ning Chuan couldn't help but mockingly say, Humph, after learning my frost moon Gung Sanlang's sword forging techniques, you are my disciple now. And the best one at that. As for the generation order, who cares? Let's just handle things as we see fit. Gung Sanlang patted Ning Chuan on the shoulder in a very friendly manner, insisting on getting closer. Ning Chuan found it somewhat helpless to deal with this old man whose thick skin rivaled a city wall, who insisted on calling himself his master. Fine, how about this? If you really want to be my master, it's not impossible. Hearing Ning Chuan's concession, Gung Sanlang knew that this matter could still be negotiated. You can consider those 20 sword embryos as my apprenticeship gift. What do you think? The moment Ning Chuan's words left his mouth, Gung Sanlang's expression suddenly changed. Aren't apprenticeship gifts usually given by disciples to their masters? How come it's reversed here? After mumbling to himself a couple of times, Gung Sanlang suddenly slapped his forehead and said seriously, Forget it. Let's not say those useless things between us. Anyway, these 20 sword embryos in my hands are at most of good knife quality. The best they can be is a great knife. It's better to hand them all over to you for forging. Who knows, you might really create a miracle and forge a supreme great knife. As soon as he finished speaking, Gung Sanlang dashed over and hugged those sword embryos, coming to Ning Chuan's side. Here, good disciple, these are all yours. Go ahead and forge. If you ruin them, your master will buy you new ones. Ning Chuan. He looked at the suddenly enthusiastic Gung Sanlang. Ning Chuan was momentarily at a loss. What about this ruined one? Do you still want it? After placing the 19 embryos properly, Gung Sanlang awkwardly pulled out the one he had just ruined. Ning Chuan took the sword embryo from Gung Sanlang's hands, silently chanting for his cultivation to be settled. Once the cultivation from the sword forged earlier was credited back, he turned to look at the damaged sword embryo that Gung Sanlang had ruined. It's damaged quite severely, but can at most reach the great knife level. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Gung Sanlang was shocked. What? This thing can still reach the great knife level? Are you kidding me? Ning Chuan rolled his eyes at him, then seriously inspected the sword embryo, saying something that almost scared Gung Sanlang to death. As for a supreme great knife, it's not impossible. If this sword embryo is disassembled and restructured, it should be able to restore to its original state. Gung Sanlang's eyes widened, displaying an expression of utter confusion. What the heck? Disassemble and restructure? What kind of technique is that? I don't recall teaching you any of this. Ignoring the startled Gung Sanlang, beside him Ning Chuan directly picked up the already ruined sword embryo in hand and silently activated his fragmentation ability. In the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded before Gung Sanlang. The sword embryo in Ning Chuan's hand instantly transformed into countless tiny fragments. These fragments, under Ning Chuan's control, continuously alternated and eventually slowly reassembled into a new sword embryo. Indeed, the ability of fragmentation can also be applied to sword forging. Looking at the now smaller sword embryo in his hand after removing the unusable parts, Ning Chuan's lips curled slightly. Since the fragmentation ability has been tested and can be used in sword forging, then next, let's revolutionize my sword forging technique once more. By splitting every part and then reforging, the supreme great knife shall be accomplished. Gung Sanlang's gaze closely followed every move of Ning Chuan. He had witnessed the sword blank that had been ruined. Under Ning Chuan's manipulation, it magically split and reassembled with the damaged parts precisely removed. His shock was evident. This operation, which defied the rules of the world, could only be accomplished by those with the powers of the devil fruit. This kid is actually a devil fruit user, and his ability seems to be related to splitting. Gung Sanlang quickly formed a judgment in his mind. Wait a minute. Splitting fruit ability. He suddenly recalled a news article he had seen a few days ago. Just a few days ago, a fleet of celestial dragons was attacked in the East Sea. The attackers seemed to possess the ability to split things into fragments. Although the culprit had already been identified as a guy with a red-nosed clown appearance, for some reason Gung Sanlang suddenly felt that Ning Chuan seemed to have some connection to the attack on the celestial dragons. This kid wouldn't be so bold, would he? With this thought, Gung Sanlang suddenly shook his head frantically, seemingly trying to shake off these bad thoughts. Who cares? Anyway, the Navy and the world government are after that red-nosed guy, not my good disciple. If he isn't wanted, it doesn't count. No, even if he is wanted, it would be a false accusation. At this moment, Gung Sanlang had already made a decision in his heart. Even if one day Ning Chuan was truly wanted by the world government, then he would find a way to protect Ning Chuan. After all, this was a promising talent for a legendary blacksmith, and he couldn't let it be ruined. Ning Chuan paid no attention to the ramblings of Gung Sanlang. Instead, he picked up the sword blank in his hand and moved near the lava, preparing to begin a new round of forging. Ning Chuan calmly stood by the lava pool, silently activating his ability. In the next moment, the sword blank in his hand seemed to come to life. Under the effect of his splitting ability, it instantly shattered into countless tiny fragments. This scene left Gung Sanlang, who was standing nearby, utterly stunned. He realized he was witnessing the birth of an unprecedented sword forging technique. If successful, this technique might be recorded in history. As the first witness of this sword technique, Gung Sanlang's eyes widened, and he dared not move, fearing to miss any details. Ning Chuan's actions did not stop. With a thought, the sword blank fragments suspended in the air began to sequentially fall into the boiling lava. The lava beneath the forging platform instantly enveloped every fragment that entered it. Ning Chuan's eyes were fixed on this process. After all the fragments fell into the lava, he began to precisely control the temperature of the lava that each sword blank fragment contacted, ensuring that every part of the sword would achieve the best forging effect at the most suitable temperature. Not enough. Looking at the fragments wrapped in lava, Ning Chuan suddenly seemed to think of something and further unleashed his ability. He pressed his hand into the lava and activated his splitting ability. In the next moment, countless small blobs of lava suddenly split out from within the lava. Under Ning Chuan's control, these small lava blobs began to flow rapidly between the sword blank fragments. These fast-moving blobs of lava replaced Ning Chuan's manual hammering, and they forged the sword blank in a different way. As the lava blobs moved back and forth among the sword blank fragments, each flow represented a forging and strengthening of the sword blank. This new forging method left Gung Sanlang standing beside him in awe. He had never imagined that forging could be done in such a way. System calculate. System continue calculating. With each calculation from Ning Chuan, he relied on the system to return his cultivation in sword forging. The new sword forging method created by Ning Chuan was continuously maturing. Half an hour later, when all the fragments reassembled, a brand new dark red longsword appeared before them, replacing the previous sword blank. The moment this newly forged longsword emerged, the sword seemed to emanate a sharp aura that instantly filled the entire forging room. Ning Chuan and Gung Sanlang both felt an inexplicable chill emanating from this sword. Looking at the winding dark red patterns on the sword body, it was as if the lava was surging within the sword body continuously. When sunlight shone on the sword body, these patterns seemed to come to life in an instant, beginning to move constantly. Just looking at it made one involuntarily feel awe. Good sword. Gung Sanlang stared at this sword for a long time, suddenly shouted with excitement. Having forged swords all his life, he was naturally highly sensitive to the quality of swords. For some reason, he suddenly had a premonition that this sword had reached the level of the supreme great knife he had been pursuing all his life. Ning Chuan also gazed at this sword. However, compared to Gung Sanlang, his expression was much calmer. The moment all the fragments merged into one, he already sensed the terrifying power contained within this sword. If he guessed correctly, this should be the special power forged through the lava. Ning Chuan placed his hand on this sword, slightly injecting a trace of domineering aura. In the next moment, he felt a scorching wave of heat coming from his hand. However, this wave of heat did not burn Ning Chuan, but spread outwards. No, supreme great knife. This must be a supreme great knife. I can feel it. This is the power of lava. It is the unique power of the birth of a supreme great knife. Gung Sanlang, pressed by this scorching heat wave, even used his armed color domineering. He once again shouted with excitement. Supreme great knife. Exactly. Then let's forge the remaining 19 sword blanks based on this sword's template. After saying this, Ning Chuan directly withdrew the domineering aura he had applied to the sword, casually tossing the longsword he held to Gung Sanlang beside him. My little ancestor. This is a supreme great knife, a supreme great knife. How can you throw it like that? Wasteful, truly wasteful. Gung Sanlang frantically caught the supreme great knife Ning Chuan had tossed with his fastest speed. As if he had encountered the most precious thing in the world, he hugged it close, constantly rubbing it with his hands. Even though his hands were already cut with countless wounds by the blade, he didn't care. Looking at the completely crazy Gung Sanling, Ning Chuan rolled his eyes helplessly and chose to ignore the old man. Instead, he focused all his attention on the remaining 19 sword blanks, restarting a similar process. This time, all 19 sword blanks shattered and began to undergo the baptism of lava. Half an hour later, with a series of clang 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 sounds, 19 identical supreme great knife level longswords dropped from the air onto the ground. Startled awake by this noise, Gung Sanling glanced at these long swords. His whole world went dark as he fainted, clutching the supreme great knife in his hands. Before he fainted, only a fragmented phrase remained in his mind. What the hell? All supreme great knives. Are you wholesale or something? Looking at the unconscious Gung Sanling, Ning Chuan stepped forward to check his breath, discovering that he was not severely injured. It seemed he had fainted from excessive excitement after witnessing too many supreme blades. After a while, he should be able to regain consciousness. Ning Chuan could understand him quite well. After all, he had forged swords his entire life without ever creating a single supreme blade. And now he had refined 19 in one batch. Each one was the supreme blade he had pursued his entire life. Such a massive disparity. Gung Sanling fainting was already a testament to his resilience. Fainting is better. If this old man knew what I was planning next, he would probably be scared to death. Ning Chuan glanced at Gung Sanling, who lay motionless on the ground, and walked directly toward the 19 identical supreme blades. Above the supreme blade lies the ultimate dream of a swordsmith. However, from what Gung Sanling said, it seems to be a weapon imbued with spirituality. A weapon imbued with spirituality. Could it be those spiritual treasures often mentioned in cultivation novels? As this thought crossed his mind, Ning Chuan couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. If such a miraculous item truly exists, that would be interesting. How about giving it a try? A hint of curiosity arose within Ning Chuan. However, before he began refining a weapon with spirituality, he did not forget to settle the recent refining process. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining 19 supreme blades, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Now beginning cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining cultivation returns equivalent to refining 1900,000 supreme blades. The host's swordsmithing skills have undergone a revolutionary breakthrough. Hearing the voice in his mind announcing the successful return of his cultivation, Ning Chuan now had a new understanding of the path of swordsmithing. Perhaps spiritual weapons do not necessarily need to be nurtured with dominance and the blood of enemies. It can also be done through the method of swordsmithing. With this thought, a flash of confidence appeared on Ning Chuan's face. He casually picked up 10 identical supreme blades from the ground. He walked toward the sword forging platform again. This time he intended to take a big gamble. He would use these 10 supreme blades as the sword embryo to create a weapon that inherently possesses spirituality. Arriving at the sword forging platform, Ning Chuan raised the 10 identical supreme blades in his hand. With a thought, these supreme blades, which would drive countless sword masters mad on the sea, instantly shattered into countless fragments under his powerful abilities. If those sword masters saw Ning Chuan using supreme blades to forge swords, they would probably risk their lives to stop him from such wasteful behavior. Watching the fragments of the supreme blades fluttering in the air, Ning Chuan took a deep breath and began to mobilize the surrounding lava. He aimed to extract the most refined parts from these supreme blades to forge an unprecedented sword. Countless fragments of the supreme blades were swiftly enveloped by the terrifyingly hot magma under the constant melting of the high temperature. After 3 hours, as these fragments continued to melt, only the purest and most resilient essence remained. Looking at the remaining essence from the 10 supreme blades, a satisfied smile gradually appeared on Ning Chuan's face. Not bad, just enough material for one sword. Observing the refined essence, Ning Chuan began to control them to slowly gather together. He aimed to let this essence form a brand new long sword. Gradually, the prototype of an ancient-style long sword from the Dragon Kingdom slowly appeared before Ning Chuan's eyes. This sword was Ning Chuan's heartfelt creation, destined to become his primary weapon in battle. Therefore, the sword's design was crafted in the style he liked most. As this long sword gradually revealed its true form in the air, a powerful force surged from the sword, scattering outward across the entire island. This was the sword intent, a formidable sword energy that was born the moment the sword came into existence. At this moment, Gung Sanling was teaching the students in the dojo. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying sword intent swept past him, startling Gung Sanling. Is this sword intent? Gung Sanling turned in shock to look towards the back mountain. He could sense that this sword intent was emanating from the sword forging area in the back mountain. Could it be the supreme blade? Has my father succeeded? With this question in mind, Gung Sailing immediately set down his work and started sprinting towards the back mountain. He wanted to witness this miracle with his own eyes. Besides him, the two strongest students in the dojo, Guyaina and Zoro, also sensed this terrifyingly powerful sword intent. However, their strength was simply too weak. When this sword intent swept over them, they could hardly even keep a grip on their swords. At this moment, inside the sword forging room, Ning Chuan looked at the long sword floating in the air, continuously releasing terrifying sword intent with a satisfied smile on his face. Just as he was about to reach out to grasp the sword's handle, the sword, as if having a mind of its own, dodged Ning Chuan's hand and shifted to the side. Interesting. This sword truly possesses spirituality. Ning Chuan chuckled coldly and then instantly released his own sword intent. He began to engage in a contest with the long sword. As Ning Chuan's sword intent grew increasingly dense, the long sword gradually found it hard to withstand his pressure. Just as Ning Chuan was about to press his hand down on the long sword, the next moment, the sword suddenly pierced through the door of the sword forging room and flew out. Trying to run. Watching the long sword fly away, Ning Chuan sneered and instantly chased after it from his original position. The moment he stepped outside, Ning Chuan unexpectedly discovered that outside the sword forging room, the originally clear sky had suddenly turned dark with clouds. Terrifying bolts of lightning power continuously surged in the dense black clouds. And that long sword which had flown out of the sword forging room was now suspended in midair, its blade trembling slightly, as if it were afraid of something. Goodness, so it turns out everything written in those fantasy novels is true. When a weapon with spirituality is born, it gets struck by lightning. TSK Tisk, you didn't let me hold you. Well, now you can go get struck by lightning. Looking at the long sword trembling in midair, Ning Chuan couldn't help but sneer. Boom. With a flash of lightning tearing through the sky, the rumbling thunder struck the newly born long sword. Just when Ning Chuan thought the sword would behave after being struck by lightning, suddenly a terrifyingly hot aura burst forth from the sword's blade. It was the power of lava. It was using the lava energy contained within the sword to resist the descending lightning. After successfully defending against the first bolt of lightning, Ning Chuan noticed that the sword's momentum had decreased significantly. It seemed that resisting a bolt of heavenly thunder had indeed caused it considerable exhaustion. Boom. Just as Ning Chuan thought that the recent bolt of lightning would dissipate the clouds, suddenly the second, third. Terrifying bolts of lightning began to strike down from the sky towards the sword, one after another. However, the sword seemed to have anticipated these lightning strikes long ago. It did not flinch, but instead pointed its tip upwards, continuously releasing the terrifying lava power. It seemed to want to compete with the lightning for supremacy. Rumble. Rumble. As multiple bolts of lightning fell from the sky one after another. Each strike of lightning not only failed to destroy the long sword, but instead caused the sword to shine even brighter. At that moment, it was as if the powerful energy between heaven and earth was infusing this sword, making it grow even more perfect and formidable with each thunderous crash. As the thunder began to fade and the clouds dispersed, the long sword that had undergone tribulation slowly floated down to a spot not far in front of Ning Chuan. Without hesitation, Ning Chuan stepped forward, using his utmost strength to grasp the sword's handle. The moment his hand touched the handle, Ning Chuan immediately felt the two terrifying powers contained within the sword. One was the inherent lava power, while the other had a hint of destructive thunderous energy. This sword has actually absorbed the power of the recent lightning. A long sword infused with lava and thunder powers. From now on, I shall call you the Thunderfire Sword. Ning Chuan gripped the Thunderfire Sword tightly in his hand. He could feel it struggling continuously as if it did not want to be controlled. However, no matter how much the Thunderfire Sword struggled, it could not escape Ning Chuan's grasp. Gradually, it seemed to sense that it could not break free from the bondage. The sword began to quiet down. What is going on? Rushed in Gung Sailing, looking at the peculiar long sword in Ning Chuan's hand. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, It's nothing serious, just forged a sword. Ning Chuan said, stroking the Thunderfire Sword in his hand. He placed it into the prepared sheath. However, the moment the sword was shoved into the sheath, a surge of thunder and magma power erupted from the sword. It instantly shattered the sheath that Ning Chuan had prepared. My, you've got quite a temper, huh? He remarked, looking at the Thunderfire Sword that refused to be sheathed. Ning Chuan snorted coldly, directly covering his hand with armed color domineering, and slapped the sword's body. Clang. After a crisp sound, the seemingly temperamental long sword began to tremble slightly. It seemed afraid of Ning Chuan's continued slaps. If you don't want to be sheathed, then float on your own. If you dare to run around, it'll shatter you and refine you again. Under Ning Chuan's threat, the sword surprisingly shook its tip, as if nodding and bowing to him. This scene left Gung Xiling dumbfounded. You are actually talking to a sword? Did it reply to you? My goodness. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Gung Xiling looked shocked, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Ning Chuan thought for a moment, then stepped on Gung Xiling's foot fiercely. Are you out of your mind? Why did you step on me? Although Ning Chuan used only a fraction of his strength, it still made Gung Xiling scream. You see, Mr. Gung Xiling, I am not crazy, it is likely you who are crazy, Ning Chuan said with a sly smile. Taking the chance to tease Gung Xiling, he found it quite amusing. Gung Xiling hopped around holding his foot. Eventually, he was drawn back to the sword floating behind Ning Chuan, even forgetting the pain in his foot. What is going on with that sword behind you? Why can it fly in the air? Returning to the previous topic, Gung Xiling's curiosity grew even more. That is a sword surpassing the supreme great blade, a sword with spirit. It has fulfilled the ultimate dream of every swordsmith. Before Ning Chuan could respond, an old yet incredibly excited voice echoed behind them. Gung Xiling had woken up at some point, holding the remaining 10 supreme great blades as he approached the two. The ultimate dream of swordsmiths. Could it be that what you told me was true? Is there truly such a thing as a sentient weapon in this world? Looking at the sword floating behind Ning Chuan, he recalled the legends his father had told him about the ultimate dreams of swordsmiths. Gung Xiling's expression gradually became more exaggerated and incredulous. Has Ning Chuan already achieved the ultimate dream of swordsmiths in less than a day? This kid's talent in sword forging is indeed somewhat exaggerated. It is even stronger than his talent in swordsmanship. Son, all of these are Master Ning Chuan's works. All are supreme great blades. Gung Xiling displayed the 10 supreme great blades before Gung Xiling. At this moment, when he mentioned Ning Chuan, for some reason his words carried a hint of fervor in his eyes. No, it should be said that in the eyes of every swordsmith, Ning Chuan had become a divine being. A total of 20 blades of the quick blade level. Out of 10 supreme great blades, one is the ultimate blade that surpasses the supreme great blade. Ning Chuan, Master Ning Chuan, why don't you take me as your disciple? I want to learn sword forging from you. Ning Chuan. Gung Xiling. Looking at his father's fervent demeanor, Gung Xiling felt his head spinning. Dad, you can't just say whatever you want. If you become his disciple, what about me? What about Kuina in the future? You can't just mess up the hierarchy like this. The three returned to the dojo. Looking at the 10 identical supreme great blades in front of him, he did not hesitate to draw out 2 and hand them to Gung Xiling and his son. These 2 supreme great blades, one as an extra fee for learning in Frostmoon Village, and the other as compensation for the trouble caused after I take Kuina away. Gung Xiling and his son received the swords, their expressions filled with excitement. After all, these were the legendary supreme great blades. These blades could drive every swordsman mad on the sea. Before today, there were only 12 in the entire ocean. But now Ning Chuan treated them like cabbages. He actually just gave them away. This made Gung Xiling and his son feel a wave of emotion rise in their hearts. So this blade was Kuina's dowry. Son, you should accept it quickly, Gung Xiling joked while stroking the dark red patterned supreme great blade in his hand. You old man. I never said I would marry Kuina. Kuina is just going out to train with them. What nonsense are you thinking? Gung Xiling shouted angrily at Gung Xiling while holding the sword in his hand. Tisk, tisk, hypocritical guy. Maybe when they come back from training, you'll have a grandson. Ning Chuan. Gung Xiling. Seeing Gung Xiling joking around, Ning Chuan quickly changed the subject to avoid further nonsense. Cough. Gung Xiling, I think it's better to avoid such jokes. By the way, there's also this blade. Please help me keep it for that Zoro fellow. When he trains for a few more years, give it to him when he goes out to sea. Ning Chuan took out another supreme great blade for them to deliver to Zoro. For Zoro, Gung Xiling took the supreme great blade with some confusion. Yes, this kid has good talent. He will surely have a place among the great swordsmen in the future. Consider it an investment for him. After all, he practices the 3-sword style and lacks many swords. After explaining all this, Ning Chuan stood up, looked at Gung Xiling and Gung Xiling seriously, and said, since I have mastered both swordsmanship and sword forging, then it's time to part ways. I will protect Kuina, so you don't need to worry. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Gung Xiling and his son naturally understood his meaning. How about staying here a few more days? Gung Xiling was a bit surprised by Ning Chuan's sudden departure. He wanted his daughter to stay at home a little longer. No, there is a promise waiting for me to fulfill at sea. So this will be it, I'm leaving. Guyana, won't you take another look at Frostmoon Village? Ning Chuan walked onto the deck and asked Guyana, who was practicing with her sword at the bow of the ship. No more looks. Let's come back when we've made a name for ourselves. By then I will definitely become a renowned female sword master. Guyana did not turn back, her tone resolute. In that case, Nami no Ki Gao, let's set sail. With Ning Chuan's voice fading away, Nami and Noki Gao quickly unfurled the sail, heading deep into the ocean. On the shore, the father and son Gung Sanlang looked at the small boat of Ning Chuan and the others with a hint of worry in their eyes. But soon this hint of worry dissipated. They both believed that with Ning Chuan around, he would definitely take good care of Guyaina's safety. At that moment, Zoro watched the direction in which Ning Chuan and the others were leaving, clenching his fists. Guyaina Ning Chuan. Once I set sail, I will definitely become a world-famous swordmaster. I will even surpass you all and become the world's strongest swordmaster. Mr. Seagull, one newspaper, please. Ning Chuan tossed a prepared 1,000 berries to the newspaper-delivering seagull. Because Ning Chuan was generous, he often tipped well for fries, making the seagulls fond of delivering newspapers to him. Ning Chuan took the newspaper and quickly scanned through it, instantly spotting some intriguing news. I didn't expect this incident to cause such a stir. Even those guys from the New World were alarmed. He looked at the article that reported sightings of several ships belonging to the 4 emperors of the New World. Ning Chuan realized that this time the Navy was targeting Buggy. They also wanted to get involved. After all, Buggy was the first to dare to take down a celestial dragon. The 4 emperors of the New World seemed to be paying attention to him, trying to recruit him to boost their own reputation, which makes sense. However, the ships of the other 3 emperors have appeared in the East Sea before. But it seems there is no news of the Whitebeard fleet showing up here, indicating that Whitebeard is not interested in Buggy. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan couldn't help but shake his head. If Whitebeard were to join the fray this time, he might just be able to successfully acquire the Tremor fruit and Marcos Phoenix Zoan fruit ability. These are indeed 2 incredibly powerful abilities comparable to the split ability he already mastered. The Navy's lineup is quite luxurious. I didn't expect that old man Sengoku would actually come out personally, accompanied by Akainu and Akiji. If luck is on my side, I might just get my hands on the abilities of these 3. This commotion is truly interesting. Just as Ning Chuan was contemplating the rare spectacle they were about to witness, suddenly a pirate ship flying the mammoth pirate flag was cutting through the waves, rapidly charging toward their small boat. Captain, that ship ahead doesn't seem to be a pirate ship. The flag looks strange, seems to depict the big heads of 4 children. Should we crash into it? Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the beast pirates, showed a cruel expression after hearing his subordinates report. So what if they are children? All ships that dare to block our beast pirates' path. Not a single one can be spared. Even if it's the Admiral's ship, we will ram it and crush them. With Jack's order, his subordinates dared not defy his will and directly accelerated toward Ning Chuan's small boat. At this moment, Ning Chuan and the others naturally noticed a giant ship speeding toward their location. Ning Chuan, that giant pirate ship is moving too fast. We seem unable to avoid it. If we collide with such a large ship, we might be crushed. We must prepare in advance. Nami, holding a telescope, observed carefully and calmly reminded Ning Chuan. Guyaina and Noki Gao heard Nami's voice. The 2 took turns using the telescope from Nami's hands and saw the giant pirate ship where Jack was. Is that the flag of the beast pirates? That ship must belong to one of the 4 emperors' subordinates from the New World. Noki Gao recognized this pirate ship as belonging to one of Kaido's cadres. She quickly pulled out a stack of world government wanted notices she had collected. Searching through them swiftly, after a while she took out a wanted notice with Jack's likeness on it and excitedly handed it to Ning Chuan while analyzing. He's one of Kaido's 3 disasters. Drought Jack. Bounty 1 billion berries. According to the information I gathered, someone once offered 900 million berries for Jack's ivory. If we take down his entire ship, we could at least get a reward of 2 billion berries. After hearing Noki Gao's analysis, Ning Chuan smiled and rubbed her head. Well done, this time we're going to make a small fortune. Guyaina, who had just boarded the ship, was startled by Nami and Noki Gao's words. Wait, that is the pirate ship of Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters under the 4 emperors. Ning Chuan, you actually want to take him on? I know your strength is strong now, and you are already a swordmaster, but he is still Drought Jack. I heard my grandfather say that. Jack's. Guyaina's worried words were left unfinished. Ning Chuan's finger was pressed against her lips. Don't worry. He's just a minor disaster, not capable of causing much waves. Moreover, he's coming at us. If we don't take this opportunity to seize the berries, it will be a sin. Under Guyaina's concerned gaze, Ning Chuan gestured behind him. Immediately, with a swoosh, a sword shadow instantly flew in front of the 4. Thunder Fire Sword, go. Chop that ship for me, and also bring back the ivory. As Ning Chuan's words fell, he activated his Busashoko Haki, pouring a massive amount of it into the sword body of the Thunder Fire Sword, gaining nourishment from Ning Chuan's Haki. In the next moment, the entire sword was infused with the formidable powers of thunder and lava. The innate, terrifying sword intent also radiated from the center of their small boat, continuously spreading outward. Feeling this power, Guyaina was naturally greatly shocked. So the Thunder Fire Sword is actually this strong. Just as Guyana's exclamation faded, the Thunderfire sword seemed eager to perform before her, instantly flying out at high speed, slashing toward the giant pirate ship that was attacking them. On the pirate ship of Drow Jack, an experienced lookout was holding a telescope ready to observe the unfortunate soul about to be crushed by their massive ship. Just as he lifted the telescope, nervously scanning the distant small boat of Ning Chuan and his crew, suddenly his eyes widened. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. A sword radiating an extraordinary glow was flying towards them at an unimaginable speed. Report to the captain. An unidentified object is flying towards us. It looks like a sword. Upon hearing this, Jack raised an eyebrow. A sword, eh? Hearing his subordinate, he immediately walked to the bow of the ship. He saw a flying sword moving at high speed towards his ship. Interesting. A self-flying sword, such a marvelous thing, has never been seen in the New World. Let's capture it and take it back to our boss. Thinking this, Jack strode confidently onto the deck. He was contemplating how to seize this mysterious sword. As he pondered how to intercept the flying sword, an unexpected scene unfolded. The sword actually stopped less than a kilometer in front of their massive ship. Instead of continuing its advance, the sword suddenly stood upright, its tip pointing towards Jack's ship. Seeing this, the air around them seemed to freeze at that moment. As one of the three main banners of the Beast Pirates, Jack had experienced numerous battles and had extensive combat experience. At that moment, he could clearly see that the sword did not seem to come in peace. Retreat, everyone fall back. In that fleeting moment, Drow Jack's instincts were as sharp as a beast. He sensed an ominous aura emanating from the Thunderfire sword. The sense of crisis spread quickly from a mere hint to engulfing his entire heart. This was a man who had danced on the edge of life and death countless times as a cadre of the Four Emperors. For the first time facing a lifeless weapon, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. I can't wait any longer, I must transform. Without a moment's hesitation, Jack immediately summoned the power of the ancient mammoth fruit within him. Roar! With a deafening roar, Jack's body began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic mammoth towering at the bow of the ship. His tusks, several meters long, gleamed with a chilling light at that moment. Countless enemies had likely perished beneath those terrifying tusks. The Thunderfire sword seemed to regard Jack's transformation with contempt. However, as it looked at Jack's enormous tusks, it curiously shook its blade. It seemed to recall the task Ning Chuan had given it to retrieve the tusks. Then the sword's intent began to grow stronger. The lightning and lava powers on the Thunderfire sword intertwined. These two of the most primal and pure forces in the world fused together at this moment. As the power on the blade continued to gather, the air around began to distort. The waves on the sea seemed to tremble. The entire sea area appeared to shudder. When the time was right, the Thunderfire sword no longer hesitated. As soon as Jack's ship entered its attack range, the Thunderfire sword delivered a deadly strike towards them. A flash of sword light streaked by, carrying the force of thunder and the searing heat of boiling lava slicing through the sky. It was heading straight for Jack's colossal pirate ship. At this moment, Jack felt an unprecedented pressure. Such a terrifying force he had only experienced from his captain Kaido. It's just a sword, can it really cause such chaos? He'll fight you. Roar. Transforming into a mammoth, Jack roared, channeling his Conqueror's Haki to the utmost. He propelled the giant body of the mammoth, enveloping his Conqueror's Haki over the strongest parts of his trunk and tusks, ready to withstand this earth-shattering force. As captain, he had already realized that this sword was not just targeting him, but also aiming at their ship. As captain, he had to block this strike for everyone. As the Thunderfire sword unleashed its powerful strike, Jack threw himself forward with everything he had to shield the entire ship. However, even the mighty, ancient mammoth could not withstand the strength of the Thunderfire sword's fierce blow, and instantly its defenses were shattered. The two massive tusks and the long trunk were severed in that strike. A massive gash appeared on Jack's head, revealing his bone. I can't hold on. If I keep this up, he'll die. At that moment, Jack's blood gushed out like a fountain, continuously spewing forth. He had barely withstood the sword's aura for less than a second. He could no longer hold on. Jack knew that if he continued to resist, he would surely be split in two by the terrifying sword energy. Helplessly, he had no choice but to exhaust all his strength, sacrificing one arm to shift his body aside. With Jack no longer blocking in front, in the next moment, the entire sword energy sliced through the massive pirate ship he was piloting. The powers of thunder and lava erupted violently at that instant. It directly obliterated the entire ship in that terrifying strike. Boom! A loud noise echoed. In the distance, Ning Chuan and his three companions stood on their small boat. They clearly witnessed the explosion of Jack's gigantic pirate ship. Hooray! The Thunderfire sword is amazing. The crisis is averted. Nami looked at the exploding pirate ship, laughing happily. Haha, another billion berry has come in. Ning Chuan, we have already cleared a third of our debt to Admiral Carp. Nokigao pulled out her accounting book and began writing and drawing. At this moment, only Goina, who had just boarded the ship, was staring blankly at the massive pirate ship that had been sliced apart by the Thunderfire sword. This is a cadre under Kaido. Just like that, it was cut down by a single sword. I remember my grandfather once said that Kaido and his subordinates are formidable foes, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to leave Wano all those years ago. And now, Goina suddenly felt that perhaps this legendary Emperor Kaido and his subordinates were not unbeatable after all. Whoosh! The sound of a long sword slicing through the air suddenly broke the spell of Gina's stupor. Looking at the two massive mammoth tusks hanging from the Thunderfire sword, Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. The Thunderfire sword is quite thoughtful. The tusks are undamaged, well done. After being praised by Ning Chuan, the Thunderfire sword began to sway happily in the sky. It was clear that it was very pleased. Since you've retrieved the tusks, there's another task for you. Go and fish up the drowning dogs that just fell into the sea. Upon receiving Ning Chuan's new command, the Lei Hua sword hesitated, reluctant, yet ultimately surged forward in an instant, swayed by the generous infusion of domineering aura Ning Chuan had just bestowed upon it. It immediately set about executing Ning Chuan's orders. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan handed the ivory tusk to Nami and the others, suggesting they either carve it into something whimsical or sell it for profit. After the Lei Hua sword's earth-shaking strike, the nearby sea surface remained turbulent for a long while before finally settling back into calm, only for that stillness to be shattered once more by the sharp, urgent whistle of a blade cleaving the air. Waves erupted anew across the tranquil waters, not in destruction this time, but as the Lei Hua sword skimmed the surface, retrieving one by one those pirates who had narrowly escaped the catastrophe. It delivered each survivor aboard Ning Chuan's vessel, ensuring they could later be presented to Vice Admiral Garp as settlement for outstanding debts. As the pirates were hauled onto the deck one after another by the Lei Hua sword, Ning Chuan wasted no time, swiftly shattering their limbs and binding them tightly with unyielding ropes. Yet Ning Chuan, ever merciful, left each pirate a single buoyant piece of driftwood before casting them into the sea, granting them fleeting respite from drowning. Thus, even if any among them possessed devil fruit powers, immersion in seawater would render those abilities utterly inert. With the ocean heaving ceaselessly, Jack the Drought emerged from the depths, pierced through the scapula by the Lei Hua sword, dragged unwillingly into the light. Clearly the Lei Hua sword held little regard for this hulking brute, else why would it have impaled him again the moment it hauled him ashore? With a thunderous crash, Jack, the man who had languished submerged for so long, slammed onto the deck of Ning Chuan's small boat, sending the entire vessel rocking violently across the waves before slowly regaining its balance. This fellow is enormous, Nami and the others exclaimed, gazing at Jack as he made the fragile vessel sway back and forth. Torrents of seawater cascaded from Jack's body, revealing a tapestry of wounds beneath. Once a fearsome commander among the four Emperor's elite, he now lay grievously weakened. Though gravely injured, Jack's eyes still blazed with savage ferocity as he lifted his gaze toward Ning Chuan and his companions aboard the ship. He sensed not a trace of danger emanating from them. Leaving the formidable Jack momentarily stunned, his expectations of confronting a mighty adversary utterly upended. Was it someone else who struck us? Did he intervene only because he saw I was about to attack these children? A flicker of disdain rose within Jack's chest. Simultaneously, a sliver of hope ignited in his mind. If I seize these children, might I force that hidden power to stand down? Perhaps even wrest control of that terrifying sword. In that instant, Jack, the man whose wits were perpetually askew, dared dream of turning imminent defeat into glorious triumph. Noticing the murderous glint in Jack's gaze, Ning Chuan let out a cold, mirthless laugh. A cripple with but one arm remaining, stripped of both tusk and trunk, yet still harboring such delusions. Truly he is foolish beyond measure. Just as Jack shook off the last of the seawater, preparing to launch a desperate assault with his remaining strength, the Lei Hua sword, sensing his intent, vibrated faintly, its tip instantly locking onto Jack. It stood ready to strike, shielding Ning Chuan and his companions. Yet Ning Chuan raised a hand, halting it. He stepped forward slowly, his eyes deep and unreadable, his voice laced with quiet contempt. Still eager to fight? Then let us play just a little. With that, he gestured dismissively to the Lei Hua sword, commanding it to withdraw. As the sword soared away into the distance, Jack's gaze flickered uneasily between Ning Chuan and the retreating blade, fear and avarice warring in his heart. Just a child, relying solely on a sword. How formidable could he possibly be? At this range, I can seize him before the blade even reacts. And if I claim that sword, even at the cost of one arm, it will be worth every drop of blood. Gradually, greed eclipsed all caution in Jack's mind. In his simplicity, Jack believed that defeating this seemingly frail opponent would grant him dominion over that mysterious, awe-inspiring blade. Enough, I'll risk it all. As Jack tensed to unleash his final reckless assault, Ning Chuan's smirk deepened, colder, sharper than before. Without uttering another word, his aura erupted, overwhelming, palpable. Armament Haki surged across his fist like molten obsidian. And the very moment Jack rose his massive fist hurtling toward Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan's haki-wrapped fist met Jack's Hedon. A blow deliberately restrained for Jack still had utility ahead, crippling him would suffice. A deafening boom reverberated across the sea. Jack's vision blacked out instantly. His vaunted strength crumbled like parchment beneath Ning Chuan's strike, his fist shattered outright upon impact. Then like a torrent breaking a dam, Ning Chuan's devastating force surged up Jack's arm and flooded his entire frame, ribs, vertebrae, joints snapping in rapid, sickening succession. Excruciating agony robbed him of all capacity to resist. Jack collapsed onto the deck, his skeleton pulverized by a single flawless punch. The searing pain rendered even breathing agonizing. He lay paralyzed, eyes wide with raw terror, utterly motionless. Before slipping into unconsciousness, Jack uttered his final incredulous words, "How could this boy be so strong?" One day later, somewhere in the vast expanse of the East Blue, Ning Chuan purchased naval intelligence from a messenger seagull, learning precisely where the Marines had gathered. Having secured the location, he wasted no time, setting course immediately for the naval assembly, dragging the incapacitated Jack along. For hours the four sailed across open water in their modest vessel, until at last they sighted the distant cluster of warships. Just as they prepared to approach, a patrolling Marine frigate spotted their tiny craft. Its captain, a young striking woman bearing the insignia of a commodore, stood watchful on deck. Through her spyglass, she discerned Ning Chuan's vessel, and unmistakably the bound figure of Jack the Drought lying aboard. As a seasoned Marine officer, Tina possessed encyclopedic knowledge of every major pirate on the most wanted list, and at a glance, she recognized the massive captive. He was none other than Jack the Drought, one of the three commanders of the Beast's pirates and a top-tier lieutenant under Emperor Kaido himself. Stunned into silence, Tina froze, her beautiful face etched with utter disbelief. Impossible. These four children captured Jack the Drought. Without any hesitation, Colonel Tina immediately sent a report to the command ship. Watching the small boats approaching, she, as an experienced naval officer, remained highly vigilant. She feared that this was a deception orchestrated by Jack and his gang of pirates aimed at bringing unimaginable trouble to the Navy. To be safe, she promptly ordered the warship to change course, aiming its guns at Ning Chuan's vessel, and commanded the entire fleet to prepare for battle, advancing swiftly to intercept Ning Chuan and his small boat. As the two ships drew closer, Ning Chuan stood at the bow holding Jack's massive figure. His gaze was calm, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Clearly he recognized her. The one intercepting him was none other than the Navy's flower Tina. As the distance diminished, Tina also saw his face clearly. It was a young and handsome face with a somewhat slender build contrasting starkly with the cargo he was carrying. "I am Ning Chuan, and this is the Drought Disaster Jack from the 100 Beasts pirate crew, whom I have subdued. I want to see Vice Admiral Carp." Ning Chuan's voice was clear and steady. He did not beat around the bush, but directly stated his intention. Hearing Ning Chuan himself say that he was carrying Drought Disaster Jack, Tina's expression revealed disbelief. At that moment, she felt that the scene before her had exceeded her understanding. Drought Disaster Jack. He was a formidable lieutenant under the four emperors Kaido. And now he was actually captured by a seemingly ordinary young man. Moreover, judging by the injuries on both of them, it was clear that Jack had gained nothing in his confrontation with Ning Chuan. He had been thoroughly beaten by Ning Chuan. What puzzled Tina even more was that this young man claimed he wanted to see Vice Admiral Carp. Could he be a disciple trained by Vice Admiral Carp? But why has he never mentioned it? Despite many questions in her mind, Tina quickly regained the calm expected of a naval officer after a brief moment of shock. "You all need to stop your ship for a safety inspection. I need to verify the authenticity of what you said." Tina looked into Ning Chuan's eyes while closely observing every movement of his, ensuring that no unexpected situations would occur. Ning Chuan was already mentally prepared for Tina's request. After all, this was a critical moment, and no mistakes could be made. Thus, Ning Chuan gladly agreed and began to cooperate with the Navy's inspection procedures. Tina boarded Ning Chuan's small boat. When she saw that the boat was filled entirely with children, her expression once again turned to one of disbelief. Not a single adult, it's all just kids. Are they too outrageous? Tina suppressed her shock and began the routine inspection of Ning Chuan's boat. When she approached the railings of the small boat and saw the ropes tied on board and the pirates with familiar faces hanging from them, Tina could no longer maintain her composure. "You all actually wiped out Jack's pirate crew. My God." As a naval colonel, she naturally knew the terrifying combat power of Drought Disaster Jack. Ordinary rear admirals would probably not be able to handle these pirates. Yet Ning Chuan and his 3 young companions had achieved it. At that moment, Tina's shock was evident. Looking at Ning Chuan and his companions, the astonishment in her eyes was hard to conceal. I will immediately contact the higher-ups to report the situation here. Please wait a moment, okay? Tina spoke while quickly picking up the transponder snail to urgently contact her superiors. In her fluster, the transponder snail slipped from her hand and fell on the deck. Miss Tina, no need to rush, Ning Chuan said with a smile, helping her pick up the transponder snail while comforting her. Seeing a child maintain composure at this moment, while she was so nervous that she couldn't even hold the transponder snail steadily, Tina's face flushed with embarrassment. No, this is too embarrassing. I can't believe I was so inept in front of a few kids. This is truly humiliating. While waiting for the response from the Navy's higher-ups, Ning Chuan patiently stood at the bow, letting the sea breeze brush past his clothes. Looking at Ning Chuan standing at the bow, Tina unexpectedly noticed a maturity and calmness in his eyes that surpassed his age. It seemed as if everything was within his expectations. This made Tina's curiosity about Ning Chuan grow significantly. She now wanted to learn more about him. When Colonel Tina's report reached Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it instantly caused a stir among the higher-ups. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Akiji, and Admiral Akainu, 3 heavyweight figures in the Navy, all raised their heads almost simultaneously, their eyes flashing with disbelief. What did you say? For children captured drought disaster Jack. Sengoku's voice carried obvious shock. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, trying to confirm that he hadn't misheard the information due to his busy schedule. Akiji scratched his curly hair, and his expression also became unusually serious. This seems a bit too exaggerated, doesn't it? Even a rear admiral would find it difficult to capture Jack with his strength. What on earth are these kids? Admiral Akainu took a deep puff from his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Known for his hardline stance, even he couldn't help but express a hint of curiosity at this moment. Interesting little brats. Especially this one named Ning Chuan, achieving such feats at such a young age. If he were willing to join the Navy, I would personally take him. Vice Admiral Karp had been sipping tea and eating senbei while listening to their conversation. When he heard Ning Chuan's name from Akainu, he was taken aback and immediately sat up from his recliner, unable to help but turn to Sengoku. Sengoku, what was the name of that kid you just mentioned? Sengoku shot Karp a glance, snatched the senbei from his hand, and said discontentedly, Karp, you're not here to slack off, you're supposed to be participating in the operation. This is happening in your jurisdiction, the East Sea. How could you not even listen to the intel properly? That kid is named Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan. Hearing Sengoku's roar, Karp not only didn't get angry, but instead burst into laughter. So it's that little brat Ning Chuan. His rate of progress is astonishingly fast. Now he has even captured drought disaster Jack, an officer under Kaido. Not bad, interesting. After hearing Karp's words, Sengoku and the others couldn't help but look at him with puzzled expressions. Karp, do you know that kid? Sengoku pushed up his glasses, asking incredulously. How could I not know? That kid owes me a bounty of 3 billion. He must be here to repay his debt. Admiral Sengoku, along with Generals Akainu and Akiji and a series of high-ranking Navy officials, were taken aback upon learning of the seemingly profound connection between Karp and Ning Chuan. The expressions on their faces were quite peculiar. They were all shocked that Karp had never mentioned this matter before. This was a young lad with boundless potential. In the future, he would at least be a talent worthy of a general. How could Karp have missed out on this boy? Meanwhile, each of their hearts began to feel a sense of regret. Such a promising youth, why hadn't he joined the Navy earlier to serve? Karp, you old geezer, why didn't you tell us about this sooner? This extraordinarily talented lad should have been recruited into the Navy for training long ago. Sengoku was the first to break the silence. His tone carried a hint of anger and reproach. Akaina's eyes also revealed a touch of discontent. For someone like Ning Chuan, who began striking at pirates at such a young age, not entering the Navy system in a timely manner and becoming a Navy officer was evidently hard for him to accept. If such a little guy had come to the Navy earlier, by now his achievements would have earned him a general rank. Akiji, on the other hand, remained relatively calm. Having spent such a long time on Karp's ship, he naturally knew that Karp had his reasons for not specially recruiting Ning Chuan into the Navy. He glanced at Karp and after a moment of thought began to defend him. Everyone, I suspect that Rear Admiral Karp must have invited Ning Chuan, right? Perhaps that lad was just reluctant. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Karp felt a rare sense of relief at Akiji's willingness to exonerate him. He looked at the others, helplessly spread his hands, and explained with a bitter smile, I tried long ago, but the boy is quite stubborn, insisting he doesn't want to join the Navy. He has his own dreams to pursue. Upon hearing the word dreams, everyone's gaze turned to Karp. After all, they were well aware of the aspirations of those associated with Karp. Their dreams were certainly quite daunting. For instance, his son Monkey D. Dragon. Ha ha ha. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Seeing Carp's honest and simple face, Sengoku suddenly spoke after a long silence. Carp, you must come clean. Is this lad named Ning Chuan's dream a normal one? After hearing Carp's explanations, the atmosphere in the meeting room finally eased a bit. Alright, as long as his dreams aren't about terrifying things, it's fine. Sengoku couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. After all, a guy who could take down a Yonko officer since childhood would be truly frightening if he had ambitions like Dragon to overthrow the world government. That would indeed be too terrifying. In that case, I will personally go and recruit Ning Chuan. No matter the cost, we must bring him in. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the high-ranking officials in the meeting room nodded in agreement. If they could truly recruit Ning Chuan, the Navy would possess an extremely strong force in the future. Given Ning Chuan's current achievements, no one would doubt his potential to stand at the pinnacle of the world. When Ning Chuan received the invitation from the Navy's high-ranking officials and prepared to head to the temporary meeting room, to avoid drawing too much attention, he did not bring along the conspicuous Thunderfire sword. Additionally, for protection, he did not take Nami and the others. Under Tina's personal guidance, Ning Chuan quickly arrived at the Navy's temporary meeting room. Admiral Sengoku personally came out to greet Ning Chuan, showcasing the Navy's sincerity. Hello Ning Chuan, I have long heard of you through Rear Admiral Carp. Truly heroes emerge from youth. As soon as Sengoku started, he delivered a rather syrupy compliment that made Ning Chuan want to roll his eyes. After all, Ning Chuan was well aware of Carp's temperament. With this old man's nature, he would not likely share his affairs with others. And Sengoku, knowing about Carp's acquaintance with him, was probably only learned not too long ago. Looking at Carp's strange expression, Ning Chuan quickly confirmed his guess. After inviting Ning Chuan into the meeting room, Sengoku no longer beat around the bush and directly said to Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan, on behalf of the Navy headquarters, I officially invite you to join the Navy. As long as you agree to join, you will start as a Navy major. You can choose a Navy unit of 1,000 men from the elite forces. Your actions will not be overly interfered with by headquarters, and you will report directly to me, not needing to heed anyone else's orders. Sengoku continuously laid out the conditions. These terms were far more generous than the treatment given to the warlords by the world government. The other high-ranking officials were all astonished. They could hardly believe that Sengoku was willing to go to such lengths for a single Ning Chuan. It seemed he wanted to cultivate him as the Navy's future successor. Everyone present was sharp-witted and could clearly see Sengoku's intentions. However, despite such generous conditions, Ning Chuan's expression remained calm. He listened attentively, but did not provide any response. Ning Chuan, have you given it any thought? I can give you some time to consider. You can respond after this current incident with Buggy is resolved. Sengoku had lowered his stance significantly. It seemed he was genuinely impressed by this extraordinarily gifted individual. Admiral Sengoku, your conditions are very generous. But I have no ambition to become a Navy officer. Seeing Ning Chuan's decisive refusal of Sengoku, all the surrounding Navy officials, except for Carp, were left dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. An interesting lad. Your temperament is just like mine. I knew you would make this choice. At this moment, Carp could not help but fan the flames. It was not until Sengoku's furious fist struck Carp's head that he snapped back to reality from his excitement, realizing that this was not the best time for joking. Kid, you just rejected us like that. Not even considering it. Sengoku looked at Ning Chuan, clinging to the last shred of hope. Ning Chuan shook his head firmly once again. Brat, joining the Navy, executing justice, and striking down pirates across the world. What's wrong with that? Why do you refuse? Is justice so unworthy in your heart? As he observed Ning Chuan's attitude at that moment, the expression on Akaina's face turned ashen in response to Ning Chuan's mockery. The lava power within him surged like a volcanic eruption, causing the temperature in the temporary conference room to rise sharply. Fortunately, he managed to control his anger, preventing the lava within him from flooding the entire temporary conference room. The high-ranking naval officers present all felt an extremely oppressive atmosphere at that moment. None of them expected that this kid Ning Chuan would dare to speak like this. The fact that the Navy serves the world government as dogs is a humiliating reality that every naval officer finds hard to escape. However, due to face issues, no one has ever dared to bring this up in such a setting. Yet now this brat Ning Chuan had publicly exposed this matter. His actions were akin to wielding the sharpest knife to dig into everyone's hearts. Lies never hurt, but the truth is the fastest knife. Therefore, under Ning Chuan's taunts, all the naval officers, except for Carp, wore dark expressions and glared at Ning Chuan with unkind eyes. But at this moment, Carp, a vice admiral with a high reputation in the Navy, unexpectedly began to laugh in front of everyone. Huh, this kid has some real guts, daring to speak the truth in front of us. It's really... Carp's laughter broke the silence that had enveloped everyone. At this moment, all the naval officers turned to look at Carp. Seeing the unfriendly expressions on the others' faces, Carp froze on the spot. Then a hint of an awkward smile appeared on his old face as he scratched his head and said, did I say something wrong again? Looking at Carp's feigned ignorance, Sengoku could not help but yell at him, Carp, if you don't speak, no one will regard you as a mute. Thus, the previously silent atmosphere was once again muddled by Carp's antics. However, while others weren't prepared to delve deeper into the matter, Akainu stepped forward to stand before Ning Chuan, looking down at him, and said, daring to say such words, you must be quite confident in your own strength, huh? Then can you show me the strength of this guy who looks down on being a dog? If you're not impressive, I might get very angry. Akainu's voice was deep and filled with anger. It was evident that Ning Chuan's earlier words had genuinely angered him. After all, for Akainu it was acceptable if you disagreed with him. But if you dared to deny his justice, that would be equivalent to denying his entire life. How could he not be angry? Akainu calmed down. Sengoku's voice suddenly rang out. He understood Akainu's temperament and realized that he needed to control the situation. Children speak without thinking. Place the bigger picture first. Hearing this, Akainu took a deep breath and barely managed to suppress his anger. Nevertheless, he continued to glare at Ning Chuan coldly, his eyes filled with raging anger. Kid, I will wait for you outside. I want to see if you truly have the right to say such things to me. After saying this, Akainu disappeared from the deck and went to the edge of the fleet, seemingly waiting for Ning Chuan's arrival. Upon hearing Akainu's words, Ning Chuan felt no fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He turned to look at Sengoku and the other high-ranking naval officers, smiling as he said, sorry everyone, but I must take my leave for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, he chased after the direction Akainu had left. The other naval officers exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. They wanted to see the true strength of this kid Ning Chuan. How would he perform when facing the strongest force of the Navy? Akainu. Watching Ning Chuan's departing figure, Sengoku elbowed Carp beside him and couldn't help but whisper, Carp, did you expect Ning Chuan to react like this? Carp did not answer directly, but his expression revealed everything. Clearly, he was not surprised by Ning Chuan's reaction. That kid Ning Chuan never plays by the rules. His thoughts are not so easily deciphered. Just like this time, he is probably plotting something against Akainu. Last time I met him, I accidentally fell into his trap. After hearing Carp's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Plotting against Akainu. Is there something on Akainu that he wants? Sengoku thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what Ning Chuan was aiming for. Helpless, he could only follow the others and chase after them, preparing to witness the clash between Ning Chuan and Akainu. Ning Chuan and Akainu stood far away on the open sea outside the fleet. Around them the waves roared, yet the sea beneath their feet remained eerily calm, as if it were intimidated by the powerful aura emanating from both of them. At this moment, the boiling magma on Akainu's body surged continuously. In his gaze towards Ning Chuan, there was a hint of barely perceptible recognition. He felt quite gratified that Ning Chuan dared to come to challenge him. If this kid had been too afraid of his admiral status to even show up, Akainu would have looked down on this brat who could only take advantage of words. Looking at Ning Chuan standing on the opposite side of him on the sea, the two exchanged no extra words. After a simple exchange of glances, in the next moment, the formidable Armament Haki erupted simultaneously from both of them. As their figures flashed past, the sounds of fists and feet colliding reached the ears of the onlookers. Their offensive surged like a sudden storm. Every punch and kick from Ning Chuan carried immense power, far beyond what one would expect from someone of his age. Even Akainu felt a hint of pressure. Without a doubt, Ning Chuan's Armament Haki was at a top-tier level. Observing this scene, Sengoku, Akiji, Carp, and the other high-ranking naval officers were all astonished by the sight before them. They had initially thought that although Ning Chuan was strong, in the face of the Navy's Admiral Akainu, he would likely not last long. However, the reality far exceeded their expectations. In terms of Haki alone, Ning Chuan's cultivation was already quite terrifying. Not only was he not suppressed by Akainu's offensive, but he was growing stronger with each battle. Everyone could sense that Ning Chuan's Haki was actually becoming stronger under such circumstances. This kid is truly a monster. Carp's tone was filled with unmistakable pride. I didn't expect that after being apart for a while, his Haki cultivation would reach this level. Although I knew this kid was progressing rapidly, I never imagined his progress could be this fast. At this moment, everyone was unaware. While engaged in a clash of Haki with Akainu, Ning Chuan was continuously demanding the system to evaluate his Armament Haki cultivation results. Fighting against someone like Akainu, Ning Chuan's Armament Haki was improving much faster than when he evaluated it himself. Ning Chuan thoroughly enjoyed this process of strength enhancement. However, as Ning Chuan's Armament Haki grew stronger, Akainu gradually felt himself unable to withstand the pressure. After silently cursing this freak of a kid, Akainu decided to stop holding back his strength. Without any hesitation, he activated the abilities of his magma fruit. Kid, your Haki is indeed strong. Not many can surpass you in this regard. But even the strongest Haki has its limits. And the Logia type has no limits. As soon as Akainu finished speaking, he erupted like a volcano. Each of his punches was accompanied by a massive eruption of magma. Even the nearby sea surface was stained with a layer of blazing magma glow. Watching this scene, the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Finally, using your devil fruit. I've been waiting for this moment. A fierce glint flashed in Akainus' eyes. At this moment, he held nothing back. The power of the magma fruit surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Hellhound. Akainu no longer held back, unleashing the same technique he used against enemies on the sea. His fist, enveloped in scorching magma, bore down on Ning Chuan with devastating force. Even the strongest of the New World dared not take this blow lightly. Is that the same move that knocked half of Whitebeard's face off? However, magma no longer holds any effect on me. Facing Akainus, Hellhound Ning Chuan chose the simplest and most direct response. He did not evade, but instead confronted the terrifying magma, heat in thrusting his fist forward. His punch, covered in Armament Haki, met the Hellhound directly. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. All onlookers' gazes were fixed on this instant. Those familiar with the fearsome Hellhound of Akainu watched, not daring to blink, as the two figures stood at the center of the battlefield. They were eager to see if Ning Chuan could survive this terrifying blow from Akainu. Boom! The two forces collided violently in midair. Akainus' fist, infused with the terrifying heat of magma, was surprisingly shattered by Ning Chuan's punch. The distant explosion of magma obscured everyone's vision. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were left in utter disbelief. To shatter magma with such force, even Ning Chuan must pay a hefty price. What a pity. This kid is incredibly fierce, but after all, this is magma. Even if Ning Chuan survives, he must at least be gravely injured. The magma fruit is too powerful, ordinary people cannot withstand its might. This kid's abilities might extend beyond this. Just as the onlooking Marines began to doubt Ning Chuan, Carp's face revealed a hint of an uncontainable smile. Sengoku, who originally thought Ning Chuan would likely be severely injured by this blow, began to have his doubts. Could it be that this kid Ning Chuan really has a way to resist the terrifying heat of magma? As Sengoku's heart was filled with confusion, the sky of magma began to sink into the sea. The figures of Ning Chuan and Akainu, surrounded by magma, gradually revealed themselves. However, when the two appeared, something astonishing happened. Ning Chuan stood there remarkably stable, as steady as a rock. It seemed as though Akainus' Hellhound had not inflicted any substantial harm upon him. In contrast, Akainus' expression darkened as he looked at his shattered magma arm. His face was filled with disbelief. What kind of monster are you? How can you withstand the terrifying heat of my magma? Hearing Akainus' words, a smile involuntarily appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. Magma, if one comes into contact with it frequently, naturally develops a resistance. And not long ago, I just happened to come into contact with it. Thus your magma fruit no longer poses any significant threat to me. Seeing the relaxed and confident expression on Ning Chuan's face, Akainus' heart surged with a tumultuous wave. Resistance to magma. What nonsense. How could a human body possibly resist something like magma? Although Akainu found it hard to believe what he heard, the living example before him suggested that Ning Chuan might be telling the truth. Since the Hellhound can't take you down, then try this move. Dog Bite Red Lotus. With his rage reaching a peak, Akainu decided to unleash his strongest technique without holding back. A massive amount of intensely hot magma under his control gathered and transformed into a ferocious hellish hound carrying an aura of destruction that seemed to emanate from hell itself. This strike saw Akainu unleash nearly all of his strength. The power of the magma fruit was pushed to its absolute limit at that moment. At this moment, the temperature of the magma began to soar to unprecedented heights. The magma, capable of melting everything, continued to boil forth from Akainu. Faced with this attack that would cause most strong beings to tremble in fear, Ning Chuan's eyes showed no hint of fear. Instead, a strange smile flickered across his face. This time, he didn't even extend his fist. He stood firm in place, seemingly awaiting Akainus' attack. Boom! As the hellish hound made of magma came crashing down towards Ning Chuan's position, he activated his observation haki to its maximum in that instant. His mind rapidly recalled the subtle changes in Akainus' body when he used the magma fruit. When the Dog Bite Red Lotus landed on him, he was instantly surrounded by a massive amount of high-temperature magma. At this moment, Ning Chuan, who had been frozen in place, finally moved. However, this time it was not his body that moved, but his lips. System, begin the calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the abilities of the magma fruit for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Beginning cultivation calculation. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 100,000 seconds of cultivation return for experiencing the ability of the magma fruit. After gaining a profound understanding of the operational rules of the magma fruit within Akainu, Ning Chuan showed no hesitation and continued to speak in his mind. System, continue the calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the abilities of the magma fruit for 20 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. When Ning Chuan had nearly mastered every detail of the magma fruit, he no longer hesitated and started to attempt to manifest the ability of the magma fruit within himself. As Ning Chuan concentrated, the next moment a small amount of scorching magma began to flow from the tip of his finger. I did it. Ning Chuan's heart leaped with joy. Immediately after, he continued to speak in his mind. System, continue the calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the ability of the magma fruit for 5 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Beginning cultivation calculation. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 5,000 seconds of cultivation return for experiencing the ability of the magma fruit. The host is now capable of skillfully utilizing the power of the magma fruit. As Ning Chuan awaited the return of the cultivation from his attempt at using the magma fruit, a smile once again appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. Next, let's try elementalization. After the system informed Ning Chuan that he could now harness the power of the lava fruit, he prepared to let his body attempt transformation into elemental form, to become a part of this sea of lava merging with it. As the thought of elemental transformation arose in Ning Chuan's mind, his body began to undergo changes. He only felt an unprecedented surge of power emerging within him. At that moment, he seemed to establish a mysterious connection with the lava. His skin, muscles, and even bones began to take on a lava-like hue. To his astonishment, lava began to erupt from his body, just like Akainu. Gradually, he was completely enveloped in lava. At that moment, Ning Chuan seemed to transform into the embodiment of lava. His current form of existence appeared no longer as a mere human. Instead, he resembled a life form coexisting with the lava. This transformation even startled Akainu, who had consumed the lava fruit himself. How is this kid possible? A flash of disbelief crossed Akainu's eyes. He had never imagined that someone could replicate the abilities of the lava fruit. No, this shouldn't be mere imitation. More accurately, it's a complete elemental transformation identical to his own, becoming like the lava. What was happening to Ning Chuan had already surpassed Akainu's understanding. After serving in the Navy for so many years, his knowledge of devil fruits far exceeded that of the average person. Yet he had never heard of anyone else being able to wield the ability of a devil fruit. This was something he could hardly believe his own eyes. If he can use the lava fruit too, then what does that make me, the one who consumed the fruit? At this thought, Akainu felt a chill run down his spine. However, what was happening amidst the lava was something that neither he nor Ning Chuan could share with anyone else. Even if Akainu wanted to consult someone about it, he would probably find no one. Damn it! If this kid refuses to use the power of the lava fruit next. Even if I speak of this, who would believe me? Looking at Ning Chuan, who had completely merged with the lava erupting from his body, Akainu felt utterly helpless. He realized something that left him in a state of despair. He could no longer distinguish which lava was emerging from his body and which was Ning Chuan's. As time passed, Ning Chuan's complete encasement in lava had begun to worry the high-ranking Navy officials present. They watched the constantly churning lava on the sea's surface, a sense of unease rising within them. The original showdown now seemed increasingly unpredictable. Since Ning Chuan had been surrounded by a vast amount of lava, it had been a long time since they had seen any signs of struggle or counterattack from him. This made all the observing Navy officials begin to worry whether this young boy had encountered misfortune. At this moment, Sengoku frowned, hesitating whether to intervene and stop the duel. He was concerned for Ning Chuan's safety, fearing he might suffer irreversible harm under the terrifying power of the lava. This was a boy full of potential and a sense of justice. Even if he did not join the Navy in the future, he could still deal a significant blow to the pirates at sea, providing great assistance to the Navy. Now, if he were to accidentally be ruined here, it would be a huge loss for the entire world. However, he also feared that his intervention might rob Ning Chuan of a chance to grow. The battle against a top-tier combatant like an admiral was an excellent opportunity for a young person like Ning Chuan to learn combat experience. If he were to intervene in their fight and let Ning Chuan miss out on such an opportunity for progress, he would surely regret it. Sengoku's mind was engulfed in a great inner conflict at that moment. Beside him, Garp also displayed an unusual expression of concern. Although he appeared carefree and seemed unconcerned about Ning Chuan's situation, it was evident from his expression that he was indeed worried about Ning Chuan. Garp knew well Ning Chuan's potential and believed he might not necessarily lose to Akainu. But he also understood that no one, not even himself, could be immune to the absolute power of Akainu's lava fruit. This kid is taking quite a gamble. Even steel would have been refined by lava after such a long time. Garp's tone carried a hint of helplessness. The surrounding high-ranking Navy officials, including Akiji and those vice admirals, fell into silence. In their hearts, there was both admiration for Ning Chuan and concern for his current predicament. Meanwhile, while everyone focused on Ning Chuan's life and death, he was swimming in the sea of lava that was erupting from Akainu's body. This was the first time he had transformed his body into elemental form, and he found the sensation quite marvelous. He embodied the lava element swimming in the ocean of lava. Every drop of lava seemed to be penetrable and controllable by Ning Chuan becoming a part of him. While enjoying this wonderful feeling, Ning Chuan did not forget to continue enhancing his control over the lava fruit's abilities. System, begin the calculations. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the lava fruit ability for 5 minutes, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Calculating cultivation returns now. Calculation successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully experiencing the lava fruit ability with a 50,000-minute cultivation return. The host's lava fruit ability has greatly improved. System, continue the calculations. As the system continued to return cultivation points, Ning Chuan discovered that his control over the lava was becoming stronger and stronger. Observing the lava surrounding his body, a whimsical idea suddenly sprang to Ning Chuan's mind. He intended to control the lava and redirect it back into Akainu's body. Without hesitation, under Ning Chuan's control, the sea of lava beneath him began to flow back into Akainu's body. The observing high-ranking Navy officials let out a sigh of relief at this scene. They understood that Akainu's retreating lava seemed to indicate that this battle was about to conclude. However, it seemed that Akainu had won. Yet what no one could guess was that the lava flowing back was not Akainu's intention. At this moment, Akainu was startled by the retreating lava. What is happening? Why is this lava flowing back into my body? I didn't control it. Could it be? Without any hesitation, Akainu swiftly severed his connection with the lava. He feared that Ning Chuan might employ some unimaginable tactics against him through the lava. This sudden move from Ning Chuan made him feel an unprecedented threat. If it weren't for the large number of observing Navy officials, Akainu wouldn't want to show any weakness in front of them. Otherwise, he would have already expressed his shock and questioned Ning Chuan. What the hell is going on? Are these retreating lava flowing into my body all under your control, you little brat? As the molten lava on the sea surface gradually sank into the abyss and vanished, the duel between Ning Chuan and Akainu finally drew to a close. Silence blanketed the battlefield. The ocean itself at last stilled. None among the onlookers could definitively declare who had emerged victorious from that clash. At that moment, Akainu's expression flickered, uncertain, turbulent. A complex tapestry of emotions, awe at Ning Chuan's extraordinary ability and bitter resentment at his own failure to prevail. A rare gravity hardened Akainu's gaze, an expression almost unthinkable in his usual demeanor. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan stood utterly unruffled. To him, their fierce confrontation seemed no more taxing than an ordinary training session. He gazed calmly upon Akainu's unsettled countenance, serene and unshaken. A sudden, irresistible urge stirred within Akiji to test Ning Chuan's true strength firsthand. He longed to uncover the enigma behind this young man. What made him so extraordinary? Even Akainu, the very man who gave Akiji himself pause, had worn such an unnerving expression. Yet glancing around at the stunned faces of the crowd, Akiji realized this was hardly the moment for another bout. He resolved instead to seek Ning Chuan out later that night, when time and place would be right. Having just mastered the powers of the magma fruit, Ning Chuan's gaze instinctively turned toward Akiji and Sengoku, the two most formidable warriors within the Marines, each wielding immense devil fruit abilities. The ice fruit and the human fruit model Buddha. Akiji's Ice Age and Sengoku's transformation into a colossal golden Buddha both unleashed overwhelming surges of power. Those abilities ignited a fierce longing in Ning Chuan. Yet he knew full well such powers would not be his today. One fleet admiral had already engaged him and failed to subdue him. Should another admiral, or even the fleet admiral himself, step forward and still fall short, the Marines' prestige would lie in tatters. To prevent precisely that, Sengoku would never permit another confrontation. Clap, clap, clap. Truly, heroes rise young. No one else across the Grand Line has ever withstood Akainu for so long and emerged unscathed. What a spectacle that battle was. Sengoku's voice rang out then, calm, authoritative. Both Ning Chuan and Akainu instantly grasped its quiet implication. Without further word, they ceased hostilities, mutually acknowledging the contest's end. Yet Akainu's eyes lingered on Ning Chuan, sharp with bafflement. He remained utterly confounded. How had Ning Chuan wielded the magma fruit's power? Determined, Akainu vowed, if ever given the chance to speak with him alone, he would demand answers. Young Master Ning Chuan, I trust that skirmish left you somewhat fatigued. Might you join us in the conference chamber to rest a while? We may then discuss our next operation, the capture of the clown buggy. Hearing Sengoku's sincere invitation, Ning Chuan smiled faintly and shook his head. Admiral Sengoku, he replied earnestly, surely such matters are classified marine affairs. I as an outsider should not intrude. Moreover, having just fought a fierce battle, I must now retire to recuperate. Should you require my aid later, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall render it without reserve. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku had no choice but to grant his departure. As Ning Chuan departed, Sengoku could not suppress a quiet sigh. Such a promising talent. Letting him walk away like this, how bitterly regrettable. After Ning Chuan's departure, the Marine High Command reconvened in the temporary conference chamber. Seated at its center, Sengoku keenly noticed the strange, unreadable look lingering on Akainu's face. He knew Akainu rarely betrayed emotion, especially not here before his peers. The meeting proceeded swiftly with brief directives issued for upcoming operations. Then it adjourned. As the others dispersed, leaving only the senior officers behind, Sengoku approached Akainu, curiosity softening his tone. Akainu, what transpired? Why does your expression seem so troubled? Akainu hesitated. His mind flashed back to the duel, its uncanny anomalies. Especially Ning Chuan's sudden mastery over magma. The sheer precision of his control rivaled Akainu's own, as though he too had consumed the magma fruit. Yet Akainu knew well, without irrefutable proof, such a claim would strain all credulity. Still, this was Sengoku asking. After a pause, he voiced his suspicion. Admiral, Ning Chuan appears to comprehend the magma fruit's essence, and even replicate fragments of its power. At those words, Sengoku's brow furrowed deeply, astonishment flaring in his eyes. Ning Chuan wields the magma fruit's power. Are you certain you did not misperceive? His voice held quiet disbelief. Such a phenomenon defied every known law of the seas. One fundamental truth governed the grand line: a devil fruit's power belonged uniquely to its eater, bound to them until death, untransferable, unshareable. And yet Akainu claimed Ning Chuan had wielded his power. It shattered reason itself. Akainu nodded, then shook his head. Not identical, but I am certain he commands a portion of its force. And how he achieved it remains beyond my understanding. Seeing no trace of jest in Akainu's stern visage, Sengoku fell silent a moment, then turned gravely to Akiji and Garp. This matter remains strictly confidential, for now. It may hold the key to Ning Chuan's astonishing strength. All present nodded in solemn agreement, except Akiji, whose thoughts stirred with quiet fascination. He can imitate devil fruit powers. Then I must meet this boy, face to face. Back aboard his ship, Ning Chuan recounted the entire duel to Nami no Jiko and Kuna. As he spoke, vivid and tense, they gripped their breaths in shared suspense. Then without hesitation they rushed forward, gently lifting his clothes to inspect him thoroughly, searching for wounds. Only after confirming he bore no injury did their tension finally ease. Thereafter Ning Chuan remained aboard with the three women, playing mahjong, a game of his own invention, until late into the night when Nami and the others drifted into sleep. Suddenly, as if sensing something unseen, Ning Chuan sat upright in bed. In one fluid motion, he leapt from his berth and strode onto the deck. His gaze fell upon the bicycle resting motionless atop the water's surface, and a faint knowing smile touched his lips. So Admiral Akiji finds even this humble boy worthy of his curiosity. At such a young age you can actually hold your own against a general. Whoever it is, I believe everyone would be curious. Qingji smiled and looked up at Ning Chuan. However, the fact that you could guess my purpose for coming here makes you quite an interesting fellow. I like it. Ning Chuan did not reveal any expression in response to Qingji's compliment. Still maintaining a smile, Qingji asked, "Did you come here just for this? Is there nothing else?" Qingji paused for a moment at Ning Chuan's question, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Goodness. You little rascal, you wouldn't have guessed even this, would you? Tomorrow, Marshal of the Warring States will invite you to participate in the operation to capture the clown buggy. If you're interested, you can come along with the battleship tomorrow." After hearing what he wanted from Qingji, Ning Chuan's smile deepened, as if he had anticipated this event long ago. Seeing the confident smile on Ning Chuan's face, Qingji realized that this kid was indeed remarkable, being able to guess such a matter. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising at all. After all this time, the Navy's grand display was indeed aimed at Buggy. With this thought, a smile also appeared on Qingji's face. He extended his hand to invite Ning Chuan. "How about we go over there and have a chat? I am quite curious about you right now." Seeing Qingji's eager demeanor, Ning Chuan unexpectedly asked him a question that caught him off guard. "By the way, I currently have a question, which is how much is the bounty on Buggy for taking down the celestial dragons?" Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Qingji was evidently taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face. Indeed, children are so concerned about bounty. Does he want to steal Buggy from the Navy's encirclement to claim the bounty? Qingji pondered for a moment before directly stating, "That clown Buggy has the audacity to take down a celestial dragon. Moreover, it seems he possesses a powerful split fruit ability capable of tearing apart anything that comes near him. Considering his danger level, the world government has set his bounty at 5 billion Baileys. Upon hearing this bounty amount, Ning Chuan was not surprised. It was not far off from his initial guess. Not bad, over 30 billion, that will suffice to settle the score with Carp. However, with Buggy's luck, it probably won't be that easy to catch him this time. Ning Chuan thought for a moment, and then smiled slightly. He felt no guilt regarding this bounty criminal he had created. Shall we go over there and have a discussion? Seeing that Ning Chuan seemed to have no other questions, Qingji invited again. Ning Chuan nodded, leaped into the air, and followed behind Qingji on his bicycle until they reached a location far enough from the fleet's gathering place. They finally stopped. I think this place is quite good, how about you? Qingji froze his bicycle on the surface of the sea and smiled at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan shrugged his shoulders. He didn't really care where they fought. As long as it didn't disturb Nami and the others' rest, it was fine. Qingji's gaze fell on Ning Chuan, his eyes filled with curiosity. This kid could actually stand his ground against his archenemy Akainu in battle. It truly made him feel an unprecedented sense of anticipation. Ning Chuan, I heard Akainu say that you used the powers of the magma fruit during your duel with him. So does that mean you are now able to use the abilities of the magma fruit? Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's lips curled into a smile. He did not hide it, but nodded directly in acknowledgement. After all, it was only a matter of time before his abilities were exposed. He had no intention of concealing his powers. Seeing Ning Chuan openly admit it, Qingji raised an eyebrow, surprise flashing in his eyes. He did not expect Ning Chuan to be so straightforward about it. He appeared quite confident in his abilities. Well then, Qingji paused before continuing. No wonder Vice Admiral Carp said you might be plotting something, so that's how it is. In that case, after our battle, will you also be able to master the powers of my ice fruit? I am very curious about what fruit you have eaten. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Everyone has their own secrets. Let's start sparring. Qingji smiled slightly at Ning Chuan's position. Then he pressed his palm against the surface of the sea. Before Ning Chuan could react to what kind of technique he was about to use, Qingji suddenly murmured, Ice Age. Without any hesitation or carelessness, Qingji immediately unleashed his signature move. In the next moment, the aura of Ice Age rapidly spread out from him. A terrifying cold wave instantly engulfed the entire sea area. It quickly formed a thick layer of ice on the turbulent surface, trapping Ning Chuan completely within. Qingji's action truly caught Ning Chuan off guard. He opened with such a powerful move, disrupting Ning Chuan's plan for a gradual contest. However, Ning Chuan did not lose his composure due to Qingji's immediate use of Ice Age. Instead, he swiftly activated his Armament Haki for defense. At the moment he was frozen into an ice sculpture, he slightly moved his lips and softly murmured, System begin calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully using Haki to withstand freezing for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Starting the cultivation calculation now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 10,000 seconds worth of cultivation return for withstanding freezing. The host's resistance to freezing has been significantly enhanced. System continue the calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully using Haki to withstand freezing. System continue the calculation. With Ning Chuan repeatedly using the system to calculate his resistance to freezing soon after he felt that his body had adapted to the extremely low temperature within the ice layer. It felt exactly the same as in a normal environment. Now the side effect of freezing ability had become ineffective against Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, who had gained immunity to freezing, now began to set his sights on the abilities of the ice fruit. System start calculating my observation of the ice fruit. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the ice fruit ability for 8 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Starting the cultivation calculation now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 80,000 seconds worth of cultivation return for observing the ice fruit ability. The host's understanding of the ice fruit ability has improved. Akiji believed that by using the Ice Age, he could freeze Ning Chuan in place in an instant. He originally thought this would stop Ning Chuan from secretly learning his frozen fruit ability. However, what Akiji did not anticipate was that Ning Chuan's abilities far exceeded his imagination. At this moment, Ning Chuan was continuously undergoing system assessments amidst layers of ice. It was only when he heard from the system, "You have made significant progress in mastering the frozen fruit ability," that a hint of a smile finally appeared at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth. At that moment, Ning Chuan's state of mind became extraordinarily calm. He silently felt the power of the frost. Gradually, he seemed to merge with this frozen world. Elementalization. Ning Chuan quietly murmured. In the next moment, his figure instantly vanished from the position frozen in ice. He merged with the countless layers of ice. Where did that kid go? Akiji felt Ning Chuan suddenly disappear from under his power. Akiji's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't fathom how Ning Chuan managed to vanish from right in front of him. If Ning Chuan had used the power of Haki to directly break through the ice, Akiji would not have been so surprised. But now the scene of Ning Chuan disappearing into thin air right before his eyes under his frozen fruit ability truly left him utterly baffled. Just as Akiji was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger coming from the ice surrounding him. No way. This kid could it be? Before Akiji could finish his sentence, a voice he was very familiar with suddenly rang in his ears. Ice Age. The moment he heard those words, Akiji felt a sense of foreboding. However, before he could dodge, a surge of even stronger freezing power surged towards Akiji like a torrent, encasing him entirely in ice. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan slowly walked out from the side of the ice, standing before him. Admiral Akiji, how do you find my frozen fruit ability? Ning Chuan stared motionlessly at Akiji, whose body was encased in ice, and spoke with a face full of smiles. Crack! With a crisp sound it echoed. A somewhat disheveled Akiji broke through the ice, stepping out with a face full of shock. You little rascal. You've mastered the frozen fruit ability, and you're not even beneath me. You came through elementalization just now, didn't you? Hearing Akiji's shocked words, Ning Chuan did not respond, but only nodded with a smile. Good kid. Your ability is indeed terrifying to have mastered my frozen fruit ability in such a short time. At this moment, Akiji felt as though his worldview had been somewhat overturned. He had spent many years mastering the frozen fruit ability. Yet in just a few dozen minutes, it had been successfully mastered by a child to a level almost equal to his own. He felt as if these decades of effort had been in vain. Since this kid can master my frozen fruit ability in such a short time, he must also be quite adept at Aquinas magma fruit ability. If that's the case, it will be very difficult for me to win against him. With this thought, Akiji felt that there was no longer any need to continue the fight. Ning Chuan had the dual fruit abilities in hand, and was very proficient in his frozen fruit ability. If the fight continued, it seemed the only one to lose would be him. At this moment, Akiji seemed to understand why Akainu had shown such a strange expression earlier that day. What kind of devil fruit did this kid eat? To have mastered 2 top-tier Logia fruit abilities in just one day. Looking at Ning Chuan, who stood there with a hint of a smile on his face, Akiji's heart once again filled with a sliver of doubt. However, this doubt was likely something no one could answer. Admiral Akiji, do you want to continue fighting? Seeing the eager expression on Ning Chuan's face, Akiji hesitated for a moment before finally shaking his head. No more fighting, you little rascal. You actually managed to steal someone else's fruit ability. Without the frozen fruit as my advantage, it's very difficult to win against you. Akiji was indeed much more magnanimous than Akainu. He directly admitted that he could not defeat Ning Chuan. However, perhaps it was because there were no spectators that he could act so nonchalantly. Hearing Akiji's words, Ning Chuan helplessly shrugged. Great, there's no fight anymore, how boring. Akiji rolled his eyes, thinking to himself. What do you mean there's no fight? You fought 2 admirals in one day, and even stole their abilities. Isn't that enough? Do you want to fight the fleet admiral, or something? If Ning Chuan were to know Akiji's thoughts at that moment, he would surely nod seriously with a smile. After all, Sengoku's human fruit Buddha form was also a power Ning Chuan greatly desired. Ahem. You little rascal, you truly give me a headache. If you really want to continue fighting, then come with our Navy fleet tomorrow. Tomorrow the Navy will be capturing the clown buggy. As far as I know, quite a few subordinates of the Yonko from the New World are coming this time. At that time, there should be an opportunity for you to make a move. After conveying this information, Akiji mounted his bicycle without looking back, returning to where he came from. Watching Akiji's departing figure, Ning Chuan revealed a hint of a smile. Subordinates of the Yonko from the New World, huh? Seems a bit boring. If the Yonko themselves came, that would be much more interesting. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Gently pushing aside the 2 sisters Nami who were cuddling with him, Ning Chuan wiped the drool that had flowed from their mouths while they slept and walked out of his room. Looking at Kana, who had already come to the deck to practice swordsmanship, a smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face. He walked over to Kana and pointed out a few places where her grip on the sword was not quite right. This made the somewhat shy Kuina's face turn a bit red. Just as Ning Chuan was about to perform a set of martial arts exercises next to Kuna, suddenly Tina's patrol ship arrived next to Ning Chuan's small boat. At this moment, Tina, dressed in a navy uniform, looked very dashing. Seeing the 2 early risers on Ning Chuan's small boat, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Then she couldn't help but smile to herself. No wonder Ning Chuan is so strong. Getting up so early to train, this kind of perseverance is already beyond other peers. But to be honest, this kid is quite good looking. If he grows a bit more with his strength and looks, he might steal quite a few girls' hearts. As Tina watched Ning Chuan also noticed her. The two exchanged gazes for a moment. For some reason, Tina suddenly felt her face flush. Tina, what on earth are you thinking? He's still just a child. Don't forget your mission this time. Tina slapped her face hard to pull herself back from her strange state. She looked at Ning Chuan, who was practicing a peculiar set of boxing techniques, and shouted, Captain Ning Chuan, the Navy's operation to capture Buggy is about to start. Admiral Sengoku sent me to guide you. Miss Tina, I would appreciate your help. If possible, could you assist us in starting the ship? Our driver is still dreaming. Ning Chuan had no choice but to ask Tina for this small favor. After all, having a fragrant naval flower help him pilot the ship was certainly an enviable sight for the sailors. Does Captain Ning Chuan need assistance? Without a moment's hesitation, Tina called upon her guards and assigned them the task. She quickly made her way to the bow of the ship, landing gracefully on Ning Chuan's small vessel. Ning Chuan extended his hand to Tina in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Tina. Her hands were supple, showing no signs of roughness from the rigorous training of the Navy. It seemed she took good care of herself. Not a bother at all, not in the slightest. It is my honor to help Captain Ning Chuan pilot the ship. Ever since Tina learned that Ning Chuan had held his ground against Admiral Akainu, she could not help but develop a sense of respect for him. After all, that was Admiral Akainu. Every Navy person knew of his might. Yet a mere child like Ning Chuan managed to stand up to him. It was truly astonishing. If I could receive guidance from Ning Chuan, that would be even better. I also want to become as strong as him. As Tina piloted the ship, she watched Ning Chuan practicing his peculiar style of martial arts. What kind of boxing is Ning Chuan practicing? It looks so strange. Tina stared at Ning Chuan's martial arts for quite a while, unable to grasp the strength of such a style. Perhaps my cultivation isn't sufficient to discern the merits of this boxing style. I must find time to consult Ning Chuan. I wonder if he could teach me this boxing style so that I could practice it too. After sailing for quite some time, the snail phone hanging from Tina's waist suddenly rang. Gulu gulu. Hello, this is Tina. After some exchanges, Tina excitedly shouted to Ning Chuan, who was lying on the deck enjoying a massage from the Nami sisters. Captain Ning Chuan, the Navy has successfully defeated numerous pirates and surrounded Buggy the Clown's ship. Not long ago, based on intelligence, the Navy's main fleet quickly gathered and surrounded Buggy and his pirate crew. During this time, Buggy had garnered a vast number of pirates due to his notoriety for defeating the celestial dragons, even forming a massive fleet. Half of the Navy's ships did not dare to attack alone. The clown Buggy used his numbers and ships to repel the Navy's assaults several times. However, this time the Navy joined forces with several kingdoms and dispatched numerous ships, successfully surrounding Buggy's fleet at sea. As a fierce naval battle erupted, the vast majority of Buggy's crew who had been recruited perished under the overwhelming assault of the Navy. The elite naval fleet rapidly dismantled the defenses of the Buggy pirate crew with their formidable firepower. Eventually, only one of Buggy's main ships remained. The rest were either captured or sunk by cannon fire into the sea. However, when the Navy ships were within a few kilometers of Buggy's main ship, not a single ship dared to advance easily. After all, according to intelligence from Navy experts, they would face terrifying fragmentation power attacks within a kilometer of Buggy's fleet. Hence, all the Navy personnel were wary of Buggy's devil fruit ability. Thus, a stalemate formed on the sea. The Navy wanted to capture Buggy alive, but did not dare to advance. After listening to Tina's report, Ning Chuan could not help but roll his eyes amused internally. Buggy, what the hell does he know about fragmentation? It seems my use of the fragmentation ability against the celestial dragon's escort ship scared these guys quite a bit. Just as Ning Chuan was about to burst into laughter, Tina's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Ning Chuan, do you want to go take a look ahead? Hearing Tina's words, Ning Chuan glanced at Nami and the others, noticing their eager expressions. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. Let's go see what's going on. As soon as Tina's request was reported, the Navy command room transmitted the approval to let them pass. Thus, under the gaze of numerous Navy ships, Ning Chuan's small boat swaggered through the giant vessels, making the junior Navy officers who lacked the rank to approach the front lines envious. Tina, as a colonel, was able to come to the front line because of Ning Chuan, which deeply excited her. It should be noted that among those at the front lines, the lowest rank of officer was already a major general. How could she, a colonel, not be thrilled to step into such a battlefield? Thus, Tina accompanied Ning Chuan and the others, stepping into the highest command room of the Navy. Throughout the journey, Tina was naturally very excited. Seeing the incredibly excited Tina, Ning Chuan reached out and patted her small hand for comfort. Goena was also a bit excited as it was her first time on such a large ship. However, she was more curious. Nami and Nojiko were filled with curiosity as well. They had previously boarded the Celestial Dragon's giant ship and seen the most luxurious vessels in the world. Thus, when viewing the Navy's largest warship, they no longer felt the initial shock. Reporting to the Marshal. Captain Ning Chuan has been brought in. Upon seeing Sengoku, Tina was visibly a bit excited. Sengoku nodded at her. However, when he noticed Ning Chuan holding Tina's hand, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This kid isn't trying to make a move on our naval flower, is he? Yeah. Sengoku had some understanding of Tina. After all, she was evaluated by Navy soldiers as the most beautiful thorn flower in the military. Yet looking at Tina, now she seemed to have lost all traces of thorns. However, Sengoku did not concern himself too much with such trivial matters. He looked at Ning Chuan and the three girls beside him, silently nodding in his heart. Then he turned to Ning Chuan and said earnestly, "Ning Chuan, there's a mission, and I wonder if you could help out. We have wiped out Buggy's fleet, but there remains Buggy himself, who possesses terrifying abilities that seem to shatter everything." Sengoku's expression turned unusually serious as he continued, "Moreover, it seems that some powerful individuals from the New World are hiding on his ship. I hope you can cooperate with the two admirals to capture this dangerous individual alive. The only requirement for the mission is to capture Buggy alive. Everyone else can be eliminated." Hearing Sengoku's words, Ning Chuan showed a hint of surprise on his face. However, his heart was already filled with joy. Just capturing Buggy, and they need two admirals to help. Ha ha, if they knew Buggy's true strength, wouldn't they be furious? Marshal Sengoku, I think capturing Buggy is something I can handle alone, no need to trouble the two generals. As Ning Chuan's words left his mouth, all the high-ranking officers of the Navy displayed expressions of utter astonishment. At that moment, the faces of Akainu and Akiji also darkened significantly. Especially Akainu, who looked at Ning Chuan with a hint of anger in his eyes. What does this kid mean? Does he really think he can match up to the two of us? Just as Akainu was about to express that he could also take down Buggy alone, Sengoku raised his hand to stop him and turned to Ning Chuan, speaking earnestly. "Ning Chuan, are you sure you want to go capture Buggy by yourself? This is an extremely dangerous individual possessing the terrifying powers of the chop-chop fruit, which can seemingly split everything near him apart." Hearing Sengoku's words, Ning Chuan nearly burst out laughing. Others might not know Buggy's true capabilities, but he was very well aware. Moreover, considering Buggy's cowardice, it's not just about two generals joining forces. Even if just Akainu or Akiji went alone, Buggy would probably be scared to death. "Marshal Sengoku, it's fine. They'll go test the waters first. If it really doesn't work out, you can send the two generals to help me later." Seeing Ning Chuan so resolute, Sengoku couldn't say much more. After all, he believed that young people should experience more situations to hone their skills. "They'll give you an hour. If you truly can't capture Buggy, then stop and don't take any risks." Sengoku showed a fatherly demeanor, earnestly reminding Ning Chuan. All the high-ranking Navy officials could see that he genuinely valued this young man, Ning Chuan. Thunder Fire Sword. At Ning Chuan's soft call, a uniquely styled long sword instantly flew from Ning Chuan's small boat to his side. Everyone stared at the sudden appearance of this sword. All of them were taken aback, thinking that an enemy was attacking. Some had even assumed defensive stances. But when they saw the sword simply hovering beside Ning Chuan, they realized that this seemed to be Ning Chuan's weapon. Looking at the astonished expressions of the crowd, Ning Chuan smiled slightly, placing his hands behind his back and stepping onto the blade of the Thunder Fire Sword. "Go!" As the word left his lips, in the next moment, the Thunder Fire Sword actually carried Ning Chuan, soaring directly toward Buggy's ship in the distance. Everyone was once again stunned by this scene. This sword can be used like that. Meanwhile, Akainu and Akiji beside them were staring at the Thunder Fire Sword beneath Ning Chuan's feet, slightly dazed. "What a clever kid. You didn't even use your full strength when you fought us yesterday. You didn't even use your weapon." Ning Chuan flew with the sword at high speed, quickly arriving at the danger zone marked on the Navy's intelligence reports. At that moment, all the high-ranking Navy officials were anxiously watching Ning Chuan. They knew he had now entered a perilous zone. There was a risk of being torn apart by Buggy at any moment. However, just when everyone was filled with worry, Ning Chuan showed no signs of slowing down, charging straight alongside Buggy's pirate ship. Standing on the Thunder Fire Sword in midair, he looked down at Buggy's pirate ship from a high vantage point. Ning Chuan actually crossed through the danger zone. Could it be that the fearsome Buggy did not attack him? No, I don't think that's the case. It must be that Ning Chuan's haki is too strong, preventing Buggy's fruit ability from breaking through his haki defenses for the time being. However, there should be a time limit. Even Ning Chuan can't hold out for long. I hope he can capture Buggy before his haki runs out. If the high-ranking Navy official's concerns reached Ning Chuan's ears, he would probably burst into laughter. He stared at Buggy's ship for a moment. Then he shouted loudly downwards, "Red-nosed Buggy, come out quickly. We had a deal before, and now I'm here to collect you as payment for others." Hiding in the captain's room, upon hearing Ning Chuan's familiar voice, Buggy was momentarily stunned. Then his face flushed with rage. Ignoring the warnings of his subordinates, he charged out of the cabin, pointing angrily at Ning Chuan in the sky. "Ning Chuan, you little brat. Ever since you forced me to cut down a celestial dragon last time, do you know how I've managed to survive these days? Oh, I'm going to kill you. Buggy pulled out a flying knife from his waist and hurled it at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan merely smiled at him. With a casual flick, he swatted away the flying knives aimed at him. Don't try to frame me, you guy. It was obviously you who killed him. How can you say I forced you? The photos of you slaying the celestial dragon have already spread across the world. Ning Chuan's mention of this matter only fueled Buggy's anger even more. He was so furious that he felt like his body was falling apart. In the distance, the high-ranking Navy officials were watching through binoculars as Ning Chuan battled Buggy. When they saw Buggy suddenly split apart, they all thought he had activated his ability and was preparing to fight Ning Chuan to the death. At this moment, Sengoku and the others were sweating for Ning Chuan, hoping his haki could withstand Buggy's terrifying fruit ability. However, what they didn't know was that Buggy's body splitting apart was merely due to Ning Chuan's provocation. Buggy, will you surrender willingly, or should I make you surrender? Choose one of these two options. Ning Chuan wore a mischievous smile. Seeing that smile on Ning Chuan's face, Buggy instinctively took several steps back. I'm not afraid of you. Even if you're strong, I'm not afraid of you now. Buggy shouted angrily at Ning Chuan, then seemingly having made a decision, shouted towards the cabin behind him. Lord Kurohige, I agree to your terms and will marry Lady Big Mom. In short, save me. I don't want to be captured by this damn brat and handed over to the Navy. As Buggy's loud roar echoed, suddenly a pirate with purple hair, tall and imposing and wielding a massive blade, emerged from the cabin of the pirate ship. Behind him, a group of intimidating-looking individuals stepped out one by one. Upon seeing these people, a smile involuntarily crept onto Ning Chuan's lips. One of the three commanders of the Big Mom pirates in the New World, Kurohige. Interesting. But what's even more intriguing is that Buggy just said he seems to want to serve you. Buggy hasn't even married Big Mom yet, and you're already preparing to be filial to him. He heard Ning Chuan's words. Kelly Jia was trembling with anger. He drew the large sword hanging from his waist and pointed it at Ning Chuan, shouting furiously. You dare to make a joke about my mother? I will kill you. Ning Chuan directly ignored Kelly Jia's threat and turned to smile inwardly at the side. This guy Baki is truly a person of great fortune, able to find an alternative path even in a desperate situation. However, the person you are facing is me. Kelly Jia, watching Ning Chuan, seemed to realize that he was not taking him seriously at all. His anger surged more than before. You are seeking death. Biscuit soldiers seize him. At this moment, Kelly Jia no longer hesitated. He directly used his biscuit fruit ability to create a large number of biscuit soldiers. They launched an attack towards Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, who was familiar with the plot, knew exactly what Kelly Jia's biscuit fruit ability was capable of. The biscuits produced by the biscuit fruit can serve not only as food, but also as armor or substitutes for Kelly Jia. Once made into armor, the hardness of the biscuits will significantly increase, even comparable to the hardness of ordinary Armament Haki. Even as a substitute, they possess a certain level of combat power. However, no matter how powerful Kelly Jia's biscuit fruit was, it was still inadequate in Ning Chuan's eyes. As he watched the swarm of biscuit soldiers charging at him, Ning Chuan stood in midair without moving at all. The Thunderfire sword beneath his feet directly launched an attack against these biscuit soldiers. A sword? Kelly Jia was momentarily stunned as he looked at the approaching Thunderfire sword. He had never seen such a magical sword that could fly in the sky without human control. Could it be a sword that has eaten a devil fruit? Kelly Jia had heard a rumor that weapons like swords could also consume devil fruits. Thus, he treated Ning Chuan's Thunderfire sword as a sword that had consumed a devil fruit. It's just a weapon that has eaten a devil fruit, nothing rare about it. To think that you would rely on just a sword to deal with me, you truly underestimate me. Kelly Jia looked at the Thunderfire sword that had flown to his opposite side. He first snorted coldly, then casually drew out his giant sword and stabbed it towards the Thunderfire sword. Naturally, the Thunderfire sword was not one to take this lightly. In response to Kelly Jia's disdain, it showed no hesitation and soared high, cutting directly towards Kelly Jia. The Thunderfire sword unleashed its full strength in this strike. The powers of thunder and lava erupted from the sword body in an instant. Feeling the pressure of this power, Kelly Jia immediately sensed the immense danger approaching him. He dared not be careless and quickly used his strongest Armament Haki to defend. However, he felt that this alone was not enough. In almost the blink of an eye, over 100 compressed biscuit armors appeared in front of him. He had done everything possible to defend against the Thunderfire sword strike. Yet, all of this turned out to be utterly useless. If it were that simple to withstand an all-out attack from the enraged Thunderfire sword, it wouldn't be called a weapon that surpasses the supreme great knife. As the Thunderfire sword struck down fiercely, the combined powers of thunder and lava tore through the layers of defenses Kelly Jia had set up. A terrifying sword intent continuously spread from the long sword. A beam of sword light directly sliced through Kelly Jia's Armament Haki defense. Kelly Jia felt a sudden lightness in his arm. By the time he reacted, he had already discovered that both of his arms along with the giant sword he was holding had been severed in an instant. A torrent of blood gushed from Kelly Jia's severed arms, splattering all over Baki, who was standing nearby. What? One of the 3 generals under the 4 emperors has actually been defeated, and it was by a single sword. Ning Chuan didn't even lift a finger. Has his strength increased again? Baki, splattered with Kelly Jia's blood, had disbelief written all over his face. To him, just a small Ning Chuan should have been easily dealt with by Kelly Jia alone. However, it now appeared that the one being subdued was Kelly Jia. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Navy watching the battle through their binoculars. When they saw Kelly Jia's arm being easily severed by Ning Chuan's Thunderfire sword, excitement appeared on their faces. Baki's subordinates, borrowed from Big Mom, have had their arms severed by Ning Chuan. Next, will it be Baki himself? Incredible! Ning Chuan. This upcoming battle will surely be a solid victory for Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan. Listening to the cheers of the surrounding Marines, the high-ranking Navy members wore strange expressions on their faces. Isn't Baki supposed to be strong? But why did he show such a cowardly demeanor when facing Ning Chuan? Also, after Kelly Jia appeared, Baki suddenly became excited and arrogant, but as soon as Kelly Jia had his arms severed, he seemed to deflate. This doesn't seem like the behavior of a strong person. What about that fruit power that can split everything? Why hasn't Baki used it yet? With so many doubts, Sengoku Carp and the 2 admirals Akiji and Akainu, along with many vice admirals, were left puzzled. They had no choice but to pick up the binoculars again and continue to observe the battle. Ning Chuan looked at Kelly Jia, who had lost both arms. After sneering, he landed directly on the deck. At this moment, Kelly Jia was enduring the intense pain of losing his arms. He used his biscuit fruit ability to turn the wounds into biscuits, forcibly stopping the bleeding. Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. What's so impressive about relying on just a sword? If you have the ability, come at me. Kelly Jia's harsh words had yet to finish. Ning Chuan's fist, covered in Armament Haki, smashed violently against his front teeth, shattering all the teeth in his mouth. He didn't even give him a chance to defend with Armament Haki. Stop boasting, you're about to accompany Jack in the underwater prison. Enjoy your freedom while it lasts. However, you can't waste your ability that can fill your stomach. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chuan directly broke Kelly Jia's 2 legs to prevent him from escaping. Then he looked at the now terrified Baki. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and spoke in his mind. System, begin calculating the biscuit fruit ability I just observed. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the biscuit fruit ability for 30 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system. Calculating cultivation now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining 30,000 seconds of cultivation return from observing the biscuit fruit ability. The host's understanding of the biscuit fruit ability has improved. System, continue calculating. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the biscuit fruit ability for 10 seconds, activating the cultivation return system with a 10-fold reward. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100,000 seconds of cultivation return from using the biscuit fruit ability. Upon hearing the system announce his proficiency in using the biscuit fruit ability, Ning Chuan ceased the settlement process. To Ning Chuan, the biscuit fruit ability was not particularly powerful. It was sufficient to have it for generating biscuits at critical moments. As for combat strength, the biscuit fruit's ability was certainly inferior to other main battle fruits. After collecting the biscuits, he created Ning Chuan. Clea, who was nearby, was completely dumbfounded. He thought he was seeing things. He couldn't believe Ning Chuan had used his devil fruit ability to generate a huge pile of biscuits. Baki, who had already witnessed Ning Chuan's abilities, was still shocked. However, having experienced this scene before, he was much better off than Clea. How could you use my devil fruit ability? Clea, severely injured and motionless on the ground, stared intently at Ning Chuan. It seemed he wanted to uncover the secret behind Ning Chuan. However, Ning Chuan was not interested in idle chatter and directly commanded the Thunderfire sword. Thunderfire sword, take this guy to Carp. As soon as Ning Chuan's words fell, he kicked Clea off the ship and into the sea while Clea was still stunned. Submerged in seawater, Clea felt himself wilt, just as he thought he would sink to the bottom and drown. The Thunderfire sword that had just severed his hands suddenly flew beside him with a swoosh, piercing into his shoulder blade and lifting him out of the sea towards Carp's warship. Bang! With a loud crash, the Thunderfire sword tossed Clea down like garbage, heavily smashing him onto the deck where numerous high-ranking Navy officers had gathered. He landed right in front of Carp. Is this considered a debt repayment to me? This kid. Carp looked at Clea lying in front of him, then glanced at the Thunderfire sword that had returned to Ning Chuan. Carp's face showed a hint of helplessness. One of the 3 disasters, Jack, and one of the 3 stars, Clea. Their combined bounties had already approached 1.9 billion berries, and the agreement Ning Chuan had made with him was for a bounty of 3 billion berries. It hadn't been long and he had already paid back more than half. It seems that the initial 3 billion was set too low. Carp sighed helplessly. If he could go back to the time of the bet with Ning Chuan, he would at least demand a bounty of 5 billion for a criminal. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. After sending Clea away, Ning Chuan looked at the trembling Baki and smiled mischievously. I say, Baki, no one can save you now, right? I think you should stop resisting because my strength is now many times stronger than before. Ning Chuan smiled and extended both hands. One hand was emanating scorching magma, while the other radiated chilling ice. Baki stared in disbelief as Ning Chuan displayed 2 powerful devil fruit abilities simultaneously. Baki's heart sank instantly. I surrender. Baki knew that continuing to resist stubbornly would only bring him suffering. Ning Chuan was not someone he could contend with. Upon hearing Baki's surrender, Ning Chuan revealed a satisfied smile. It seems your good fortune is about to come to an end. Just as Ning Chuan was preparing to capture Baki and hand him over to the Navy, a sudden commotion erupted from the distant Navy fleet. A giant pirate ship flying the flag with 3 scars was breaking through numerous Navy blockades and charging towards the heart of the battlefield. Hearing the noise, Ning Chuan turned around. When he saw the pirate flag hanging on that giant ship, he suddenly froze. He looked incredulously at Baki behind him and exclaimed, "What the heck? Rednose, your luck seems a bit frightening. Shanks has come to save you." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Baki was instantly dumbfounded. What? Who's saving me? Did you say? Shanks. Baki looked at Ning Chuan's pointed direction in disbelief. As he looked, he saw a familiar figure standing at the bow of the giant ship approaching his direction. Behind this giant pirate ship was a sea that was constantly being frozen. In the sky above, countless lava rocks were falling. The red-haired man standing at the bow seemed oblivious to the attacks from the 2 Navy admirals behind him, completely trusting his companions. His eyes were fixed on Baki, who stood at the center of the battlefield, a smile on his face as his red hair fluttered wildly in the sea breeze. S.H. Shanks. Baki stared at the person standing at the bow for a long time before finally shouting out the name he had hated for many years. Baki, it seems your situation is quite dire. As Shanks' ship accelerated towards them, Shanks' voice reached the ears of Ning Chuan and Baki. As they looked at the approaching Shanks, the Thunderfire sword hovering in the air seemed to sense a strong enemy and began to tremble. Ning Chuan could sense it. The Thunderfire sword was excited. Do you want to have a fight? Ning Chuan smiled at the Thunderfire sword. Without hesitation, the Thunderfire sword flew directly into Ning Chuan's hand. Then let's test the strength of the face fruit user. Ning Chuan grasped the Thunderfire sword, smiled slightly, and then ignored the stunned Baki, jumping off the ship and charging toward Shanks. Standing at the bow, Shanks immediately sensed a wave of danger approaching. He looked on in shock at the child flying toward him. He couldn't believe that the danger he sensed was coming from this child. Almost in an instant, Shanks unsheathed his beloved sword, the Griffin. He leaped from the bow, flying towards Ning Chuan. 2 terrifying sword intents collided in the air. In their first clash, neither of them used haki. It was purely a battle of sword intents. A powerful sword intent emanated from their blades. Everyone nearby felt an incomprehensible chill spreading from their hearts. It felt as though someone had placed a sword against their throats. After a clash, Shanks fell back onto his ship, shocked. He stared intently at Ning Chuan, still standing in the air, incredulously saying, "How is this kid's sword intent so strong? And what exactly is that sword he's holding?" With questions lingering, Shanks and his cruise ship eventually halted near Buggy's pirate ship. The 2 admirals, Akainu and Akiji, who had been trying to stop Shanks from entering, stood at the ready. As they reached the dangerous area reported in the Navy's intelligence, they paused their steps. Akainu and Akiji exchanged glances. They bypassed the perilous zone surrounding the red-haired pirates within. No matter where the red-haired pirates attempted to break out from next, they would face the interception of an admiral. However, to their surprise, when they noticed Shanks crossing the danger zone, it seemed he was not attacked by the terrifying powers of the split fruit. At that moment, a strange expression appeared on both Akiji and Akainu's faces. They almost simultaneously looked at Buggy, who was standing on the pirate ship. Why was there no attack from the split fruit? Could it be that Buggy knows Shanks? Did Buggy call Shanks here for help? Buggy's connections are surprisingly strong. Kaido's subordinates, Big Mom's subordinates, and now even Shanks himself have appeared in this sea. In an instant, Akainu and Akiji, as well as Sengoku and others in the temporary command center, all looked at Buggy with grave expressions. They never expected Buggy's influence to be so formidable. Aside from the Whitebeard pirates, the other 3 factions have sent help. A series of questions arose in the minds of the Navy's high command at that moment. However, it seemed that now was not the time to ponder these issues. After all, the targets causing them headaches had increased significantly. The red-haired Shanks pirates. The Navy's high command was acutely aware of the terrifying strength of the Shanks pirates. especially their captain Shanks, who had established a formidable reputation in the New World and near superior to becoming one of the 4 emperors. Although the red-haired pirates are few in number, they follow an elite strategy. The combat power of the crew members aboard cannot be underestimated, especially with a guy whose strength is comparable to Shanks Ben Beckman. Capturing them would likely require a significant price to pay. The sudden intrusion of the red-haired pirates disrupted the Navy's long-planned capture strategy. However, even if Shanks' might is overwhelming, the Navy's high command would still set an example. Within the temporary command center, Sengoku and Garp exchanged serious glances. They recognized the seriousness in each other's eyes and ceased their hesitation. They stood up, flanking towards different directions. For Admiral-level powerhouses completely surrounded the red-haired pirates and buggy pirates at this moment, especially Garp. Upon seeing Shanks' old fists began to itch. This was the guy who had led his grandson Luffy astray. He wanted Shanks to feel again the sensation of being chased and fleeing from himself on Roger's ship. As the Navy's top combat forces mobilized, they surrounded them tightly, ready to launch an attack at any moment. However, Sengoku and the others did not directly invade the marked dangerous area. They merely observed the situation inside coldly from the periphery. As long as Ning Chuan showed any signs of danger, they would rush in at the first opportunity. This lineup is quite impressive. Shanks, if things go poorly, we might get caught. Beckman wiped his flintlock, looking at Shanks with a grin. Shanks had also regained his composure from the shock. Seeing that Ning Chuan had no intention of drawing his sword for now, he sheathed his sword back at his waist and replied, "If worst comes to worst, let's create a ruckus. If we can break out, we must hold a grand banquet." Hearing Shanks' words, Beckman caught a rare hint of seriousness in his tone. It seemed that Shanks was well aware of their current predicament. However, at that moment, the crew aboard his ship showed no signs of tension. Instead, they were all prepared for battle, ready to cause a ruckus at any moment. Shanks retracted his beloved sword Griffin, and his gaze lingered on Ning Chuan for a long while. His eyes were filled with curiosity. "Kid, what's your name? Your strength is impressive. Oh, would you like to join my ship? Together we can search for Captain Roger's great treasure." Shanks looked at this young yet extraordinarily powerful swordsman with great interest. "Ning Chuan, if you're looking to make a friend, that's fine, but I have no interest in becoming a pirate." Without hesitation, Ning Chuan rejected Shanks' invitation. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I shall remember the name Ning Chuan. Shanks did not show any anger at Ning Chuan's response. After all, for him, being friends with this young man rather than enemies seemed quite nice. Your talent in the sword path is truly terrifying. In no time, I and my hawk may not be your match anymore. After expressing his admiration, Shanks fixed his gaze intently on the sword behind Ning Chuan. He stared at his floating Thunderfire sword for a while before he couldn't help but ask, "What is the name of your sword? I can sense that your sword is extraordinary, perhaps even more wicked than Mihawk's Black Blade Euro." Hearing Shanks inquire about the Thunderfire sword, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and responded in a strangely unusual tone. "It's called the Thunderfire sword. It's a collection of a series of exceptionally fine works." Thunderfire sword. Upon hearing this name, Shanks unconsciously recalled the 2 unique powers he felt during their earlier duel. One was the overwhelming and tyrannical thunder, and the other was the terrifying high temperature. Truly worthy of a collection of outstanding works. This sword is at least at the level of an unparalleled great sword. Shanks couldn't help but marvel internally. However, if he were to realize that the fine works Ning Chuan referred to were vastly different from what he assumed, who knows how his worldview would be shattered. During their conversation, Ning Chuan's gaze inadvertently swept over Shanks' ship. Besides seeing a group of familiar companions of Shanks, he also spotted a little girl who was a few years younger than him. The girl had red and white hair. That unique hair color allowed Ning Chuan to immediately recognize her identity, Yuta the songstress. If the red-haired ones truly intend to send Yuta to the kingdom of music Elegia, then I'm afraid this little fellow will bring about a catastrophic disaster for the kingdom. Ning Chuan, well-versed in the plot, naturally knew what was about to happen next. He had already devised a plan to prevent this disaster. After all, he did not wish to see Yuta's fate end up like in the movie, ultimately resulting in a tragic death. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Ning Chuan looked at Shanks, a desire to have a good duel with him rising in his heart. Shanks seemed to have sensed Ning Chuan's intentions. He smiled slightly and addressed Ning Chuan, saying, "Could you please wait a moment? I would like to catch up with an old friend." Looking at the sincere expression on Shanks' face, Ning Chuan slightly turned to the side, granting him this opportunity. Seeing this, Shanks nodded at Ning Chuan in gratitude. Then he smiled and looked at Buggy. "Buggy, long time no see. I never expected you to be so bold now, even daring to kill a celestial dragon. It seems you have grown quite a lot over the years." When Buggy saw Shanks approaching, he thought his once most disliked friend had come specifically to rescue him. He was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Shanks, I really didn't expect you to come to save me. You risked such great danger to rescue me, so I forgive you for making me eat that damn fruit back then." Shanks was momentarily taken aback. Then he patted Buggy's shoulder jokingly, saying, "Buggy, you've misunderstood. I just happened to pass by and came to check on you. Now that I see you should be fine, we'll be leaving soon." Upon hearing this, Buggy was left utterly stunned, then immediately began cursing in anger. "Bastard. It's all your fault that I ate that fruit, making me so weak. Now I'm on the verge of death and you want to leave me behind, you bastard." Seeing Buggy's agitated expression, Shanks laughed and patted Buggy's shoulder. "You haven't changed a bit. You're still the same old Buggy. At your age, you still take jokes seriously." Listening to Shanks' words, the despair on Buggy's face immediately dissipated somewhat. "Don't worry, Buggy. As a former friend, I will definitely get you out." Shanks patted Buggy's shoulder to comfort him. Then his gaze swept around. He discovered he had been surrounded by the 4 top-tier forces of the Navy in the center of the battlefield. Besides that, there was also Ning Chuan, whose formidable presence was watching him closely. Seeing this, even Shanks couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, thinking to himself, "It seems that leaving this time will indeed be quite difficult." At this moment, Ning Chuan saw that the timing was almost right. He suddenly raised the Thunderfire sword in his hand, pointing it at Shanks. "Since the pleasantries are over, shall we begin?" "All right then, let's start." The moment the words fell, both of them simultaneously covered their swords with their strongest haki. The swords in their hands were instantly enveloped in a rich haki, emitting waves of terrifying pressure. In the next moment, they shot into the sky like 2 bolts of lightning. As Ning Chuan and Shanks began their clash, the sound of swords colliding echoed throughout the entire sea. In an instant, the air was filled with sword energy, even slicing the clouds above into countless fragments. Below, the sea roiled violently due to their confrontation. At that moment, everyone watching, whether or not they could see the battle, clearly felt waves of terrifying pressure constantly coming from the sky. Ning Chuan's strength is actually this formidable. He is on par with Shanks in swordsmanship. This situation seems a bit off. If Ning Chuan is most skilled in swordsmanship, then why didn't he use it when he fought Admiral Akainu yesterday? Could it be that he thinks Admiral Akainu is not worthy of him drawing his sword? Don't say that carelessly. Be careful not to be overheard by Admiral Akainu. At this moment, watching the two battling in the sky, Akainu's face was already as black as charcoal. Does this bastard truly look down on me? No way, I must find an opportunity to teach Ning Chuan a lesson. Akainu clenched his fists in anger, wishing he could replace Shanks and fight Ning Chuan himself. On the other side, Akiji felt much the same. After all, Ning Chuan hadn't drawn his sword against him last night either. Meanwhile, as Shanks fought Ning Chuan, he couldn't help but feel immensely shocked. He realized that Ning Chuan's sword intent was incredibly sharp. His mastery of Haki was surprisingly close to his own level. How is this possible? Even if he started cultivating from birth, his Haki shouldn't be this strong. Moreover, the longer he fought, the more astonished Shanks became. The more time he spent battling Ning Chuan, the more he could sense that Ning Chuan's strength was continuously increasing during the fight. In just a few minutes since the beginning, Shanks could clearly feel that Ning Chuan's Haki had made substantial progress. It's important to note that reaching their level with Haki advancing further was already quite difficult. Yet Ning Chuan was able to keep progressing, leaving Shanks in disbelief. As time passed, Shanks realized that relying solely on Haki, it would be hard to defeat Ning Chuan in a short time. Not only would it be hard to defeat him, but if this continued, he would gradually be unable to withstand Ning Chuan's Haki. This little freak. Why does his Haki keep getting stronger? Shanks pondered for a long time, but could not figure it out. Thus, he decided not to tangle with Ning Chuan on Haki anymore. He directly activated his advanced observation Haki, attempting to predict Ning Chuan's actions to find an opportunity for victory. However, when Shanks unleashed his advanced observation Haki, he was once again shocked to find that he could predict Ning Chuan's movements. This indicated that Ning Chuan's mastery of observation Haki was no less than his own. Where did this little freak come from? How could he have trained his observation Haki to such a level? Is he even human? Shanks and Ning Chuan fought fiercely in the sky for a long time. During their battle, the smile on Ning Chuan's face grew more pronounced, while Shanks' expression became increasingly serious. As the battle progressed, Shanks was astonished to discover that Ning Chuan's strength was continuously increasing during the fight, both in the intensity of his armed Haki and the sharpness of his observation Haki. Both types of Haki were enhancing in Ning Chuan at an unbelievable speed. Even Shanks, who had seen much in his time, had never encountered such a phenomenon. In the battle against Shanks, Ning Chuan felt increasingly at ease. Seeing Shanks' increasingly serious face, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It's really not easy to find someone to practice armed and observation Haki with. System, continue the calculations. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating armed Haki for 1 minute, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating Observation Haki for 1 minute activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. At this moment, faced with Ning Chuan's astonishing growth rate, Shanks began to contemplate. He thought about whether to use his newly comprehended ultimate technique, Observation Kill, to end this battle directly. After all, if Ning Chuan continued to grow at this speed, it wouldn't be long before he would find it difficult to handle him. If Ning Chuan were to elevate his armed haki a few more levels, it would likely be difficult for Shanks to break through Ning Chuan's defenses, even wielding his sword. However, when Shanks glanced around and noticed the presence of 4 high-ranking Navy officers, his heart sank. He knew that each of these Navy officers was a formidable expert, especially the 2 veterans Karp and Sengoku. Their combat experience was incredibly rich. If he were to reveal his observation kill technique in front of them in advance, it was highly likely that they would be able to anticipate his breakthrough, leading to a failure in the ultimate breakthrough. This was the scenario Shanks dreaded most. After all, his purpose in breaking through the Navy's defenses and entering the most dangerous area was to take Buggy away, not to use observation kill to eliminate just Ning Chuan. Thinking of this, Shanks decisively abandoned the idea of using observation kill. He looked at Ning Chuan and sighed helplessly. Ning Chuan, don't blame me for taking advantage of my age against you. Shanks was prepared to no longer hold back his strength. He had to defeat Ning Chuan as soon as possible. He had already been delayed by Ning Chuan for quite some time. With the thought, Shanks no longer held anything back. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure began to emanate from his body. The invisible aura instantly covered the entire sea area, causing many unprepared Navy soldiers to faint. This is Conqueror's Haki. All of you strengthen your will. If you show fear, you will faint. The vice admirals remaining on the Navy ships shouted loudly to their soldiers. At their reminder, some soldiers managed to hold on, but many others fainted immediately without even having a chance to react. Shanks ignored those ordinary Navy soldiers. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on Ning Chuan, observing his current performance. He knew that although Ning Chuan had demonstrated extraordinary talent in swordsmanship and the dual haki, he was evidently still blank in terms of comprehending Conqueror's Haki. This was partly due to Ning Chuan's young age and partly because Shanks did not see any ambition for domination in him. After all, to trigger one's Conqueror's Haki, one must have sufficient emotional stimuli. Moreover, the possessors of Conqueror's Haki are 1 in a million. Ning Chuan might not be a possessor of Conqueror's Haki. Shanks thought this was the only advantage he could utilize, even if this approach seemed somewhat unfair. But at this moment, he was facing a critical life-and-death situation. There was no need to consider fairness. As Shanks' Conqueror's Haki began to burst forth, the invisible pressure in the air became increasingly strong. It felt as if the surrounding space was trembling because of it. Some wooden planks on the Navy ships cracked due to the terrifying might of Shanks' armed haki. Conqueror's Haki entwined. Without hesitation, Shanks directly wrapped his Conqueror's Haki around his sword. In that moment, Ning Chuan felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. At the moment he sensed the sudden change in Shanks' momentum, Ning Chuan already guessed that Shanks was using Conqueror's Haki. However, he did not intend to shy away from Shanks' brilliance, because he was using Conqueror's Haki. Dog Bite Red Lotus. Extreme Cold Ice Blade. Shattered. As Shanks' sword was about to swing down, Ning Chuan unleashed all the abilities he had mastered without holding back. He sought to use these powers to slightly block Shanks' attack, allowing him a moment to observe and analyze the power of Conqueror's Haki, thus awakening the Conqueror's Haki within him. Slash. With a roar from Shanks, his griffin wrapped in a terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki charged towards Ning Chuan. However, what Shanks did not expect was that at this moment, the terrifying high-temperature lava and the extremely low-temperature ice blade simultaneously surged towards him. He had not anticipated that Ning Chuan could simultaneously utilize 2 terrifying fruit abilities to counter his attack in an instant. These 2 abilities are strong, but at most they can only weaken some of my attacks. To completely block me. No, it's impossible. A 3rd fruit ability. A splitting ability. Before Shanks could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted, because behind the lava and ice abilities, he felt yet again a power that seemed capable of splitting all forces in the world. Even the sword he struck with Conqueror's Haki was being significantly dismantled. Watching the rich expressions change on Shanks' face, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and spoke directly in his mind. Conqueror's Haki, huh? After waiting so long, I've finally encountered someone using it. System, start the calculations. Congratulations to the host for observing and decomposing Conqueror's Haki for 5 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Calculating cultivation now. Calculation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing and observing Conqueror's Haki for 50,000 seconds of cultivation return. The host's understanding of Conqueror's Haki has greatly improved. The first return of cultivation had already given Ning Chuan a deep understanding of Conqueror's Haki. Without any hesitation, he immediately initiated the second system calculation. System, continue the calculations. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the tenfold cultivation return system for 5 seconds of Conqueror's Haki. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the experience of 5,000 seconds of Conqueror's Haki. Deep within Ning Chuan's heart, the familiar voice of the system echoed continuously until it informed him that he had completely mastered Conqueror's Haki. Only then did a hint of satisfaction finally appear on Ning Chuan's face. After waiting so long, I can finally unleash Conqueror's Haki. Next, let me show you the might of my Conqueror's Haki. In the next moment, Ning Chuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened them wide, a glint of brilliance flashing in his gaze. An unprecedentedly powerful aura began to erupt from him, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. At this moment, everyone on the field, whether Navy or pirates, was stunned into silence by this sudden, overwhelming pressure. Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki swept through the heavens and the earth like a hurricane. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be torn apart by this force, scattering into pieces of fluff. The waves of the sea under this immense pressure miraculously calmed down. The Navy soldiers who had just been struggling under Shanks' Conqueror's Haki could no longer withstand this even more powerful oppressive force. One by one, like they had received an invisible blow, they fell down, slipping into a brief state of unconsciousness. Some soldiers who had just been awakened did not even have time to understand what was happening. They fainted once again. Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki, with its unmatched might, instantly swept across the entire sea area. Feeling this terrifying power, Shanks stood frozen in place, gazing complexly at Ning Chuan, who was hovering in the air. As a fellow master of Conqueror's Haki, he could clearly sense how astonishing the power released by Ning Chuan was. In his view, Ning Chuan not only mastered Conqueror's Haki, but the intensity was even greater than that of most others who possessed the same ability. It was even comparable to his own power. The speed at which Ning Chuan was growing was simply unfathomable, unprecedented. This kid is going to be extraordinary in the future. If he's an enemy, then he's likely to become a formidable rival in the future. Beckman, having appeared on the bow of the ship at some point, could not help but remark while looking at Ning Chuan standing in the sky. At this moment, it wasn't just Shanks' crew that knew Ning Chuan had successfully activated Conqueror's Haki. The 4 high-ranking Navy officers far in the distance also sensed Ning Chuan's terrifying Conqueror's Haki at the first moment. Sengoku gazed at the distant Ning Chuan, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Ning Chuan, he actually mastered Conqueror's Haki at this moment. How old is he to have grasped this ability already? He has mastered such a thing already. In the distance, Garp could not help but laugh at this moment. I knew it, this kid Ning Chuan would definitely be a possessor of Conqueror's Haki. However, he was able to activate it so early and elevate his Conqueror's Haki to such a terrifying level in such a short time. This kid's talent for cultivation is truly astonishing. But, after all, he is my disciple, it's only natural for him to be extraordinary, ha ha ha. Akiji and Akainu, the 2 admirals, revealed an expression of disbelief as they felt Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki. They knew well how rare Conqueror's Haki was. Even after cultivating for so long, they still had not mastered this ability. Yet Ning Chuan not only mastered it ahead of time, but also reached such intensity in a very short time. This truly embarrassed the 2 of them. While everyone was astonished by Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki, Shanks, not far from Ning Chuan, had never taken his eyes off him. At this moment, his heart was filled with curiosity as he looked at Ning Chuan and could not help but ask, Ning Chuan, what is your goal? What kind of dream gives you such overwhelming Conqueror's Haki? Shanks understood. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki is related to a person's goals. Without the determination to conquer, one cannot possess Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, the strength of Conqueror's Haki is often closely related to an individual's will and dreams. The fact that Ning Chuan could produce such terrifying effects upon awakening Conqueror's Haki indicates that his dreams seemed to far exceed his imagination. They were much more terrifying than simply wanting to become the Pirate King. Shanks could not fathom what kind of conviction could make someone's Conqueror's Haki so powerful. At this time, such a question also appeared in the hearts of high-ranking Navy officers like Sengoku and Garp. They all wanted to understand why Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki was so powerful. However, what they did not know was that Ning Chuan's goal was simply to protect Nami and the others. However, his protection is based on the ambition to target the 5 elders, and even the entire world government. Even to overthrow the entire world. Only with such ambition can one be worthy of awakening such powerful Conqueror's Haki. No wonder it is Conqueror's Haki. Shanks, you must be careful from now on. At the moment Ning Chuan mastered Conqueror's Haki, he directly wrapped it around his lightning fire sword. Seeing Ning Chuan's action, Shanks stood there stunned. This kid even knows how to use Conqueror's Haki. To know that you can wrap Conqueror's Haki around a weapon on the first activation. This kid's talent for battle is probably unmatched across the entire sea. Just as Shanks was astonished, Ning Chuan had already swung his sword wrapped in Conqueror's Haki towards him. In a rush, Shanks had no choice but to pick up his sword and continue to spar with Ning Chuan. However, what Shanks did not know was that Ning Chuan had already regarded him as a practice partner for his Conqueror's Haki. System begins settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully using Conqueror's Haki for 10 seconds, activating the tenfold cultivation return system. Now starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the experience of 100,000 seconds of Conqueror's Haki. The host's mastery of Conqueror's Haki has greatly improved. At the moment Ning Chuan received the cultivation return, he immediately applied the newly acquired cultivation to the battle. Shanks felt an increased pressure coming from Ning Chuan. How can this kid's Conqueror's Haki also strengthen during battle? How on earth is he doing this? Shanks became increasingly alarmed. He felt the same terrifying scene as before. He simply could not imagine how Ning Chuan achieved all of this. Shanks' expression became extremely serious and the smile from earlier had long disappeared. Under the constant assessments of the system, Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Haki ascended at an astonishing speed, quickly reaching a level unimaginable to ordinary people. When he looked at Shanks again with a smile, the Conqueror's Haki surrounding him seemed to faintly possess a power surpassing Shanks. This change rendered Shanks' expression extremely serious. He understood that in the face of such a rapidly advancing opponent, if he wished to achieve victory, he must quickly unleash his trump card. If this continued, it was very likely that he would be the first to be defeated. Shanks decided to hold nothing back. He immediately employed observation Haki to end this battle in an instant. Ning Chuan, you are strong. However, this time I will not falter again. Shanks closed his eyes. In that moment his spirit was highly focused, and an invisible wave seemed to radiate from him, spreading in all directions. Ning Chuan suddenly felt a faint aura locking onto him. This aura was unlike anything he had ever sensed before. Is this observation Haki? Finally, he is going to show his true skills. Ning Chuan knew Shanks' final trump card. With the passive ability of the split fruit, he was not at all flustered. Haven't you felt it yet? Shanks' lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from sight. It was as if he had merged into the seams of time, leaving only an afterimage. In the instant he disappeared, Shanks' observation Haki, like an invisible shackles, instantly locked onto Ning Chuan's senses. This made him lose the ability to predict Shanks' next actions. At that moment, Ning Chuan's observation Haki seemed to plunge into chaos. Shanks' movement trajectory became unclear. Every gesture he made was shrouded in an unknown force, making it impossible to discern. In the face of such a sudden change, Ning Chuan's reaction was surprisingly calm. After all, this was Shanks' trump card, a key ability that could alter the course of battle. If he weren't strong, that would be strange. However, at this moment Ning Chuan felt no panic. His brain began to operate rapidly. He attempted to find a way to counter the observation Haki. However, just as Ning Chuan was about to make a move, Shanks' figure appeared behind him like a ghost. The glint of the griffin in his hand flashed before it aimed directly at Ning Chuan's abdomen. At that moment the air seemed to freeze and time appeared to come to a halt. Shanks, sword driven by an unwavering belief in victory, lunged towards Ning Chuan. However, he was careful. The sword tip was not aimed at fatal spots like the heart. His goal was to severely injure Ning Chuan, rendering him momentarily unable to fight. This way they would have a greater chance of breaking through the encirclement. Moreover, Shanks did not wish to see such a gifted young man fall under his sword. However, what Shanks did not expect was, at the moment his sword tip was about to touch Ning Chuan, he saw a hint of ease appear on Ning Chuan's face. There was no tension or fear that one would expect when facing a life-threatening situation. The next second, Ning Chuan suddenly split into several pieces, each scattering apart. Like the ability of Buggy's split fruit, Shanks' sword missed entirely. This scene left Shanks utterly astonished. He immediately realized the ability Ning Chuan was displaying now was indeed that of the split fruit, which could restrain all swordsmen. Buggy's fruit ability, why is this kid able to use it? A devil fruit's ability is supposed to be unique, isn't it? After missing, Shanks quickly retreated several meters. He looked at Ning Chuan in shock. In Shanks' memory, only Buggy could use a similar ability. Now Ning Chuan was also showcasing the same technique. The situation before him was difficult even for Shanks, a seasoned sailor who had once circumnavigated the globe, to comprehend. However, Shanks did not let down his guard. He keenly noticed that Ning Chuan had just been observing the observation Haki he had just used with an unprecedented focus. Could it be that this kid wants to learn my move? Shanks felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He knew that observation Haki was one of his greatest trump cards. If Ning Chuan comprehended its secrets and mastered it entirely, then both he and his pirate crew would be in danger. This kid is surprisingly difficult to deal with. Shanks cursed inwardly. Now he was even unsure whether he could take down this little brat Ning Chuan. In the face of such a gifted opponent, Shanks knew he could not afford to underestimate him. He needed to subdue Ning Chuan before he fully learned observation haki. Otherwise, with Ning Chuan's rapid growth, he would become a tremendous problem. Shanks quickly adjusted his state. He pushed the power of observation haki to its utmost. He aimed to seal off all of Ning Chuan's perceptions. However, at this moment a calm smile was on Ning Chuan's face. System, initiate the assessment. Congratulations, host, for successfully observing observation haki for a second, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Commencing cultivation assessment now. Assessment successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining a 10th second cultivation return for observing observation haki. Host's understanding of observation haki has improved. Just an improvement, but coming up there will be someone to practice with, so I'm not worried about mastering it. Ning Chuan smiled slightly. As he felt Shanks' observation haki closing in on him once more, he couldn't help but think. Shanks, I haven't finished watching your observation haki yet. Now let's see your performance. At this moment, Shanks was maximizing the power of observation haki. There was no sense of relaxation in his heart. Instead, an unprecedented urgency surged within him. He knew that once Ning Chuan mastered the essence of observation haki, his original advantage would vanish. Under such circumstances, if Ning Chuan really chose to help the Navy, he could very well adopt a delaying tactic to hold Shanks back, thus allowing the 4 high-ranking Navy officials to defeat the remaining pirates one by one. No matter how strong Beckman was, he could not withstand the siege of 4 high-tier Navy forces. With time, defeat would be inevitable. Thinking of this, Shanks' gaze grew serious, and he decided to adopt a more aggressive strategy. Therefore, Shanks unhesitatingly pushed observation haki to its limit. He also adjusted his body to its optimal state. Every breath he took, every heartbeat was preparing to defeat Ning Chuan. I will completely seal off your observation haki. Next, I will take you down with my fists. Knowing Ning Chuan's ability, Shanks had no choice but to temporarily abandon his sword, because that thing had no possibility of winning against Ning Chuan. Watching Shanks rush towards him with a hint of anxiety, Ning Chuan, on the other hand, didn't care and silently chanted in his heart. System, continue the assessment. Congratulations, host. System, continue the assessment. Congratulations, the host's defense has greatly improved. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering the ability of observation haki. After unknowingly enduring how many punches, Ning Chuan finally heard the beautiful sound he longed for. Meanwhile, Shanks, who had been punching Ning Chuan, felt his fists go numb. Damn it, this isn't how it's supposed to go. How could this kid's physical strength be continuously increasing? However, just as he prepared to press on with renewed vigor, he suddenly saw a glint in Ning Chuan's eyes. The next moment, he felt as if his observation haki was being invaded by a unique force, making it difficult for him to predict Ning Chuan's next actions. Is this observation haki? Have I played myself? Shanks felt Ning Chuan using his observation haki, gradually sealing off his senses. A wave of helplessness surged within him. Shanks understood that he was one step too late. That little brat Ning Chuan had already successfully mastered his ability. Based on previous experience, Shanks realized that it wouldn't be long before Ning Chuan could surpass him in the mastery of observation haki. At that point, it would be his turn to have his observation haki sealed. Once that seal was complete, he would lose the precise foresight of his surroundings. By then, the balance of the battle would tilt completely in favor of the Navy. At this moment, a hint of regret and helplessness flashed in Shanks' eyes. He knew that this battle had reached a critical moment where a decision had to be made. Faced with Ning Chuan's increasingly mature observation haki, Shanks quickly made up his mind. He turned to Beckman and spoke with utmost seriousness. Beckman, you take Buggy and leave now. Oh, I will hold off Ning Chuan. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. As Shanks' right-hand man, Beckman showed no hesitation upon hearing this. He swiftly hoisted the unconscious Buggy onto his shoulder and jumped back onto their ship, preparing to set sail and break free from the Navy's encirclement. Admiral Sengoku, Karp, Akiji, and Akainu, the 4 high-ranking Navy officers, witnessed Beckman attempting to leave with the unconscious Buggy. Without any hesitation, they charged toward Shanks' pirate ship at the same time. They knew this was an excellent opportunity. With the strongest force, Shanks held up by Ning Chuan, and the powerful Buggy unconscious for some unknown reason, only Beckman remained as the high-level force aboard the red-haired pirate's ship. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity could not be missed. As the second-in-command of the pirate crew, Beckman immediately took command, displaying the necessary decisiveness and courage. Facing the approaching Navy generals, he showed no signs of retreat, stepping forward instead. His 2 flintlock pistols gleamed coldly, aimed at the 4 top-tier Navy forces. Beckman took a deep breath, channeling all his haki into his dual pistols. He aimed at the oncoming enemies and pulled the trigger. With 4 crisp gunshots, the bullets, infused with haki, whizzed out, heading straight for the admirals. Boom, boom, boom. The bullets shot by Beckman possessed immense power, catching Sengoku and the others off guard. They had never imagined that a marksman could cause such devastating destruction. Is that Beckman? No wonder he is Shank's right-hand man. His strength is indeed formidable and cannot be underestimated. Almost simultaneously, Sengoku and the other three had similar thoughts in their minds. However, Beckman's attack could only temporarily hinder the advance of the four. As he reloaded his bullets, Sengoku and the others charged at him again. I haven't fought against an admiral-level force yet. The sniper expert Jesus Burgess from the red-haired pirates smiled slightly. A series of specially made bullets infused with Armament Haki were fired densely like raindrops at that moment. Each of his bullets contained the power to penetrate steel. This forced Sengoku and the other three to dodge. Meanwhile, other members of the red-haired pirates, including Rikuru, were also prepared for a desperate fight. They each took out their weapons and fully activated their Haki. As soon as the high-ranking Navy officers approached, they would charge out to stop their advance with all their might. They were all ready to risk their lives for their comrades. Trying to escape. Ice Age. Akiji showed no hesitation as he placed his hand on the surface of the sea. As the power of the ice fruit activated, the entire sea was frozen instantly. Even Shank's ship was frozen in place on the ice surface. Break the ice quickly. Almost in an instant, Rikuru jumped off the ship and punched the ice below, creating hundreds of meters of cracks. The others saw Rikairos' action and jumped off the ship to assist him. Soon a new channel was opened up by them. Great fire. Akainu showed no hesitation. As Shank's ship was about to set sail again, he unleashed countless magma fists attempting to completely destroy Shank's pirate ship. At the same time, Sengoku roared, his body instantly swelling as he transformed into a giant golden Buddha. He waved his palms, releasing several powerful shockwaves that rushed towards the pirate ship. Carp did not fall behind. His speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant he charged into the sky, delivering a powerful blow down towards the pirate ship. Punch collision. A punch collided like a thunderstorm, carrying unparalleled strength as it smashed down towards Shank's pirate ship. Facing the siege of so many powerful enemies, Beckman's pressure reached its limit. However, he did not give up, but fought back with all his might. With his flintlock pistols continuously firing, the bullets infused with Haki poured out like rain, trying to block the attacks from the Navy admirals. The other members were not idle, either using their full strength to assist Beckman in fending off this deadly strike. However, the vast difference in numbers among top-tier forces made their defense seem somewhat inadequate. After this massive impact, everyone, including Beckman, sustained considerable injuries. Fortunately for them, the ship was saved. Meanwhile, Shanks, tightly entangled by Ning Chuan, felt even more anxious. He understood that if he didn't go to support Beckman and the others, they might struggle to withstand the Navy's next intense assault. However, facing the rather troublesome opponent Ning Chuan, Shanks found it difficult to break free for the moment. He looked at Ning Chuan and hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Ning Chuan, do me a favor and let me take Buggy away. You're not a Navy person, you don't need to risk your life for them. Shanks tried to persuade Ning Chuan with words, hoping that Ning Chuan would give him a favor and temporarily cease his attacks. After all, this was the only tactic he had to make Ning Chuan stop entangling him. I don't care if you want to leave, but Buggy must stay. Even if you take him back after I hand him over to Carp, I won't interfere further. After all, this is my promise to others, or if you're willing to exchange Buggy for the crew member with a bounty of 1 billion aboard your ship, that works too. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, a hint of displeasure appeared on Shank's face. He would never agree to trade his crew member or friend. Ning Chuan understood deeply that someone like Shanks valued friendship in a way that others could hardly comprehend. For him, abandoning any partner was simply unacceptable. However, Ning Chuan did not wish to see Shank's pirate ship suffer heavy losses because of Buggy's incident. After some contemplation in his heart, he decided to take a more direct approach and simply snatch Buggy away. By taking Buggy himself, Shanks would have the opportunity to assist Beckman. The Marines, having already captured Buggy, would also withdraw. After all, dealing with a Yonko crew is not a simple matter. If he were to engage Shanks and his crew to the bitter end, it was likely that the Navy would also suffer heavy losses. In that case, Shanks and his crew should be able to escape easily. System, continue the calculation of Kenbunshiku. Congratulations, host, for successfully using Kenbunshiku for 20 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold return system for cultivation. Commencing cultivation calculation now. Calculation successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining the cultivation return for 200,000 seconds of Kenbunshiku usage. The host's mastery of Kenbunshiku has greatly improved. System, continue the calculation. Congratulations, host. As the system continuously calculated, Ning Chuan pushed the ability of Kenbunshiku to a whole new height. He closed his eyes and the aura around him suddenly grew much stronger. The invisible sense of oppression in the air became even stronger at that moment. In the next instant, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze was piercing, as if he could perceive everything. Shanks felt that his Kinbunshiku was completely sealed by a powerful force. Everything around him became blurry, and even the flow of time seemed to slow down. This kid's Kinbunshiku has actually surpassed mine. Shanks, familiar with the Kinbunshiku ability, quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. However, before he could react, Ning Chuan seized the moment when Shanks was in trouble. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already on the ship of the red-haired pirates. Upon seeing Ning Chuan appear on the ship, Beckman was about to step forward to intercept him, but he was forced to take a step back by the sharp momentum of the long sword in Ning Chuan's hand. Without hesitation, Ning Chuan reached out and grabbed Buggy's clothing. With a swift turn, he took Buggy away from the red-haired pirate's ship. When Sengoku and the others saw that Buggy had been captured by Ning Chuan, they were all filled with joy. They all understood that as long as Buggy was in their hands, the purpose of this battle had been achieved. Continuing to fight the red-haired pirates would only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. Thus, Sengoku and the others ceased their assault on the red-haired pirates and began to retreat in an orderly manner to the temporary command ship. They did not wish to continue entangling with Shanks and the red-haired pirates who were about to recover. After all, capturing Buggy was the most important thing. Once Sengoku and the others returned to their ship, they saw Buggy at Ning Chuan's feet, and their faces broke into smiles. Ning Chuan tossed Buggy over to Carp with a smile and said, "Vice Admiral Carp, I have delivered the person to you. Our agreement is also about to come to an end. I owe you 3 billion, and now I am returning you 5 billion, a clear profit for you." Carp looked at Buggy in his hands with a hint of helplessness on his face. He never expected that in the end this little guy Buggy would still be captured by Ning Chuan. "Everyone, I need to rest for a while due to excessive exhaustion. From now on, it's up to you all." After fulfilling his agreement with Carp, Ning Chuan did not intend to take further action. He temporarily retreated with Nami and the others to his small boat under the pretext of being overly exhausted. Along with him, there was Tina, her eyes sparkling with stars. She had just witnessed Ning Chuan's formidable strength that could contend with Shanks. Now she was immensely impressed by Ning Chuan. Back on their ship, watching the red-haired pirates break through the Navy's encirclement, Ning Chuan leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the distant horizon. He knew in his heart that Shanks would never easily give up Buggy. He would definitely come back to kill again. Who would ultimately seize Buggy no longer concerned Ning Chuan. However, Ning Chuan understood. If Shanks and his crew truly returned to fight again, then the ones who would have to act with full force next would be Sengoku and the others. With this thought, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smirk slightly. He was also quite envious of Sengoku's Buddha form. At this moment, the red-haired pirates had just broken through the encirclement. Everyone on the ship wore a shadow of gloom on their faces. This journey had marked the first time they tasted the bitterness of defeat. The sense of helplessness when Ning Chuan snatched away Buggy in front of them left them unsettled for a long time. "No, we must kill our way back. We cannot abandon any friend." Shanks looked towards the direction the Navy ships were leaving, gripping his griffin tightly. Hearing Shanks' words, the others on the ship also gripped their weapons. Next, as soon as Shanks gave the order, they would follow their captain into battle once more. If what Ning Chuan said is true, then without his interference, bringing Buggy back shouldn't be too difficult. Just as Shanks was contemplating and planning how to charge back into the battlefield to rescue Buggy, a strong sense of crisis suddenly struck. He keenly sensed that two very powerful individuals were currently hovering above their pirate ship in the sky. Are they enemies? At the first moment of sensing this unusual aura, Shanks' eyes became sharp. Are those two friends or foes? If they are not enemies, why not come down and have a seat? As soon as his words fell, two figures unhesitatingly descended from the sky, firmly landing on the deck of the pirate ship. Shanks and Beckman looked at the two who suddenly appeared, both revealing expressions of disbelief. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Why are you two here? Shanks immediately recognized Dragon's identity. This leader of the Revolutionary Army, a figure who caused headaches for the world government. Yet Dragon was currently smiling as he looked at Shanks. He knew that this red-haired guy was his son Luffy's idol. Is it Shanks? I've heard that my son Luffy is quite fond of you. Hearing Dragon suddenly mention Luffy, Shanks was stunned in place. After all, he had spent so much time with Luffy. But he had never heard Luffy mention his father's name. He had only heard Luffy say that his grandfather was Carp, that naval hero who had chased them throughout the Grand Line. Wait, you say your son is Luffy? Then Vice Admiral Carp is your father. Upon realizing that the son of the great naval hero was actually the world's #1 wanted criminal, even Shanks felt a sense of disbelief. Indeed, he is my father. Dragon boldly acknowledged it. However, that is all beside the point. Let's get straight to the point. I want to take Buggy away, and your goal should be the same. If our objectives align, why don't we cooperate this time? After much contemplation, Shanks finally nodded in agreement to the cooperation proposed by the Revolutionary Army leader Long. He understood that it would be difficult to rescue Buggy from the hands of the Navy relying solely on the strength of his pirate crew. However, with the help of the Revolutionary Army's success might truly be within reach. Soon Shanks and Long established a collaboration and quickly formulated a detailed action plan. The red-haired pirates would be responsible for diverting the main forces of the Navy, while Long and the Tyrant Bear would take the opportunity to rescue Buggy. Yet there was an important variable in this plan. That variable was Ning Chuan. This kid's strength might indeed be capable of stopping Long and the Tyrant Bear. Shanks felt a bit hesitant. He was unsure whether what Ning Chuan had said to him was true or false. If it was true, he would not intervene further after handing Buggy over to the Navy. Then this operation would surely succeed. But if it was a deception, Long and the Tyrant Bear would likely encounter significant trouble. Shanks conveyed this crucial information to Long and the Tyrant Bear. Long nodded seriously after hearing this, regardless of whether Ning Chuan would intercept his actions next. He would do everything in his power to rescue Buggy. After all, this guy was the first person in the world to openly dare to take down a celestial dragon. Bringing him into the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly increase the influence of the Revolutionary Army worldwide significantly. After finalizing the detailed battle plan, Shanks led the red-haired pirates, turned the ship around, and launched a second assault on the main Navy forces. The battle reignited. On the sea, countless Navy ships opened fire on Shanks' pirate ship. In an instant, the entire sea area was engulfed in cannon fire and smoke. Standing at the bow of his small boat, Ning Chuan enjoyed Tina's focused massage while watching Shanks' ship break through the Navy's defenses and ride the waves. Just as he had anticipated earlier, Shanks would not easily give up on Buggy. Is that Shanks' pirate ship? He's making a comeback again. Tina frowned as she looked at the battlefield in the distance. While she was worried about the situation, Ning Chuan suddenly looked up at the sky above him. His observation Haki sensed two distinct auras at that moment. He looked up and was startled to find two figures watching him from the sky. With just one glance, Ning Chuan recognized their identities. It was none other than the Revolutionary Army leader Long and the Tyrant Bear, one of the Shichibukai. Could these two guys also be here to save Buggy? Buggy's luck is truly outrageous. Ning Chuan was internally shocked that waves of people were coming to rescue Buggy. However, looking at the two figures hovering above him, Ning Chuan had no intention of intercepting them. After all, he had already handed Buggy over to the Navy. What happened next was none of his business. However, he was somewhat interested in the devil fruit powers of Long and the Tyrant Bear. But Ning Chuan knew that he need not rush. In the future, once he was on the Grand Line, he would have plenty of opportunities to interact with them. Seeing that Ning Chuan showed no signs of action, Long and the Tyrant Bear both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Shanks' judgment of Ning Chuan was not mistaken. This young powerhouse appeared to have no intention of interfering with their actions. Thus, the two of them hovered steadily above Ning Chuan like guardian deities, ready to seize the best moment to snatch Buggy. "Moi, aren't you leaving? If you're not leaving, it doesn't matter to me." Ning Chuan ignored the two above him and continued to command Tina to massage his shoulders and legs. Sengoku witnessed the red-haired pirate's ship break through the blockade again, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Repeated provocations. "Do you really think we want dare to take action against your red-haired pirates?" Sengoku crushed the cup in his hand and looked again at Carp and the others. "This time, go all out. We must capture the red-haired pirates." Under Sengoku's command, the four of them quickly assembled. They flew from the ship towards the direction of Shanks' pirate ship, moving at an incredible speed, reaching the sky above Shanks' pirate ship in an instant. Sengoku stood at the forefront, his gaze as sharp as a hawk, staring directly at Shanks. "Shanks, give up. You cannot take Buggy away. If you provoke the Navy again, you will also be captured." However, in response to Sengoku's threat, Shanks smiled and replied, "If it's a fight, then let's fight. Why all the nonsense? With Ning Chuan absent, taking you down is a piece of cake." Seeing that negotiation was futile, Sengoku and the others no longer hesitated and prepared to attack with full force. Shanks' resolute attitude in not wanting to give up on Buggy. Sengoku's expression darkened as he decisively commanded, "Let's fight." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere over the sea instantly became extremely tense. A great battle was about to erupt. Akiji was the first to take action. To stop Shanks' pirate ship from advancing, he directly unleashed the Ice Age, instantly freezing the vast sea. Even Shanks' pirate ship was quickly frozen on the sea. Meanwhile, Sengoku roared in anger and once again transformed into a giant golden Buddha. He fought side by side with Carp, directly charging toward Shanks. At this moment, both veteran warriors shared the same thought. They were eager to see if this time they could indeed capture Shanks the Great Pirate as well. Akainu and Akiji charged toward Beckman. Their target was quite clear. As long as they could take down Beckman and Shanks, the morale and combat power of the red-haired pirates would significantly decline, and the entire crew might face disintegration. Other vice admirals, such as Ghost Spider and Fire Fist, also joined the battle, engaging in fierce combat with the members of the red-haired pirates. Their task was to prevent the pirates from breaking the ice and ensure the Navy fleet could retreat smoothly. Seeing his men all detained, Shanks deliberately showed a worried expression, seemingly anxious about being unable to break through the Navy's blockade. But in reality, he was already overjoyed. With the Navy's high-level combat power all deployed, the defenses on the fleet were exceptionally weak. As long as Ning Chuan did not take action next, it was a sure thing that Long and the Tyrant Bear would succeed. However, the anxious look on Shanks' face brought Sengoku a considerable sense of relief. The more anxious Shanks appeared, the safer Buggy was. As long as they kept Shanks' pirate crew here and prevented them from moving forward even a bit. Once the Navy fleet departed, everything would become a foregone conclusion. As the Navy's main force departed, Ning Chuan and his small boat did not follow the large fleet. His gaze remained fixed on the distant battlefield. He particularly focused on the colossal golden Buddha form of the Warring States. He had long coveted the fruit abilities of the Warring States. This time his goal was solely the ability of the Warring States that he had yet to obtain. Meanwhile, Shanks was once again at war with the Navy. This fortuitously provided Ning Chuan with an excellent opportunity to acquire the Buddha form of the human fruit. Regardless of the ultimate outcome of this war, Ning Chuan would be the greatest winner. Tina, who had been massaging Ning Chuan's shoulders, felt her admiration for him rise once again. Captain Ning Chuan is truly just and righteous. He refuses to retreat with the main force, choosing instead to stay at the edge of the battlefield to recover his strength so he can rejoin the fight at the earliest opportunity. No, I too must contribute to this battle. I must massage Captain Ning Chuan more earnestly so he can recover faster. After a round of self-encouragement, Tina became more serious in her massage of Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, Nami and the other two were all gazing through binoculars at the distant battlefield ablaze with chaos. Various types of devil fruit abilities, ice magma, and even that enormous golden statue left them with a profound impression. The strong ones on the sea are truly formidable. I want to become as strong as them, Nami said, raising her little fist, unable to contain herself. I want to be able to wield a sword and battle such monsters like that swordsman. Kuina also couldn't help but clench her fist and exclaim, "Yes, let's work hard together. We must help Ning Chuan more in battle in the future. We absolutely cannot hold him back." Noki posed like a big sister, placing her hands on Nami and Kuina's shoulders seriously. Hearing their words, Ning Chuan revealed a faint smile. If it comes to the point where you have to go to the battlefield, Ning Chuan would truly be unworthy. Ning Chuan stared at the Buddha form of the Warring States for a long time. He directly spoke in his mind, "System settle. Congratulations, host, for successfully observing the human fruit mythical beast type Buddha form ability for 5 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Starting the cultivation settlement now. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining a 50,000-second cultivation return from observing the human fruit mythical beast type Buddha form ability." The host's understanding of the human fruit mythical beast type Buddha form ability has greatly increased. Feeling the enhancement of understanding about the Buddha form fruit in his mind after the system's cultivation return, Ning Chuan couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. However, he knew that this level was still insufficient. He continued to observe the movements of the Warring States on the distant battlefield, thinking to himself, "System, continue the settlement. Congratulations, host. System, continue the settlement." With the system continuously returning cultivation, Ning Chuan soon gained a very detailed understanding of the Warring States' fruit abilities. He was now acutely aware of every detail after transforming into the Buddha. He knew the application of power behind each movement, as well as the perfect fusion of domineering aura and physical techniques. Congratulations, host, you can now successfully use the human fruit mythical beast type Buddha form ability. Upon hearing the system's feedback, Ning Chuan's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled. It's time to transform into the Buddha. As Ning Chuan's thoughts shifted, he slowly stood up, and a subtle change occurred in the aura around him. To avoid sinking his small boat, Ning Chuan gently patted Tina's sexy abdomen, temporarily making her stop. He then sprang onto the surface of the sea. In the next moment, his form suddenly expanded, radiating brilliant golden light. Soon he transformed into a gigantic golden Buddha statue, just like the Warring States. Ning Chuan felt that his strength and combat power had greatly increased at this moment. He extended a hand and gently pressed it against the surface of the sea. Immediately, a massive shockwave surged forth on the calm sea, creating enormous waves. Not bad, I can even use shockwaves. This is a perfect transformation. Ning Chuan was quite pleased with his transformation into the Buddha. However, this level is still insufficient. Continue the settlement. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the human-human fruit mythical beast-type Buddha form ability for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Meanwhile, the four girls on the small boat were gazing in shock at the enormous golden Buddha statue before them. Nami and the other two were somewhat accustomed to it. After all having followed Ning Chuan for so long, they had seen many strange things, raising their threshold of amazement. However, this was Tina's first time witnessing such a shocking scene. Her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Buddha. Isn't this the ability of Admiral Warring States? Wait, could the rumors be true? Captain Ning Chuan can really learn other people's devil fruit abilities. As expected of Captain Ning Chuan, this is too amazing. I wonder if he would find my fruit abilities appealing. In an instant, admiration filled Tina's eyes. Above their small boat, Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma watched as Ning Chuan suddenly transformed into a golden Buddha just like the Warring States. Dragon was taken aback, almost losing control of his wind-type fruit's power, causing the two to fall from the sky. How did this kid suddenly become a Buddha? Isn't this Warring States' ability? How can he use Warring States' ability? Hearing Dragon's astonished words, Kuma shrugged and spread his hands, indicating he didn't know either. Dragon stared at Ning Chuan for a while longer, helplessly saying, "Forget it, it seems we won't uncover this kid's abilities anytime soon. Let's not worry about him for now. The Navy fleet has already moved far away, and Shanks has successfully entangled Warring States, and the others, we should act." As Dragon and Kuma noticed that the attention of the Navy's high command was focused on the fierce battle at the front lines, they exchanged a knowing smile. They knew that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Dragon looked at the transformed Ning Chuan. Meeting his gaze, Dragon nodded slightly, expressing silent gratitude. He then manipulated the power of his fruit, swiftly approaching the distant Navy fleet alongside Kuma. Watching the two depart, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems that this time the Navy's operation to capture Buggy is going to fail again. I wonder how furious the five elders will be after this failure. However, once Buggy escapes this time, his bounty will surely rise again, right? Tisk, as expected of someone with extraordinary luck. Zhang Guo and Carp were giving their all. Under the full force of their attacks, Shanks gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, although Carp and Zhang Guo were temporarily gaining the upper hand by teaming up, they were still suppressing Shanks. Yet both of them were well aware. Defeating Shanks completely would not be an easy task, unless the three of them battled here for days and nights, wearing him down with a 2-known advantage. Otherwise, it would be difficult to take him down in a short time. At this moment, doubts began to creep into their minds. Ning Chuan was in the final stages of his battle with Shanks. How had he managed to suppress a powerhouse like Shanks? Just as the battle between the two sides reached a critical boiling point, Zhang was suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable unease. Drawing on his years of battle experience, he instinctively sensed that Shanks' renewed attack on the Navy was not simple. There seemed to be a trick involved. Taking advantage of a brief moment in the battle, Zhang Gui utilized his massive size advantage and glanced back. This glance made his heart tighten. He suddenly discovered that behind the Navy fleet, two unidentified figures were continuing to pursue. In an instant, alarm bells rang in Zhang Gui's mind. He immediately realized that this could very well be a carefully planned strategy to lure the tiger away from its mountain. Zhang Gui looked down at Shanks, whose expression was as calm as water. He showed no signs of worry as the Navy fleet took Buggy away. It was as if all previous concerns had vanished. This only strengthened Zhang Gui's suspicions. There is definitely a trick. As a wise general, Zhang Gui knew well the cunning of pirates. Shanks' current demeanor undoubtedly sent a signal. Everything was within his calculations. I must find a way to go back and check. Just as Zhang Gui's heart was filled with unease, the previously calm sea suddenly churned with terrifying tornadoes. Like the wrath of a god, it completely enveloped the entire Navy fleet. This scene caused Zhang Gui's expression to instantly turn grim. He finally realized that he had truly fallen into Shanks' trap. Carp's expression was equally dark. When he first saw this bizarre tornado, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Dragon. Carp recognized it at first glance. This was probably the work of his son Monkey D. Dragon. In that moment, Carp understood. Dragon's appearance was no coincidence, but rather a part of Shanks' meticulous plan. Among the group, Carp was the fastest. He almost reflexively abandoned the battle with Shanks and turned to dash toward the Navy fleet. He pushed his speed to the limit, moving faster than what seemed humanly possible. However, the fleet was already too far away. Even with Carp's speed, he could not reach in time to turn the tide. When Carp finally arrived at the fleet's command center, the scene before him left him completely stunned. He saw his good son Dragon smiling at him. Standing beside him was Bartholomew Kuma. Right in front of him, he used the power of the pawpaw fruit to press down on Buggy. In the next moment, Buggy instantly vanished from sight. The speed was so fast that Carp could hardly comprehend it. In that instant, Carp felt a mix of emotions. He realized that this time the Navy's operation had completely failed. He looked at his good son helplessly. Dragon smiled apologetically at him. Just as Carp's fist was about to land on Dragon's face, he and Kuma were also sent flying by the power of the pawpaw fruit. Looking at the distant horizon, the raging tornado gradually came to a stop. Shank's gaze pierced through the layers of waves, his eyes flickering with confidence. The plan succeeded. He murmured to himself, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew that under Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability, Buggy must have been safely transported to the designated location, far away from the battlefield. Without any hesitation, Shanks decisively issued the order. All personnel retreat. Although his voice was not loud, it reached everyone's ears. The members of the red-haired pirates had already made preparations in advance. Upon hearing the command, not a single person lingered in battle. They all fought back. Their opponents rushed onto the ship and began to evacuate. Shanks directly unleashed his signature technique, Observation Haki, instantly sealing off Zhangguo Akiji and Akai's Observation Haki. With their Observation Haki sealed, Zhangguo and the others immediately sensed a hint of danger. They swiftly transitioned from offense to defense to prevent Shanks from launching a surprise attack. However, Shanks did not continue his assault on the Navy. He smiled at Zhangguo and the others, then swung his sword at the ice beneath his feet. The sword, aura imbued with immense haki, sliced through the sea frozen by Akiji, creating a new pathway. At that moment, Beckman raised the flintlock in his hand. Gathering all his haki, he fired a shot toward the back of the ship. As the bullet exploded, their ship was propelled forward by the overwhelming force of the explosion. In an instant, they flew far away, leaving the Navy High Command far behind. The red-haired pirates, taking advantage of this power, swiftly dashed out of the Navy's encirclement. Watching the successful escape of the red-haired pirates, listening to the joyous sounds of pirates from their ship, Zhangguo and the other high-ranking officers were filled with complex emotions. Shanks had successfully escaped, and the warship holding Buggy was severely damaged. They were now in a dilemma. Zhangguo understood that if they continued to pursue, there could be complications with Buggy. Thus, in an instant, Zhangguo made the decision to retreat. After all, Buggy was the most important. However, when they rushed back to the fleet at the fastest speed, they only saw Carp standing helplessly on the deck, his face filled with unutterable defeat. I was a step too late. The Revolutionary Army's dragon, along with the warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, rescued Buggy together. Carp's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Even though he had rushed back with all his speed, he still couldn't stop them. Upon hearing Carp's words, Zhangguo's fury erupted like a volcano. He grabbed Carp by the collar, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable anger. Carp, you explain this to me. Your good son Dragon actually rescued Buggy. We put in all our effort to capture him, to give the celestial dragons and the 5 elders an explanation. But the result? The result was snatched away by your Revolutionary Army's son. Zhangguo's voice was filled with defeat and rage. He could not accept such an outcome. After all, since the dawn of the pirate era, the morale of the Navy had been increasingly low. Even in the latter half of the Grand Line, some powerful pirates had carved out a new world for pirates. And this time he personally led the team out to boost the morale of the entire army, to stand tall in future battles against pirates. But now it was all for naught. Clearly, having succeeded in the end, it all fell apart. Not to mention boosting morale, it seemed like it would drop even further. The Navy is likely to face even more difficulties in the future. Zhangguo sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan stood on his small boat, watching the direction Shanks had departed, a faint smile on his lips. On the naval warship, the Navy is finished. Do you know Carp? Carp, being tugged by the collar, looked at the furious Sengoku, a bitter smile crossing his face. There's nothing I can do about it. How about you demote me 1 rank so I can serve as a rear admiral? Although Carp's words were laced with sarcasm, they also revealed a hint of helplessness. Sengoku, hearing this, was so furious that he seemed ready to blow his top, yet he found himself powerless. He knew that despite Carp's usual unreliable demeanor, he would not drop the ball at this critical moment. After all, the greatest blunder this time was his own. He had focused solely on the Shanks pirates, failing to consider the influence of other forces. Ultimately, Sengoku could only let out a deep sigh. Forget it, let's head back. We need to properly summarize this operation. Next time it cannot be like today. Sengoku knew that saying anything now was pointless. He had no choice but to temporarily suppress his anger and ordered the entire army to retreat to Myriad-Fold to reorganize, in preparation for the various situations that might arise at sea. At this moment, Ning Chuan's small boat also slowly arrived at the Navy command ship's location. He looked at the grim expressions on the faces of the naval high-ranking officials and immediately understood. His suspicions were correct. Buggy had been successfully rescued. At this time, Sengoku also turned his gaze toward Ning Chuan. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. In this naval battle, this kid is the one who reaps the greatest rewards. I remember when we were battling Shanks, this kid even stole my Buddha form. It's a pity such talent can't be utilized by the Navy. Sengoku felt quite helpless at this moment. However, before leaving, he still did not give up on asking Ning Chuan one last time. Ning Chuan, don't you want to visit the Navy headquarters? There are many things you might find interesting there. For example, many devil fruit users you've never seen before. Hearing Sengoku use other devil fruit users to tempt him, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and politely declined. Thank you for the invitation, Admiral Sengoku, but I have my own path to follow. I hope that when we meet next time we will have the opportunity to cooperate. After saying this, Ning Chuan turned to Tina beside him. Miss Tina, let's head back. Your massage technique is excellent. I'm very satisfied. I look forward to seeing you next time. Tina stood aside watching the handsome young man in the sunlight, her eyes filled with reluctance. Nevertheless, as a Navy officer, she had to obey orders and retreat with the main force. Tina nodded with some regret. It was evident that she enjoyed being with Ning Chuan and the others. When she returned to her ship, Tina had already made up her mind. She was determined to work hard and quickly promote her rank to Rear Admiral. That way she would have the chance to lead a warship out to sea on her own. After leaving the naval fleet, Ning Chuan finally had time to sort through the gains from this battle. Reflecting on his harvest from this naval encounter, the smile on his face was nearly Erdoir. This time was truly a bountiful harvest. Not only did I obtain the ice fruit, the magma fruit, and the Buddha form's abilities, I also awakened my Conqueror's Haki and learned Shank's ultimate skill, Observation Haki. Naturally, Ning Chuan was quite satisfied with his gains this time. Just as he was calculating his harvest, Nami Noki and Kuinao approached him. Ning Chuan, where are we going next? Are we heading for the Grand Line? It was clear that after experiencing an unprecedented grand spectacle, Nami and the others were highly looking forward to the legendary and even more exciting Grand Line. No, before heading to the Grand Line, there's a place we need to visit first. A place? What place? Nami and the others displayed a hint of confusion. Naturally, they could not guess where Ning Chuan wanted to go. The land of music, Elijah. A week later, while the four were playing mahjong on the ship, they finally saw the island where the land of music was located. Through the telescope, they saw the azure sea contrasting against the white sandy beach. Groups of white doves flew beneath the blue sky, and rainbows arched over the city. This fairy tale-like beautiful scene was refreshing. The land of music was indeed an incredibly romantic place. As their small boat gradually approached the shore, Ning Chuan's gaze was fixed on a ship moored by the seaside. Ning Chuan was quite familiar with this ship. It was Shank's pirate ship. It seems Shanks brought Yuta here not long ago. However, with Yuta's singing talent, she should have already caught the attention of the sealed demon. We must stop her before she sings the forbidden melody. Ning Chuan was well aware. Once Yuta sang the forbidden melody, it would release the demon sealed beneath the land of music. It would bring disaster to this beautiful land of music. Yuta is also a pitiful girl, but let's help her. Having a singer on board wouldn't be bad. In fact, from the moment Ning Chuan saw Yuta on Shank's ship, he had the idea of coaxing Yuta onto his own ship. He didn't want this lovely girl to meet a tragic end like in the original plot. With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan along with Nami and the others set off towards the palace of the land of music. Although he still didn't know Yuta's situation or if she had received the forbidden melody passed on by the demon's minions. As long as they could reach the palace in advance and remind the king to guard against the forbidden melody, they could prevent Yuta from making a grave mistake. They quickly traversed the bustling streets, watching the street performers play with joy, the cheerful melodies filling the entire city. The three soon arrived at the central square of the land of music. In the distance, a magnificent concert hall came into view. The hall was filled with the melodious sounds of instruments, showcasing the peace and harmony of this place. But Ning Chuan knew that once the demon was released, all this beauty could be destroyed by the impending disaster. As Ning Chuan and the three were heading towards the palace, suddenly a commotion erupted from a nearby tavern. Ha, we must drink a few more cups. We finally rescued Buggy from the hands of the Navy and successfully escaped. We need to relax and enjoy ourselves. Beckman Lockie, let's switch taverns to keep drinking. Ha. Hearing the familiar voices, Ning Chuan turned his head to look. He saw Shanks being supported by several others stumbling out of the tavern. It was clear that they had drunk too much and were chased out by the tavern owner. As the swaying Shanks moved forward, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure standing in front of him. He stared for a moment, instantly sobering up halfway. Isn't that the little brat Ning Chuan? How did this little pervert end up here? Am I seeing things? Upon seeing Ning Chuan for the first time, Shank's subordinates instantly grew alert. They gripped their weapons, poised for battle at any moment. In an instant, the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Hey, what's going on here? That kid Ning Chuan has done us a great favor. We can't treat a friend like this. Shanks raised his hand to signal Lockie and the others to stop. A hint of a smile flickered in his eyes as he stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Ning Chuan's neck and laughing. Ning Chuan, I never expected to run into you here. Thanks to you, a few days ago, Buggy was able to escape. Ning Chuan pushed Shank's hand away with a hint of disdain, responding calmly. It's nothing after all. I'm not a Marine, so I don't care who Buggy ends up with. Shanks chuckled, then leaned in closer to Ning Chuan's ear, asking mysteriously, is what Buggy said true? Did you force him to take out the celestial dragons? You've got quite the nerve. Aren't you afraid that if Buggy gets caught, he'll rat you out? Ning Chuan naturally brushed it off. The evidence is there. This matter has nothing to do with me. If those guys really want to target me, it won't take much time to deal with a few more. Seeing Ning Chuan's confident demeanor, Shanks fell silent for a moment before revealing a wry smile. You really are a little rascal. As for Buggy, let's just consider it in the past. I don't intend to hold you responsible. Oh, after all, I can't beat you anyway. Shanks let out a helpless sigh, and then suddenly broke into a smile, looking at Ning Chuan seriously. How about we throw a feast? I have plenty of good wine on my ship. Ha ha. His subordinates, having sailed with Shanks for so long, naturally knew that anyone he invited to a feast was not someone they would be fighting. The tense atmosphere of battle dissipated instantly, replaced by a relaxed vibe. I want to get this kid drunk. Let's ask him why he's so strong. And about that sort of as if I get the chance, I want to ask for one too. Just as Shanks pondered how to extract information from Ning Chuan seemed to see through his thoughts and directly declined. Sorry, there are some matters. I can't attend your feast right now. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's refusal, Shanks was momentarily stunned. Is there really someone in this world who doesn't like feasts? While he was in a daze, Ning Chuan suddenly stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder seriously. I don't like feasts. However, if you have any new techniques, feel free to call me. Like Roger's ultimate move, the divine avoidance. After saying this, Ning Chuan continued on with Nami and the others towards the palace, leaving Shanks stunned with wide eyes. What the hell is going on with this kid? I specifically researched the divine avoidance technique to defeat him. How does he know about it? Ning Chuan did not inform Shanks about Yuta. He came here to help Yuta and the Music Nation deal with the demons. Now is not the time to involve Shanks and his crew. After all, what he needs to do is to take away Shanks' precious daughter. If he found out his true intentions beforehand, it would significantly complicate his plans to persuade Yuta to come aboard. After leaving Shanks and his group behind, Ning Chuan and the others turned and quickly walked towards the palace of the Music Kingdom. He had just used his observation haki to glimpse the future. He saw Gordon handing the forbidden score to Yuta. Time was tight, and he had to stop Yuta from obtaining the forbidden score as soon as possible. Shanks watched as Ning Chuan and the others hurriedly left, filled with doubts about Ning Chuan's intentions, but chose not to say much. Before he completely mastered the power of the divine avoidance, he was not Ning Chuan's opponent. Captain, it seems Ning Chuan is headed towards the palace. Yuta is there too, but should we? Shanks waved his hand, saying helplessly, let him go. That kid Ning Chuan is not a bad seed. He might have secrets he doesn't want us to know. This is his private matter. It's best we don't interfere. If Shanks knew that Ning Chuan was actually targeting Yuta, he would undoubtedly want to meddle. Soon Ning Chuan and the others arrived outside the palace of the Music Kingdom. Just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by the guards outside. Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan didn't want to waste any time. He unleashed his powerful Conqueror's haki, knocking out the guards at the entrance. Ning Chuan, are we really okay to storm their palace like this? Gina, following behind Ning Chuan, looked visibly nervous. After all, this was her first time doing something so thrilling. It's fine, trust Ning Chuan. After all, we went aboard the Celestial Dragon ship with him. I don't think their palace can be more impressive than that, right? Nami and Nojiko cheered for Gina as they ran alongside her. Listening to their experiences, Gina couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. Before long, they arrived in the spacious and luxurious palace hall. King Gordon was holding an ancient score he had accidentally obtained, preparing to hand it to Yuta, who possessed exceptional musical talent. At that moment, Ning Chuan appeared before him, startling Gordon. Who are you? How did you get in here? Ignoring Gordon's words, Ning Chuan spoke calmly. If you let Yuta sing the thing you have in your hands, your country will perish. Ning Chuan's voice left Gordon stunned. Confusion and disbelief filled his eyes. Who are you? What are you talking about? Why will the Music Nation be destroyed? You better explain yourself. Otherwise, Gordon's words were cut off as Ning Chuan interrupted him. What about you? Your guards have all been knocked out by me. If you don't believe me, just let Yuta perform with the thing you are holding. Ning Chuan leaned against the wall with a cold smile, watching Gordon with indifference. At this moment, Gordon stood frozen, holding the ancient score in his hands. Even though he didn't believe Ning Chuan's words at all, the terrifying topic of national destruction made him hesitate to hand the ancient score to Yuta. While King Gordon was lost in thought, a terrifying voice struck directly at his soul, ringing in his ears. Hand over the forbidden score. Give it to her. Yuta and King Gordon stood at the very center of the Hall of Music just after the devil's voice had echoed in his ear. An unsettling aura began to permeate the air. Both Gordon and Yuta were startled by that voice, yet they did not perceive any change in their surroundings. As an observer, Ning Chuan always felt things more acutely. Suddenly, a deep and sinister voice emanated from the depths below. It was the voice of the demon sealed at the very bottom of the kingdom of music. This is the most wonderful score in the world. Give it to the person with the greatest musical talent. A voice began to resonate in Gordon's ear, striking at his soul. The moment the sound hit, Gordon felt as if he had lost himself. He began to extend the forbidden score he held towards Yuta. Sing it, and you shall gain unparalleled power and glory. Sing it, and you will become the greatest singer in the world. The demon's voice echoed in Yuta's ears simultaneously. Under the demon's temptation, a flash of confusion and struggle crossed Gordon's eyes. Yet ultimately, he followed the voice in his mind and handed over the forbidden score. Little Yuta could not resist the demon's allure either. She began to slowly walk towards Gordon, preparing to sing from the score. Just as Gordon was handing the forbidden score to Yuta, Ning Chuan's figure flickered by. In a swift motion, he snatched the forbidden score from Gordon's hands. Roar! At that moment, as Ning Chuan grasped the forbidden score, the demon sealed beneath the kingdom of music let out an angry roar, causing the entire island to tremble. You bastard! I've waited so many years for someone to help me break the seal, and you dare to stop me. I will remember your face. I will definitely kill you. A series of demonic voices echoed from the depths, spreading across the entire island. However, only Ning Chuan could understand their content. The others only heard terrifying roars. Little Yuta and Gordon were both jolted awake by the sudden turn of events. What was that sound just now? It was so scary. Little Yuta crouched down on the ground, clutching her head, her body trembling uncontrollably. Gordon was also frightened. However, as the ruler of a nation, he forced himself to remain calm, not allowing himself to fall to the ground and become a laughingstock. Was that really the demon? After regaining his composure, fear filled Gordon's eyes. Did I almost fall under the demon's voice? Gordon felt a wave of dread. At that moment, he finally believed what Ning Chuan had said about the impending doom of the kingdom of music. Just as he regained full awareness, realizing he had almost brought ruin to the entire nation. The demon beneath the palace grew increasingly furious, struggling madly to break free from the seal. The massive noise created by the angry demon caused the entire island to tremble once more. At that moment, the previously quiet kingdom of music was once again filled with terrifying howls. The sound seemed to come from the deepest abyss of hell, sending chills down one's spine. On the street, a violinist playing suddenly shook, causing the bow to scrape out a harsh noise. He looked around in terror, his voice trembling. What is that sound? It's so frightening. The vendors in the market also stopped their work, exchanging glances with customers, their eyes filled with indescribable fear. In the tavern, the drunken patrons, upon hearing the demon's roar, instantly sobered up significantly. They looked around in terror, their faces pale. However, among them a group suddenly stood up, their expressions serious as they gazed towards the palace of the kingdom of music. Beckman, that sound just now came from the direction of the palace, right? Shanks placed his hand on his waist, looking grave. Beckman nodded, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and looked anxiously towards the palace. Yuta should still be inside the palace. If our Kinbunchika Haki is not mistaken, the dangerous aura is indeed coming from the palace. After hearing Beckman's analysis, Lucky Lu suddenly stood up and shouted at Shanks and Beckman. Captain Beckman, what are we waiting for? Yuta needs our help right now. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Gordon heard the demons howl once again, and his expression changed drastically. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he looked at Ning Chuan seriously. I remembered an ancient legend. Beneath our kingdom of music lies a terrible demon sealed. However, everyone treated this as a legend, never believing it to be true. And now this legend has actually come true. Realizing that he had almost caused the destruction of the nation, Gordon felt an overwhelming dread, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Little one, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't stopped me in time, the kingdom of music would probably have been doomed. Gordon's voice trembled, looking at Ning Chuan with gratitude. Playing the forbidden score is the key to unlocking the demon's seal. As long as there is a remarkably talented singer who can sing this forbidden score, the demon will be released from its seal. This is why I came to stop you. However, don't get the wrong idea. I did not come for you or your kingdom. I came for Yuta. I do not want her to bear the sin of destroying the kingdom of music. Gordon felt a bit awkward at Ning Chuan's words. However, he was not angry. After all, Ning Chuan was the one who saved his country. Even if he pulled him for a beating, he would only smile and bandage his wounds. After a moment of silence, Gordon looked at Ning Chuan seriously. If that's the case, then this forbidden score must be destroyed. We cannot allow the demon any chance of escaping the seal. Ning Chuan shook his head. Destroying it is useless. If the demon could create one forbidden score, it can also create a second. It's just a matter of time. Your proposed solution only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. The most reliable way is to eliminate this demon completely. Gordon was taken aback by Ning Chuan's words, his face paling as he spoke. Eliminate the demon. The legends say the demon's power is formidable and humans cannot defeat it at all. Legend has it that many sacrificed their lives to seal it. Can we truly defeat it with just the three of us? If we can't win, wouldn't that mean? Ningchuan naturally understood Gordon's concerns. After all, he was the king of a nation, a good king. He did not want to see his people fall into desperation and his country face annihilation. It's just a demon. As long as I'm here, it won't turn the tides. But before we exterminate the demon, I think we should discuss the rewards first. Compensation. At the mention of the word compensation by Ningchuan, King Gordon visibly paused, his expression momentarily frozen. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. As sovereign of a nation, he well understood that no feast came without cost, especially when Ningchuan offered to eradicate a hidden decades-old existential threat to his kingdom. Demanding compensation was thus entirely reasonable. What are your terms? Pray speak them plainly. Should they prove feasible, the kingdom of music shall commit its full strength to fulfilling them. Upon hearing Gordon's words, Ningchuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. My conditions are simple, only two. First, whenever Yuta wishes to hold a concert, your kingdom must lend her every possible promotional effort. At Ningchuan's first condition, Gordon nodded thoughtfully. That poses no difficulty. And the second is equally modest. I require the kingdom of music to construct for me a grand vessel, at least the size of a fleet admiral's warship. Of course not immediately, only after I arrive at the water capital, when I shall send you an invoice. Hearing this, Gordon furrowed his brow. Such a vessel would demand an astronomical sum in berries. Yet for a nation, the request was neither unreasonable nor excessive. After all, this was the kingdom of music, the very heartland where countless singers held annual concerts. A warship-scale vessel posed no fiscal impossibility. After a moment of silence, King Gordon solemnly nodded once more. I accept your terms. Yet how may I trust that you possess the power to slay a demon? Might you, if convenient, demonstrate but a fraction of your strength, to set my mind at ease? Gordon's doubt had long been anticipated by Ningchuan. He offered no verbal reply, only a faint knowing smile toward Gordon. Come with me. This hall is too confined for what lies ahead. With that, Ningchuan turned and strode from the palace into the courtyard center. Gordon and young Yuta exchanged glances, then followed closely behind. Once outside the royal palace, Ningchuan cast them a quiet smile, then drew a deep breath and unleashed the torrent of power coiled within him. With a low, resonant cry, his form surged upward, expanding rapidly. Blinding golden radiance erupted across his body, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into a colossal golden Buddha hundreds of zhang tall. In that instant, the very air trembled in reverence to his metamorphosis. Golden light spilled forth from his skin, spreading outward, engulfing the palace grounds, then spilling beyond its walls. Gordon, who had never before beheld such a Buddha, stood utterly transfixed, mouth agape, eyes wide with awe and reverent shock. This is beyond belief. Yuta remained comparatively composed, having witnessed Admiral Sengoku's golden Buddha form during naval combat. Yet now curiosity flickered in her gaze. How could this strikingly handsome young man assume the same golden Buddha form as a fleet admiral? Meanwhile, citizens of the Kingdom of Music also caught sight of the sudden towering golden Buddha emerging from the palace. They gazed in astonishment toward the royal compound. What is that? Has a deity descended upon us? A deity? Nonsense. That must be a devil fruit user summoned by the king to vanquish the source of that terrifying sound. Truly. Then we are saved. Even if a legendary demon were to rise, it could not stand against such a Buddha. While the entire kingdom reeled in stunned disbelief at the sudden appearance of the Buddha, the Shanks pirates were seized by alarm. Is that Sengoku? Yasop stared dumbfounded at Ningchuan's colossal golden form. Having recently clashed with the fleet admiral, he feared Sengoku himself might have pursued them. Shanks shook his head. No, it bears Ningchuan's features. Don't stand idle. Hurry to the palace and see what's unfolding. He's conjured a Buddha, right there in broad daylight. Now bathed in sunlight, Ningchuan's golden Buddha blazed with incandescent brilliance. His voice boomed like thunder across the courtyard. King Gordon, do you now believe I possess the power to destroy the demon? At that thunderous voice, Gordon finally stirred from his daze. I believe it. I truly believe it. Never imagined you were a power of such magnitude. This golden Buddha shall surely purge the demon. Overwhelmed with elation at the sight of the golden Buddha, Gordon beamed, until Ningchuan cut in. Do not rejoice so soon. Exorcising the demon may inflict catastrophic damage upon your kingdom's lands. Just ensure you do not weep afterward. Hearing this, Gordon hesitated, torn by inner conflict. Yet ultimately resolve hardened in his heart, and he spoke. Buildings can be rebuilt, though lives once lost cannot be reclaimed. We accept this risk, if only the demon may be eradicated forever. Perhaps by virtue of this exorcism, I shall even be remembered as a sage monarch. Seeing Gordon still capable of levity, Ningchuan chuckled and nodded. Let it be clear, I shall bear no liability for damages incurred, nor shall any deduction be made from my shipbuilding budget. Thereafter Ning Chuan began preparations for the exorcism. During this time, Shanks and his crew arrived at the palace. After Yuta recounted the events in full detail, Shanks and his crew shuddered, then burned with fury. That vile demon dared exploit innocent beloved Yuta. She was the cherished jewel of the red-haired pirates, every member's treasured ward. It had to be destroyed, utterly, annihilated without mercy. Thus, though Ning Chuan extended no formal invitation, they boldly inserted themselves into the exorcism plan. So the demon's summoning requires Yuta to perform the forbidden melody using her Gogu fruit powers. Then, is Yuta in danger? Shanks frowned deeply upon hearing Ning Chuan's plan. Ning Chuan, who knew the original storyline, understood full well that once Yuta performed the forbidden melody with her Gogu fruit ability, the demon would seize the opportunity to possess her and usurp her power. Danger was inevitable. Yet Ning Chuan had already devised a countermeasure. He would first acquire Yuta's Gogu fruit power for himself. Then, wielding it, he would activate the fruit's ability to break the demon's seal. In doing so, the demon, upon manifestation, would seek only him. And should the demon dare confront Ning Chuan, he would deliver unto it a lesson in unforgettable crushing force. After revealing his plan to Shanks, Shanks studied him with a strange, incredulous look and remarked, "Though I cannot fathom how you mastered the Gogu fruit's power, one truth remains: to wield it effectively, one must possess innate musical talent. Singing is no mere martial discipline. Tell me, boy, do you truly possess such mastery?" Ning Chuan scoffed, a wry grin playing on his lips. "I practice singing daily. Ask Nami and the others." Shanks turned skeptically toward Nami and the two others. All three girls nodded in unison, then exchanged a peculiar glance with Shanks before replying in perfect harmony. "Ning Chuan does sing daily, while training his Kuan fist. But the songs he sings, we cannot comprehend them. They're called, 'Chicken, you are so beautiful. Chicken, you are too beautiful. What is this strange thing?'" Upon hearing such a peculiar song title, Shanks immediately revealed a bewildered expression. Observing Shanks' confused demeanor, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and directly approached Yuta. He placed his hands on little Yuta's shoulders and earnestly spoke to her. "Yuta, sing a song you are familiar with. Remember to use the abilities of the song fruit." Yuta looked at Ning Chuan, then at Shanks standing nearby, and nodded seriously. Taking a deep breath, she began to sing a cheerful song as per Ning Chuan's request. At the same time, she activated the powers of the song fruit. As her voice echoed, a strange power filled the air. Almost instantly, everyone around was immersed in the beautiful world created by Yuta's song. A cerulean sky, warm sunshine, and an illusory garden filled with flowers and flocks of seagulls gliding over the sea. Everything seemed so real. The Shanks pirates, Nami, and the others, as well as King Gordon, were all momentarily absorbed in the beautiful world of song crafted by Yuta. However, Ning Chuan did not share the same experience as the others. While feeling the wonderful world created by Yuta, he maximized his observation haki. He meticulously observed all the details of Yuta activating the abilities of the song fruit. System begin calculations. Congratulations, host has successfully observed the abilities of the song fruit for 10 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now the cultivation settlement begins. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host has successfully gained 100,000 seconds of cultivation return for observing the abilities of the song fruit. The host's understanding of the song fruit's abilities has improved. The first cultivation return ended. Ning Chuan felt a profound enhancement in his comprehension of the song fruit's abilities. However, he was still far from being able to utilize the abilities of the song fruit. Yet with the system by his side, Ning Chuan remained unconcerned. With a deep understanding of the song fruit, Ning Chuan continued to speak in his heart. System, continue the calculations. Congratulations, host has successfully felt the abilities of the song fruit for 1 minute, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now the cultivation settlement begins. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host has successfully gained 1,000 minutes of cultivation return for experiencing the abilities of the song fruit. The host's understanding of the song fruit's abilities has significantly improved. Not enough. System, continue the calculations. Ning Chuan was continuously feeling the power of Yuta's song fruit. Until Yuta finished singing the third song, Ning Chuan finally heard the system's voice he had been waiting for. Congratulations, host can now use the abilities of the song fruit. Hearing this, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Ning Chuan's face. Can I finally use the abilities of the song fruit now? Then let you all feel the power of the Kuan world. Ning Chuan looked at the crowd, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Just as Yuta was about to start singing her fourth song, Ning Chuan suddenly began to sing. "Genie Tai Mei, you are truly too beautiful. The moment Ning Chuan opened his mouth, everyone around felt a sudden darkness before their eyes. In the next moment, they found themselves seemingly entering an incredibly fantastical world. Before them appeared a young man wearing overalls playing basketball. Just as they were trying to comprehend what was happening, the boy suddenly began to transform. He turned into a golden giant Kuan, continuing to play basketball. Then came the second, the third, until finally there were so many Kuan playing basketball that they filled all the space in front of them. My eyes. My eyes have been polluted. What the hell, what is this world about? Why do such bizarre things exist? I can't take it anymore, help. I want to get out of this world. Is this the power of the song fruit used by that Ning Chuan kid? Compared to Yuta, this is simply hell. Kuan, all of them are Kuan. As Ning Chuan finished his last lyric, the crowd trapped in the Kuan world finally broke free. Thank God Ning Chuan has finally finished singing. It's not easy to survive. Now I see everyone as a golden Kuan with a middle part hairstyle and overalls. Ning Chuan, big brother. Please don't ever sing that song again, okay? Finally, it's over. The scene just now was even scarier than facing the Navy. Looking at the terrified expressions on the faces of the surrounding crowd, the instigator Ning Chuan couldn't help but keep up his mischievous smile. It seems that such mental pollution can also be a good weapon. If I first transform into the Great Buddha form and use the enchanting power of the Great Buddha's voice to activate the song fruit, singing genie, Tai Mei once again. In that case, it might cause a top-tier mental pollution. I fear the entire musical nation would go insane. If King Gordon were to learn of Ning Chuan's current thoughts, he would probably risk his life to ensure his citizens promptly block their ears to avoid witnessing such a terrifying scene. Such a terrifying level of mental pollution might be even scarier than seeing a ghost. System, let's settle the cultivation from just now. Congratulations, host has successfully used the abilities of the song fruit for 3 minutes and 39 seconds, activating the 10,000-fold cultivation return system. Now the cultivation settlement begins. Settlement successful. Congratulations, host has successfully gained 30,000 minutes and 390,000 seconds of cultivation return. The host's mastery of the song fruit's abilities has seen tremendous improvement. Not bad. Singing is far more interesting than fighting. He'll find another opportunity to sing for them again. The crowd looked at Ning Chuan, whose strange mischievous smile once again appeared on his face, and at that moment, they all had the thought of wanting to run away from him. I have mastered the abilities of the song fruit. The extermination of evil can begin now. King Gordon, it's time to order the evacuation of the entire populace. Ning Chuan smiled at the sweating King Gordon. At this moment, King Gordon still hadn't recovered from the shadows of just now. After Ning Chuan's reminder, he finally escaped the terrifying scene that felt like a nightmare. King Gordon glanced at Ning Chuan with a hint of trepidation. As an old musician, his current attitude toward Ning Chuan was quite difficult to evaluate. Ning Chuan's voice had strong penetrating power, and his talent in singing was nearly on par with Yuta. He could unleash the terrifying power of the song fruit, easily dragging people into a new world. But Ning Chuan's songs were enough to drive one insane, in stark contrast to Yuta's pure ethereal voice. However, it was fortunate that Ning Chuan wouldn't stay in the kingdom of music for long. Otherwise, the people of the entire musical nation would probably go mad. Ning Chuan was even scarier than a sealed demon. Alright, I will issue the order immediately. We must quickly exterminate evil and relieve the kingdom of music from danger. Although Gordon said this on the surface, he was actually thinking of getting Ning Chuan to eliminate the evil quickly and send them away. After all, this Ning Chuan kid was just too terrifying, even scarier than a demon. In order to avoid disrupting Ning Chuan and the others' efforts to deal with the Demon King, Gordon decisively ordered the evacuation of the entire population within just 1 day. The entire kingdom of music became desolate. The once lively streets and alleys were now left only with Ning Chuan and his companions. It was incredibly strong. In fact, it could be described as terrifyingly strong. In the original storyline, the team that defeated the Demon King was exceptionally formidable. The Shanks Pirates, along with the Straw Hat Pirates, served as the main offensive force, collaborating with powerful figures like Fujitora and Kizaru to completely vanquish this demon. It is easy to imagine just how terrifying the strength of this Demon King was. However, facing such a formidable foe, Ning Chuan, who possessed a system, remained unconcerned. He could infinitely enhance his own strength. A mere Demon King was no challenge at all. Standing in the central square of the palace, Ning Chuan held the forbidden score, feeling a sense of anticipation toward the Demon King. I'm about to begin. You all better be ready and don't let the demon escape to other areas to threaten the people, Ning Chuan seriously instructed while glancing at the red-haired pirates. Shanks nodded, already placing his hand on the griffin at his waist. The moment the demon appeared, he would unleash his strongest strike. As the power of Ning Chuan's song fruit began to surge, he unfolded the forbidden score, gripping it tightly and started to sing the forbidden melody. As Ning Chuan's voice echoed, a powerful force surged from within him. In the next moment, the entire palace was enveloped in a mysterious aura. The melody of the forbidden score was melodious and grand, reaching deep into the earth. Just as the performance was nearing its end, the demon seal deep underground shattered with a resounding crash. A terrifying dark aura erupted from the ground. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the long-sealed Demon King finally broke free. As the figure of the Demon King gradually became visible, a pitch-black mass towering over 100 feet emitted a thick aura of darkness. Its blackened body seemed to come from hell with a terrifying power that made the surrounding air tremble. The Demon King's eyes burned like flames, and its fierce visage radiated boundless ferocity and greed, fixating intently on Ning Chuan, who had sung the forbidden score. The moment it broke free, it immediately locked its gaze onto Ning Chuan, for it sensed the familiar and powerful Song fruit power. "This is the power that has sealed me for hundreds of years." The Demon King roared, its voice echoing like thunder. "I will seize this fruit for my own use, plunging everyone into the dark world I create, making them my slaves." With a furious roar, the Demon King swung its massive palm, charging towards Ning Chuan with devastating force. Ning Chuan regarded the demon, which was exuding terrifying dark energy. A cold smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face. Unafraid, his body erupted with golden light. In an instant, Ning Chuan transformed into a golden Buddha. The golden light illuminated the surroundings, contrasting sharply with the Demon King's dark aura. "Just a useless creature daring to make a noise," Ning Chuan coldly exclaimed as the golden light in his Buddha form erupted forth. The golden radiance clashed violently with the Demon King's dark power, as if competing to establish dominance. The palace floor trembled under the collision of these two immense forces, stones flying everywhere. "Is it starting?" Shanks and the others looked at the Demon King breaking free from its seal, their faces revealing a hint of shock. They had anticipated the Demon King being strong, but they had not expected it to be this powerful. Just sensing that terrifying aura made Shanks and the others feel the pressure. "Cut it down." Shanks tightened his grip on the griffin in an instant and slashed out a fearsome strike. His crew began their attack at that moment. Countless attacks struck the Demon King, forcing it back several dozen meters. However, despite enduring so many assaults, it did not shift its target. It still focused its sights on Ning Chuan. The Demon King forcibly steadied its body, roaring with fury as it charged at Ning Chuan with devastating force. However, Ning Chuan was already prepared. The moment the Demon King emerged, he shot one hand down towards its head. A powerful shockwave erupted, forcefully slamming the charging Demon King into the ground. The Demon King's body crashed heavily onto the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust, causing the entire palace structure to collapse. Ning Chuan did not give the Demon King any chance to breathe, alternating his left and right fists in a relentless barrage. Each punch carried a powerful shockwave, the golden Buddha light flickering in the air as if to dispel all darkness. Under the pressure of the golden shockwaves, the Demon King struggled to retaliate. Yet every attack was easily thwarted by Ning Chuan, who kept it firmly pinned down. However, Ning Chuan soon realized that the shockwaves alone inflicted very limited damage on the Demon King. Although it was being battered, the actual harm done was not significant. "Quite resilient, a nice toy indeed." Ning Chuan sneered, preparing to entertain himself with this giant. His left hand began to activate the powers of the ice fruit, while his right hand ignited with searing magma. "Let's try this move." Ning Chuan coldly huffed as his fists, imbued with the powers of ice and lava, simultaneously struck the Demon King. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted instantly. The powers of ice and lava rampaged within the Demon King's body. The freezing cold froze the Demon King's body into ice, while the intense heat from the lava obliterated that chunk of ice to smithereens in the next moment. The Demon King's anguished screams sounded particularly piercing amidst the explosion. The demon's body was instantly reduced by half under the impact of the two fruit powers. Ning Chuan observed the demon's body being shattered, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. However, somewhat to Ning Chuan's surprise, the Demon King's recovery speed was astonishingly fast. It only took a brief moment of respite for the Demon King to return to its previous state, albeit the terrifying aura surrounding it had weakened considerably compared to before. Now restored, the Demon King was seething with rage, its eyes burning with terrifying dark flames that seemed to devour everything. It opened its massive mouth, fixating on Ning Chuan as it emitted a deafening roar. "I will tear you apart, ensuring you never reincarnate." Hearing this, Ning Chuan swung a molten hand downwards, instantly melting a large portion of the Demon King's head. "Just you. Having tasted lava and ice, now let's see how you fare against the splitting fruit." Ning Chuan activated the ability of the splitting fruit from the hand he had embedded in the Demon King's skull. In the next moment, the Demon King's body was instantly torn into countless fragments scattered all around. Yet this was far from enough. Thunderfire Sword, it's your turn. As Ning Chuan softly muttered, the Thunderfire Sword soared to 10,000 meters high, drawing forth an immensely terrifying thunderbolt from the clouds. It descended fiercely upon the scattered remains of the Demon King. Boom! A bolt of heavenly thunder swept through with the Thunderfire Sword, unleashing a devastating strike imbued with lightning. The power of thunder enveloped the pieces of the Demon King, erupting with destructive thunderous light. The members of the Shanks Pirates watched in awe as Ning Chuan mercilessly beat down the Demon King. The powers of ice, lava, and thunder filled the scene. They could not help but swallow hard, feeling a sense of dread. If Ning Chuan had unleashed such overwhelming power against us during the naval battle a few days ago, would we have survived? Would we have even made it out alive? The purifying power of thunder permeated the air, enveloping the entire battlefield. Ning Chuan keenly sensed it even as he was struck by heavenly lightning. The demon had not completely vanished, its aura still lingered in the surroundings. This demon seemed to possess an immortal body, as no attack could completely annihilate it. This demon is indeed troublesome. However, if the demon possesses an immortal body, could I also harness it? With this thought, Ning Chuan began to observe the demon's immortal body closely. He knew that the secret behind the demon's immortality must be hidden within. Ning Chuan decided to scrutinize the demon's recovery process more carefully, hoping to discover the means to control its resurrection. He calmly watched each reconstruction of the demon and gradually realized that its recovery stemmed from an invisible force. Ning Chuan was momentarily puzzled about what this force could be. After observing with his observation haki for a long time, he had no choice but to seek help from the system. System, begin the calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the source of malice in the world for 10 seconds, activating the tenfold cultivation return system. Now starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a return of cultivation equivalent to observing the source of malice in the world for 100,000 seconds. The host's understanding of the source of malice in the world has significantly improved. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ning Chuan realized that the power supporting the demon's resurrection actually stemmed from the malice present in the world. As long as the malice in the world does not perish, the demon can continuously resurrect itself. If I absorb this source of malice, wouldn't I be able to resurrect infinitely as well? Just like the 5 Elder Stars. Ning Chuan's mind raced. Although he was unsure if this would work, he decided to give it a try. If it succeeded, wouldn't he have the ability to resurrect infinitely? Without hesitation, he acted immediately. At the moment the demon began to recover, Ning Chuan once again used the power of the split fruit to shatter it into countless fragments. He continued to observe the demon's resurrection process. 1 minute later. System, begin the calculation. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the source of malice in the world for 1 minute, activating the tenfold cultivation return system. Now starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a return of cultivation equivalent to observing the source of malice in the world for 10,000 minutes. The host's understanding of the source of malice in the world has greatly increased. System, continue the settlement. Half an hour later. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the ability to absorb the source of malice, which can be used to refine the demon's body. Upon hearing the system's exhilarating news, Ning Chuan's face finally revealed a hint of excitement. Have I finally succeeded? Immortal body. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to gather the surrounding malice and transform his own body into that of the demon. System, begin the calculation. The calculation direction is to reduce the malice's impact on my mind. This time, as Ning Chuan transformed his physique into that of a demon, he directly enhanced his mental cultivation. After all, he was not like this mad demon king, completely consumed by malice. Congratulations to the host for successfully resisting the invasion of the source of malice for 10 minutes, activating the tenfold cultivation return system. Now starting the cultivation settlement. Settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a return of cultivation equivalent to resisting the invasion of the source of malice for 100,000 minutes. The host's resistance to the source of malice in the world has significantly improved. System, continue the settlement. Also settle the progress of my transformation into the demon body. As Ning Chuan transformed his body into that of a demon, he continued to utilize the system's cultivation return ability to minimize the impact of the demon body on himself. Meanwhile, as the demon's body, which Ning Chuan had dismantled, began to recover halfway, it suddenly realized that its recovery speed had decreased by more than half. The demon was somewhat confused about what was happening. It looked at Ning Chuan in bewilderment and was shocked to discover that Ning Chuan was actually collecting malice in its place, cutting off the source of its resurrection. Seeing this scene, the demon was filled with rage, and its distorted face became even more terrifying as it let out a thunderous roar. "You dare to steal my power!" The demon's roar echoed loudly. The dark aura surged around, and frenzied attacks flooded toward Ning Chuan like a tide. Faced with the demon's assault, Ning Chuan let out a cold smile. "You are of no use now, just go rest for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, the next moment the song Genie Tai Mei began to play once more. Ning Chuan directly used the power of the song fruit to trap the demon in the world of Kuan. He would continue to absorb the scattered malice in the world on behalf of the demon. The demon struggled endlessly in the world of Kuan, letting out a wretched scream. Once again, it was the power of the song fruit. Previously, it had been sealed in the world of the song fruit for hundreds of years. It did not want to be sealed by Ning Chuan again. However, no matter how it struggled, it was futile. Compared to the last time, this time it was in a more miserable state. After all, it had not faced such a multitude of Kuns endlessly tormenting it in the previous world. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan continued to collect malice on behalf of the demon, gradually achieving an immortal demon body. Feeling a surge of malice power entering his body, he became increasingly powerful. Ning Chuan also felt his body growing stronger. In terms of speed, strength, or vitality, he was now dozens of times stronger than before. 1 hour later, with the system's constant calculations, Ning Chuan successfully shortened the time needed to attain the demon body. He could now collect malice like a demon to resurrect limitlessly. Ning Chuan felt extremely satisfied with his newly acquired resurrection ability. To show his gratitude to this demon for helping him successfully forge the immortal demon body, Ning Chuan prepared to release the demon trapped in the world of Kuan, to give it a swift end and not let it continue to suffer in Kuan. As Ning Chuan focused his thoughts, the demon was successfully released. At this moment, it had been so tortured that it was delirious, its gaze vacant. Even after leaving the world of Kuan, it still saw countless Kuns playing basketball dancing before it. Seeing the demon in such a pitiable state, Ning Chuan couldn't help but sigh. "Poor demon. He'll be a good person and send you off to the afterlife." With that, Ning Chuan ruthlessly activated the power of the split fruit, once more shattering the demon's body into countless fragments. However, this time Ning Chuan did not give the demon any chance to recover. As the demon's fragments writhed on the ground, attempting to gather and restore themselves, Ning Chuan mercilessly began to strip it of its source of malice. The demon's power was continuously weakened until the last drop of malice was drained from its body. The demon completely vanished from this world. At the same time, Ning Chuan's towering golden Buddha body transformed into an immortal demon body.